Traversing the myriad spirit continent, Lin Feng initially sought a life of simplicity. However, years later, the resplendent Empress, accompanied by her 3 enchanting daughters, sought him out, simultaneously activating the caretaker system. In the realm of the myriad spirits, within the borders of the Tianwu kingdom, patrons at the Wendaoxuan tea house listened intently as a young man recounted tales, occasionally erupting in applause. Among them, several young, beautiful maidens gazed at him with fervent admiration. This young man, Lin Feng, possessed an extraordinary handsomeness that few women could resist. 5 years prior, Lin Feng had appeared in the Tianwu kingdom, and due to his talent for storytelling, poetry, and painting, he was taken in by the tea house owner, Lin Daoai. Very well, I shall conclude today's tale here. To learn what transpires next, you must await the next installment, he declared. At these words, the crowd erupted in clamorous pleas. Brother Lin Feng, please share another segment. Indeed, why the sudden halt? Lin Feng, I wish to bear your children. The last shout came from a woman weighing over 200 pounds, inciting a wave of laughter. Lin Feng, rubbing his forehead, replied, esteemed guests, those who frequent here know I share stories for only half an hour each day. Today must end here. And to that sister, I am not Sun Wukong. I am not here to father any monkeys. The crowd burst into laughter once more. At that moment, Lin Daohai, the proprietor of Wendaoxuan, ambled out, his ample belly jiggling as he gestured to the assembly. Let Brother Lin Feng rest for a moment. Today, we are graced by the presence of Master Gua. Perhaps we should invite him to share tales of the outside world. Instantly, the crowd became animated, their cheers resounding. Under their eager gazes, an elder with white hair and beard, clad in a Taoist robe, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Very well, I shall regale you with stories of the myriad spirit realm. You are all aware that our Tianwu kingdom is vast, but do you know the true expanse of the myriad spirit realm? This statement rendered the crowd speechless. The assembly was largely composed of ordinary individuals and martial artists. Figures like Master Guo were exceedingly rare in the Tianwu kingdom. Few could grasp the true magnitude of the myriad spirit realm. Even Lin Feng perked up his ears. After 5 years of traversing this world, he remained oblivious to its vastness. Upon realizing he lacked a golden finger, he had resorted to recounting tales derived from television dramas he had watched on Earth, masquerading as a cultured individual to earn a meager living. Life at Wendaoxuan had been relatively carefree. The owner treated him well, and he had contemplated leading a life of leisure. His only regret was the night he first arrived, when he was captivated by a stunning beauty who called herself Wu Lingyun. It seems you are unaware. Our myriad spirit realm consists of 18 layers of heaven, each nurturing countless beings. All with any semblance of power aspire to ascend to the next layer. Yet, we reside in the very lowest layer, and the Tianwu kingdom is merely one of the myriad human nations. What? Our Tianwu kingdom is so diminutive? The crowd gasped collectively. Master Guo's words shattered their perceptions. In their eyes, the Tianwu kingdom, with its hundreds of thousands of soldiers, several masters, and even 2 formidable beasts rivaling those of the divine soul realm, represented the pinnacle of the myriad spirit realm. However, according to Master Guo, the Tianwu kingdom was but a speck of dust in the lowest layer of the myriad spirit realm. Gasps of disbelief permeated the crowd, and Lin Feng felt a profound shock within. After 5 years, he was finally enlightened about the true nature of his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Master Guo, Sun Wukong can leap 10,000 miles in a single bound. What level of strength does he possess? Master Guo stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, did not Brother Lin mention that ordinary demons refer to him as the Great Sage? Thus, Sun Wukong's strength must be at the Great Sage level. Another round of gasps echoed through the assembly. The Great Sage level sounded incredibly formidable. Master Guo, pleased with the crowd's reaction, continued, I imagine many of you still do not comprehend the significance of a great sage. Allow me to elucidate. Practitioners are classified into 9 realms: body refinement, profound understanding, divine soul, heart refinement, enlightenment, emperor, great sage, unity, and chaos. However, in this lowest layer, where spiritual energy is scarce, encountering someone at the heart refinement realm is a rarity. The great sage level is likely only observable above the 9th layer. The crowd, filled with yearning, sighed in unison, we are but a swarm of ants. I long to witness the powers of the 18 layers. Forget the 18th layer. Even a glimpse of the 2nd layer would suffice for me to die without regret. As the crowd fell into silence, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly unfolded in the sky, dimming the light. Master Guo's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, this is bad. A powerful being is descending. With that, he raced out of the tea house, gazing skyward. Lin Feng, equally curious about the formidable beings of this world, hurriedly followed the crowd outside. Upon exiting, he was taken aback to see Master was sitting on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. All eyes turned to the heavens, and soon, they were astounded. 9 colossal dragons, each exceeding 100 feet in length, circled above, each bound by chains. At the other end of the chains was a resplendent, intricately carved jade palanquin. 9 dragons pulling a chariot. Who could possibly be seated within? The citizens of the Tianwu kingdom were terrified, nearly all collapsing to the ground in trembling fear. Lin Feng too was deeply shaken. For 5 years, he had believed he had merely crossed into a realm reminiscent of Earth's ancient past. Little did he know, this world surpassed his wildest imaginings. Having only seen the 9 dragons pulling a chariot in stories, he now witnessed it firsthand. Just as the crowd was engulfed in terror, a radiant beam of 7-colored light burst forth from the palanquin, landing at the entrance of the Wendaoxuan tea house. This beam resembled a rainbow, connecting the palanquin to the ground at the tea house's entrance. Master Guo was beside himself with excitement. Someone of great importance was about to appear, and right beside him. As the rainbow dissipated, several figures materialized before the crowd, 1 tall and 3 small, for women in total. The primary woman exuded an air of regal elegance, her beauty flawless and ethereal, as if she were a celestial being. To gaze upon her for even a moment seemed sacrilegious. The 3 little girls, appearing about 4 or 5 years old, were likely triplets. They were exquisitely adorable, akin to porcelain dolls, eliciting heartfelt affection from all who beheld them. Upon seeing this woman, Lin Feng felt as though struck by lightning. It is you? 5 years ago, on the very night he had traversed into this world, she had taken his innocence. Chapter 2. The arrival of the wife and daughters Wu Lingyun, upon seeing Lin Feng, greeted him with an indifferent nod. Indeed, it is I. I have come to invite you to the 9 heavens. Will you accompany me? The 9 heavens? Could it be that this woman is the Empress of the 9 heavens? Numerous onlookers cast envious glances towards Lin Feng, while Guo Xianshi wished fervently to assist Lin Feng in accepting her proposal. Although the 9 heavens may not rival the 18 heavens, it certainly surpasses the first heaven by a considerable margin. The richness of spiritual energy and the abundance of cultivation resources are incomparable to those of the first heaven. Moreover, her status as an empress adds to the allure. Yet, Lin Feng shook his head resolutely. I shall not go. This insufferable woman, having already asserted dominance once, now seeks to take him back for her amusement. Despite his awareness of her formidable strength, his intrinsic stubbornness forbade him from yielding to become a mere consort. At that moment, 3 little girls gazed up at Lin Feng. One bolder child turned to ask, Mother, is this our father? Father? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He looked at the 3 porcelain-like girls and then fixed his gaze on Wu Lingyun. She nodded slightly, her expression somewhat awkward as she explained, not long after that night, I discovered I was with child, and subsequently gave birth to 3 daughters. I named them Sia, Sirui, and Sitian. They are all your children. What? My children? Lin Feng was stunned, unable to fathom that this stunning beauty had borne him 3 daughters. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of your children has occurred. The daddy system is being activated. Ding. The daddy system has been successfully activated. You have received a novice gift package. Would you like to use it immediately? A system. He had long since given up hope of acquiring any extraordinary abilities over the past 5 years. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Universal Heavenly Book, the Comprehensive Parenting Experience Guide, in the Indomitable domain. Universal Heavenly Book, a compendium detailing the geography, culture, power distribution, monster illustrations, and even secret realm markers of every layer within the Universal Realm. An encyclopedia of the Universal Realm. Indomitable domain. Once activated, you will be impervious to harm within a radius of 10 feet, an absolute invincibility. The range will expand with your growing strength. What a remarkable treasure. He had not anticipated such richness in the novice gift package. Before he could fully process this, the 3 daughters rushed towards him, exclaiming, Father. We have a father now. Wah. Father, please come back with us. We miss you so much. Father, so this is what you look like. Seeing his 3 daughters, Lin Feng's heart melted. He quickly knelt down to embrace each of them. The phrase we have a father now made his nose tingle with emotion. He wondered how their mother had managed to raise them over the years. Father, I want a kiss. I want one too. Me too. No way. Father, you kissed sister first. I should get an extra kiss. As he listened to his young daughter's playful antics, Lin Feng's fleeting resentment towards Wu Lingyun vanished in an instant. He quickly exclaimed, all right, father will heed your wishes. Embracing his 3 daughters, he showered them with affectionate kisses on their cherubic faces. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. You have kissed your eldest daughter, Siyu, for the first time and have received the sacred rank sword technique. The Taixu Sword Art. Ding. You have kissed your second daughter, Sirui, for the first time and have obtained the sacred rank spirit artifact, the Chaos Divine Jade. Ding. You have kissed your youngest daughter, Sitian, for the first time and have acquired a max-level culinary skill. Lin Feng felt a slight weight in his mind as a multitude of information flooded in. He was astonished that such bountiful rewards could arise from merely the first kiss with each daughter. With the knowledge imparted by the Wanling Heavenly Book, Lin Feng understood that the sacred rank sword art was among the finest sword techniques beneath the 9 heavens. Even in the higher realms, it was considered to be of superior quality. The Chaos Divine Jade, when carried, would cultivate automatically, allowing one to advance at an astonishing pace while concealing their true prowess. Only those at the pinnacle of the chaotic realm could discern his genuine strength, although he had yet to attain any cultivation with such a formidable system at his disposal. It was merely a matter of time. Wu Lingyun observed this heartwarming scene and nodded slightly. My daughters always insist on finding their father, and their immediate affection upon meeting is truly indicative of their bond. How about it? Will you return with me? Upon being asked again, Lin Feng nodded and replied, Since my 3 daughters wish for my presence, I shall accompany you. He reflected on the past 4 years when he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father and resolved to make amends henceforth. Hooray! Father has agreed, exclaimed the daughters. I want a hug. Me too. The 3 little girls eagerly extended their chubby hands, melting Lin Feng's heart as he promptly scooped each one into his arms. Noticing that there was one daughter he could not hold, he decided to let the youngest, Sitian, ride on his shoulders. With his wealth of parenting experience, he easily recognized which daughter was the eldest, the second, and the youngest. However, upon seeing Sitian perched on Lin Feng's neck, Siyu and Sirui protested, declaring, Father, I want to ride too. You cannot show favoritism. Hee, I won't let you. Sitian teased. Lin Feng could only soothe them, saying, Siyu, Sirui, I promise you can ride too shortly. Don't be upset, for sulking does not suit you. Siyu and Sirui replied anxiously. I'm not upset anymore. I don't want to look ugly. Father always keeps his promises. I too shall ride. Witnessing this, Wu Lingyun felt reassured that seeking Lin Feng was the right decision. The recent struggle against the Blue Emperor for dominion over the 9 heavens had reached a critical juncture, and her only concern was for these 3 clever little ones. With Lin Feng, their biological father, in charge, she could rest easy. Let us depart. Wu Lingyun waved her hand, and a cascade of colorful light enveloped the jade palanquin. Wait, Lin Feng, with one daughter in each arm and another riding on his shoulders, appeared somewhat comical. What is it? Wu Lingyun furrowed her brow, initially thinking Lin Feng wished to bring some gifts along. Upon our arrival in the 9 heavens, I can provide you with anything you desire. There is no need to carry trivial items. Lin Feng remained silent as he approached Lin Daohai, slightly bowing and saying, Master Lin, I am deeply grateful for your care over the past 5 years. As we part ways now, I cannot foresee when we shall meet again. Please take care. Lin Daohai was momentarily taken aback, hastily waving his hand and replying, Brother Lin, we share the same surname, which signifies a strong bond between us. Your presence has undoubtedly brought considerable business to my tea house over these 5 years. I should be the one thanking you. Wu Lingyun, lost in thought, turned to Lin Daohai and declared, Since my husband has benefited from your kindness for so long, I too must express my gratitude. Speak your wish. Lin Daohai's heart soared with joy, realizing he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth wide. With a swift motion, a beam of golden light surged into his mouth. As Wu Lingyun's indifferent voice resonated in the ears of all present, this elixir will instantly elevate Master Lin's strength to the divine spirit realm. Such power is surely sufficient in this realm. The onlookers were consumed by envy and jealousy, while Master Guo wished fervently to take his place. Despite his own mediocre aptitude, he had barely reached the pinnacle of body refinement at his age. To his astonishment, Lin Daohai, with even poorer qualifications and no prior cultivation, had ascended to the divine spirit realm in an instant. In the heavenly martial kingdom, such an achievement granted one the status of a noble. Furthermore, this enhancement not only elevated his social standing, but also significantly extended his lifespan. Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction with Wu Lingyun's action, scanning the surroundings once more before stating, Let us depart. With a flash of brilliance, the figures of Lin Feng and his companions vanished. The sky shifted, and soon the majestic scene of 9 dragons pulling a chariot faded, leaving the heavens clear and bright once more. Chapter 3. System activation. Upon finding himself within the resplendent jade chariot, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover its spaciousness, contrary to its seemingly confined exterior. The chariot boasted 2 rows of seats, wide enough for one to recline comfortably. Both the floor and seats were adorned with pristine animal pelts. Ancient and intricate inscriptions decorated the surroundings, emanating a soft luminescence as the chariot moved. His 3 daughters remained close to him, inciting a hint of jealousy in Wu Lingyun. These ungrateful ones, now that they have their father, they no longer wish to be close to me. At that moment, the eldest daughter, Xia, called out to her, "Mother, come sit with father. It is so comfortable by his side." Wu Lingyun's cheeks flushed, and she quickly replied, "I shall not join you. Do not cause mischief. I must now summon my powers to return to the 9 heavens." With that, she produced a lotus treasure and began to chant incantations. In the next instant, the lotus treasure radiated brilliant light, and the space around them began to tremble. Once tranquility resumed, Lin Feng first noticed the air had become extraordinarily fresh, making even the act of breathing a delight. "Is this truly the 9 heavens?" he murmured in astonishment. Wu Lingyun nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we have arrived in the 9 heavens. This descent marks the last time I shall venture here for a millennium." As they spoke, the jade chariot came to a halt. "Why can't you descend again?" Lin Feng inquired curiously, rising to follow Wu Lingyun out of the chariot. "Do you think those from the upper realm can descend at will?" Wu Lingyun understood that Lin Feng was merely an untrained mortal. Thus, she patiently explained, "The spatial laws and the density of spiritual energy differ across each level of the heavens. Transcending these realms entails significant costs. Ascending to a higher tier is manageable, provided one possesses the necessary strength and locates a teleportation point. However, descending to a lower realm not only renders one's whereabouts conspicuous, but also subjects one to the relentless suppression of spatial rules, making it perilous to linger." Lin Feng could not restrain his curiosity. "But did you not descend 5 years ago?" Wu Lingyun's fair visage flushed, recalling her impulsive actions that night with Lin Feng. Though she had suffered considerable depletion of her strength that evening, it was beyond the capacity of Lin Feng, an unassuming mortal, to resist her. Initially intending to absorb some solar energy to restore her power and tear through the fabric of space to return to the 9 heavens, she unexpectedly discovered a mysterious energy within Lin Feng that not only accelerated her recovery, but also allowed her to advance further in strength. Consequently, after nearly draining Lin Feng of his essence, she left, satisfied, hastily donning her attire as she departed. To this day, she vividly remembers the look of grievance, sorrow, and helplessness in Lin Feng's eyes as she took her leave. Let us not dwell on the peculiarities of that time. I shall escort you back to the palace. Wu Lingyun wished to avoid discussing the events of 5 years prior, for as a powerful woman of the 9 heavens, it would not bode well to have her strength compared to that of a mere mortal from the 1st heaven. Lin Feng felt himself enveloped by a surge of energy, and he, along with his daughters, floated gracefully in midair. His initial impression was of an azure sky, filled with an intoxicating fragrance in the air. Below lay a vast city, stretching endlessly before his gaze, while beneath them was an immense palace spanning over 100 miles. "Daddy, look! That white building is Mother's palace," Xia exclaimed, proudly pointing to a structure within the royal complex. Sirui and Sitian were quick to chime in. "Daddy, our room is over there, the one with the red roof. Daddy, that little house with the garden is mine. I have raised so many adorable little animals there." Hearing his daughter's enthusiastic claims, Lin Feng generously praised, "My little treasures reside in such beautiful houses." Upon receiving their father's commendation, the 3 daughters' eyes sparkled with delight. "Daddy, wait. I'll take you to see our rooms." In a flash of light, they descended into the palace. Once Lin Feng's vision adjusted, he immediately beheld over 100 elegantly attired men and women standing within. Upon sighting Wu Lingyun, they bowed deeply, exclaiming in unison, "Long live the Empress." Wu Lingyun, seated regally on her phoenix chair, gestured for the courtiers to rise and calmly address them. "My esteemed ministers, please be at ease. Allow me to introduce to you my husband, Lin Feng. Commander Han, please escort my husband and the princesses below. I wish to discuss matters of war with the Blue Emperor." "At once," replied a robust man clad in armor, sporting a thick beard. As he approached Lin Feng with respect, "Your Majesty and the 3 little princesses, please follow me." Lin Feng nodded, trailing behind Commander Han with his 3 daughters. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of many eyes, he knew he must maintain his composure in front of his daughters. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng arrived before a grand edifice. Commander Han respectfully said, "Your Majesty, this is the princess's chamber. Please stay here with the little princess. The Empress will join you once she has finished her affairs." "Very well." Lin Feng nodded. Before Commander Han could walk far, Xia tugged him towards the room. "Father, come in quickly. I have something wonderful to show you." Sirui and Siti, not wishing to be left behind, rushed into the room, exclaiming, "I have something too. Don't compete with me. I'll show father first." Seeing his daughters vying for his attention, Lin Feng felt his heart melt. "Please, don't rush. Take your time." Soon, The three daughters surrounded Lin Feng, each holding a small clay figurine, eager to showcase their creations. Father, look, this is the statue I made for you. My sister and sister's creations don't resemble you at all. Mine looks just like you. Humph. Mine looks the most like him. Father, what do you think? Lin Feng watched this scene with a mix of joy and bittersweetness. His daughters had never seen him before and had used clay figures as substitutes. Perhaps they had longed to meet their father. Their adorable antics reinforced Lin Feng's resolve to make up for lost time with them. My three little treasures are all geniuses. Your clay figures bear a striking resemblance to me. Lin Feng generously praised each daughter. Siti, somewhat dissatisfied, tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and pouted. Father, tell us who made the most lifelike one. Sia and Sirui also grabbed his clothing, shaking their little heads and pleading. Yes, Father, tell us whose is the most lifelike. I don't want to be like them. Humph, I don't want to be like you either. Lin Feng realized that unless he named one as the best, his daughters would not relent. He crouched down, scrutinizing each figurine thoughtfully. Sia, your eyes resemble mine. Sirui, your mouth is quite similar. And Siti, your figure resembles mine. Indeed, you are all little geniuses. Upon hearing Lin Feng's differentiated praise, the three daughters joyfully clapped their hands, exclaiming, Oh yay! My eyes look the most like his. My mouth looks the most like his. I am the little genius. My figure resembles Father-S the most. I am the strongest. With a smile playing on his lips, Lin Feng felt that with these three daughters, his future days would no longer be lonely. Ding! You have successfully resolved your daughter's conflict, maintaining the image of a perfect father. Reward, maximum level of Hunyuan Dan technique. Do you accept? Upon hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Can I really receive rewards for this? Accept. With a mere thought, countless memories flooded his mind. Astonishingly, they were skills in alchemy. Detailed records of numerous recipes, properties of medicinal herbs, their functions, methods of concocting elixirs, and more were all meticulously documented. Many pieces of information seemed to be embedded in his muscles, forming memories as if he had studied alchemy for countless years. He could clearly sense that he could easily practice and master all the medicinal concoctions recorded within the Hunyuan Dan technique. What an impressive reward. Chapter 4. Fear not. Yet alleviated, Lin Feng found himself increasingly fond of his three daughters and relished their sharing of their room and toys with him. Before long, Siti clutched her little belly and said, Father, I'm hungry. Sia said, Father, please take us out to buy some delicious food. Recently, Mother took us outside the palace, and there were so many delightful treats. I wish to go again. Simon also tugged at Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, with a tender smile, affectionately ruffled their little heads and replied, What would you like to eat? Father will prepare it for you. Although he was not familiar with the area, he understood the importance of not carelessly wandering about with his daughters, as it might cause trouble for Wu Lingyun. Moreover, with his extraordinary culinary skills, he could craft any dish imaginable. Can Father make candied hawthorn? Siti licked her lips, reminiscing. The sweet and sour taste is simply exquisite. Lin Feng chuckled, Of course. Father can. What else do you wish to eat? Just tell me. I want braised black goose legs and sugar figurines. I desire ice magic crab, clear stewed thunder eagle, and snow spirit beast. Listening to the demands of his three little foodies, Lin Feng felt no pressure. Having mastered top-tier culinary arts and various cooking techniques, he relished the opportunity to create delightful dishes for his daughters. Guided by the trio, he made his way to the kitchen, instructing the staff to prepare the ingredients before personally donning the chef's hat. The three little ones clustered around Lin Feng, chattering excitedly. Wow! Father's cooking movements are so graceful. He truly is our father. It smells so good. I'm already tired of the imperial chef's dishes. Just the scent of Father's cooking makes my mouth water. Father's candied hawthorn looks so beautiful. It seems delicious. Delighted to prepare delicious food for his three adorable daughters, Lin Feng began with the candied hawthorn as an appetizer, serving it to his eager daughters, who were practically drooling. Soon, they erupted in joyous exclamations. It's so delicious. After tasting Father's candied hawthorn, I never want to eat anyone else's. Don't you dare snatch from me. The leftovers are all mine. Siti, the youngest yet possessing a hint of mischief, made Lin Feng chuckle and shake his head. Before long, he heard the system notification chime in his mind. Ding. You have prepared food for your eldest daughter Sia for the first time, rewarding you with the Great Transformation Array, max level. Ding. You have prepared food for your second daughter Simon for the first time, rewarding you with the skill of revitalization, max level. Ding. You have prepared food for your third daughter Siti for the first time, rewarding you with musical mastery, max level. Stunned by the series of notifications, Lin Feng pondered. Can this also yield rewards? These three daughters are truly my little treasures. With a thought, he eagerly accepted the rewards. Great Transformation Array, capable of deriving methods to crack various formations and generating arrays with diverse abilities and powers. Skill of revitalization, a skill derived from the principles of life. Able to heal others by harnessing the power of the heavenly laws. The higher the skill level, the more earthly power can be accessed, enabling one to even restore the dead to life. Musical mastery, proficient in all musical instruments, scores, and sound wave techniques, with the ability to cultivate through musical instruments. With the rewards accepted, Lin Feng's spirit soared. He immediately approached his three little darlings, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. Giggling, "Why did father suddenly kiss me? I like it when father kisses me. Father, I desire another kiss." Lin Feng's heart brimmed with joy, yet he remained mindful of his responsibilities. "My three little treasures are simply adorable. I cannot help but wish to shower you with affection." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, his three daughters danced with delight, exclaiming, "Father thinks I am the cutest." "Nonsense. Clearly, I am the most charming. You all cannot compare to my cuteness." Lin Feng chuckled, his smile wide as he prepared the meal, saying, "All three of my little darlings are adorable. No need to argue. Dinner is soon to be served." Upon hearing that dinner was imminent, the three little ones ceased their quarrel, gazing eagerly at Lin Feng. The sight of those three pairs of bright, dark eyes made Lin Feng feel as though his heart might melt. He hastened his pace and soon set several dishes upon a stone table outside. "All right, my little treasures. Come and savor your father's culinary creations." With Lin Feng's command, the three daughters rushed towards the dishes, soon erupting in praise once more. Meanwhile, a few guards and the royal chef were quietly exchanging whispers nearby. "Brothers, what do you think of our emperor? I find the emperor quite handsome. And judging by the reactions of the princesses, he seems to be quite the chef as well." Previously, the little princesses were very particular about their food. I cannot speak for others, but as the royal chef, I must admit I feel somewhat inferior to the emperor's dishes. Just the colors and aromas exceed my own efforts by far. Surely, a man worthy of the Empress must possess talents beyond mere cooking. Perhaps he is a peerless powerhouse. After all, one's outward appearance can be deceiving. Regardless, we must endear ourselves to this emperor. We cannot afford to offend him. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who was oblivious to the guard's whispers, he gazed at his three daughters with indulgent affection, feeling both joy and guilt within. He lamented not having been able to accompany them during their formative years to relish in familial bliss. A true sense of regret weighed upon him. However, he was grateful that he could still be present to care for them now. "Father, you must eat as well," Sia exclaimed, her little hands greasy and chubby as she tore off a piece of a frosty goose leg and offered it to Lin Feng. Sirui and Sitian, not to be outdone, also placed food into Lin Feng's bowl, insisting, "Father, eat this. You should try this frosty demon crab. Mother said it can improve your constitution. Only with strength can you carry all three of us." Lin Feng felt immense gratification as he accepted the food from his daughters, mumbling vague praises, "My little treasures. You are truly considerate." At that moment, a flash of light appeared beside them, and Wu Lingyun materialized at the stone table. Mother, you must taste the dishes father has prepared. They are exquisite. Mother, try this stewed thunder eagle. The broth is remarkably flavorful." Wu Lingyun, observing the enthusiastic demeanor of her daughters, and then glancing at Lin Feng, asked in surprise, "Did you prepare all of this?" She had never anticipated her daughters would accept this father so readily, nor had she imagined that this mortal could wield such culinary prowess. Just the previous day, she had struggled immensely to ensure her daughters had their meals. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded faintly in acknowledgement. While he cherished his three daughters dearly, it did not equate to forgiving the woman for the transgressions she had committed against him 5 years prior. Although Wu Lingyun possessed extraordinary beauty, he felt that he had not been wronged, yet the lingering fear from that day when he had nearly been drained remained unresolved. Chapter 5. Max Level Inscription. Unbeknownst to Wu Lingyun, Lin Feng harbored his own thoughts. Observing how much her daughters relished the dishes he had prepared, she felt reassured that bringing Lin Feng back was indeed the right decision. As a being of imperial rank, she had long mastered the art of fasting. Thus displaying an air of indifference towards the allure of the sumptuous feast, she gently bent down to her daughters and said, "Mother will not partake. You all enjoy your meal." Upon hearing her refusal, the daughters protested vehemently, extending their greasy little hands to tug at her garments as they urged, "Mother, you must try it. Father's cooking is truly delectable. Indeed, Mother, you must taste the frost scorpion. It is exquisite. How about trying the clear stewed thunder eagle soup? I could lick the plate clean afterward." Seeing the unwavering insistence of her daughters, Wu Lingyun, somewhat resigned, seated herself and remarked, "Then I shall have but a small taste." Her intent was not only to placate her daughters, but also to ascertain the veracity of their claims regarding Lin Feng's culinary skills. She lifted the soup spoon, scooping a spoonful of thunder eagle soup, and delicately sipped it. In an instant, Her eyes lit up, followed by a look of astonishment. Spiritual energy. The soup contained an abundance of rich spiritual energy. Yet, that was not the most astonishing aspect. What truly startled her was the faint presence of the power of laws within the spiritual energy. Though the imperial realm was the pinnacle of strength beneath the 9 heavens, there were numerous powerful figures within it. However, the number of those who could genuinely transcend the imperial realm and enter the sacred realm was scarce throughout the centuries. The primary reason lay in the necessity to comprehend the power of laws. Within the 9 heavens, the power of laws was exceedingly rare, and encountering it was considered a significant fortune. Even as the Empress of the 9 heavens, she could only rely on a semi-sacred artifact, the chaotic golden lotus, to comprehend the power of laws. To use this semi-sacred artifact to break through to the sacred realm would conservatively take her several centuries. Yet, Lin Feng's cuisine embodied the power of laws. Regrettably, the fragments of this power were but a mere handful. If only there were more. Perhaps she could touch the threshold of the sacred realm ahead of time. How is it, mother? Is it delicious? Sia's wide-eyed inquiry interrupted Wu Lingyun's reverie. Regaining her composure, she eagerly nodded and replied, "Delicious, exceedingly delicious. I desire to have another sip." At this, her cheeks flushed slightly. Just moments ago, she had felt disdain for Lin Feng's creations, yet after merely tasting a small spoonful, she found herself deeply captivated. The flavors were unforgettable. Upon hearing her approval, her daughters joyfully began to offer her a variety of dishes, saying, "Mother, do try this. This candied hawthorn is delightful. Here, take it. And this braised black goose leg is simply divine." Initially, Wu Lingyun had merely intended to see if there were any fragments of laws within the dishes. However, upon discovering that every dish contained such fragments, she was left in a state of ecstatic frenzy. She gradually disregarded her demeanor and began to eat voraciously. As the fragments of laws within her body multiplied, she became increasingly aware of the power of these laws, her mind growing clearer, and her understanding of martial arts advancing further. Upon regaining her senses, she realized that the influence she experienced during her descent had nearly dissipated, and her cultivation had significantly improved. If she could indulge in such exquisite dishes daily, perhaps within a century or even less than 10 years, she could touch the threshold of the sacred realm. With this thought, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng. However, upon seeing his expression, she was momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng stood with his mouth agape and eyes bulging, staring at her. Turning around, she found her 3 daughters gazing at her with identical expressions of astonishment. Finally, Wu Lingyun glanced at the empty plates on the table, and reality struck her. She had been so absorbed in the fragments of laws that she had unconsciously devoured all the food. How embarrassing, utterly mortifying. Wu Lingyun's face flushed crimson, and her second daughter, Sitian, burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mother, you didn't leave me any. You're so mean." The second daughter, Sirui, remained silent, but wore an extremely aggrieved expression, her eyes glistening with tears. The eldest daughter, though slightly better, bit her lip, the resentment in her gaze evident for all to see. "I'm so sorry, dear ones, I was simply too hungry," Wu Lingyun stammered, her cheeks ablaze. Seeking to deflect the attention, she pointed at Lin Feng and suggested, "How about your father prepares more?" Upon hearing this, her daughters' expressions brightened, their eyes eagerly fixed on Lin Feng. "I'll go make some right away," he said hastily, turning towards the kitchen. Yet, after taking a few steps, he paused and looked back, asking, "By the way, are you still eating?" Wu Lingyun, her head bowed in embarrassment, could only reluctantly reply, "I'm done. I'm already full. By the way, the Blue Emperor has been quite restless lately. I must personally confront him, so I'll leave the children in your care." Lin Feng, surprised by her mention of battle, did not inquire further but simply nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, I will take good care of our daughters." With that, he turned and headed into the kitchen. Wu Lingyun watched his retreating figure, her heart a swirl of emotions. Is he still harboring resentment towards me? Upon learning of my impending battle, he didn't even express the slightest concern. Alas, he is merely a mortal. Why should I care about his thoughts? With that, she reminded her daughters to behave diligently during her absence and not to cause trouble. By the time Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen, accompanied by a group of attendants bearing an array of dishes, Wu Lingyun had already departed. The 3 daughters, engaged in playful antics, rushed towards Lin Feng upon seeing him. "Father, are you done so soon? What have you made? It smells so good. I want to eat until I burst." Witnessing his daughters captivated by his culinary skills filled Lin Feng with a profound sense of satisfaction. As they sat down together, he continuously reminded them, "Sitian, eat slowly. Don't bite your tongue. Sia, be careful, it's hot. Do not rush to drink. My dear, allow your father to cool it for you." Lin Feng gently advised as he blew on the freshly prepared soup for Sirui. With a blissful expression, Sirui inquired, "Father, I truly wish we could indulge in your delightful cooking every single day." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng replied, "Then I shall make it so. As long as you all enjoy it." The daughters erupted in delight, exclaiming in unison, "Oh, that is wonderful. We will be able to savor our father's exquisite dishes every day." One added, "At this rate, we will surely become plump little girls. And you must not shun us then." "No, I refuse to be a chubby girl. I shall not eat anymore," Sia exclaimed, genuinely setting down her chopsticks. Lin Feng quickly reassured her, "Fear not, my dear, for anything your father prepares will never cause you to gain weight." He possessed unwavering confidence in his culinary skills, adeptly balancing nutrition and flavor. Indeed, hearing this, the three daughters burst into joy, with Sia expressing her admiration. "Father, you are the best and most remarkable father in the world." Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, he was interrupted by an alert from the system in his mind. Ding. Your eldest daughter admires you, and you have achieved maximum inscription level. Before he could revel in this newfound achievement, another notification chimed. Ding. Your second daughter admires you, and you have attained maximum level in painting. Ding. Your third daughter admires you, and you have acquired the supreme beast tamer's divine art. Upon hearing these notifications, Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy. Although he had traversed into this world, blending his memories of classic literature and poetry into a cultured persona, he was acutely aware of his deficiencies in calligraphy. As for painting, he could scarcely manage a simple figure, only able to sketch out heads, bodies, and limbs. Yet, the mere admiration of his daughters elevated him to the status of a painting master. The beast tamer's divine art was equally extraordinary, allowing the taming of various spirit beasts and wild animals, with success rates increasing alongside his own strength. Unable to contain his affection, he embraced each daughter, planting kisses upon them, exclaiming, "My precious ones, your father loves you all the more." The daughters, caught off guard by this sudden display of paternal love, erupted into giggles. While the guards discreetly safeguarding them exchanged murmurs, the emperor shares such a deep bond with the princesses. Indeed, had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed the emperor just met with the little princesses. Even the mischievous third princess is utterly obedient to the emperor. He truly possesses remarkable skills. Of course, without such prowess, how could the empress have chosen him? Once the daughters had their fill, Lin Feng observed their greasy hands and faces and chuckled. "You should go wash up, it is getting late, and after your baths, retire early." The eldest daughter, Sia, promptly stated, "I want father to help me wash." Sitian tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, pleading, "I want father to help me wash too. Mother used to help us, but now that she is gone, please assist us." Father. Looking at his three adorable daughters, undeterred by their messiness, Lin Feng embraced Sitian and planted a kiss on her cheek, smiling as he said, "Very well. I shall assist you in your wash." Sirui promptly grasped his hand, speaking as they walked. "Father, come with me. I shall lead you to the spiritual spring." Lin Feng followed his two daughters, holding Siti in his arms, and soon they arrived at a cluster of artificial mountains enveloped by layers of intricate formations. Siyu produced a jade tablet from around her neck and gently tapped it against a large stone, causing a passageway to emerge from the rocky facade. Lin Feng silently nodded in appreciation. The isolation formation was quite well crafted, possessing both defensive capabilities and a gathering function for spiritual energy. As the four entered the passage, the entrance closed automatically behind them, revealing a vast, steaming pool of water before Lin Feng's eyes. "Father, this is where we bathe. We used to come here often with mother. However, she has said she no longer requires bathing, so we frequently come here by ourselves," Siyu explained, with Sui eagerly adding, "Father, shall we bathe together?" Lin Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment and tactfully replied, "Today, father will assist you with your bathing. You must be obedient." After much persuasion, he finally convinced his three daughters to enter the water and play independently. The three girls, well acquainted with the surroundings, frolicked joyfully in the water. As Lin Feng surveyed the formations and the spring water, he quickly discerned its extraordinary nature. The hot spring was not merely ordinary water heated by formations. It contained the rare weaving flame spiritual spring. Drawing upon his memories from the Book of All Spirits, he recognized that the weaving flame spiritual spring was incredibly precious. Primarily utilized in the lower three heavens for forging high-grade weapons, concocting elixirs, or serving as a medicinal catalyst for treating ailments related to cold properties. Even a single drop could incite fierce competition among many. Even in the fourth, fifth, and sixth heavens, the weaving flame's spiritual spring was a highly coveted entity. A small vial could be exchanged for an entire set of advanced cultivation techniques. To his astonishment, an entire pool existed here, merely for bathing. If practitioners from the lower heavens were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly exclaim at such extravagant waste. The temperature of the weaving flame's spiritual spring approached 100 degrees. An ordinary person would surely find such heat unbearable. However, the three daughters, accustomed to being tempered by various medicinal materials since childhood, and having even cultivated to the body refinement stage, were able to swim freely in such warmth. Regular bathing in the weaving flame's spiritual spring could strengthen their bodies, alleviate fatigue, and accelerate their cultivation within the body refinement stage. As Lin Feng pondered, the system's prompt resounded in his mind. Ding. You have assisted your eldest daughter in bathing for the first time, earning a breakthrough pill. Ding. You have assisted your second daughter in bathing for the first time, earning Imperial Realm cultivation. Ding. You have assisted your youngest daughter in bathing for the first time, earning the teleportation divine ability. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that helping his daughters bathe would yield rewards. He promptly reviewed the details. Breakthrough pill. Upon use, it increases the success rate of transcending realms. Ineffective beyond the saint level. Teleportation divine ability. Mastery over space allows you to swiftly teleport within a certain range, with distance increasing alongside strength. Upon seeing these rewards, Lin Feng's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. If only I had met my daughters sooner. He accepted the rewards, and with a mere thought, they were bestowed upon him. The Imperial Realm cultivation caused the meridian cells of his otherwise untrained body to undergo a complete reorganization. Within the Dantian, a surge of formidable spiritual energy rapidly permeated, and the sea of consciousness was developed and continuously expanded. The realm of invincibility extended from a mere 10 feet around him to a radius of 100 feet, while his teleportation distance increased from 100 meters to an astonishing 10,000 meters. By the time he regained his composure, he had transformed into a formidable emperor-level powerhouse. The overwhelming sense of strength instigated a transformation in his mindset. Although Wu Lingyun was the mother of his children, Lin Feng often felt a pang of inferiority in her presence. However, now he no longer harbored any feelings of shame or timidity. After bathing, Lin Feng led his daughters outside the formation, and the little ones were still reluctant to part. Daddy, I want you to help me wash in the future. Me too. I want Daddy to help me wash when I grow up. Lin Feng quickly responded, My dears, once you grow up, you must wash by yourselves. Why? They queried. Because when you grow up, Daddy can no longer help you with that. Lin Feng refrained from elaborating, knowing they would understand in due time. As they conversed, they had already stepped out of the passage. At that very moment, as they exited the formation, a fierce wave of spiritual energy surged toward Lin Feng and his three daughters. Lin Feng's expression shifted, and he promptly activated his realm of invincibility. Within this realm, the two attacking artifacts were laid bare, a mid-grade heavenly tier demon sword and a superior grade heavenly tier artifact, the Rainflower Needles. The might of these artifacts was immense, and their sudden assault posed a grave threat. Even an emperor-level powerhouse could fall victim if caught off guard. Lin Feng snorted coldly, immobilizing the two artifacts, rendering them incapable of advancing an inch. Seeking death, those who dared to harm his daughters, regardless of their identity or motives, would not escape his wrath. With a swift motion, the two artifacts disintegrated into powder. His daughters, wide-eyed and innocent, sensed no danger whatsoever. Lin Feng's consciousness expanded outward, and he swiftly detected two figures resembling guards 100 feet away, their expressions shifting as they prepared to flee. Daring to lay hands on my daughters and thinking to escape? He chuckled coldly, then flashed forward in an instant. Chapter 7. The Panga Dharma form Lin Feng appeared before the two guards, instilling terror within their very souls. You dare to lay a hand on my daughters? Are you courting death? The realm of invincibility enveloped them, rendering them immobile, their spiritual power bound. Why you're so powerful? One guard gasped in fear, realizing that they had no chance to flee. Enough with the idle talk. Tell me, who sent you? Lin Feng's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. We acted on our own to target the young princess. The older guard declared defiantly. You may kill us. Kill you? Lin Feng scoffed, and with a mere thought, the guard's flesh was gradually torn apart. He wished to scream, but found himself unable to utter a sound, as his limbs were reduced to mere bones. Lin Feng waved his hand, setting him ablaze. The guard's face reddened, veins bulging, as he emitted a horrific wail from his throat. Lin Feng's voice remained icy as he pressed. Do you still refuse to speak? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng swiftly released some of the restraints upon him, and the man eagerly exclaimed, It is the Blue Emperor who sent us. Please spare us, Emperor. The mention of the Blue Emperor caused Lin Feng's brow to furrow. Wu Lingyun had previously spoken of a conflict with him. According to the records in the Book of All Spirits, there are 5 human kingdoms in the 9 heavens: Dongxing Kingdom, Xiang Kingdom, Nanhua Kingdom, Beibing Kingdom, in the central Zhongzhou kingdom. The Blue Emperor, known as Lan Chongli, had broken through to the imperial realm a millennium ago and became the sovereign of the Nanhua kingdom. Wu Lingyun, on the other hand, had ascended as the Empress of Dongxing Kingdom a few years prior. These two kingdoms have been ancient adversaries, embroiled in ceaseless warfare for millennia. Should a conflict arise between them, it would be unfortunate if Dongxing were to falter. At least the outcome would be determined on the battlefield. However, the audacity of the Blue Emperor to send agents into the palace of Dongxing, seeking to harm his own daughter, was something Lin Feng could not tolerate. The Blue Emperor. Is it? I shall remember that. With a resounding boom, the two guards within his invincible domain were reduced to mere dust. At that moment, a group of guards rushed in, shouting, "Emperor, what has transpired?" "Nothing of consequence. You may all withdraw," Lin Feng replied indifferently, before hastening towards his three daughters. Upon his return, the three girls immediately approached him, chattering excitedly. "Father, what were those two flames that rushed towards us? I barely caught a glimpse before they vanished. Where did you go? Why did you suddenly disappear? Are you performing magic? I want to learn too." Lin Feng knelt down, affectionately ruffling their little heads. "When you grow a bit older, I shall teach you, all right? But for now, the day is drawing to a close. Let us rest early." Children's attention is indeed easily diverted, and upon hearing the word rest, Sia piped up, "Father, I want you to sleep with me. I want you to stay with me too." "Me too. All right. All right. Tonight I shall accompany you all to sleep." Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. He had yet to lull his daughters to sleep, and he did not wish to be an unqualified father. Leading the three girls to the sleeping quarters arranged by Wu Lingyun, he found the room spacious and the bed ample. As soon as the three girls leaped onto the bed, they began to frolic and tumble. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's heart swelled with paternal love. "Father, I want to hear a story." The youngest, Sitian, suddenly ceased her play and gazed at Lin Feng earnestly. Lin Feng was quite adept at storytelling. After all, he had once made a living by weaving tales in the first heaven. Thus, he readily nodded. "Very well, if you all behave. I shall narrate the journey to the west." Before long, Lin Feng reclined on the bed, with his youngest daughter resting atop him, while Sia and Sirui lay beside him. Attentively listening to the tale, Lin Feng spoke for an entire hour, and rather than lulling them to sleep, his daughters became more spirited, frequently interjecting with inquiries. "Father, is Sun Wukong the same as the Monkey King? How else could he be so powerful? Father, compared to Sun Wukong, who is stronger? Father, this Zhu Beiji is so amusing. I wish to have a pet pig like him." The barrage of questions from the three little ones made Lin Feng break into a cold sweat, as he grappled with how to provide suitable answers. Though he had endeavored to adapt his background and strength to be comprehensible within this world, his three daughters were still quite young and unable to grasp so much. "Well, that shall be all for today. It is time for bed. As long as you behave, dear ones, I shall regale you with tales every night." Lin Feng concluded his story and promptly commanded a rest. The three daughters, though somewhat reluctant, obediently settled down to sleep. Perhaps due to their exhaustion, it was not long before soft snores escaped their lips. Ding! You have narrated a story to your daughters for the first time and received the reward of the Pangadharma form. Will you accept? A sudden notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind, causing him to pause in surprise. Is the Dharma form not something only those of the Unity realm can possess? To think that with his mere Emperor realm cultivation, he could acquire the Pangadharma form. Accept! With a mere thought, an overwhelming and regal aura radiated from his being. However, this presence was ephemeral, failing to rouse his daughters. He closed his eyes and immediately perceived the function and application of the Dharma form. In a sense, the Dharma form was akin to a doppelganger. Yet, this was a spiritual doppelganger, devoid of physicality. The Dharma form not only significantly enhanced combat power and defense, but could also manifest as a spiritual entity or divine soul for attack, regardless of strength or spiritual awareness. Anything weaker than Lin Feng's Pangadharma form would be utterly crushed. Even a formidable adversary from the Unity realm would not necessarily match Lin Feng in a confrontation of Dharma forms. The most terrifying aspect of the Dharma form was its secondary function, separation. As long as Lin Feng pinpointed an opponent and issued a command, the Dharma form could detach and pursue the enemy, capable of covering distances of several hundred miles. This was still constrained by his current strength. Should he reach the Unity realm, he could chase adversaries across tens of thousands of miles. In essence, within the entire nine heavens, Lin Feng had become an invincible presence. To think that lulling his daughters to sleep could yield such a reward, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. His three little treasures were indeed his lucky stars. Now that he had attained the Emperor realm, he could go days and nights without sleep and remain unfazed. He quietly watched over his daughters, growing fonder with each passing moment, his paternal love swelling within him. In the southern wilderness kingdom, within the imperial palace's side hall, the Blue Emperor, Lin Feng, donned in his dragon robe, bore a deep gaze, his fair complexion ablaze with fury. 2 useless fools, and not a single girl was harmed in the ambush. In the room, several officials, clad in formal attire, shrank back, silenced by fear. Wang Menghe, is this all the information we have? Lin Feng inquired of an elderly man with a long beard, the Minister of Military Affairs for the Southern Wilderness Kingdom, who had arranged for the undercover agent in the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Wang Menghe realized the Blue Emperor was on the verge of exploding with rage. Yet he could only relay the truth. Your Majesty, the intelligence from that side is exceedingly scarce. The last image transmitted from the void crystal depicted a remarkably handsome young man, but the transmission was swiftly interrupted. Can you ascertain this young man's identity? It has been determined. He is Lin Feng, the husband that Wu Lingyun brought back from the first heaven. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The first heaven was a realm severely lacking in spiritual resources, where even those at the spirit realm were considered exceptional warriors. How could Lin Feng possibly annihilate 2 individuals at the heart-refining realm in an instant? This subject is uncertain, but I dare to conjecture that Lin Feng possesses a formidable treasure. However, no matter how powerful a treasure may be, it cannot unleash its full potential in the hands of one lacking in strength. Lin Feng interrupted Wang Menghe, bellowing, Shadow Guard. At your service. A phantom figure materialized before Lin Feng, kneeling on one knee with cupped fists at the ready. Although that girl, Wu Lingyun, had only recently broken through to the Imperial realm, her half-saint artifact, the Chaos Golden Lotus, would be difficult to contend with. This time, she was leading the charge personally. We must disturb her mental state. I shall bestow upon you a treasure. You will personally eliminate Wu Lingyun's husband and 3 daughters. Ensure you seize the right opportunity. At least take down one. Understood. Upon finishing his command, Lin Feng retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper from his storage ring. The paper bore crimson runes that exuded a terrifying aura of death, causing everyone in the room to break into a sweat. Wang Menghe gasped, Your Majesty, is this not the Hellfire Talisman gifted by the ancestors of the 10th heaven? It is said to be a super weapon capable of instant annihilation for those below the Great Saint level and severely injuring even Great Saints. Lin Feng was exceedingly pleased with the reactions of those present. He nodded slightly. Indeed. This is the Hellfire Talisman bestowed upon us by the ancestors of the 10th heaven a century ago. With the Shadow Guard strength combined with this talisman, we will surely eliminate Wu Lingyun's husband and daughters. Once the Shadow Guard succeeds, Wu Lingyun will undoubtedly be thrown into chaos upon learning the news. And we shall seize the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault. Wang Menghe, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Your Majesty, why not use the Hellfire Talisman directly against Wu Lingyun? Foolish. Lin Feng scolded sharply. Do you think that girl has no trump cards? Furthermore, given her Chaos Golden Lotus, this Hellfire Talisman may not even harm her, at most. It would only severely damage her half-saint artifact. Wang Menghe hurriedly bowed. I apologize for my ignorance. Your Majesty is wise. Lin Feng did not pursue the matter further and addressed the Shadow Guard. Go forth and execute your task with precision when you deliver good news. It will mark the time for our grand assault. Understood. I take my leave. With that, the Shadow Guard's forms swiftly faded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wang Menghe, seeking to alleviate the recent awkwardness, immediately began to flatter. Your Majesty's plans are indeed thorough. The Shadow Guard's unique abilities, coupled with the Hellfire Talisman, will certainly ensure the demise of Wu Lingyun's closest kin. Enough with the flattery. What news from Wu Lingyun? Lin Feng inquired as he settled back into his dragon throne. His demeanor unhurried. Your Majesty, Wu Lingyun appears to be fully prepared this time. She seems intent on engaging us in a decisive battle. Currently, the morale of the Eastern Rising Nation is high, making it unwise for us to engage in battle. Even if we triumph, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. Very well, let us wait for the Shadow Guard's report. Understood. The following morning, Lin Feng had yet to rise. His 3 daughters awakened one after another, rubbing their sleepy eyes, and soon cheerfully exclaimed, Father, you are awake too? Father, I had such a delightful sleep last night, exclaimed the little one, her eyes sparkling with joy. I am hungry. Lin Feng promptly rose, bestowing affectionate kisses upon his daughters, and with a cheerful smile declared, Come, dear ones. I shall prepare a feast for you. Oh, Father is going to make delicious food again. The 3 daughters cheered in unison, eagerly pulling Lin Feng towards the door. With his own hands, Lin Feng crafted a sumptuous breakfast, a veritable feast that tantalized the senses and was nutritionally balanced, leaving his daughters with round little bellies. Father, I'm so full. Can we go play outside the palace? Sitian, satisfied and content, climbed onto Lin Feng's lap, seeking his affection. Noticing the eager expressions on Sia and Sirui's faces, he nodded and replied, Very well, I shall take you out to play. Previously, he had harbored concerns about causing trouble for Wu Lingyun, but today, he felt no such trepidation. With his current strength, no one could harm his daughters. Upon hearing their father's consent, the three girls erupted in joyous cheers. Xia tugged at Lin Feng's robe, saying, "Father, I wish to visit the beast forest." Sirui and Sitian's eyes sparkled with excitement as they chimed in, "I want to go too. The beast forest has so many beautiful little creatures. Father, I want to mount." Lin Feng, unable to deny his daughter's wishes, nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall take you to the beast forest." Having made his decision, he summoned the guards and arranged for their journey to the beast forest. Upon learning of Lin Feng's intentions, Captain Han, clad in black armor, expressed his concerns. "Your Majesty, the beast forest is far away, and with the Empress and the Blue Emperor currently embroiled in battle, it is perilous for us to leave the Eastern Rising Kingdom without caution." Lin Feng interrupted with a calm demeanor. "Captain Han, there is no need for concern. I can protect my daughters." "Very well, I shall make the arrangements." Captain Han turned to leave, discreetly messaging the Empress about Lin Feng's plans to take the three princesses to the beast forest before organizing their departure. Before long, a jade carriage drawn by three golden-winged rock birds was prepared. The golden-winged rock, a sixth-tier flying beast, was commonly used for travel by those of significant power. Thus it did not attract undue attention. Lin Feng understood Captain Han's apprehensions about being too conspicuous and potentially drawing enemy attention, and he silently acknowledged the captain's meticulous care. As they boarded the jade carriage, the golden-winged rock soared into the sky, with Captain Han and over 100 guards on their green-winged birds trailing behind. However, Sitian pouted, "Captain Han is so annoying, he is following us again." Xia and Sirui echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, he will surely restrict our fun along the way. I do not want him to accompany us. Father, please ask Captain Han to return." Seeing his daughter's displeasure towards Captain Han, Lin Feng chuckled softly, wishing to enjoy an uninterrupted day of fun with his daughters. He called out to Captain Han at the rear of the carriage, "Captain Han, I am taking my daughters out to play. You need not follow us. But your Majesty, do not worry, I can protect my daughters." With that, Lin Feng discreetly channeled his spiritual energy, and the carriage surged forward, soaring through the skies. The swiftness was so extraordinary that even the majestic golden-winged rock, originally meant to pull the carriage, could not keep pace and was instead drawn along in flight by the jade palanquin. Commander Han, with wide eyes, was at a loss to comprehend how Lin Feng accomplished such a feat. Nevertheless, as the spouse of the Empress and the father of the princesses, Han dared not disregard Lin Feng's words. His expression shifted, ultimately leading him to send another message to the Empress, informing her of Lin Feng's request for the absence of attendance. Chapter 9. The Great Array of Da Yin. The entirety of the Eastern Rising Empire sprawled across hundreds of miles, with the imperial city alone encompassing vast territories. Above the imperial city lay a restricted flying zone, accessible only to those of notable status or on official missions. The sight of three golden-winged rocks pulling the jade palanquin inevitably attracted considerable attention. Within the palanquin, Lin Feng engaged in playful antics with his daughters, having issued commands to the golden-winged rocks, thus freeing himself from worry. After several hours of flight, the golden-winged rocks finally descended at the periphery of a massive forest. Outside the beast forest, numerous individuals awaited. Some were prepared to venture in for training, others were influential figures nurturing their protégés, and some simply aimed to hunt spiritual beasts for their precious cores and materials. Upon seeing the golden-winged rocks, many began to observe discreetly, speculating about the arrival of which powerful faction. As the palanquin door opened, onlookers beheld a strikingly handsome man emerge, followed by three almost identical, exquisitely crafted little girls resembling porcelain dolls. "Father, this is the beast forest. I've heard there are shape-shifting beasts inside. Can you capture one for me as a mount?" Sitian exclaimed excitedly upon stepping out, her words sending shivers through the crowd. A shape-shifting beast possessed strength comparable to that of an emperor. Moreover, such beasts of the same tier often surpassed human cultivators in prowess. At times, even a dozen humans might struggle to slay a beast of equal rank. While capturing lower-tier beasts might pose little concern, inciting a high-tier beast could spell disaster, leaving few capable of escape. Yet, what did this little girl say? She wished for a shape-shifting beast to serve as her mount? Many spectators had already begun to speculate that this young and handsome father would surely enlighten her about the terror of such beasts and advise her to opt for a lower-tier creature. However, what followed left them utterly astonished. Lin Feng knelt down, affectionately ruffling Sitian's hair, and replied, "All right, my darling, since you desire it so. Your father shall surely find you a shape-shifting beast as your mount." Upon hearing his words, numerous individuals rolled their eyes in disbelief. What a foolhardy notion! Even if this young man possessed imperial-level cultivation, taming a shape-shifting beast was a task far more daunting than vanquishing one. Moreover, this was the beast forest, where few had ventured deep within. Who could fathom the number of shape-shifting beasts lurking inside? Thus, Lin Feng appeared to many as arrogant, even somewhat foolish. Perhaps some powerful beasts were already observing these individuals from the shadows, and his declaration was bound to reach the ears of high-tier beasts, eventually reported to the supreme entities within. In certain respects, Lin Feng had unwittingly become a target of animosity among the beasts. Many unconsciously distanced themselves from Lin Feng and his daughters, fearing that they might be mistaken for his accomplices by the monstrous beasts. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed. While Sitian exuberantly exclaimed, "Yea, I knew Daddy was the best. I want a colossal beast that looks majestic as my steed." Upon hearing this, Sia chimed in, "Daddy, I desire a beautiful beast as my mount. I want one that can fly. You must help me tame one." Without hesitation, Lin Feng nodded in agreement to his daughter's wishes. "All right, Daddy will grant you both your desires." The onlookers, all cultivators, regarded Lin Feng and his daughters with incredulity, as if they were fools. Do they think that transforming beasts are mere wild animals? Do they believe they can capture as many as they wish? Furthermore, Lin Feng was alone, accompanied by 3 children. Even with his imperial cultivation, such audacity was unfathomable. Unperturbed by the gazes of those around him, Lin Feng turned to a few golden-winged dupangs, reached out to gather several small stones, and scattered them around the majestic birds. Some knowledgeable cultivators immediately widened their eyes in astonishment. A formation. This young man nonchalantly arranged a few stones into a formation. Was he being overly presumptuous? As Lin Feng ventured into the forest with his 3 daughters, several bold cultivators approached the vicinity of the golden-winged dupangs. "Master Sun, can you discern what formation this is?" inquired an elder clad in a green robe, bowing slightly to a middle-aged man wielding a sword. This middle-aged man was Sun Xinghai, the leader of the Lingxian sect. Renowned for their mastery of formations and inscriptions, a second-tier sect within 1,000 miles. As he was questioned, he began to scrutinize the stone arrangement earnestly. Initially, he appeared rather casual, but soon, his expression transformed into one of profound shock. How can this be? Is this truly a formation set with ordinary stones? As more and more cultivators gathered nearby, hearing his exclamation, one could not contain their curiosity and hastily inquired, "Master Sun, please do not keep us in suspense. What formation is this?" Without waiting for Sun Xinghai to respond, an impatient individual rushed toward the golden-winged dupangs, muttering, "What does it matter what formation it is? They are merely ordinary stones. Can they really impede us?" "Stop!" Sun Xinghai exclaimed in alarm, attempting to intervene. Yet it was too late. The brash individual had already stepped onto one of the formation stones. With a hum, the stone emitted a beam of azure light, hurtling toward the approaching man. Clearly not an ordinary foe, he immediately enveloped himself in a layer of escaping light, confident that his pinnacle spirit realm cultivation would shield him from harm. But in the next moment, his movements froze. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, his outstretched foot abruptly severed from his body, as if cleaved by a razor-sharp blade. Before anyone could utter a gasp, his form began to disintegrate. Limbs, head, a living being, a peak spirit realm master, even with protective escaping light, was annihilated in an instant. What kind of formation is this? Many gasped in horror, feeling their limbs turn cold and their hands and feet tingle. "Master Sun, what on earth is this formation?" A young man swallowed hard, looking towards Sun Xinghai with trepidation. Sun Xinghai let out a sigh, seemingly paying tribute to the recently deceased. Before his voice trembled as he inquired, "Have you heard of the Dine formation?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unaware of what this formation entailed. It was no surprise. Many among them lacked understanding of formations, so how could they know of the Dine formation? An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, emerged from the back of the crowd, expressing astonishment. "The Dine formation? The one said to be able to unravel all formations? Wasn't it claimed to have been lost a millennium ago?" Sun Xinghai nodded and replied, "Initially, I was uncertain, but aside from the Dine formation, what other formation could harness the power of heaven and earth with just a few ordinary stones, sustaining itself endlessly?" Noticing the lingering skepticism in their eyes, he patiently elaborated. "The Dine formation is not merely about breaking all formations. I once encountered a description of it in an ancient text. A master of the Dine formation could create formidable arrays using ordinary stones, leaves, or even food. Its most terrifying aspect is its ability to sustain itself. While ordinary formations require constant maintenance, and their power diminishes or vanishes when spiritual energy wanes, the Dine formation operates through the strength of the heavenly principles. Moreover, the longer it endures, the greater its power. At this revelation, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, all eyes turning toward the direction where Lin Feng and the others had vanished. Just who was that extraordinarily beautiful man? Chapter 10. Do you still desire it? Lin Feng led his 3 daughters toward the beast forest, their spirits high as they joyfully bounced along. Along the way, many cultivators engaged in training or adventuring within cast curious glances at the father-daughter trio, but Lin Feng paid them no mind. Having reached the Emperor realm, he encountered neither formidable beasts nor powerful cultivators. His daughters busied themselves picking wild fruits and playing hide and seek, thoroughly enjoying their outing. Lin Feng proceeded at a leisurely pace, delving deeper into the beast forest without haste. Gradually, the number of people dwindled, and within the range of his spiritual awareness, the presence of wild beasts diminished, giving way to the more formidable demon beasts. The strength of these demon beasts far surpassed that of ordinary beasts, as they began to form demon cores, significantly enhancing their speed, defense, and attack power. Most cultivators venturing into the demon beast territory were there for training or to acquire demon cores, thus their prowess was considerably higher than those on the periphery. Father, look! That flower is so beautiful, Sirui exclaimed, seemingly having discovered something wondrous. Lin Feng scanned the area with his spiritual sense and quickly identified it. Approaching with a smile, he remarked, "Why, it's a snake-sloughing flower. Ruier, you truly are remarkable." Upon hearing her father's praise, Sirui beamed with pride, declaring, "Of course. I have an impressive father." Sia and Sirui, feeling competitive, chimed in, "No way. I also want to find something wonderful to impress father. I'm sure I can discover something even better than the snake-sloughing flower." Observing his daughter's spirited reactions, Lin Feng generously commended, "My precious daughters are all exceptional. I am certain you will find something even more extraordinary." With that, he prepared to collect the snake-sloughing flower. Possessing top-tier alchemical skills, he had a profound understanding of the properties and characteristics of each medicinal herb. The gathering of medicinal herbs is an art in itself, with various plants requiring distinct techniques for harvesting. Otherwise, their medicinal properties may be compromised. Just as he was about to begin plucking the herbs, a sudden voice rang out, "Halt!" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, and then with a half-smile, he turned his gaze toward the direction of the voice. Several streaks of light swiftly approached, soon appearing beside Lin Feng and his daughters. There were 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman, their ages ranging from their 20s to 50s. However, in the realm of cultivators, one cannot ascertain age merely by outward appearance. "What do you mean?" Lin Feng inquired playfully, as his daughters instinctively gathered closer to him. One of the men, clad in a black robe and sporting a beard, clasped his fists and said, "Sir, would you be so kind as to part with the snake flower? We can exchange it for spirit stones." No sooner had he finished speaking than an elderly man with a goatee drew his sword and exclaimed, "Brother, why waste time being polite? We outnumber him. Let us just seize it." The black-robed man quickly turned around and shouted, "Silence! We are not rogues. What are we to snatch?" He then turned back to Lin Feng, offering a forced smile and saying, "Brother, could you kindly part with it?" "Absolutely not," Lin Feng replied coolly, forming a seal with his hands to envelop the snake flower. The faces of the middle-aged men shifted dramatically, and those behind him immediately began to communicate telepathically. "Brother, he appears frail and is accompanied by 3 young girls. What do we have to fear? Indeed, brother, with just a word from you, we can all attack and erase any trace." Enough. This man dares to bring 3 young girls into the beast territory. He must possess some capabilities, and we cannot afford to be careless. Besides, I cannot discern his cultivation level. If he turns out to be a master, we could all perish. Cultivation levels can indeed be concealed, brother. Just as they were exchanging thoughts, a sudden roar echoed, startling them greatly. Hearing the roar, Sia and the others hurriedly moved closer to Lin Feng, forcing him to halt his actions. Soon, the ground trembled, trees were uprooted, and a colossal figure emerged before them. "Humans, leave my domain, or face death." The beast spoke with human words. It was the spirit beast, Ironbacked Songbear. The faces of the middle-aged men paled simultaneously as they swiftly drew their weapons in defense. The hierarchy of beasts is categorized into wild beasts, demon beasts, spirit beasts, divine beasts, and sacred beasts. The weakest are wild beasts, which are little more than sustenance for humans. Demon beasts possess slightly greater power, but even a 9th-tier demon beast can only match the capabilities of a heart refinement realm cultivator. Some demon beasts, through fortunate encounters or unique bloodlines, may speak human language or take on human form early, thus qualifying as spirit beasts. Although they may have the potential to reach imperial cultivation, it does not inherently mean they are formidable. Divine beasts, however, are subject to very strict bloodline requirements, such as dragons and phoenixes, which possess immense power from birth. Below the 9 heavens, sacred beasts do not exist, while dragons and phoenixes are merely royal mounts in the 9 heavens. Their appearances in the lower realms are objects of worship for many who would not dare to desecrate them. Now, confronted by a bear with iron-like fur that could articulate human speech, the 5 middle-aged men were exceedingly tense. Unable to contain herself, Sitian, hiding behind Lin Feng, exclaimed, "Father, this clumsy bear is quite unsightly, and its voice is rather grating." Upon hearing her words, the ironback bear bared its teeth and roared, "Human cub, you seek death." As it spoke, it crouched low, an aura of energy swirling around it. A faint silhouette resembling a robust man emerged, seemingly poised to pounce on Sitian. At that moment, the expressions of the middle-aged men shifted dramatically, and one stammered, This is actually a peak-level spirit beast of the heart refinement realm. With just one more step, it could transform and attain the cultivation of an emperor. At least you possess some knowledge," the ironback bear snorted disdainfully, lunging towards Lin Feng and the others. Seeking death? Lin Feng's eyes widened as he instantly unleashed his invincible domain. The bear, just as it was about to reach them, froze midair, unable to move. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Lin Feng waved his hand, sending the ironback bear hurtling backward. It crashed through trees, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. "Yay, father is amazing. Father is the best. Clumsy bear, come catch me." Sia and the others clapped in delight. While Sitian cheekily made a face at the distant bear, Lin Feng smiled, ready to speak, when he heard several system prompts in his mind. Ding. You have successfully protected your 3 daughters. Reward: Qilin Armor X1, Soul-Destroying Arrows X10. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected rewards and promptly examined them. Qilin Armor, a high-grade defensive spiritual treasure that can adjust its size according to the user's physique, capable of withstanding all attacks below the Emperor realm. Soul-Destroying Arrow, a high-grade offensive spiritual treasure that can launch a mental attack on the target. When used in groups of 10, it can effortlessly obliterate the consciousness of a great Sage Realm powerhouse. Seeing these 2 rewards brought Lin Feng immense satisfaction. Though with only one defensive treasure, he found it difficult to decide which daughter should receive it. He turned to the middle-aged men and smiled, asking, "Do you still wish to acquire this snake flower?" Chapter 11. The Beastly Forest. Witnessing Lin Feng effortlessly vanquish a peak-level spirit beast of the heart refinement realm nearly terrified the men into submission. They no longer dared to request anything from him. "And no, senior, you misunderstand. We do not require it," they stuttered in fear. However, Sitian, holding her head high, indignantly retorted, Just now, you clearly wanted to seize our snake flower." With that, the men fell to their knees, frantically bowing in supplication. "Senior, please spare us. We only harbored such thoughts, but we did not act." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Go retrieve the demon core from the ironback bear, and that shall suffice to atone for your sins." "Thank you, senior." The men felt a weight lift off their shoulders and hurried towards the fallen ironback bear. Faced with Lin Feng, a figure of unfathomable depth, they dared not entertain any thoughts of escape. The elder who had previously considered acting against them now held deep admiration for the bearded man, had he not been cautious. Their fate would not differ much from that of the ironback bear. Lin Feng turned away, swiftly harvesting the snake flower, sealing it, and placing it within his system pouch. At this moment, several individuals with beards had successfully arrived, clutching a demon core the size of a fist. The core emanated a rich spiritual aura, eliciting a sense of greed among them, although they dared not entertain any impure thoughts. "Elder, we have brought the demon core." One of the bearded men respectfully presented it before Lin Feng. Lin Feng extended his hand, drawing the core into his grasp. Gazing at the core that radiated a golden-brown glow, he calmly stated, "You may leave now." "Thank you, Elder." The group promptly bowed in gratitude before scurrying away in haste. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Feng turned to his 3 daughters and inquired, "My dear daughters, would you like to indulge in roasted bear paws?" Sia's eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Father, are you going to make us roasted bear paws? I want to eat. But is that clumsy bear's paw going to taste good?" Sitian expressed her disdain, seemingly uninterested. Lin Feng led them toward the carcass of the iron-backed song bear, explaining, "Sitian, do not be deceived by the bear's unappealing appearance. It is a treasure trove, especially its paws, which are delicious and highly nutritious." Upon hearing this, Sitian finally displayed a glimmer of anticipation, saying, "Then I shall taste it when you prepare it, father." Lin Feng approached the iron-backed song bear's body and, with a gesture, levitated it into the air. He then carefully skinned and separated the bear's 4 limbs, ultimately bringing a hefty paw before him. With one hand cradling the paw in midair, he beckoned to the surroundings, summoning an array of branches and unknown herbs that flew toward him. In the next moment, He flicked his hand, igniting the branches into a roaring flame. Without the need for tools, the paw automatically rotated over the fire, while the herbs enveloped it entirely. "Father, what are these herbs for?" Sia inquired curiously, pointing at the herbs atop the paw. Lin Feng smiled gently and replied, "These are all seasonings. Soon, you will be able to savor their aroma." The three little ones exhibited eager expressions, some leaning against Lin Feng, others seated on the ground with their hands propping their chins, or standing by, watching the paw sizzle. Before long, an enticing meaty fragrance wafted through the air. Lin Feng, controlling the heat with his spiritual energy, finally deemed the paw ready just as his daughters' mouths watered in anticipation. With a wave of his hand, he dissipated much of the steam and, using his energy, divided the paw into several portions, distributing them among Sia and her sisters. The three little ones eagerly seized the roasted paw and began to devour it, soon showering Lin Feng with praise. "Father, this bear paw is absolutely delicious. I want to eat it again next time. You must make it for me. Father, you are the best. Everything you cook is delectable." The compliments and affirmations from his daughters brought immense satisfaction to Lin Feng. Once they had finished their meal, he used his spiritual energy to clean the oil stains from their hands and faces before standing up to declare, "Since we are well fed, let us continue our journey." Their conspicuous presence had already drawn the attention of numerous onlookers and beasts alike. However, upon realizing that Lin Feng and his daughters were roasting a bear paw, nearly all practitioners and beasts fled in fear, unwilling to approach. To dare to kindle a fire and roast a spirit beast in the beast forest required not only audacity, but also considerable strength. Otherwise, it is quite easy to provoke an assault from the demonic beasts. Lin Feng, however, was not intimidated by the prospect of an ambush. In fact, he looked forward to encountering some high-ranking demonic beasts or spirit creatures to serve as mounts for his daughters, thus alleviating the need for him to delve deeper. Regrettably, after traversing over 100 miles with his three daughters, he had yet to encounter a single demonic beast. "My dear ones, at this rate, we shall not reach the heart of the demonic beast forest before nightfall. Allow your father to hasten our journey." Although Lin Feng had previously urged them along multiple times, he would pause to examine medicinal herbs or the presence of advanced demonic beasts. Moreover, when they encountered lesser beasts or spirit creatures, he would encourage his daughters to engage in battle, enhancing their combat experience. Upon their agreement, Lin Feng found himself astride Sia, with Sirui and Sitian cradled in each arm, and in an instant, he transported them forward. In no time, they had traversed several hundred miles. The depths of the demonic beast forest were shrouded in thick, dark mist, rendering even his spiritual awareness unable to penetrate far. As Lin Feng executed another swift movement, he suddenly beheld a large magical array before him. The array shimmered with a radiant glow, and numerous spirit creatures of the refining heart realm stood guard around it. Upon spotting Lin Feng and his daughters, a swarm of spirit creatures surged forth, encircling them. "Humans?" Lin Feng smiled mildly, an expression of apology gracing his features. "I am merely here to seek something." "What do you seek?" inquired a shadowy demonic fox, its blood-red eyes fixed upon Lin Feng. With a calm smile, Lin Feng replied, "I am in search of a few mounts for my daughters." "Audacious! You seek death." His words immediately provoked a chorus of furious rebukes from the demonic beasts, some emanating waves of spiritual energy, while others fidgeted restlessly, ready to rend Lin Feng and his daughters to shreds at a mere command. The shadowy demonic fox, perhaps the leader of these spirit creatures, rolled its eyes and addressed Lin Feng. "To have penetrated this far without our notice indicates you possess significant strength. However, if you wish to seek mounts here, you must converse with our beast king. It is up to you to decide if you dare to follow me inside." "Why would I hesitate?" Lin Feng replied with a carefree smile. "Lead the way." With the existence of an invincible domain, he harbored no fear of the circumstances. The shadowy demonic fox nodded slightly, then turned and walked toward the magical array. Lin Feng followed it with poise, soon arriving beside the array. The shadowy demonic fox extended its claws, tracing several lines of spiritual energy in the air, causing the array to illuminate momentarily and reveal a doorway. "Follow me," commanded the shadowy demonic fox, leaping through the entrance. Lin Feng calmly followed suit, and was immediately greeted by a brilliant sight. As he looked around, he discovered a sunlit canyon, filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Within the canyon, he sensed dozens of powerful presences, each comparable to the cultivation level of human emperors. Lin Feng even detected a force that surpassed the others, a presence of even greater strength. According to the records of the 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Book, the highest level in the 9 heavens could only reach the semi-holy realm. For upon breaking through to the holy realm, one would invariably ascend to the 10th heaven. Clearly, this formidable presence must belong to a semi-holy spirit creature. A multitude of formidable energies swept around Lin Feng and his three daughters, yet Lin Feng maintained a serene expression, unfazed by the turbulence. After the shadow fox escorted Lin Feng into the formation, it withdrew. At last, the probing consciousnesses vanished, and an aged voice emerged. Human, it is said you have come here in search of a mount. Have you perhaps changed your mind? This voice bore a mental pressure that could annihilate the consciousness of those with insufficient strength, rendering them mindless or even leading to their demise. Lin Feng discreetly invoked his invincible domain to counteract the mental pressure, shielding his daughters from any adverse effects. With a gentle smile, he replied, I have indeed come to find mounts for my daughters. Why would I reconsider? Would you prefer to revert to your original forms for my daughters to choose? Or shall I compel you to do so before they make their selections? Arrogant. An indignant voice thundered forth, and soon a phantasm materialized in the space before Lin Feng. The apparition quickly solidified into dozens of figures resembling various humans. These were the shape-shifting beasts. They varied in gender and age, with an elder leading them, a stooped, bald man whose long beard cascaded to his navel. Were he carrying a turtle shell, he would surely resemble the revered Master Rashi. Human, your ability to easily withstand my mental assault indicates you possess some skill. However, that alone is insufficient for us to become your daughter's pets. Leave with your daughters, and we shall not trouble you. Otherwise what? Lin Feng found it amusing. In such proximity, these shape-shifting beasts were entirely within his invincible domain, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. It appears you are truly unaware of your own limitations. With our power here, even those at the great sage realm would hesitate to confront us. Do you truly seek your own demise? Whatever my daughters desire, be it celestial bodies or divine beings, I shall procure them as playthings. Thus, I must apologize. Having uttered this, Lin Feng activated his invincible domain in an instant, causing the expressions of the shape-shifting beasts to shift dramatically. They were astonished to discover their spiritual energy sealed, their bodies bound, rendering them utterly immobile. This revelation was nothing short of staggering. The elder, a being of semi-saint caliber, could typically hold his own against a saint-level opponent. Yet here he was, subdued in an instant, an impossibility unless one possessed strength surpassing the unity realm. However, the laws of the nine heavens forbade the emergence of power exceeding the great sage realm. Otherwise, a passage to ascension would manifest in the sky, forcibly elevating them. You, who exactly are you? The elder's face paled, unwilling to accept such an easy defeat. Me? I am Lin Feng, the consort of the Empress of the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Lin Feng chuckled lightly before continuing. I shall not impose unduly upon you. Simply transform back to your true forms, and allow my daughters to make their selections. Those chosen shall willingly serve as mounts for my daughters, and I assure you that the rest shall remain unharmed. The elder snorted disdainfully. Cunning and despicable human. Do you think I would allow my kind to serve as mounts for your daughters? Never. I have lived long enough. You may as well kill me. The other beasts echoed their sentiments. We would rather die than serve as mounts for a human. If you wish to kill us, do so. Spare us your prattle. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but soon broke into a light smile, saying, Do not rush to resist, for if you serve as mounts for my daughter, I assure you, you will eventually break through to the great sage realm, the unification realm, or even transform into divine beasts or sacred beasts. What? The shape-shifting creatures were all taken aback, and the long-bearded elder scoffed. Humans are cunning and duplicitous. Do not be easily deceived. While there may be a chance to ascend to the great sage realm, the notion of enhancing one's bloodline to become a divine beast or sacred beast is utterly implausible. The fundamental distinction between divine beasts and ordinary spiritual beasts lies in the evolution of their bloodlines. Once a spiritual beast ascends to a divine beast, it can elevate the bloodlines of its entire race, granting the potential to become a divine beast. Moreover, the offspring of divine beasts are born with formidable strength or innate divine abilities. Despite the multitude of benefits throughout countless millennia, few have managed to evolve from spiritual beasts to divine beasts, highlighting the arduous nature of this endeavor. Thus, when Lin Feng claims he can elevate their bloodlines to become divine or sacred beasts, it is only natural that they remain skeptical. Seeing their disbelief, Lin Feng was not surprised. He simply remarked, Have you heard of the Nirvana pill, the creation pill, the immortal grass, and the blood of Pangu? At this, all the creatures trembled with anticipation. The long-bearded elder immediately stated, Almost every spiritual beast is aware that consuming any three of these four items can lead to the evolution of their bloodlines into that of a divine beast. Collecting all four offers the chance to leap into becoming a sacred beast. However, each of these items is exceedingly difficult to procure, even if you were to obtain one. How could you bear to offer it to your mount, let alone provide multiple portions? Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the elder, a charming arc gracing his lips. I can concoct both the Nirvana pill and the creation pill, though certain materials must be sourced from realms beyond the 10th heaven. The immortal grass has been found in the 15th heaven, while the blood of Pangu resides in the secret realm of the 18th heaven, the entrance of which I alone currently know. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the creatures ignited with fervor. If Lin Feng could indeed facilitate their evolution into divine beasts, they would gladly serve as mounts for his daughter, even willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary. After all, becoming a divine beast would benefit their entire kin. On what grounds should we trust you? The long-bearded elder still appeared unconvinced, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Although you may lack the standing to question, I require you to be loyal mounts for my daughters, protecting them with unwavering dedication, hence I cannot compel you. I can swear a celestial oath, for those chosen who wholeheartedly commit to being mounts for my daughters and ensuring their safety. I will undoubtedly provide these 4 items within a century. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the eyes of all the creatures glowed with intensity, some even fidgeting with eagerness. The long-bearded elder pondered deeply. This human before them was indeed terrifyingly powerful, having not been forcibly ascended by the laws of the celestial path. For them, this could truly be an opportunity. Considering this, he nodded and said to Lin Feng, "In that case, let you first take your oath, and we shall transform into our true forms for your daughter to make her choice." Lin Feng promptly swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, declaring that any steed chosen by his daughters, provided it remained unwaveringly loyal and had no ulterior motives, would assuredly assist them in enhancing their cultivation and bloodline within a century. Otherwise, it would face total annihilation. At the moment the oath was established, a drop of his essence blood flew from within him, vanishing into the void. This signified that the oath was recognized by the heavenly Tao, and the myriad beasts felt a profound sense of relief. Chapter 13. Imperial Steeds. Soon, the humanoid beasts transformed back into their original forms, manifesting as various fantastical creatures: a purple-winged unicorn, a 9-headed python, a 9-tailed fox, a multicolored elk, an armored griffin, and a howling moonwolf. Observing the magnificent and diverse beasts, some colossal, others majestic, and a few strikingly beautiful, Lin Feng's 3 daughters clapped in delight. "Father, that bird with crimson feathers is stunning. I want it," exclaimed one. "I desire that white fox. Its 9 fluffy tails are delightful." Another chimed in. "The lion with flesh wings is so imposing. I want that one," the youngest added. Lin Feng chuckled and addressed the beasts: "Flamingo, 9-tailed white fox, and amethyst-winged lion. Please enter into a master-servant contract with my daughters." The other beasts gazed enviously at these 3 companions. The flamingo, 9-tailed white fox, and amethyst-winged lion promptly approached Sia, Sirui, and Sitian, respectively, to establish their contracts. "Can you shrink a bit?" Sia inquired of the flamingo. The flamingo nodded and instantly transformed into the size of a sparrow, perching on Sia's shoulder. "Cool, this is wonderful. From now on, I shall call you Little Red." Lin Feng noticed a few black lines appear on the flamingo's forehead, yet it nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you for the name, Master." Sirui then turned to the 9-tailed white fox, saying, "You shall be called Little White. Could you also shrink a bit?" "Thank you for the name, Master." The 9-tailed white fox replied without objection, promptly becoming the size of a small squirrel. Sirui immediately cradled it in her arms, utterly enamored. Seeing her 2 sisters bestow names upon their pets and have them shrink to accompany them, Sitian eagerly addressed the amethyst-winged lion. "You shall be called Little Purple." "Thank you for the name, Master." The lion responded, then inquired, "Does my master require me to shrink?" "Just a little smaller so I can ride you." Sitian nodded, not intending to hold it. The amethyst-winged lion appeared somewhat distressed, but respectfully replied, "Understood, Master." It then began to shrink, its flesh wings vanishing in an instant. Ultimately, it transformed into a young lion's size, appearing like an ordinary beast. Sitian, petite in stature, found it a perfect fit. Seeing that all 3 daughters were thoroughly satisfied, Lin Feng addressed the remaining beasts: "Since I have found suitable steeds for my daughters, I shall take my leave. Farewell." The elder, a golden-eyed spirit turtle, transformed back into human form as Lin Feng prepared to depart, nodding in acknowledgement. "We shall not see you off. Should you require anything, feel free to seek us in the beast forest." Lin Feng inclined his head slightly, observing the elder wave open a portal. He then swiftly transported himself and his 3 daughters through it. As the portal of the formation faded away, the remaining beasts expressed their complex sentiments, inquiring, "Leader, can this human truly enhance the bloodlines of the white foxes?" The elder shook his head slightly, voicing his uncertainty. "It is difficult to say, yet he has indeed sworn a heavenly oath. Therefore, despite the slim hope, no beast would dare refuse." Upon hearing this, the creatures nodded in profound agreement. The elder continued, "Moreover, This human seems quite knowledgeable about each realm, and his strength is unfathomable. It is possible that when we next encounter the white foxes, they may have transformed into divine beasts. At this revelation, envy shone in the eyes of all the beasts. A soul-devouring Spider King could not restrain himself and suggested, "Leader, since you hold this human in high regard, why don't we all pledge our allegiance to him? With our bloodline power, the chance of us breaking through to the great sage realm in this lifetime is exceedingly slim." The other beasts stirred with excitement, considering the Spider King's proposal to be quite astute. However, the elder shook his head, stating, "If we proactively offer our allegiance, we would be at a disadvantage. We are, after all, a group of powerful emperors. If he truly valued us, he would have suggested our submission already. Since he has not, it is evident that we are of little consequence to him." The countenances of the beasts dimmed. The old turtle's words rang true. With Lin Feng's strength, why would he require their service? Observing the dejected expressions of his companions, the old turtle smiled and reassured them, "Let us not be too pessimistic. That human appears to possess a commendable disposition. We can indeed attempt to cultivate a good relationship. Leader, just tell us what we should do," urged the nine-headed serpent, displaying a hint of impatience. The elder, not wishing to keep them in suspense, promptly declared. He just proclaimed himself to be the consort of the Empress of the Eastern Rising Kingdom. "You must send out our subordinates to vigilantly monitor every move of the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Whenever a suitable opportunity arises, we shall offer our assistance. But do not bring up the matter of allegiance unprompted, nor agree too readily." A blood-toothed wild boar grumbled, "Why should we not agree easily? Wouldn't that simply be helping him?" The elder shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "You foolish pig, how can you still be so dim-witted after reaching the Emperor realm? A being of this human-esque caliber would never easily accrue a favor." Wise leader, Lin Feng, accompanied by his 3 daughters, emerged outside the beast forest, where he noticed dozens of cultivators gathered, observing the formation he had set up. Upon their arrival, the onlookers scattered in every direction. Sitian chuckled, "Father, it seems they are quite afraid of you." "Perhaps," Lin Feng smiled, waving his hand to dismantle the formation, revealing the 3 golden-winged rock birds within. As soon as the golden-winged rocks caught sight of Lin Feng and his daughters, they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Sitian could not help but ask, "Father, what is wrong with these foolish birds?" Lin Feng pointed to their pets and explained, "This is a characteristic of the beast clan. Those of lower strength fear those of higher strength, especially when a lower bloodline encounters a higher bloodline. The resulting bloodline suppression renders them nearly immobile." Lin Feng's explanation was not conveyed through sound transmission. The nearby cultivators, who had been quietly observing, finally took note of the pets accompanying Sirui and her sisters. Upon a meticulous examination, the onlookers were instantly taken aback, engaging in hushed discussions. Could that bird be a flamingo? However, in the legendary beast forest, it is said that only one flamingo has attained the Emperor realm. Look at that snow-white little fox. It astonishingly possesses 9 tails. My heavens, is this truly a 9-tailed white fox of the Emperor realm? And that little girl riding a lion, does it not resemble the amethyst-winged lion recorded in ancient texts? If this is indeed the case, then we are witnessing 3 spirit beasts of the Emperor realm. This man is truly terrifying. To have spirit beasts of the Emperor realm as mounts. What a father I would desire. Lin Feng paid no heed to the surrounding cultivators. He directed several streams of spiritual energy towards the 3 golden-winged rock, employing the beast spirit technique. With the assistance of this technique, the 3 golden-winged rocks swiftly regained their composure. "My dear ones, let us return," Lin Feng declared, leading his 3 daughters into the jade carriage. The pets of Sirui and the others remained outside the jade carriage, and soon the golden-winged rock soared into the sky. After a considerable time, the surrounding cultivators finally gathered, deliberating Lin Feng's identity. Chapter 14. Normal methods. Did you see that? The pets of those 3 little ones. Indeed. If I am not mistaken, they all appear to be 9th-tier spirit beasts. When they first entered, the 3 children had no pets. Could it be that they came seeking mounts? Who on earth is that handsome man, capable of taming 3 9th-tier spirit beasts for his children in such a short span of time? I just noticed the imperial insignia of the Eastern Rising Kingdom on the golden-winged rock. The Eastern Rising Kingdom? Oh. It is said that the Empress of the Eastern Rising Kingdom bore triplets out of wedlock, the 3 daughters. The crowd murmured, quickly piecing together Lin Feng and his daughters' identities with near accuracy. Within the jade carriage, Lin Feng's 3 daughters clamored for him to tell them a story. He had only recounted half of it when the carriage suddenly jolted, causing the 3 girls to nearly topple against the walls of the carriage. This prompted a slight furrow of his brow as he steadied his daughters, then extended his spiritual sense outward. In the skies, unless faced with an urgent situation, the golden-winged rock glided with remarkable stability. "Father, what is happening?" Sirui inquired, somewhat apprehensive, while Sirui and Sitian hurriedly nestled into his embrace. "Fear not. Remain here and await your father," Lin Feng reassured, gently placing down his daughters before swiftly departing the jade carriage. Ahead of the three golden-winged rocks, a colossal surge of fiery energy had formed, and upon noticing Lin Feng's presence, it immediately descended with a thunderous crash. Seeking death, Lin Feng scoffed, and in an instant, his invincible domain unfurled. The fiery energy dissipated upon contact with Lin Feng's invincible domain, akin to a mere flame meeting a vast water sphere, utterly unable to disturb the domain in the slightest. A shadow, witnessing this, instantly paled, turning to escape into the void. Its body became transparent, its aura turning ethereal. It was confident that even an Emperor Realm expert would struggle to pursue it, for this was the characteristic of its technique, impervious to spiritual sense. Yet, in the next moment, it sensed something was amiss. As his body suddenly became immobile, the ethereal and translucent form quickly solidified. "Who are you? Why have you ambushed us?" Lin Feng gazed at the assailant, noting that he appeared to be around 40, yet his strength had already reached the imperial realm. Moreover, his techniques were exceptionally unique. Were it not for Lin Feng's invincible domain, even discerning his presence through divine sense would prove exceedingly difficult. "Humph. If you intend to kill, then do so. Spare us the unnecessary chatter." The man scoffed, exuding an air of defiance. Lin Feng, of course, would not show any mercy to such a person, especially after he had frightened Xia and the others. This alone warranted retribution. "I shall not grant you a swift demise. Within my domain, you shall not even be able to self-destruct." Upon hearing Lin Feng's proclamation, the man's expression shifted, quickly realizing that self-destruction was indeed impossible. With a grim countenance, he implored, "Esteemed one, please make it quick. I can reveal my identity. Speak. I am a subordinate of the Blue Emperor. With our two nations at war, employing any means is entirely justified, so I implore you to be merciful." Lin Feng met his gaze, and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded slightly, saying, "Any method is permissible." "Is it? I shall remember that." With that thought, he summoned his will, and the middle-aged man's soul was obliterated. In an instant, Lin Feng vanished back into the jade carriage. "Father, what is happening outside?" "It is nothing. Let us return home. I shall continue narrating stories to you." It was best not to burden his daughters with the grim realities of violence. The golden-winged rock continued its flight as Lin Feng recounted tales while contemplating how to impart a lesson to the Blue Emperor. Engaging in open combat with Wu Lingyun would not trouble him, but the repeated assaults on his daughters had undoubtedly crossed a line. Who could say whether the Blue Emperor might send others yet again? The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate that possibility entirely. In the South Wilderness Kingdom, within the Imperial Palace, Lan Chongli listened grimly as Minister Cheng Xian reported, "The soul lamp of the Shadow Guard has been extinguished." This news cast a pall over the faces of all the ministers. The Shadow Guard, possessing imperial-level prowess and armed with hellfire talismans capable of severely injuring great saints, had perished without even transmitting a message. Lan Chongli's expression grew solemn as he turned to General Wang Menghe, asking, "Are you certain that this Lin Feng is from the first heaven?" "Absolutely certain," Wang Menghe replied, his voice trembling. "We have spies in the Eastern Ascendancy's palace. And when Wu Lingyun returned from the first heaven, she specifically introduced Lin Feng's identity to everyone. There can be no mistake." Minister Guan Shishing added, "Your Majesty, it is indeed true that Lin Feng hails from the first heaven. Although the first heaven suffers from a scarcity of spiritual energy, it is only natural for someone of exceptional talent to catch Wu Lingyun's eye." Lan Chongli waved his sleeve in frustration, rebuking, "No matter how extraordinary his talent may be, can it truly render the Shadow Guard utterly defenseless? To claim that his strength surpasses that of a great saint is simply impossible. Below the ninth heaven, a great saint cannot remain for long." What the Blue Emperor stated was clear to all, yet with the mysterious deaths of two individuals in succession, no one could readily devise a solution. "Wang Menghe, your humble servant is here. Those within the Eastern Ascendancy's royal palace are devising every conceivable means to uncover Lin Feng's secrets. Any irregularities must be promptly reported to me. At once." Wang Menghe immediately accepted the command, and soon, with great caution, inquired, "Your Majesty, regarding the repeated challenges from the Eastern Ascendancy, do we fear her? Humph. Does she truly believe we are intimidated? Convey to Wu Lingyun that we shall engage in battle at dawn tomorrow." At once, on the borders of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom, the Eastern Ascendancy's troops loomed darkly, numbering over 1,000,000. There were ordinary soldiers on the ground, elite forces of cultivators, cavalry riding ferocious beasts, and an air force mounted on flying creatures. Numerous tents of varying sizes dotted the landscape, heavily guarded and surrounded by numerous magical formations. Within a grand golden tent, Wu Lingyun was engaged in discussions regarding the battlefield situation with several trusted confidants. As she listened to her subordinates' reports, a hint of concern marred her exquisite features. This anxiety did not stem from the battlefield at hand, but rather from Lin Feng and his 3 daughters. Upon receiving news from the palace, she was incensed to discover that Lin Feng had ventured into the beast forest with his 3 daughters, leaving no guards in attendance. This infuriated her. She had intended for him to assist in caring for the children, yet he had not only failed to help, but had also complicated matters. If the Blue Emperor's men were to capture them, how would she orchestrate their rescue? Should the Blue Emperor take them hostage and impose humiliating demands? What choices would she be left with? Having only held her position for 5 years, she faced insubordination from many elder officials. She had hoped to solidify her standing through this decisive battle, yet the Blue Emperor had chosen to evade confrontation, leaving her home in disarray. Alas, just as her thoughts spiraled into frustration, a soldier arrived with the latest report. Your Majesty, the Southern Wilderness Kingdom has accepted the challenge. Tomorrow at dawn, they will engage us in battle. Splendid. Wu Lingyun and her ministers all displayed expressions of delight, and she promptly issued orders. All personnel must be on high alert. Guard against the Blue Emperor's deceitful tactics and potential night raid. Tomorrow, we shall annihilate the Southern Wilderness Kingdom. At once. Chapter 15. All must perish. After returning to the royal palace with his 3 daughters, Lin Feng found that night had already fallen. Once he had lulled the girls to sleep, he quietly rose, summoned some spirit stones from the guards, and arranged several defensive formations. Having completed these tasks, he leisurely performed a teleportation spell and set off towards the Southern Wilderness Kingdom. In the Southern Wilderness Kingdom's palace, Lan Chongli was engaged in discussions regarding the impending battle with several ministers. Wang Minghe spoke with great confidence. Your Majesty, we have just received word from the guards that several killing arrays have been set up around us, ready to ensnare the Eastern Ascendancy's retreating forces when they are defeated. However, the Chancellor, Xiong, expressed some concerns. It is unfortunate that the Beast Forest has suddenly declined to assist us in our time of need. Lan Chongli was equally vexed by the beast's sudden withdrawal, yet in order to maintain morale, he feigned nonchalance. My esteemed ministers, do not fret. Just moments ago, several elder statesmen declared their readiness to engage in battle tomorrow. They are our trump card, each possessing the strength of a semi-holy. Indeed, upon hearing this, the ministers' faces illuminated with joy. Even though the Eastern Ascendancy may possess semi-holy experts, they cannot possibly deploy all their forces at once. Moreover, the young girl Wu Lingyun has not been in her position for long and may not possess the trump card to summon the strength of a half-saint. In this decisive battle, the chances of victory for the Southern Wilderness Kingdom are substantial. A group of military generals and civil officials began to flatter. With the Elder Council taking action, victory is assured. Perhaps we could capture that girl Wu Lingyun alive. And then, emboldened by our success, we might seize the Eastern Ascendancy Kingdom in one fell swoop. However, Lan Chongli shook his head and remarked, while it is feasible to significantly weaken the Eastern Ascendancy Kingdom, conquering it is out of the question. The Central Continent will not permit our 4 nations to form an alliance, nor do they wish to see any one kingdom fall. Upon hearing the mention of the Central Continent, the officials fell silent. Indeed, as the largest nation in the 9 heavens, occupying a considerable portion of land, it naturally does not desire the emergence of a rival kingdom. The 4 nations in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest continuously restrain one another, and their animosities are undoubtedly fueled by the Central Continent. The ongoing friction among these nations is something the Central Continent is pleased to witness. However, should any nation face the peril of annihilation, the Central Continent would not remain idle. Observing the somber atmosphere, Guan Shishing proactively stated, Your Majesty, even if we cannot launch an offensive against the Eastern Ascendancy Kingdom, capturing that girl Wu Lingyun alive would still deal a significant blow to them. The others chimed in. The Chancellor is correct. We need not annex the Eastern Ascendancy Kingdom. But a resounding victory in this battle would render them incapable of recovery for a millennium. Victory is assured tomorrow. Capture Wu Lingyun alive. The Southern Wilderness Kingdom is destined for greatness. Just as the flattery continued to flow, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. He elicited no discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy. Had everyone not been watching, one might have assumed he had always been present. Who are you? Lan Chongli's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated several steps, demanding loudly. His voice was amplified, carrying far and wide, evidently to alert the guards outside and the experts within the palace. The figure who had entered the room was Lin Feng, who had been teleporting continuously. With a smirk, Lin Feng did not hinder Lan Chongli's desperate call for help. Instead, he calmly inquired, Do you not recognize me? You have sent people twice to kill me and my daughter. Who do you think I am? You. You are Lin Feng, the husband of Wu Lingyun? The faces of everyone in the room shifted dramatically, unable to believe that Lin Feng had dared to storm into the southern wilderness kingdom's palace alone. The chancellor, Guan Shishing, immediately commanded, "Activate the Great Formation, do not let him escape." At that moment, they did not even consider how Lin Feng had managed to breach their defenses undetected. Lin Feng quietly observed them as they activated the formation, and the experts continued to pour in, when several elders of half-saint level appeared in the room. Lan Chongli's face lit up with triumph as he addressed Lin Feng. "I never expected you to willingly walk into the trap. Capturing you will undoubtedly increase our chances of victory in tomorrow's decisive battle." Lin Feng smiled faintly and calmly asked, "Have all your people arrived? If they have, I shall make my move." "You insolent wretch, allow me to teach you a lesson," an elderly man with white hair from the half-saint realm exclaimed. And in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of green light, charging towards Lin Feng. Boom! Before his attack could reach Lin Feng, it had already overturned the protected room adorned with inscriptions. In the fleeting moment that followed, his figure halted a mere 10 feet before Lin Feng, unable to advance any further. How could this be? The elder felt his breath grow labored, as if his very life force had been bound, rendering him incapable of even the slightest exertion of his spiritual energy. His body remained poised in a posture of attack, directed at Lin Feng. With a mere extension of his hand and a gentle grasp, the elder was instantly reduced to ashes, his very soul obliterated. Such a nonchalant strike, annihilating a semi-holy powerhouse in an instant. How terrifying! The spectators collectively gasped in shock, while Lan Chongli and several ministers swiftly comprehended the reasons behind the failures of 2 prior assassination attempts. Faced with such a formidable adversary, even the thought of retreat was a luxury beyond reach. Everyone attacked together. A frail old man bellowed, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. The others recognized that they had arrived at a critical juncture of life and death, and dared not hold back, channeling their full strength. Even the defensive formation was resolutely focused on Lin Feng, prepared to unleash a powerful assault against him. Lin Feng closed his eyes, maximizing his invincible domain, which soon enveloped all within a 100-foot radius. "All of you shall perish," he thundered, his eyes snapping open. In that instant, Lan Chongli, the group of ministers, and several semi-holy elders found their bodies rendered motionless, as if bound by an invisible force. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, those of lesser strength began to explode. One after another, Lan Chongli and the ministers turned ashen, unwilling to meet their demise in such a manner. Yet, within a few breaths, all those beneath the imperial realm had met their end. Lan Chongli hastily cried out, "Your Majesty, spare us. The southern wilderness kingdom is willing to submit to the eastern rising kingdom, never to be enemies again. I have no need for such fealty." Lin Feng retorted contemptuously, his gaze hardening as Lan Chongli and his loyal ministers were swiftly dispatched. After the semi-holy elders perished as well, Lin Feng extended his consciousness to seek out any remaining powerhouses within the palace. Shortly thereafter, he identified 3. 2 were in seclusion, while 1 was overseeing the formation. All must die. Anyone daring to lay a hand on his daughter must be prepared to face death. After eliminating these 3, he destroyed the palace's formation and then vanished in an instant. Since no one within his domain had survived, it was not until the formation was breached that the guards became aware of the situation. Before long, chaos erupted within the southern wilderness kingdom, as their king, the Blue Emperor, along with a host of ministers, had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 16. The Grand Elder. The following morning, at the borders of the eastern rising kingdom, Wu Lingyun readied herself for battle. Soon, a messenger arrived with news. "Your Majesty, the gates of the southern wilderness kingdom are tightly shut, showing no signs of impending conflict." "What does this mean?" Wu Lingyun furrowed her brow, her exquisite features marred by confusion and uncertainty. The soldier explained, "If the southern wilderness kingdom intends to engage us in battle, they would at least prepare their armies, even without deploying their formations. Yet our scouts have reported a profound tranquility, nothing resembling the onset of war." Upon hearing the soldier's report, Wu Lingyun was instantly incensed. With a swift motion of her sleeve, she proclaimed, "Convey my command. Launch a full-scale assault. If they refuse to fight, we shall compel them to do so." "Yes, Your Majesty." All individuals received their orders, and the great battle was on the verge of erupting. The army of the eastern rising nation swiftly assembled and launched a fierce assault against the southern wilderness nation. Everyone was prepared for a battle to the death, assuming that the clash would devolve into a war of attrition. However, to the surprise of the eastern rising nation, the magical formation of the southern wilderness nation crumbled with a single blow, seemingly lacking a leader. What could be the reason? The martial spirit Wu Lingyun, filled with doubt, was interrupted by Marshal Suiyan, who cautioned, "Your Majesty, be wary of deception. Wu Lingyun furrowed her brow, pondering briefly before resolutely declaring, regardless of any trickery, we shall advance. All were commanded, charge with me. The ministers urged Wu Lingyun to retreat to safety, but she had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, leading the charge into the territory of the southern wilderness nation. Concerned for her safety, several generals and guards hastily followed. Subsequently, Wu Lingyun and her entourage were further perplexed. They encountered virtually no resistance within the southern wilderness nation. The border cities fell with ease, overcome by the thrill of victory. They disregarded caution and pressed on toward the palace of the southern wilderness nation, capturing more than half of the cities and lands without encountering any formidable opponents. They approached the palace, still faced with no strong adversaries. The ordinary soldiers were mere insects before the might of the imperial realm, leaving Wu Lingyun bewildered. Why was it so effortless? At that moment, Swayan abruptly obstructed Wu Lingyun's path, stating, Your Majesty, we must not delve deeper. If the palace of the southern wilderness nation is breached, it will truly become a part of our eastern rising nation. Is that not preferable? Wu Lingyun replied with fervor. Our nation has not expanded its borders in millennia. If we can conquer the southern wilderness nation, I shall be enshrined in history. Swayan shook his head, hastily explaining. Your Majesty, should we seize the southern wilderness nation, the central continent will undoubtedly intervene. They will not permit any of the four nations to fall or grow overly powerful, lest they dispatch forces to impose their will upon us. Wu Lingyun, somewhat resentful, retorted, again with the central continent. How vexatious. Swayan could only offer a wry smile, saying, Your Majesty, the central continent is formidable. We cannot defy their intentions, or we shall face their retribution. Retribution? Wu Lingyun's expression shifted, ultimately gritting her teeth and declaring, Let the Blue Emperor consider himself fortunate. We shall retreat. Even if they withdrew now, upon her return, none of the ministers would dare to underestimate her, and the old guards within the palace would acknowledge her authority, regardless of the happenings in the southern wilderness nation. Wu Lingyun's leadership in bringing the army near the palace was already an accomplishment, the likes of which had not been seen in thousands of years. In the palace of the eastern rising nation, Lin Feng looked at his three precious daughters awakening, dressing them, and taking them out for a meal. Just after finishing their meal, Xia tugged at his robe, saying, Father, shall we go to the training grounds today? I would like to perform the sword techniques that Mother taught me. Upon hearing this, Sirui and Sitian also perked up, pulling Lin Feng along to the training grounds. Observing the three spirited little ones, Lin Feng felt immense joy and nodded, saying, Very well. Today Father shall witness your skills. The trio of Xia swiftly led Lin Feng on their journey. Despite their diminutive stature, these young ones had been honing their skills since childhood, possessing remarkable physical cultivation that allowed them to traverse the terrain with surprising speed. The vastness of the imperial palace meant that after approximately the span of a burning incense stick, the four arrived before an enormous formation, coming to a halt. Lin Feng scrutinized the array before him, discerning its two primary functions, invigorating the mind and neutralizing spiritual energy attacks. The invigorating aspect relied on the inscriptions etched within the formation, enabling those within to be alert, perceptive, and clear-headed. Practicing techniques within this formation would lead to a deeper comprehension of various moves. The neutralization of spiritual energy attacks occurred when such energies struck the formation, which would absorb them. Consequently, individuals could practice their techniques freely within, unencumbered by concerns of collateral damage to the palace's architecture. However, despite the formation's merits, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He recognized that the formation utilized a considerable amount of precious materials, yet its efficacy was limited to withstanding only the full force of a heart refinement realm attack. Had he been the one to arrange the formation, Lin Feng believed he could have maximized the value of these materials, ensuring that even a half-saint level powerhouse would require over 10 strikes to inflict damage. Furthermore, he could have endowed the formation with self-repairing capabilities. Father, let us enter, Xia exclaimed, her chubby little hand reaching out to grasp Lin Feng's finger, eager to rush into the array. Wait. Lin Feng hesitated, having noticed another detail about the formation. At that moment, a head guard hurried over, respectfully inquiring, Your Majesty, why do you not lead the princesses inside? You arrive at an opportune moment. I have a query for you, Lin Feng replied, gesturing towards the formation. Who arranged this formation? If I am not mistaken, it requires at least 100 high-grade spirit stones daily to maintain, and that is during idle times. If individuals practice their techniques within, the consumption would double. The guard appeared somewhat taken aback, but answered truthfully. This formation was set by Master Bai Wanrong. Master Bai is not only a 7th grade formation master, but also the esteemed elder of our Eastern Ascend Nation's Imperial Palace. Esteemed elder? Lin Feng pondered briefly. quickly recalling from the universal tone the significance of such a title. In any nation, while the emperor wielded considerable power, certain matters necessitated the consent of the esteemed elder. Typically, these elders had reached the pinnacle of strength but had little hope of further advancement in their lifetimes. They also possessed exceptional abilities in specific fields, serving as the nation's hidden trump card. The status of these esteemed elders was paramount. A newly ascended emperor could only solidify their reign with the support of a significant majority of them. Having come to this realization, Lin Feng chose not to undermine the elder's dignity, waving his hand with a dismissive gesture. Very well, I shall lead the princesses inside to practice their techniques. As he prepared to guide Xia and the others into the formation, a frail voice echoed from the sky. Young Lady Wu's companion, hold on a moment. Upon hearing this appellation, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, finding the term somewhat unappealing. He gazed calmly in a certain direction, and soon a beam of light streaked towards him. Chapter 17, The Elder's Breakthrough. As the light dissipated, a slender old man with white hair and beard, clad in a purple-blue robe, appeared beside Lin Feng. The old man had a hooked nose, thin lips, and slightly sunken eye sockets, yet his gaze was exceedingly sharp. Upon seeing this elder, the guards promptly knelt on one knee, paying their respects. Greetings, Elder Bai. Afterward, he addressed Lin Feng, saying, Your Majesty, this is Elder Bai Wanro. Lin Feng merely clasped his hands in salute, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. I have the honor to meet Elder Bai. Elder Bai did not dwell on Lin Feng's attitude. Instead, he looked into his eyes and inquired, I have been observing discreetly, and it seems you have some reservations about the formation I have established. Might I seek your wisdom on this matter? Although Bai Wanrong's tone was humble and polite, his expression betrayed his dissatisfaction. As a 7th-grade formation master, while not at the pinnacle of his craft, he had diligently studied for over a millennium to achieve this level of expertise and found it hard to believe that a young junior like Lin Feng could offer any insights. Before Lin Feng could respond, Siti, his daughter, eagerly grasped his hand and urged, Daddy, Grandpa Bai is asking for your guidance. Please do not hold back. Sisi and Sirui chimed in. Grandpa Bai, our daddy is the most formidable. Feel free to ask him anything you wish to know. Daddy, please enlighten Grandpa Bai. He has treated us to delicious food before. Upon hearing the innocent words of the 3 young girls, both Lin Feng and Bai Wanrong were left speechless. Though Lin Feng felt more embarrassed, Bai Wanrong's expression twitched, yet he could hardly scold Lin Feng due to the children's frankness. He could only muster a forced smile and said to Lin Feng, That is truly wonderful. Your Majesty, please, enlighten me. Lin Feng looked at his 3 daughters, who wore expectant expressions and could only lightly lament. These 3 little ones are quite outspoken. However, seeing their eager anticipation, he decided to abandon his modesty. Elder Bai, I hope you will forgive my impertinence. Your formation has several areas that could be enhanced and improved. For instance, Tai Golden Essence, Xianbing Soul, and Jiutian Cold Iron are all premium materials for formations, yet their efficacy has not been fully realized due to improper refinement. Furthermore, the inscriptions on the Nanming Lihua, Qian Stone, and Qihua Pearl appear somewhat lacking. Additionally, the arrangement of Qianyur Copper Essence, Rui Divine Jade, and Yujin Chile has some flaws. A slight adjustment in their positioning could yield an everlasting gathering array. Though Lin Feng spoke conservatively, suggesting mere improvements and minor flaws, Bai Wanrong's expression grew increasingly grim as Lin Feng continued. By the time Lin Feng concluded, Bai Wanrong's face was nearly as dark as ink. It became evident that the emperor possessed profound knowledge in formations. If that is the case, I implore you, Your Majesty, to demonstrate your skill and enlighten an old man. Bai Wanrong said, gesturing for Lin Feng to proceed. Lin Feng had no intention of boasting, but seeing the eager faces of his daughters, he did not wish to disappoint them and thus resolved to set aside his humility. Very well, I shall present my humble skills. With that, he approached the formation and swiftly dispelled it with ease. This display alone made Bai Wanrong's eyes widen in astonishment. Lin Feng's movements were relentless, showcasing his exceptional mastery of formations and inscriptions. The materials that had not been properly refined were swiftly transformed, and the inscriptions were meticulously redrawn. Bai Wanrong's astonishment grew as he gradually attained a deeper understanding of concepts that had previously eluded him. Suddenly, he felt a thunderous jolt in his mind, a breakthrough in his comprehension of formations. Just then, Lin Feng halted his actions, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he addressed Bai Wanrong. Congratulations, Elder Bai, on your successful advancement to an 8th-rank formation master. Bai Wanrong, with a wry smile, replied, Alas, though I have ascended to the rank of 8th-rank formation master, I still perceive the chasm between myself and Your Majesty as insurmountable. I was overly presumptuous before. I hope you will forgive me. Elder Bai, you are too modest. Lin Feng interjected, waving his hand. The reconstituted formation materials were promptly arranged back into their designated positions. In the blink of an eye, a radiant flash enveloped the area, causing all the formation materials to vanish, a new formation now taking shape. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was swiftly drawn together, ceaselessly converging and flourishing. Bai Wanrong examined the newly established formation with excitement, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that your Majesty's prowess in formations was so profound. Even if I were to exert my utmost effort, I would be unable to breach this formation in the near term. Your Majesty, if you would not mind, I hope to receive your guidance in the future." "Certainly, certainly," Lin Feng replied, extending a hand to halt Bai Wanrong, who was about to bow in gratitude. "We are all comrades here. There is no need to speak of guidance. Whenever time permits, let us discuss formations together and learn from one another." Bai Wanrong was immediately elated, shedding his former pride and adopting the demeanor of a humble student eager to learn. "Then, Your Majesty, please attend to your affairs with the princesses. I shall remain outside to study this new formation." "Very well," Lin Feng nodded slightly, but then, as if recalling something, he added, "By the way, if other elders show no interest in formations, please refrain from mentioning my abilities in this regard, including to my wife. For the time being, let us keep our discussions on formations private." Lin Feng's primary concern was to prevent Wu Lingyun from discovering the full extent of his capabilities. Although she had bestowed upon him 3 precious daughters and possessed unparalleled beauty, even being revered as the Empress of the 9 heavens, Lin Feng had no intention of being servile. Bai Wanrong paused momentarily but quickly nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will not disclose your knowledge of formations to anyone." He then turned to a nearby guard, who appeared startled but quickly regained composure. "My memory is rather poor. I often forget things the moment I turn away. What just transpired?" Bai Wanrong waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing. You may leave." "Yes." The guard, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly retreated to a distance. Lin Feng then led his 3 daughters into the formation, pondering how best to ensure their secrecy. With a cadre of elite warriors from the southern wilderness annihilated, Wu Lingyun would undoubtedly return soon. Furthermore, he had subdued 3 imperial-level beasts for his daughters, and he wished to keep his abilities under wraps for a while longer. "Father, I shall perform a dance of snow and ice for you." As Sia stepped into the formation, she was eager to showcase her skills to Lin Feng. Lin Feng set aside his distractions and smiled at Sia, saying, "Very well. Let me see what my little treasures have learned." With a swift motion, Sia retrieved a finely crafted sword from her storage ring, her delicate visage transforming into one of solemnity. "Father, watch closely. This is the snow dance of ice sealing. The first move, flurry of snow." Upon finishing her words, she flicked her wrist, executing a flourish with the sword, which began to emanate a faint white glow. In Chapter 18, titled Perhaps Swayed, Sia's petite figure, combined with the swordplay, presented a visually pleasing spectacle. She danced gracefully, thrusting and dodging, despite her merely tempered physique. The elegance of her technique allowed her to contend with those of the profound realm. Lin Feng nodded appreciatively, recognizing that being born into the royal family of the 9 heavens, she had never lacked for innate talent or resources for cultivation. Indeed, the gifts of his 3 daughters were remarkable, enabling them to possess the strength to challenge those of the profound realm at such a tender age of 4 or 5. Once Sia concluded her performance, both Sui and Tian were equally eager to demonstrate their martial prowess. However, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly after observing them. Although his daughters practiced high-tier martial arts, the techniques they employed were not particularly suited for them. To be precise, they were not yet ready for the rapid advancement promised by the snow dance of ice sealing. This technique, categorized as a heart method, comprised 9 layers. Its cultivation not only allowed for swift progress, but also increased in potency as one's strength escalated. However, given their tender ages, despite the abundance of resources, their bodies were still developing. A premature breakthrough could prove detrimental, akin to hastening the growth of seedlings. The first stage of a cultivator's journey is body refinement, which is further divided into refining the skin, flesh, bones, tendons, and meridians. Body refinement serves as a foundation for cultivators. Only with a resilient foundation can one foster future growth effectively. My dear ones, I suggest you take a break from this technique for now. I shall teach you a sword technique. Lin Feng decided to impart his sacred rank sword technique, the Taixu Sword Art, to them. This would not only diversify their training regimen, but also significantly enhance their combat abilities. The 3 daughters, oblivious to the deeper implications, felt immense joy at their father's willingness to teach them. "Yes, father, please teach us," called Tian. "Is the sword technique powerful?" "Anything you teach us, father, is something I love," chimed in the little imp, eliciting a bemused smile from Lin Feng. "Watch closely. This sword technique is called the Taixu Sword Art." 15 minutes later, Lin Feng patiently explained and demonstrated the Taixu sword art. Upon witnessing it, Xia and her sisters erupted in applause. Father, this sword technique is so beautiful. I want to become a phantom. I'll practice first. I feel like I've grasped it. I've learned it too. I'll go first. Sui and Tian began to bicker, prompting Lin Feng to allow them to practice together. The three obediently lined up and commenced their movements in unison. Lin Feng gazed at his daughters, admiration evident in his eyes. Indeed, they were little prodigies, capable of mimicking an art with remarkable accuracy after just a single demonstration. Once his daughters completed their performances, he praised them generously before providing individual corrections. Shortly thereafter, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Ding. You have successfully taught your eldest daughter, Xia, the Sacred Tear Sword Technique. Reward. Sacred Tear Sword Art, Sword Control Technique. Ding. You have successfully taught your second daughter, Sirui, the Sacred Tear Sword Technique. Reward. Sacred Tear Armor, 9 Dragon Scale Armor. Ding. You have successfully taught your third daughter, Sitian, the Sacred Tear Sword Technique. Reward. Sacred Tear Divine Skill, Limitless Escape Technique. Upon hearing the system notifications, Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that instructing his daughters in martial arts would yield rewards. It was noteworthy that he had not received any rewards previously for selecting 3 pets and mounts for them in the Beast Forest. He promptly accepted the rewards. Sword Control Technique allows for aerial flight on a sword, combat, and upon achieving mastery. One can condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a sword, capable of inflicting severe physical damage as well as impacting the opponent's soul. 9 Dragon Scale Armor. Forged from the reverse scales of a 9-headed sacred dragon, it boasts astonishing defense, adjusting its size according to the wearer's physique. Limitless Escape Technique, a highly practical skill for combat and retreat, enabling instantaneous movement over a distance of 100 zhong, with the range increasing alongside one's strength. With his spirits lifted by these rewards, Lin Feng intended to teach both the Limitless Escape Technique and the Sword Control Technique to his daughters. However, at that moment, a ripple emanated from the formation, and a respectful voice from a guard announced, Your Majesty, the Empress has returned victorious and wishes to see the princesses. Before Lin Feng could respond, Xia and Sirui eagerly grabbed his hands, pulling him toward the exit. Father, Mother has returned. Let us go find her. Sitian, realizing there was no space left for her, leaped in front of Lin Feng, exclaiming, Father, carry me. Very well, let us see your mother, Lin Feng acquiesced, lifting Sitian as he led Xia and Sirui outside the formation. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and halted. Addressing his 3 daughters, My dear ones, can you promise your father one thing? What is it, father? Xia inquired, her curiosity piqued as she looked up. Lin Feng smiled gently and said, This time, when I take you to the beast forest to find shape-shifting beasts as pets. Let us keep it from your mother for now. Just saying they are ordinary beast pets, shall we? Why not tell mother? Sirui blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering. If you promise your father, we can consider it our little secret, shall we? All right. Father, I am quite good at keeping secrets, Xia assured, patting her chest. Sirui and Sitian eagerly chimed in. Let us make a pact. We promise not to tell mother. The Quietude Hall served as a reception area for guests of Wu Lingyun. Led by the guards, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Quietude Hall with his 3 daughters. Your Majesty, I shall not enter. You may take the princesses inside, one guard stated. Lin Feng nodded slightly, but before he could speak, the 3 little ones had already dashed inside. Mother, Mother. Lin Feng could only rub his nose as he heard his daughters' excited calls as they rushed in. Indeed, it seems that a mother holds a special place in one's heart. After all, Wu Lingyun has raised them, while he has only spent 2 days with his daughter. Upon entering, he observed his 3 daughters encircling Wu Lingyun. At that moment, Wu Lingyun donned a flowing white dress, her hair cascading freely down her back, adorned with a red ribbon that lent her an air of ethereal charm. To the unknowing observer, one might mistake her for the sister's elder sibling. When she noticed Lin Feng's arrival, her obsidian-like eyes appraised him, sensing an inexplicable aura emanating from him. This sensation stirred a flutter of unease within her, and memories of that fateful night from years past resurfaced, causing a blush to bloom on her porcelain cheeks. In matters of the heart, she was still an innocent, having neither truly loved nor been loved. Yet, by some twist of fate, she found herself with a husband and 3 delightful daughters. Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Lingyun. It was undeniable that she was indeed a captivating beauty. Had it not been for that unforgettable night years ago, he would have found himself quite taken by such an exquisite woman. Chapter 19. No restraint you. You're here. Wu Lingyun felt a warmth rise to her cheeks upon seeing Lin Feng. Her earlier intention to reprimand him for taking their daughters to the 10,000 Beasts forest momentarily forgotten. Lin Feng merely replied with a nonchalant mem. Their current relationship was undeniably awkward. Seeing the two of them in a daze, Sitian took the initiative to grasp Lin Feng's hand, leading him to Wu Lingyun, and then joined their hands together, exclaiming, "Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa sure said that holding hands is a sign of a good relationship. You need to hold hands." Lin Feng found himself compelled to clasp Wu Lingyun's hand, feeling its smoothness, delicate and fragile, which stirred a wave of emotion within him. Wu Lingyun's cheeks flushed deeper. Unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze, she turned her head and scolded, "Sitian, couldn't Grandpa sure teach you something more appropriate?" Sitian made a playful face at Wu Lingyun, while Sia and Sirui giggled, watching Lin Feng and Wu Lingyun. "Daddy, Mommy, shall we have a meal together? Let Daddy cook. Last time, Mommy finished all the food by herself, and we haven't eaten together yet." At the mention of her daughter's words, Wu Lingyun's face turned even redder. Recalling the previous occasion when she had shamelessly devoured Lin Feng's cooking, causing her palms to sweat. Lin Feng, however, was more than willing to prepare a meal for his daughters, readily agreeing, "All right, tonight, Daddy will cook something delicious for you." Seeing Lin Feng's acceptance, Wu Lingyun felt a surge of anticipation, her grievances about him taking the daughters out of the palace dissipating. Having tasted the essence of the laws embedded in Lin Feng's previous meal, she wondered if she might experience such culinary magic again. As Lin Feng released Wu Lingyun's hand, both felt a fleeting emptiness. "You all wait here obediently. I'll head to the kitchen," he announced before turning to leave. After he had walked a short distance, Wu Lingyun gathered her three daughters and inquired, "Darling, what do you think of Daddy?" "Daddy is wonderful," Sia immediately exclaimed. "Father will prepare delicious food and is willing to take us out to play. I adore Father so much." Sirui chimed in, "Mother, Father has also taught us swordsmanship. He is simply the best. Furthermore, Father even helps us catch pets. He is the finest father in the world." Sitian, not wanting to be outdone but lacking the appropriate adjectives, could only echo, "He is the best in the world." Wu Lingyun couldn't help but smile, gently tapping their little heads with her fingers and saying, "You have only been with him for 2 days, and you already praise him to the heavens? His cooking is decent, but as a mere mortal, what swordsmanship can he possibly teach you?" Regarding the pets, Wu Lingyun assumed they were just ordinary rabbits or foxes. The three little ones felt a sense of injustice upon hearing their mother dismiss Lin Feng's swordsmanship. "Mother, the sword techniques Father taught us are truly beautiful. When we channel our energy, the sword glimmers and creates afterimages. Father is indeed remarkable." Sitian insisted, "Yes. The sword techniques Father teaches are undoubtedly the best in the world. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate for you." With that, Sitian promptly retrieved a short sword from her storage ring and moved to an open area to showcase the Taixu Sword technique. Wu Lingyun shook her head, skeptical that Lin Feng could impart any worthy swordsmanship. However, seeing her daughters so spirited, she watched with amusement. But as Sitian executed the sword technique, Wu Lingyun's expression instantly changed. "What is this sword technique? It intertwines the real and the illusory, making it difficult to discern. This technique must be at least of the saint level." As an Emperor realm cultivator with ample resources for martial arts, her discerning eye was sharp. Yet how could a mere mortal like Lin Feng possess a saint-level sword technique? Her brows furrowed as she began to speculate. Could it be that he accidentally acquired it in the first heaven? Yes, it must be so. He is but a mortal and cannot cultivate this set of sword techniques. Seeing her daughters practice, he must have entrusted them with the techniques. She soon felt she had unraveled the truth, and yet, the fact that Lin Feng was willing to share the technique with their daughters brought her immense comfort. At least Lin Feng is a competent father. Bringing him back was the right decision. Sitian continued her demonstration, suddenly focusing her gaze and thrusting toward a nearby jade table. Wu Lingyun quickly set up a barrier to prevent Sitian's attack from causing any damage. To her astonishment, the tip of Sitian's short sword pierced through the jade table, shattering it into pieces. Wu Lingyun was taken aback. She had not expected Sitian's attack to breach the barrier she had just erected, although she had intentionally made the barrier weak to avoid harming Sitian. Even a fully powered strike from a mystic realm cultivator would find it challenging to break through such a barrier. "Mother, am I impressive?" Sitian asked, her face beaming with pride after executing the sword technique. Wu Lingyun sincerely praised her. Tian, you are truly remarkable. You even pierced through the barrier I just set." Upon hearing their sister being complimented, Sia and Sirui quickly chimed in. "Mother, I want to practice too. I learn the best." Wu Lingyun felt helpless towards her three daughters and could only nod, saying, "All right, you may all practice a bit for your mother to observe. However, I shall reinforce the barrier this time. We cannot allow any more destruction." Xia and Sirui acknowledged her words and took their positions, then began their performance in unison. Wu Lingyun noticed that all three exhibited commendable skill, and she was quite pleased with the sword techniques taught by Lin Feng. Remarkably, her daughters were not yet 5 years old and had already attained the prowess to contend with experts in the profound realm. Such a revelation would undoubtedly mark them as prodigies and geniuses. Once Xia and Sirui completed their swordplay, Wu Lingyun generously offered them words of praise. Very well. Let us step outside and see if your father requires our assistance. Standing up, she led her daughters out of the Qianlong Hall. Just as they exited, a guard hurriedly approached to report, Your Majesty, the Emperor has stated that the meal is ready. Please proceed to dine with the princesses. Fetch more people to assist the Emperor in bringing the food to the Shifeng Hall, Wu Lingyun instructed. The guard obeyed and departed as she guided Xia and her sisters towards the Shifeng Hall. The Shifeng Hall was where she usually dined with her daughters. And after previously losing her composure and eating without decorum, she resolved not to eat outside this time. Before long, Lin Feng, Wu Lingyun, and the three daughters were seated at the dining table in the Shifeng Hall. The guards brought forth tray after tray, and Wu Lingyun sincerely complimented Lin Feng. I had no idea your culinary skills were not only delicious, but also remarkably swift. It's nothing much, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. While preparing the meal, he had utilized his spiritual energy to concurrently create multiple dishes, thus achieving impressive speed. As the delectable dishes were placed on the table, Xia and her sisters could no longer contain themselves. Father, mother, shall we begin? Exclaimed Xia. The unicorn beef smells divine. The Xianming crab and the angry crown chicken are mouth-watering. Father even made candied hawthorn. Mother, I intend to eat to my heart's content today and fill my little belly. Wu Lingyun shot them a disapproving glance and admonished, Young ladies should exhibit some restraint. What kind of behavior is this? City couldn't help but retort, But mother, you weren't very restrained when you ate the dishes father made 2 days ago. Wu Lingyun's face flushed crimson at her daughter's teasing. Stealing a glance at Lin Feng, she found him engrossed in preparing the condiments, seemingly oblivious to their banter, which offered her a slight sense of relief. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke up, All right. We may begin eating. Oh, splendid, exclaimed Xia and her sisters as they clapped their little hands and eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Just then, Sirui halted her movements and placed the angry crown chicken leg she had picked up into Lin Feng's bowl. Father, please eat. Lin Feng immediately praised Sirui. You are so thoughtful. This prompted Xia and City to become restless, insisting on serving Lin Feng. Father, let me serve you. Try this one. Observing the mound of food piled high in Lin Feng's bowl while her own remained barren, Wu Lingyun felt a tinge of bitterness rise within her. These ungrateful little ones. Noticing her slight discontent, Lin Feng kindly addressed his daughters. All right, my dears, your father has more than enough here. Do share some with your mother. As they gradually became aware, Xia and the others began to serve Wu Lingyun, quickly filling her bowl to the brim. All right, let us all partake in this feast together. Wu Lingyun cast a grateful glance towards Lin Feng. Her heart stirred by the realization that this might be the first time they had gathered as a family for a meal. As she lifted a piece of meat to her lips, her expression sharpened. There were fragments of the laws within. She hastened her pace, discovering that every dish contained these fragments. Dining on Lin Feng's culinary creations was nothing short of a delight. If there were enough food, a single meal could sustain her cultivation for months, even years. How had he achieved this? Wu Lingyun marveled, her eating speed accelerating, while Xia and the others merely savored the deliciousness, unaware of the law fragments. However, the prolonged consumption of these dishes would undoubtedly enhance their comprehension and cultivation significantly. Lin Feng, having sampled only a modest portion, found his appetite rather ordinary, despite his exceptional culinary skills. After all, having attained the imperial realm, the allure of food held little temptation for him. He simply relished the experience of dining with his daughters, observing them devour their meals with gusto. Even Wu Lingyun had succumbed to ravenous delight, filling him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Was this the essence of home? Wu Lingyun had just admonished her daughters to exhibit restraint, yet she found herself eating faster, unable to stop. Xia, Sirui, and Sitian had small appetites, filling up quickly, and thus they watched Lin Feng as Wu Lingyun continued to feast. Wu Lingyun, with her stunning beauty and noble demeanor, presented a comically endearing sight as she indulged voraciously. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Wu Lingyun finally registered her surroundings. After swallowing a mouthful, she awkwardly inquired, Why aren't you all eating? Why do you keep staring at me? I'm full, you should take your time. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, his gaze catching the oil smudge at the corner of Wu Lingyun's mouth. An impulse to wipe it away stirring within him. However, he ultimately refrained. Wu Lingyun's face flushed crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Actually, I'm not that hungry. It's just that your cooking is simply too delicious. She hesitated to mention the fragments of the laws, but no matter how much of this exquisite food she consumed, it would never be enough. While food could be swiftly refined within her, the laws could be pondered over time. Noticing her daughters giggling at her, she felt shy about continuing to eat and sought to divert their attention. Indeed, your father's dishes are remarkably delightful. After tasting his creations, I find it hard to desire anyone else's cooking. His is the best. I could never tire of it, and I wish to savor his meals every day. Her 3 daughters chimed in, each expressing their thoughts, which amused Wu Lingyun. You all will grow up and eventually marry. Can your father truly cook for you every day? Xia immediately shook her head, declaring, I have no intention of marrying. I want only my father's cooking. Sitian added, unless someone can cook better than him. Only then would I consider marriage. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. For he possessed the pinnacle of culinary skills awarded by the system. How many could ever reach such heights? Those with culinary talents often find life too fleeting. Although cultivators enjoy extended lifespans, it is improbable that they would dedicate their entire existence to the art of cooking. Even those exceptionally gifted may only attain such culinary prowess in their later years. Would someone like Xia find them appealing? A few gluttonous souls only know how to indulge in food. Wu Lingyun chided them lightly, yet upon recalling her own fondness for Lin Feng's dishes, her cheeks flushed. Just as the family was basking in a harmonious atmosphere, a guard hurried in with alarming news. Your Majesty, trouble is afoot. The envoy from Zhongzhou demands the return of the territories and cities of the southern wilderness that we have occupied. Upon hearing this, Wu Lingyun's anger surged. She slammed her palm upon the table, her elegant brows knitting together. We have fought a war against the southern wilderness for thousands of years, and Zhongzhou dares to claim credit. Now that we have captured most of the southern wilderness, they wish to meddle and demand the return of its lands. This is sheer insolence. The guard shrank back in fear, unable to utter a word. Xia, sensing the tension, nervously grasped her mother's hand and said, Mother, please don't be angry. Anger will only bring wrinkles. Only then did Wu Lingyun remember her daughters and Lin Feng were watching. She took a moment to collect her thoughts before addressing them. You all continue eating. I shall meet this envoy from Zhongzhou. With that, she followed the guard out of the West Phoenix Hall. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Truthfully, he was not overly concerned with Wu Lingyun's state affairs, yet he felt compelled to consider Xia and the others. He could not allow their mother to be bullied. Thus, he reassured his daughters to take their time with their meal, while his consciousness discreetly extended outward. In the hall of worship, Wu Lingyun sat upon the dragon throne, with civil and military officials standing in formation below, divided to the left and right. In the center, a middle-aged man clad in a golden-threaded robe exuded an air of arrogance. Upon seeing Wu Lingyun, he made no bow and practically addressed her with disdain. Your Majesty, I am Shweta, the envoy from Zhongzhou. I have come to convey the edict of our emperor. We request that the Eastern Rising Nation return the occupied territories and cities of the southern wilderness within 2 days, and release all southern wilderness hostages, ensuring no harm comes to the innocent people of that land. His words were delivered with a commanding tone. Devoid of any semblance of negotiation, it was merely an order. Wu Lingyun's fury ignited as she retorted sharply, though Zhongzhou is powerful, we are all part of the empire, standing on equal footing. When have we ever needed Zhongzhou's permission to act? Shweta merely scoffed, unhurriedly replying, Your Majesty, do you truly believe that defeating the southern wilderness allows you to contend with Zhongzhou? Even if you're 4 nations allied, you would still fall short of our might. The fact that you are each allowed to claim a part and establish your own empires has been the mercy of our past emperors. An empire that defies our sovereigns will has no need to exist. This statement was a blatant threat. This envoy from Zhongzhou dared to flaunt his authority in the Eastern Rising Nation, and Wu Lingyun seethed with indignation. Yet, one could not deny that Zhongzhou had the prowess to be so audacious. Its strength far surpassed that of the combined forces of the 4 nations. Indeed, Zhongzhou remained unconcerned about any potential alliance against them, and their power was unmistakably evident. Wu Lingyun's expression shifted, her voice cold as she declared, What is this talk of seizing a territory to declare an empire and establish a capital? Merely a grandiloquent pretext. To the east of our Dongxing kingdom lies the vast ocean, perpetually besieged by the disturbances of sea monsters. To the west of Xi'an kingdom stands the entrance to the demonic realm, a front line against the relentless demonic army. To the south, the southern wilderness is adjacent to the forest of beasts, enduring persistent assaults from monstrous creatures. As for the northern ice kingdom, it hardly bears mentioning, as it is not only bereft of spiritual energy and cultivation resources, but also frequently plagued by spatial rifts. A moment's inattention could lead even an expert in the imperial realm to be instantaneously obliterated. Zhongzhou merely views our 4 nations as a bulwark against various perils. seizing the finest territories without having to contend with any threats. How could it not grow powerful? Shueda's countenance shifted slightly upon hearing this. Wu Lingyan spoke the truth. The safest place in the entire Nine Heavens was undoubtedly the heart of the continent. Zhongzhou's burgeoning strength stemmed from an absence of harsh conditions. Although the other four empires were rife with jealousy and envy, they lacked the strength and resources to challenge Zhongzhou. Stung by Wu Lingyan's rebuke, Shueda quickly regained his composure. A sneer gracing his lips as he retorted, "Just as you have articulated, we in Zhongzhou regard your four nations as mere shields against various dangers. But what of it? I have come to convey an edict. Should you refuse to heed it, by the time the armies of Zhongzhou arrive, it is likely that Dongshan Kingdom will possess no experts above the heart refinement realm." Another threat. Shueda had clearly grown emboldened. Many civil and military officials seethed with suppressed rage, yet for the sake of their nation and their own lives, they could only stifle their ire. "Esteemed envoy, your words have been received. However, our Dongshan Kingdom is not affluent, and we have little to offer in hospitality. You may take your leave." Wu Lingyan coldly issued an expulsion order to Shueda. Shueda's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Dongshan Kingdom would not even extend a gesture of hospitality. In every other empire he had visited, he had been lavished with treasures and the company of beautiful maidens. With a flick of his sleeve, he declared, "In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, he transformed into a streak of spiritual light and burst forth from the palace. The palace was fortified with an array of protective barriers, and within its confines, many areas were designated as no-fly zones. Even to take flight, one would require permission for the barriers to be lifted. However, consumed by indignation, he had no intention of seeking approval and charged fiercely at the barrier. Bang! The initial collision merely caused the barrier to vibrate without causing any significant damage. But soon after, Shueda produced a spiritual treasure, a Vajra bracelet, from his storage ring and hurled it at the barrier. The grades of magical artifacts are categorized as tools, treasures, spiritual treasures, ultimate treasures, imperial weapons, and chaotic artifacts, with each category further divided into inferior, middle, superior, heavenly, and sacred ranks. The sacred treasures previously acquired by Lin Feng were of the sacred spiritual treasure grade. The Vajra bracelet that Shueda produced was also a sacred spiritual treasure. As the sacred spiritual treasure emerged, the palace's barrier was instantly breached, and with a hearty laugh, Shueda slipped through the opening. Wu Lingyan and the assembled officials were left with ashen faces, taken aback by Shueda's audacity. "Your Majesty," an official began, hesitating as if he wished to voice something. Wu Lingyan comprehended his intention. He wished to take action and eliminate Shueda. However, for the greater good. She waved her hand and declared, "Enough. The central state possesses the audacity to be arrogant. Let us not complicate matters further. Issue a decree. Return the territory of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom and conserve our strength for the future." Indeed, what choice did they have? The circumstances were more formidable than any individual. Everyone understood that the current Eastern Rising Kingdom did not dare to challenge the central state. Yet, witnessing Wu Lingyan's choice to endure, many harbored dissatisfaction towards her. As an emperor, she exhibited a complete lack of resolve. Some of the already unfaithful opposition had even begun to contemplate how to unite with other ministers to impeach Wu Lingyan. Once Wu Lingyan dispatched soldiers to convey her orders. She turned to the ministers and said, "You have all seen that only through unity can we conserve our strength and have the confidence to speak in the future. I hope all of you will assist me wholeheartedly, so that together we can strengthen and develop the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Long live the Empress. May the Eastern Rising Empire endure as long as the heavens." The ministers uttered meaningless platitudes, but who could endure being bullied and then see their oppressors swagger away? Yet the Empress chose to endure. Although it was a wise decision, many still felt a profound sense of discontent. Lin Feng observed this scene, his brows slightly furrowed. At that moment, his three daughters, having eaten and drunk their fill, clung to him, begging to play. Lin Feng immediately addressed them, "My dear children, you are all quite greasy. It would be best to wash up first. Father has a stomach ache and must take care of it." The three girls obediently replied, "All right. Father, we will go wash up first. Please come find us later." Lin Feng nodded, watching as his daughters departed, before returning to his chamber. He then raised his hand to set up an illusionary formation in a barrier, swiftly teleporting away. At the border between the central state and the Eastern Rising Kingdom, Shueda transformed into a beam of light, returning to the city of the central state. After providing a brief account, he rushed towards the imperial city. He intended to lodge a severe complaint against the Eastern Rising Kingdom for their blatant neglect. After flying thousands of miles, he arrived above the second city, Sitian City. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the space ahead, startling him greatly. The inhabitants of Sitian City also sensed the situation and promptly dispatched a flying unit to investigate. Shweta hovered in the air, observing as the disturbance gradually settled, revealing a humanoid figure. However, the figure was shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring its true appearance. Who might you be? Shweta, unable to discern the opponent's strength, felt a twinge of anxiety. The figure was none other than Lin Feng, having teleported just in time. He deliberately awaited Shweda's arrival within the territory of the Central State, even appearing before the Central State soldiers to create confusion. Who am I? Young Shweta? Have you forgotten the incident centuries ago in the secret realm when you seized my opportunity? Lin Feng deliberately altered his voice to sound ancient, imbued with spiritual energy that resonated far and wide, allowing all in Sitian City to hear. Shweda's expression shifted, his mind racing as he tried to recall who this figure could be. Esteemed one, let us not dwell on whether I truly took your resources. In the territory of Zhongzhou, there are no fewer than 3 formidable masters of the Emperor realm in Sitian City. Since you have arrived, do not depart. Lin Feng, with his aged voice, continued, today, I shall seek revenge for the grievances of centuries past when you seized my opportunities. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face my wrath. Such arrogance. Shweta scoffed, producing his golden bracelet. Chapter 22. Terrifying indeed at that moment. 3 streaks of light surged forth from Sitian City, swiftly surrounding Lin Feng. Upon witnessing their arrival, Shweda's demeanor relaxed further. He regarded Lin Feng as if he were already a corpse. Humph. I cannot decide whether to call you bold or foolish for daring to strike against me near Sitian City. Are all present? Lin Feng smiled faintly, gradually unfurling his domain. Then let us meet our demise together. In the imperial palace of the Eastern Rising Kingdom, Wu Lingyun sought out her 3 daughters, who were indulging in a bath. Noticing Lin Feng's absence, she inquired curiously, where is your father? See ya, playing with the water, replied. Father said he had a stomachache and needed to take care of it. Wu Lingyun rolled her eyes. Indeed, he is but a mortal with such trivialities. It seems I must find an opportunity to assist him in his cultivation. Otherwise, he may grow gray-haired by the time you mature. Mother, come down and join us. Sirui beckoned Wu Lingyun to join them in the water. Wu Lingyun hesitated. Perhaps not. It would be inappropriate when your father arrives. What is inappropriate? When father comes, you can bathe together. Sitian chimed in, grinning as she splashed water towards Wu Lingyun. Wu Lingyun raised her hand, blocking the spray just a foot away, and replied somewhat irritably, I shall not bathe with your father. Before she could finish her sentence, Sia rushed to her side, grasping her arm. Mother, please bathe with us. It has been ages since we shared a bath. Feeling her heart soften, Wu Lingyun relented. Very well, allow me to set up a barrier first. She produced a formation diagram, and with a wave of her hand, the diagram transformed into a golden light, dissipating into the air. Within the hot spring, a barrier materialized. Though not exceedingly strong, it could withstand a full-force strike from a peak refinement realm practitioner without breaking. Furthermore, no one dared intrude, save for Lin Feng. Surely, as a mere mortal, this barrier would suffice to keep him at bay. Once the barrier was established, Wu Lingyun gently shed her gauzy garment, revealing her flawless form. Clad only in a form-fitting garment, she slowly entered the water, joining her daughters in their playful revelry. Just as the 4 of them were enjoying their time together, Wu Lingyun suddenly felt a disturbance from the barrier. Startled, she barely had time to react before Lin Feng barged in. My dear ones, Lin Feng began, only to be met with the sight of Wu Lingyun, unclothed. He quickly turned away, exclaiming, my apologies, I shall take my leave. Wu Lingyun's face flushed crimson. She never anticipated being seen by Lin Feng in such a vulnerable state for the second time. However, how did this scoundrel manage to enter? Such a barrier should have alerted her to any external breaches. At that moment, Sitian called out, Father, come join us in the bath. Sia and Sirui quickly chimed in. Yes, Father, it would be so much fun to have a water fight with Mother. Father, I'm on your side. These words made Lin Feng's face flush with embarrassment, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively and say, No need for that. Father does not enjoy bathing, nor does he like playing with water. Having said that, he awkwardly stepped out of the barrier, which seemed utterly ineffective against him. Once outside the formation, Lin Feng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as visions of Wu Lingyun's flawless, fair form involuntarily flooded his mind. Especially the moment her cheeks flushed red, there were not many men who could remain unmoved by such a sight. At that moment, Wu Lingyun's mood was scarcely better than his. She quickly rose, dissipating the water on her body with her spiritual energy, and swiftly donned her attire. Mother, why aren't you washing up? She suddenly recalled that she had matters to attend to. As she spoke, she felt a message coming through her communication jade, which she promptly checked. Her expression shifted slightly as she realized there was indeed something urgent. She hurriedly dispelled the barrier and left the formation. As she exited, she found Lin Feng standing outside. Lost in thought, Upon locking eyes with him, Wu Lingyun forced herself to remain composed and said, "By the way, I have a pill that can enhance your cultivation, along with various cultivation techniques, if you need them." "No, I do not need any of that," Lin Feng replied directly, dismissing her offer. With the rewards from the system, he had no need for what Wu Lingyun could provide. However, Wu Lingyun assumed that Lin Feng's refusal stemmed from his male pride, and she chose not to press further, simply stating, "If you ever change your mind, you can find me or Commander Han." With that, she transformed into a streak of light and departed. Lin Feng shook his head, realizing that this woman at least had his interests at heart, and in that regard, she was not so disagreeable after all. "Father, take us out to play." Just as he was lost in contemplation, several daughters had already stepped out of the formation, all clamoring for his attention. "All right." Lin Feng immediately set aside his distractions and, with a doting smile, said to his daughters, "Last time you made a statue for father. How about this time? Father makes a statue for you." "Hooray!" The three daughters cheered, clapping their hands in delight, and then followed Lin Feng toward the palace. Back in the Great Hall, Wu Lingyun summoned the civil and military officials. She turned to the Minister of Military Affairs, Ku Chenglong, and said, "Ku Aiqing, please convey the news we just received." Ku Chenglong nodded, surveying the room before slowly stating, "We have received word from the spies in the Central Region, just moments ago. The Central Region envoy, Shweta, was killed by enemies in Sitian City." "What?" Everyone's expression shifted to one of shock. Unable to believe that the detestable Shweta had been slain, and on the territory of the Central Region, no less. A military general, visibly anxious, inquired, "Has the identity of the perpetrator been uncovered?" Ku Chenglong shook his head, replying, "I do not have much information." According to the spies, the mysterious assailant claimed to have a grudge against Shweta from hundreds of years ago, obscured by a veil of true energy, making it impossible to discern their true appearance. They struck swiftly, eliminating Shweta and 3 Imperial Realm experts from Sitian City, and then made their escape. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall as the gravity of the situation sank in. For Imperial Realm experts, and Shweta had even possessed a sacred-grade spiritual treasure. Even a formidable opponent at the semi-holy realm may not suffice. Yet this individual effortlessly vanquished all 4. How terrifying! Such dreadfulness! But if this person possesses such prowess, why did they choose to exact vengeance only today? Is it possible that the quest for revenge is merely a facade, and the true motive lies in the desire to eliminate Shweta? What could be the reason for slaying Shweta? The crowd swiftly turned their gaze towards Wu Lingyun, speculating whether she had orchestrated this act. At that moment, Wu Lingyun's heart was no calmer than theirs. However, perceiving the glances from the assembly, she sensed an opportune moment to win their favor, and thus replied ambiguously, "Esteemed officials, let us not dwell on this matter. Shweta's arrogant demeanor and lack of decorum in our Eastern ascendancy are well known. It is only natural that he was met with retribution from those of righteous hearts." Her words were skillfully crafted, directly implicating Shweta's provocations as the reason for his demise, while cleverly distancing herself from any association with the enigmatic figure. Yet, the assembly harbored different thoughts. At that moment, nearly everyone presumed that the mysterious expert was indeed an ally of Wu Lingyun. In the imperial palace of Zhongzhou, the tyrant emperor, a tall figure appearing to be in his 30s with sharp, defined features, sat upon the dragon throne. His eyes exuded an aggressive intensity, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Merely by appearance, he radiated a chilling aura of lethal intent. The title of Tyrant Emperor was not mere bluster. Prior to ascending the throne of Zhongzhou, he had ventured into the realms of the sea and demon tribes for rigorous training. This moniker was bestowed upon him long before he became the Emperor of Zhongzhou, over a millennium ago. Throughout the past 1,000 years, his strength had only intensified, reaching the pinnacle of the semi-holy realm. Many speculate that the Tyrant Emperor is destined to become the first cultivator in a millennium to ascend to the 10th heaven. Not only is he immensely powerful, but as the sovereign of the greatest nation in the 9 heavens, he is adorned with treasures of the highest caliber, the least of which are of mid-grade quality. His weapon, the heavenly purple gold hammer, is a sacred artifact of unparalleled might. All of these are formidable tools capable of combating opponents of higher realms. It is widely acknowledged that he stands as the foremost figure in the 9 heavens, a godlike man in a realm where sacred beings cannot exist. Yet now, this godlike figure bore an uncharacteristic scowl, his expression darkened by a desire for vengeance. How outrageous! Our envoy from Zhongzhou was slain on our own territory, and the assailants escaped unscathed? To this day, we remain ignorant of their identity. The Tyrant Emperor's countenance was grim, his gaze causing the courtiers to tremble in fear. Observing their silent compliance, his expression darkened further, and he commanded, "Summon the national master." The order was issued, and shortly thereafter, a streak of light darted into the hall. As the light dissipated, an elderly hunchback with white hair and beard approached the tyrant emperor, bowing in reverence. I, Wu Xiangfeng, pay my respects to your majesty. The tyrant emperor's expression softened slightly as he raised a hand towards Wu Xiangfeng, saying, no need for formalities, national master. I have summoned you due to the matter of our envoy's assassination. I require your celestial divination to unveil the identity of the perpetrator. Wu Xiangfeng's expression shifted subtly as he sighed softly, as you wish. The tyrant emperor and all the ministers watched intently as Wu Xiangfeng retrieved a disc inscribed with the 8 trigrams from his storage ring, murmuring incantations as he began his calculations. Soon, a disc levitated and suddenly expanded before him, resembling a mirror standing upright. At the center of the disc was a swirling chaos, obscured from the eyes of outsiders. Wu Xiangfeng gazed intently at the chaotic center, but after a brief moment, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of old blood. The Emperor of Slaughter was momentarily taken aback, eager to assist him. At that moment, Wu Xiangfeng appeared even more aged. His body withered like a skeleton clad in human skin. His back was bent more severely, nearly at a right angle, unable to straighten again. I am fine. Wu Xiangfeng retrieved a healing elixir and swallowed it, a hint of color finally returning to his pale face. He then spoke, Your Majesty. I cannot ascertain the specific details about the culprit. I can only deduce that they seem to have some connection to the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Cannot ascertain? The Eastern Rising Kingdom? The Emperor of Slaughter furrowed his brow. He had initially suspected the Eastern Rising Kingdom alongside his ministers. But he believed that even if they had the audacity to assassinate Shweta, they surely lacked the capability to do so. Now that Wu Xiangfeng had made such a statement, it could not be false. After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor declared, Then I shall command the eradication of the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Hold on. Wu Xiangfeng interrupted the Emperor, his urgency evident. Your Majesty, I have just discovered that if we rashly attack the Eastern Rising Kingdom, we may suffer severe repercussions. What? This revelation astonished not only the Emperor of Slaughter, but also the civil and military officials below. The semi-saint experts of the Eastern Rising Kingdom, namely the Grand Elders, were no more than 10 in number. How could they inflict such heavy losses on Zhongzhou? However, given Wu Xiangfeng's unwavering loyalty and the accuracy of his celestial divination, he could not be mistaken. The Emperor's brow furrowed deeper as he pondered. Then he rose and stated, If that is the case, I must personally take action. Your Majesty must not. The urgency of the situation resonated with not only Wu Xiangfeng, but also the officials below, who hastily interjected, Your Majesty, do not take such risks. Allow me to lead the charge against the Eastern Rising Kingdom. I am willing to sign a military decree to bring back the head of the Eastern Rising Kingdom's Empress. I am prepared to accompany the army to assault the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Your Majesty, think carefully. Remain in the palace and await our good news. The Emperor's expression shifted. Uncertain whether to dispatch a contingent to investigate first, Wu Xiangfeng promptly offered, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Speak quickly. The Emperor's demeanor softened, showing great respect for the national teacher. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Xiangfeng began, Your Majesty, with the elimination of the experts from the Southern Wasteland Kingdom. They are incapable of significant resistance against the periodic beast invasions. Why not order the Eastern Rising Kingdom to send experts to assist the Southern Wasteland Kingdom in fending off these beasts? Meanwhile, we can dispatch envoys to the Beast Forest to lure the creatures out and eliminate those from the Eastern Rising Kingdom. On another front, we could also send envoys to the Sea Tribe, urging them to launch a frenzied assault on the Eastern Rising Kingdom, thus allowing us to investigate their true strength without incurring losses. Upon hearing the national teacher's words, everyone's eyes brightened. The Emperor, equally excited, exclaimed, Splendid. The national teacher is indeed worthy of his title. Not only can he glimpse the heavenly secrets, but he also possesses such wisdom. Truly, it is a blessing for Zhongzhou. Wu Xiangfeng shook his head humbly and remarked, Your Majesty, serving Zhongzhou with utmost dedication is my duty. However, this time I have not only failed to ascertain the identity of the culprit, but I have also exhausted my lifespan. Henceforth, I shall be unable to serve Zhongzhou any longer. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically as they turned their gazes towards Wu Xiangfeng. The Emperor of Assassination also rose swiftly, approaching Wu Xiangfeng to express concern. Wu Xiangfeng, however, managed a bitter smile, but as he spoke, blood began to flow from his mouth. Your Majesty, I just attempted to probe the murderer and suffered severe backlash. Heed my words, do not recklessly confront the Eastern Rising Kingdom. No sooner had he finished speaking than he collapsed like a withered tree. The Emperor of Assassination hurriedly reached out to support Wu Xiangfeng, only to find that he had already drawn his last breath. In the Eastern Rising Kingdom's palace, Lin Feng exhaled softly and then gently said, All right. After speaking, He handed a sculpture to Sitian. Sitian clapped her little hands and exclaimed, "Daddy is amazing. It looks just like me." Sia and Sirui each held a carved wooden figure, utterly captivated. "I'm glad you all like it," Lin Feng smiled, preparing to put away his tools. However, Sitian suddenly interjected, "Daddy, don't put them away yet. Please carve 2 more. Upon hearing this, Sia and Sirui quickly joined in, tugging at his sleeves, saying, "Daddy, you and Mommy haven't been carved yet." "Yes, Daddy, our family should all be together." Witnessing his daughter's playful antics, Lin Feng's paternal affection surged forth, and he affectionately patted their little heads, saying, all right, Daddy will carve 2 more. Chapter 24. Spiritual Wood Toys. Lin Feng reluctantly picked up the carving knife once more and began to carve swiftly. Before long, 2 lifelike wooden figurines emerged, one resembling Lin Feng and the other depicting Wu Lingyun. The wood carvings were vivid and lively, creating an illusion of miniature versions of real people. Sia and her sisters, upon seeing this, were filled with excitement, clapping their hands in praise. "Daddy carved them so well. Our daddy is the greatest. I want to show Mommy," Sitian exclaimed, reaching out to snatch the freshly carved figure, and Lin Feng did not intervene, watching as she took the little figure. Sia and Sirui were dissatisfied and attempted to seize the figure from Sitian's hands. Lin Feng quickly said, "No need to fight. I will carve one for each of you." Only then did Sia and Sirui relent, gazing eagerly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the materials and realized that the spiritual wood sent by the guards was already depleted. "Do you know where we can find more spiritual wood?" he inquired. "I know. Grandpa Chin has some," Sia declared proudly. "I saw Grandpa Chin carving with spiritual wood before." However, Sirui expressed a hint of fear, saying, "But Grandpa Chin looks fierce. He has never smiled at us." "Yes, Daddy, Grandpa Chin doesn't like us," Sitian added timidly, her expression revealing her reluctance to seek out this Grandpa Chin. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that the only elder in the palace whom his daughters referred to as Grandpa must be the Grand Elder, although he was generally averse to interacting with the Grand Elders. Seeing his daughter's apprehension prompted him to say, "Then you all take me to find this Grandpa Chin." Since Lin Feng had spoken, his 3 daughters could only guide him towards the inner palace. This inner palace was not the emperor's harem, but rather a realm steeped in spiritual energy and heavily guarded. Residing within were several esteemed elders of the Eastern Rising Kingdom, each possessing the strength of a semi-saint and representing the deep-rooted heritage of the empire. As Lin Feng and his daughters approached the vicinity of the inner palace, they were halted by a group of guards. "Your Majesty, several princesses. Without the command of the esteemed elders, even His Majesty cannot enter. We apologize." The leader of the guards was somewhat courteous, yet his words irked Sia and the others. Sitian, hands on her hips, exclaimed, "My mother is the Empress. The entire Eastern Rising Kingdom belongs to her. Why are we not allowed entry?" The guards were at a loss for words in response to her audacious proclamation. Lin Feng extended his hand, lifting Sitian with a smile, and said, "Sweetie, do not trouble these guards. Father will notify the esteemed elders." With that, he gently closed his eyes. Within the inner palace, numerous pavilions stood. The esteemed elders resided in several of these structures, some engaged in cultivation, others in alchemy, while a few were engrossed in array studies or chess matches. Suddenly, they all heard a voice simultaneously. "Greetings, esteemed elders. I am Lin Feng, and I wish to speak with Elder Chin." Though the voice was not loud, it resonated clearly with each of them. The expressions of the esteemed elders shifted almost in unison. They ceased their activities and swiftly took to the air. Outside, before Lin Feng and his daughters, radiant lights flickered, and soon a group of elderly figures appeared. The youngest among them appeared to have half-white hair, while most sported beards. To Lin Feng's astonishment, there were even 2 elderly women among them. He had not expected that esteemed elders could be female. One elder, with snow-white hair, yet smooth skin devoid of wrinkles, frowned and inquired, "Lin Feng, are you the husband that Wu Lingyun brought from the first heaven? How did you manage to send us a message without alerting the arrays and barriers?" Curiosity swirled among the elders, but Bai Wanrong, aware of Lin Feng's mastery in formations, quickly addressed the group, saying, "Naturally, young brother Lin Feng possesses unique talents to have captured Wu Lingyun's interest. Let us hear what he wishes to discuss with Elder Chin." His words piqued the curiosity of many, as Bai Wanrong, who typically flaunted his status as a formation master, was surprisingly advocating for Lin Feng today, having previously expressed disdain when discussing the emperor from the first heaven. An elder with a goat beard and a scar across his face glared and demanded, "Lin Feng, what do you seek from me?" Lin Feng slightly cupped his hands in respect and replied, "You must be Elder Chin. I have come to request a few pieces of spiritual wood." The request for spiritual wood caused Elder Chin to raise an eyebrow in surprise, before he asked curiously, "What do you need spiritual wood for?" Sitian proudly held up a sculpture and declared, "Father wishes to carve a likeness of him and mother," observing the lifelike figures in Sia and her sister's hands. Despite their vividness, the elders could only roll their eyes in disbelief. How precious was spiritual wood! Even a fragment the size of a fingernail can attract the attention of numerous array masters from the outside world. Yet, Lin Feng astonishingly chose to use it for crafting toys. Indeed, not only the esteemed elders, but even the gatekeepers felt that Lin Feng was merely making toys for children. Elder Qin's expression darkened instantly. "Lin Feng, do you comprehend what you are doing? Spiritual wood is exceedingly precious, and you dare to squander it on toys?" Lin Feng smiled faintly, casting a fond glance at his three daughters before responding. "As long as it is what my daughters desire, and I possess the means to procure it, I shall undoubtedly strive to fulfill their wishes." Upon hearing his words, the onlookers were somewhat moved. From a father's perspective, Lin Feng's actions were undeniably commendable. However, one must ponder whether such indulgence might spoil the children. Many capricious and unreasonable signs of wealthy families have emerged from similar pampering. Elder Qin, with a grim expression, stated, "I am sorry, but spiritual wood is far too precious. I cannot permit you to waste it." Having uttered this, he attempted to withdraw. Not so fast. Bai Wanrong, aware that Lin Feng's array skills far exceeded his own, was determined to mend relations with Lin Feng for future endeavors. He interjected, "Elder Qin, why do you obstruct me?" When the topic of Lin Feng, this newcomer from the lower realms, was discussed, you were the one who criticized him most vehemently. Before he could finish, Bai Wanrong covered his mouth. Casting an awkward glance at Lin Feng, he said, "Your Majesty, please disregard this old fellow's ramblings. I hold you in the highest regard." His words astonished everyone present, leaving them perplexed as to why such a venerable elder would address Lin Feng in such a manner and tone. Lin Feng smiled gently, replying, "Elder Bai, there is no need for explanation. It is understandable that as a mere first-layer cultivator from the lower realms, I might be looked down upon." His words bore the weight of truth. Without his system, he would be an inconsequential, ordinary person. Elder Qin, breaking free from Bai Wanrong's grasp, was about to reprimand him when Bai Wanrong discreetly transmitted a message to him. Upon hearing Bai Wanrong's whisper, Elder Qin paused momentarily, then extended his spiritual sense towards the wooden carving in Siya's hands. Soon, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 25, The Spiritual Wood Staff. Elder Qin, visibly excited, approached Lin Feng, rubbing his hands together as he inquired, "Your Majesty Lin Feng, may I see your wooden carving?" Of course. Lin Feng sensed Bai Wanrong had communicated something to him, although he remained oblivious to its content. Observing Elder Qin's fervent demeanor, he felt a twinge of confusion. With Lin Feng's consent, Elder Qin cautiously approached Sitian, eager to examine the wooden carving closely. However, Sitian hid the carving behind her back, pouting defiantly, "No, this is from Daddy." Elder Qin found himself in an awkward position, but fortunately, Sia stepped forward, extending her tiny wooden figurine, saying, "Grandpa Qin, I will show you mine, but you must return it to me afterwards." "Very well, very well. You are such a good girl, Sirui. I am Sia." "Oh, Sia, you are truly a good girl," Elder Qin replied awkwardly, then gingerly accepted the wooden carving to examine it closely. The moment he held it, an involuntary jolt coursed through him. The laws. Upon the wooden carving, one could truly sense the essence of the laws. His hands trembled slightly as he hastily steadied his mind, then cautiously extended his consciousness to explore. Holding it in his hands and probing with his spiritual awareness felt entirely different. Every scratch and chisel mark on the wooden sculpture resembled a strand of the cosmic laws. He felt an overwhelming conviction. If he could embrace such a sculpture for daily cultivation, he might even aspire to transcend to the great sage realm and ascend to the 10 heavens. This was a notion he had never even dared to entertain before. At their age, most individuals had already exhausted their potential, with no hope of breakthrough, unless a significant fortuity arose. The artwork crafted by Lin Feng contained the exceedingly rare laws beneath the 9 heavens, a monumental opportunity for him. He was even tempted to seize all the wooden sculptures from Sia and the others and retreat to a secluded place to cultivate slowly. However, reason triumphed over greed. The fact that Lin Feng's casual carvings were imbued with the essence of law indicated that this emperor was far from simple. He fondled the wooden sculpture with great affection. But Sia was not pleased, exclaiming, "Grandpa Qin, have you finished? Please return the carving to me." "Oh, yes, I have finished," Elder Qin replied, reluctantly returning the sculpture to Sia. The other elders and guards looked on with curiosity, wondering what had so moved Elder Qin. Lin Feng was also intrigued, unsure why Elder Qin was so overly excited. Was this not merely a capability acquired after reaching the pinnacle of the system rewards? Sia mentioned having seen Elder Qin carve with spiritual wood, suggesting he possessed knowledge of inscription techniques. Perhaps, like Bai Wanrong, he had discovered advanced inscription methods, which explained his fervor. Elder Qin, could you spare me some spiritual wood? Lin Feng inquired again, noticing that Elder Qin seemed still lost in thought. He added, as a token of gratitude, I could carve something for you. Given the old fellow's evident fondness, gifting him a piece seemed reasonable. Really? Elder Qin was tremendously excited, nearly wishing to embrace Lin Feng in joyous gratitude. If Lin Feng were to bestow upon him a carving suffused with the essence of law, he would not only offer spiritual wood, but would even consider sacrificing his dignity for such a gift. Cough, cough. That was, of course, out of the question. He quickly produced a dozen exquisite pieces of spiritual wood from his storage ring, presenting them with great respect. Lord Lin, have you seen enough? Lin Feng was taken aback by the drastic change in the old man's demeanor. However, he was pleased that he could continue crafting for his daughters. That's sufficient. 5 will do. No worries, you may keep the extras, Your Excellency. They might come in handy in the future. Elder Qin feared Lin Feng might decline, and he wanted to ensure that the carvings he received were not hastily done. In that case, thank you, Elder Qin. Lin Feng waved his hand, collecting all the spiritual wood into his system pouch, then asked, Elder Qin, what kind of sculpture would you like? Anything is fine. Elder Qin began to say, but quickly amended, if it is convenient for the Emperor, could you carve me a walking stick? As I age, I may find it necessary. He harbors ulterior motives. A cane appears simpler than a carved figure, yet it is indeed quite voluminous. A larger size allows for the encapsulation of more profound principles. Lin Feng, oblivious to his true intentions, assumed he sought to comprehend the inscriptions and elevate their mastery. Thus, he smiled and remarked, Elder Qin, your health is excellent. Do you truly require a cane? This is quite simple. I can provide one for you immediately. Upon finishing his words, Lin Feng produced a carving knife and a slender piece of spiritual wood, his hands moving like phantoms. In mere moments, he transformed the wood into an exquisite dragon-headed cane. Elder Qin, do you find this cane to your satisfaction? Lin Feng inquired, tossing the intricately carved cane to Elder Qin. Startled, Elder Qin fumbled to catch the cane and inspected it with utmost care. Indeed, the entire cane resonated with the power of principles from within to without. With this artifact, advancing to the great sage realm would no longer be a distant dream. Thank you, Emperor. Elder Qin bowed deeply to Lin Feng, his gratitude so profound that, were it not for the remnants of his dignity, he might have knelt to express his thanks. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, Elder Qin, there is no need for such formality. If there are no further matters, I must return to continue my carvings. Farewell, Emperor. Both Elder Qin and Elder Bai said in unison. Lin Feng nodded slightly and departed with his 3 daughters. Once they had distanced themselves, a group of elders immediately converged around Elder Qin. Elder Qin, what have you discovered? Why has your attitude towards that young man, Lin Feng, changed so drastically? May we see the cane? What makes it so extraordinary? I sensed a faint aura of principles. Hearing this, Elder Qin quickly willed the cane into his storage ring. Everyone, disperse. This is merely an ordinary spiritual wood cane, he declared, preparing to vanish in a flash of light. Old Qin, that is rather ungracious of you. Last time, when we spied on Elder Su bathing in the Xianming realm, I included you, yet you refused to share your treasures. What? You 2 scoundrels spied on me bathing? Nay, I inadvertently spoke the truth. Ahem, I was merely jesting. As Lin Feng and his daughters walked a short distance, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Your eldest daughter admires you 1. You have received the Holy Tier attack treasure, the Qinquan brush. Ding. Your second daughter admires you 1. You have received the Holy Tier defense treasure, the Radiant Silver Qilin armor. Ding. Your youngest daughter admires you 1. You have received the remnant soul of an ancient deity. Lin Feng paused, taken aback that such admiration could yield rewards. It seemed Elder Qin had cast a significant psychological shadow over his daughters, and today's display of respect from Elder Qin had deepened their admiration for him. A smile graced his lips as he silently thought, claim the rewards. Chapter 26. Creating another upon opting to receive the rewards, several pieces of information resonated in his mind. Qinquan brush, a holy tier treasure capable of altering its length and size. Possessing the might to alter the cosmos, suitable for use as a primary weapon or concealed instrument. The Radiant Silver Kirin armor, a treasure of the sacred tier. Crafted from the scales of the divine beast Kirin, which has undergone a metamorphosis through 15 layers of heaven. Its defensive capabilities are astonishing, adapting in size to the wearer's physique. The remnant soul of the ancient god. This essence stems from the remnants of a primordial deity. Upon refinement, it grants the bearer a second consciousness, enabling them to effortlessly obliterate the consciousness of adversaries of equal rank. Upon witnessing these 3 rewards, Lin Feng's spirit's soared. and he promptly refined the remnant soul of the ancient god. In no time, he sensed a transformation in his consciousness, while his original consciousness remained unaffected. The refined essence quietly nestled in a corner of his awareness. With but a thought, this ancient soul could either merge with his consciousness or be utilized independently. The most significant advantage of this remnant was that its destruction would inflict no harm upon Lin Feng whatsoever. Consciousness is the most vital ability for cultivators. Any damage to it could lead to a significant decline in strength, stagnation in cultivation, or, in severe cases, a state akin to vegetative existence or even death. Truly, it is worthy of being called the second consciousness. Having received his rewards and information, Lin Feng returned to his chambers with great haste. He swiftly carved several small figurines, which he then presented to Sitian and Sirui, expecting that this would quell any rivalry among his three daughters. He was taken aback when Sitian pouted and exclaimed, "Father, you are biased. Why are the ones you carved for my sisters so much larger?" Sitian huffed in response, "Well, you were the first to snatch them." "Exactly. The spiritual wood gifted by grandfather Qin is larger, so of course. Father would carve something more substantial," Sirui chimed in, beginning to tease Sitian. With her big eyes blinking several times, Sitian burst into tears, crying out, "I don't want these little ones. I want a big one." Seeing Sitian in distress, Lin Feng felt a pang of compassion and scooped her up, saying, "Sweetheart, don't cry. I have more spiritual wood here. I'll carve you two larger ones." Upon hearing this, Sitian immediately brightened, exclaiming, "I want the biggest one." Would one as large as your sisters be acceptable?" Lin Feng inquired, fearing that Sirui and Sitian might soon join in the lamentation. "I don't want them to be the same size. I am smaller than them and must call them sisters. If my figurines aren't larger, it would be terribly unfair." Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. What kind of logic is this? So, feeling like the younger sister brings about a sense of injustice, prompting her to seek validation elsewhere, Sitian rolled her eyes and said to Lin Feng, "Father, just carve her a pair of larger ones. We don't wish to bicker with her." Though Sirui felt somewhat reluctant, she could not appear stingy, especially with her elder sister having spoken. "Father, I won't hold it against her. After all, she is the youngest. We must accommodate her." Sitian made a face at her sisters, declaring, "Mother said I was born less than a stick of incense later than you. Why do you get to be the older sisters? Who told you to come out later?" Sitian retorted, not inclined to indulge her younger sibling, and even felt a touch of pride in her response. Fearing that Sitian might start crying again, Lin Feng quickly interjected, "All right, let us cease this discussion. I shall carve 2 more wooden figures." With that, he set Sitian down and retrieved the 2 largest pieces of spiritual wood from his storage ring, swiftly commencing his carving. Before long, 2 lifelike wooden sculptures were completed, towering over those in the hands of Sitian and Sirui by nearly a full head. Sitian gleefully held 2 wooden carvings in her hands, exclaiming, "Look, my father and mother are bigger than yours." Sitian rolled her eyes and retorted, "What does size matter? They are all our parents, aren't they?" Taken aback, Sitian pondered this reasoning, questioning the need for boasting. Lin Feng observed the playful banter among his daughters, finding it immensely entertaining. Such is the joy of fatherhood. With a warm smile, he advised the trio, "Put the sculptures away carefully. You wouldn't want to damage them. If they break, can't you just make another?" Sitian pouted, yet promptly stored the 2 wooden carvings in her storage ring. Her previous, slightly smaller carvings remained on the table, and upon seeing the little father and mother standing side by side, Sitian suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Father, can we give these 2 to mother?" "That is fine, but I'm unsure if your mother will appreciate them," Lin Feng replied uncertainly, recalling Wu Lingyun's aloof demeanor. Surely, such playful toys wouldn't appeal to a regal empress. "What do you mean by appreciate?" Wu Lingyun's voice echoed from the doorway, prompting Sitian and her sisters to rush over. "Mother, look at the wooden carvings father made for us. Don't they resemble us? The pair on the table is for you." "Mother, mine is the biggest," Wu Lingyun observed as her 3 daughters proudly presented their wooden sculptures, her brow slightly furrowing. Carvings made from spirit wood? And so many? However, she soon became captivated by the craftsmanship. The likeness was uncanny. Particularly striking was the carving of herself, adorned in majestic attire, exuding a celestial aura as if she were an ethereal being untouched by the mortal realm. Is this truly how I am perceived in his eyes? Wu Lingyun's heart raced, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Stealing a glance at Lin Feng, she noticed his attention remained solely on their daughters, stirring a peculiar sense of jealousy within her. How could he not look at me? Is this for mother? Wu Lingyun feigned indifference as she approached the table, picking up the pair of wooden sculptures that Sitian had expressed disdain for. Standing side by side, the 2 carvings exuded a surprisingly harmonious presence. Lost in her thoughts, her expression suddenly shifted. Is this the power of the laws? Wu Lingyun's heart raced with astonishment as she quickly extended her consciousness to probe the wooden carvings. Indeed, each carved mark bore traces of law power. With thousands of incisions on a single sculpture, did that not mean it contained countless remnants of the laws? Although the law power was neither intense nor complete, under the 9 heavens, it was akin to a treasured artifact. She looked towards Lin Feng, perplexed by his ability. If the meals he prepares contain law power, I could accept that, but even his carvings can harbor such power. Was he not a mere mortal? Could it be that this is the legendary return to simplicity, where one naturally comprehends the laws after mastering a skill to perfection? In this world, beyond cultivators, there exists another path of cultivation, becoming a sage of literature. Some individuals attain enlightenment through the pursuit of knowledge, ascending to the pinnacle of strength. Others find their path through the art of painting, shattering the void in a single moment. Still, there are those whose mastery of chess leads them to instant realization, welcoming divine illumination. In this moment, Lin Feng appears to Wu Lingyun as a mortal who is treading an unconventional path of cultivation, on the verge of grasping its essence. She cannot help but muse inwardly. Truly, he is the man I once cherished. Chapter 27. An unexpected visitor. Upon seeing Wu Lingyun lost in thought while holding the wooden carving, Xia and the others quickly exclaimed, "Mother, what's wrong? Do you find the carving too small? Should we ask Father to carve you a larger one?" "Father, please inquire about Mother." Before Lin Feng could respond, Wu Lingyun hastily stowed the carving away in her storage ring, declaring, "I'm fine, I just suddenly recalled something." Her flustered expression suggested that she was not adept at deceit, her gaze darting away, presenting a comical yet endearing sight. Lin Feng, not pondering further, casually remarked, "These 3 little treasures insisted on having one each, hence I carved a few extra. If you dislike them, I can carve something else for you." Upon hearing this, Wu Lingyun promptly shook her head, asserting, "No need, I truly like them." However, before she could finish her thought, she sensed something amiss. Her cheeks flushed once more, leaving her at a loss for words. Sitian, observing her rosy complexion, giggled, "Mother, why is your face so red? Could it be that you're shy?" Another chimed in, "Do not feel embarrassed, Mother. We all received gifts from Father, not just you alone." As her daughter's comforting words reached her, Wu Lingyun's face turned even redder. Fortunately, at that moment, a guard announced from outside, "Your Majesty, an envoy from Central State has arrived." Wu Lingyun quickly composed herself and stepped outside to inquire. "Has Central State sent an envoy again? Do they suspect us of having killed Shweta?" The guard, unaware of the situation, remained silent. Wu Lingyun pondered for a moment before turning to Lin Feng, saying, "During this time, I must trouble you to take care of our daughters. Our Eastern Ascendant nation has attracted the attention of Central State, and the days ahead may not be tranquil." Lin Feng nodded, responding calmly, "Caring for our daughters is my duty. Do not worry, I will ensure they are well looked after." Satisfied with Lin Feng's assurance, Wu Lingyun transformed into a streak of light and headed towards the main hall. "Behave and play nicely. I shall prepare some delicious food for you," Lin Feng instructed his daughters before stepping out. Upon hearing of the forthcoming feast, the 3 little ones obediently engaged in play within the room. Meanwhile, Lin Feng busied himself in the kitchen while extending his spiritual awareness to monitor both his daughters and the happenings in the main hall. In the main hall, an elegantly attired man, appearing to be around 30, held a folding fan and exuded an air of sophistication. Upon witnessing Wu Lingyun take her place on the dragon throne, he respectfully clasped his hands and greeted, "I am Kong Tianren, envoy from Central State, here to pay my respects to the Empress." Noticing his demeanor was more courteous than that of Shweta, Wu Lingyun could only respond politely, "Envoy Kong, what brings you here on this occasion?" Kong Tianren smiled lightly, speaking in a calm and unperturbed manner. "I have come on the orders of the Emperor to request that the Eastern Ascendant nation dispatch experts to assist in the recent siege by the demonic beasts of the southern wilderness." "What?" Wu Lingyun, upon hearing the words, was instantly filled with rage. Her brows furrowed, and she declared, "We have already returned the territories we seized from the southern wilderness kingdom. Why should we, the Eastern Ascendancy, assist them in their time of need against the beast horde? Moreover, with the recent stirrings of the Sea clan, we must allocate our resources for defense against them. How can we spare the manpower to aid the southern wilderness kingdom?" Kong Tianren, unperturbed by her fury, gently waved his folding fan, allowing his long hair to sway in the breeze, exuding an air of calm composure. "Your Majesty, I am merely here to convey the will of the Emperor Slayer. Whether you choose to heed it or not is beyond my control. Should you refuse, I shall return to Zhongzhou and report truthfully." His words, cloaked in respect and politeness, bore an underlying firmness that left Wu Lingyun at a loss for a retort. "What if I refuse? Are you suggesting that Zhongzhou will amass an army to threaten our Eastern Ascendancy?" "Your Majesty need not be angered. If you decline, I cannot predict the actions of the Emperor Slayer. I can only ascertain them upon my return. Are you certain you will not send troops to support the Southern Wilderness Kingdom, thereby defying the will of the esteemed Emperor Slayer? Wu Lingyun felt the urge to unleash her wrath, yet several ministers clasped their fists in respect and urged, Your Majesty, the Southern Wilderness Kingdom lacks competent experts. To protect the common folk from the beast attacks, it would not be amiss to dispatch a few skilled individuals to assist. Indeed, Your Majesty, our intervention is for the sake of the ordinary citizens, and our assistance may cultivate their gratitude towards us. Your Majesty, I am willing to go and assist in fending off the beast attacks. Upon hearing her minister's inclination to compromise, Wu Lingyun's expression shifted, and she ultimately gritted her teeth, conceding, Kong Envoy, I agree to send experts to assist the Southern Wilderness Kingdom. You may return now. Your Majesty is wise. I shall take my leave. With that, Kong Tianren turned and exited the Grand Hall. Once Kong Tianren had departed the imperial city, Wu Lingyun's countenance darkened. Is Zhongzhou extending its reach too far? They refuse to allow us to seize the Southern Wilderness Kingdom and yet demand we send our experts to assist them. How utterly absurd. One minister bowed and said, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Zhongzhou is immensely powerful, far beyond our capacity to confront. Intelligence reports indicate that even their overt strength is sufficient to obliterate our 4 kingdoms of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. We must tread carefully and avoid provoking them. I am utterly exasperated. Wu Lingyun slammed her fist against the dragon throne, glancing at the ministers who had just shown signs of capitulation, her face betraying her dissatisfaction. One day, I shall ensure that the Eastern Ascendancy breaks free from the shackles of Zhongzhou and rises to stand as an empire of equal stature. Your Majesty is astute. Long live the Eastern Ascendancy. In the kitchen, Lin Feng observed the ministers, who seemed to be nothing but sycophants, and furrowed his brow. The current predicament of his beloved wife appeared far less glorious than when he first met her. The growth of a child necessitates parental companionship. To afford Wu Lingyun more time with their daughters, perhaps he should offer his assistance. However, Zhongzhou was indeed formidable, with many of its major cities rivaling the strength of the Eastern Ascendancy, not to mention the imperial city of Zhongzhou. Even if he could stealthily eliminate all the experts from Zhongzhou, such a victory would leave them vulnerable to attacks from Xiliang and Beibing. Was he to eradicate every master from the 9 heavens? Such a feat was evidently impossible and impractical. In the realm of the 9 heavens, not only does the human race reside, but also the demon kin, the aquatic clan, and the fiendish tribe. Even if an entire empire were to dominate the 9 heavens, internal strife would inevitably arise alongside the absence of external threats. He would be unable to manage it all if he continued to slay indiscriminately. He would have little time left to spend with his daughters. Presently, the wisest course of action is to observe the unfolding events, responding adeptly to each challenge as it arises. It appears I must venture once more into the beast forest, Lin Feng murmured softly, mentally preparing himself. The prowess of the creatures within the forest may be more formidable than what I previously encountered. However, those beasts, having witnessed his might, would likely show him some deference. As long as he paid them a visit and requested they refrain from launching beastly assaults on cities for the next few years, the Eastern Rising Kingdom would only need to send a few representatives to maintain appearances. With this plan in mind, he carried the freshly prepared delicacies and stepped outside. Lin Feng intended to journey to the beast forest in the coming days, unaware that the forest was currently hosting an unexpected guest. Chapter 28. The young master is dead. Within the depths of the beast forest, the formidable half-saint spirit turtle had assumed the guise of a bald elder. He gazed at a striking woman before him and furrowed his brows, inquiring, Envoy from the central continent? The woman, appearing to be around 30 years of age, was quite attractive, yet the heavy makeup on her face lent her an aura of coldness. Flashing a sly smile, she clasped her fists and declared, Indeed. I am Yu Qiumin, here on the Emperor's orders to negotiate with you. The elder spirit turtle frowned and asked, We, the beast forest, have no ties with the central continent. What is there to negotiate? Yu Qiumin wasted no time in revealing her intent, stating, Due to the mysterious disappearance of the Blue Emperor and the nation's skilled warriors from the southern wilderness, we will undoubtedly be unable to withstand the beastly siege. Thus, the Emperor has tasked the Eastern Rising Kingdom with sending skilled individuals to assist. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyebrows raised in curiosity as he queried, The Blue Emperor and the nation's warriors have vanished? The Eastern Rising Kingdom intends to send aid to the southern wilderness? Indeed, this matter is rather peculiar. Yet we are investigating it, Yu Qiumin responded. Are you here to ask us to abandon our assault on the southern wilderness? The elder spirit turtle began to suspect that the disappearance of the Blue Emperor and the skilled warriors was somehow connected to Lin Feng. Should the central continent request that they cease their siege, he would certainly acquiesce, for the power of the Eastern Rising Kingdom's emperor, Lin Feng, was truly terrifying. However, Yu Qiumin quickly shook her head, stating, "We are not asking you to abandon your siege. On the contrary, the emperor desires that you exert all your effort to eliminate the skilled individuals sent by the Eastern Rising Kingdom." What? This revelation not only shocked the elder spirit turtle, but also altered the expressions of the other transformed spirit beasts. The Eastern Rising Kingdom possessed a formidable powerhouse like Lin Feng, who had also taken away 3 companions that could potentially become divine beasts. They had never considered opposing Lin Feng, and had even been seeking opportunities to forge an alliance with him. Yet now, this envoy was demanding they devote themselves to slaying the people of the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Was she not leading them to their own demise? The elder spirit turtle's countenance darkened, and he replied tersely, "How we conduct our affairs in the beast forest is not for you from the central continent to dictate. We will arrange our siege as we see fit. This time, I will grant you from the central continent a favor. You may leave now." As Yu Qiumin observed the magical beasts beginning to issue their dismissal, she hastily interjected, "The Emperor of Slaughter is aware that you would not easily acquiesce, which is why I have brought along a few gifts as a form of earnest." Upon finishing her statement, she gestured, retrieving several boxes from her storage ring. With a flick of her sleeve, the boxes opened simultaneously, revealing an abundance of exquisite spirit stones, various high-grade elixirs, and even a box containing a superior spiritual treasure. Such extravagance! Indeed, the central continent is affluent. This deposit alone is remarkably generous. Though the lifespans of the magical beasts far exceed those of human cultivators, their cultivation speed is notably inferior. One contributing factor is their lack of ability to refine pills, forge weapons, or set up formations. With ample elixirs or spirit stones to assist in their cultivation, their progress would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. The great beasts gazed at the contents of the boxes with eyes gleaming with desire and avarice. Perceiving their reactions, Yu Qiumin covered her mouth, stifling a light laugh, and proclaimed with an air of pride, "The Emperor of Slaughter has stated that if you wholeheartedly eliminate the denizens of the Eastern Rise Kingdom, the subsequent rewards will assuredly exceed tenfold of what is offered now." The scarcity of cultivation resources and the sluggish pace of advancement among the magical beasts is well known. She understood that few could resist such temptation. Her delegation of abundant resources for negotiation was deemed foolproof by the Emperor of Slaughter and his ministers. Concurrently, the Sea Tribe was also engaged in negotiations. "Take your things back. We do not require them." The elder of the spirit tortoise spoke calmly, his words rendering Yu Qiumin momentarily speechless. "What? You want me to take it back? Did you not comprehend? Though we magical beasts are resource-deprived, we operate by our own principles, without the need for human intervention. Have you not observed the value of what lies here? Depart. We do not require it." With that, the elder exuded a terrifying aura, instantly locking onto Yu Qiumin. Despite his previous vulnerability before Lin Feng, in this moment, Yu Qiumin, with her imperial realm strength, felt like an insignificant insect before him. Her expression shifted as she recognized the unpredictable temperament of the magical beasts, forcing her to retract the boxes with a grim countenance. "Very well, I shall report today's events faithfully to the Emperor of Slaughter." With that, she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. Yet, the thought of returning in such a manner left her discontented, particularly if the Sea Tribe were to succeed in negotiations. She would undoubtedly be regarded as worthless in the eyes of the Emperor of Slaughter. "No, I cannot return in this way, otherwise I will surely be looked down upon." Her form descended upon a grand tree within the magical beast forest, pondering a strategy to deal with the denizens of the Eastern Rise Kingdom. As she ruminated, her spiritual sense suddenly detected an anomaly, prompting her to extend her perception. Not far off, a group of cultivators was engaged in a fierce battle with a 7th-tier magical beast, the golden-backed mantis. The clash appeared evenly matched due to their comparable strengths. Suddenly, the golden-backed mantis lunged violently, inflicting severe injury upon one of the cultivators. An elder cried out in alarm, "Protect the young master. If the young master is slain, the Soul Emperor will surely bring calamity upon us all." The mention of the Soul Emperor momentarily stunned Yu Qiumin. The Soul Emperor, the sovereign of the Western Liang Kingdom? The Soul Emperor of Western Liang is a venerable monarch, reigning for nearly 3,000 years. Known for his flamboyant nature and an entourage of thousands of beauties in his harem, his progeny number exceeds 1,000. Although not every descendant garners attention, even the most inept offspring are still sons of an emperor. A young man, injured on the ground, appeared pallid. His lack of cultivation aptitude left him in disregard. His venture into the beast forest for training was a desperate attempt to break through, yet he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable beast so soon. Yu Qiumin's expression was charged with excitement. If she were to eliminate this young master and frame it upon the Eastern ascendancy, she could absolve herself of her previous failures. With this thought, she swiftly retracted her consciousness and altered her appearance. The golden-backed demon mantis seemed to possess a certain sentience. Recognizing the young man's significant lineage, it lost its will to fight after injuring him and sought to flee. The elder and his retinue of guards, concerned for the young master's safety, dared not pursue. Just as the golden-backed demon mantis was about to escape, a beam of golden light shot forth, striking it instantaneously. With a thunderous crash, the mantis was propelled like a projectile, hurtling towards the young master on the ground. "Protect the young master," the elder bellowed, desperate to save him. Yet, the mantis's speed was blinding, and it crashed into the young master with terrifying swiftness. "Young master," the elder, witnessing the deep crater formed by the impact, rushed forward. His eyes wide with horror. Summoning all his strength, he lifted the beast's carcass and peered into the pit below. There lay his unfortunate young master, now a grotesque sight, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. It was over. The young master was dead. Chapter 29. Framing and deceit. The elder and his guards stood frozen in shock, soon spiraling into madness. "Who is there? Show yourself." A flash of light surged forth, revealing a lithe figure adorned with a veiled hat before them. An Imperial Realm cultivator. "Who are you?" The elder stammered, his complexion ashen, against such an opponent. They had no hope of avenging the young master, let alone fleeing. Yu Qiumin, altering her voice to a chilling aloofness, replied, "Do I truly need to explain who I am to you?" Upon hearing this, the elder's countenance shifted once more. You are the Empress of the Eastern Ascendancy? Indeed, I have heard your voice," he exclaimed, hastily retrieving a message jade talisman from his storage ring, channeling his thoughts into it before shattering it. Yu Qiumin observed as the elder completed his actions, then let out a cold chuckle. "Since you have already sent word, you shall all remain here. The Soul Emperor will seek vengeance upon you," the elder shouted before his voice abruptly ceased. In an instant, the ground was littered with lifeless bodies, and Yu Qiumin erupted in triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. She had not anticipated such a delightful turn of events. Though she failed to sway the beasts of the forest, inciting enmity between the Western Liang and Eastern Ascendancy was a significant achievement in itself. It is worth noting that due to the vast distances separating the Eastern and Western nations from the Southern and Northern nations, fostering animosity between them proved challenging. However, this time, the Soul Emperor, regardless of his affections for his son, would undoubtedly demand an explanation from the Eastern Ascendancy. From this moment forth, the Eastern Rising Nation shall acquire a formidable adversary, particularly given the current ambiguity surrounding its strength. The ability to entangle the Western Liang nation in a conflict against the Eastern Rising Nation is undoubtedly a scenario that the Central Continent would welcome. With a mere flick of her hand, she conjured a strand of spiritual fire, instantaneously reducing the corpses strewn upon the ground to ashes. Having meticulously cleansed the site, she employed her divine consciousness to ensure the vicinity was devoid of any witnesses, before transforming into a streak of light and returning to report. In the Western Liang nation, the Soul Emperor reveled in the company of a multitude of concubines within his royal chamber. Despite his age, which surpassed several millennia, his strength had ascended to the Imperial realm, affording him a lifespan of approximately 5,000 years. He anticipated indulging in several more centuries of pleasurable existence before contemplating the arduous path of ascension to the 10th heaven. At that moment, a hurried guard rushed in with alarming news. "Your Majesty, grave tidings have arrived. Your 576th son has been slain." The Soul Emperor's initial reaction to this news was one of surprise, followed by a strenuous effort to recall the details. After a considerable pause, he recollected. "Ah, the son of Lan Yu, is it? How did he meet his demise? Did the assailant not recognize him as my offspring?" Though his tone bore a hint of ire, it was not overwhelming. After all, he had fathered over 1,000 children. The loss of an unremarkable son held little consequence for him. Observing the Soul Emperor's calm demeanor, the guard continued. "According to information relayed by the Qi Guard, the perpetrator is none other than the Empress Wu Lingyun of the Eastern Rising Nation." Wu Lingyun? A glimmer of avarice flickered across the Soul Emperor's visage. "Throughout my life, I have had countless encounters with women, yet I have never experienced the allure of an empress. That Wu Lingyun is a paragon of beauty. It seems fortune smiles upon me." At this juncture, his expression shifted to one of stern resolve as he commanded, "Proclaim my edict. Dispatch envoys to the Eastern Rising Empire to demand an explanation from Wu Lingyun regarding the murder of my son. What was his name again? Should Wu Lingyun adopt a defiant stance, we shall immediately deploy formidable warriors to assault the Eastern Rising Nation. If she concedes, Let her personally come to the Western Liang nation to offer her apologies. At once, the guard acknowledged the command and departed, while the sole emperor's interest in the surrounding concubines swiftly waned. You may all leave. It is evident that Wu Lingyun will not come to atone. I must prepare our forces to confront the Eastern Rising Nation. The harem, sensing the shift in mood, dutifully bowed and retreated. The following day, in the Eastern Rising Nation, Wu Lingyun convened with her ministers in the Grand Hall to deliberate pressing matters. They had just received alarming news. The Sea clan had unexpectedly dispatched a substantial military force, seemingly intent on launching a full-scale assault against the Eastern Rising Nation. The discussion centered on how to respond to this sudden declaration of war. My esteemed ministers, Wu Lingyun interjected, interrupting the ongoing discourse. Previously, the Sea clan merely sent small contingents to harass our borders. Now, they have mobilized a large army. Do they truly intend to engage us in a decisive battle? One minister promptly replied, Your Majesty, the current situation with the Sea clan is indeed peculiar. Just as we received word from the central continent to assist the southern wilderness nation against the beast tide, the Sea clan has launched their offensive. Our elite forces are limited, and we cannot attend to both fronts simultaneously. A military officer bowed and suggested, Your Majesty, I propose we send a few of our lesser-skilled warriors to the southern wilderness nation to manage the situation there, while we concentrate our primary efforts on the Sea clan. The might of the Oceanic clan is truly formidable. Should a conflict arise between us and humanity, even a united front of our 5 nations may not guarantee victory. The general's assertion was clear to all. Had it not been for the Oceanic clan's unfamiliarity with terrestrial life, humanity might not have been able to maintain its foothold. After all, the expanse of the ocean far surpasses that of the land, making it difficult to gauge the number of skilled warriors they possess. Wu Lingyun pondered briefly, acknowledging the general's perspective. Indeed, the situation in the southern wilderness kingdom did not warrant excessive concern. Should they falter, assistance from central continent could be arranged. Just as she was about to speak, a guard hurriedly delivered urgent news. Your Majesty, an envoy from the Western Liang Kingdom requests an audience. The mention of the Western Liang Kingdom left Wu Lingyun and the other officials momentarily stunned. There was little connection between Dongxing Kingdom and Western Liang. If any ties existed, they were merely of a commercial nature, indicating a relationship more reliant than adversarial. Let them enter. Regardless of the envoy's purpose, an audience was necessary. Soon, a man with striking blue eyes, a bushy beard, and a cloth head wrap entered the grand hall without a hint of deference. Instead, he spoke with an air of arrogance. Your Majesty, I am Yeluhar, sent by the sole emperor to inquire why your Dongxing kingdom has slain our prince. Despite having no enmity between our nations. Slain your prince? Wu Lingyun and her ministers were taken aback. Furrowing her brow, she retorted, From where does this claim arise? I have not taken any lives recently, apart from my campaign against the southern wilderness kingdom, and I have certainly never encountered a prince from Western Liang. Humph, Yeluhar scoffed. I possess a communication jade talisman that can easily confirm the truth. With but a touch of your consciousness, you shall see. He produced a jade talisman, dispelling its restrictions to allow all present to probe its contents with their spiritual senses. Wu Lingyun also extended her consciousness and discovered a scene within the talisman depicting a woman striking down a young man, whose appearance and voice bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. The talisman concluded with a message. This individual must be the Empress Wu Lingyun of Dongxing Kingdom. Upon discerning the information within the talisman, Wu Lingyun could not help but roll her eyes, exclaiming, The individual concealed their face, and you dare to claim this is I? Let us not forget that I remained in the palace yesterday, never once departing. If I were to commit such an act, would I allow them the opportunity to send word back? Several loyal ministers immediately echoed her sentiments, asserting, indeed, the Empress was engaged in matters of state within the palace all day and did not step foot outside. This is nothing but a blatant attempt to frame her. The sole emperor cannot be so easily deceived. Although the individual attempted to imitate her, there remains a distinct difference in stature. It could not possibly be our Empress. Such tricks are beneath us to even address. Yeluhar, stowing away the jade talisman, replied with an indifferent demeanor. The sole emperor has stated that the information relayed by the guards is unfaltering. Your Majesty, you have slain our prince. You must either travel to Western Liang to explain or offer reparations, or prepare for our army's advance to settle this matter in battle. Scoundrel! Wu Lingyun's fury ignited, as she glared at Yeluhar and rebuked, You dare to threaten me? As she spoke, an aura of terrifying might emanated from her, locking onto Yeluhar. Yeluhar's expression shifted subtly, his tone tinged with a forced bravado. Your Majesty, in the realm of diplomacy, it is customary not to harm envoys. I am merely a messenger. Since you refuse to acknowledge the truth, I must convey it accurately. What a farce. I have committed no wrongdoing. Thus, I have no reason to confess, Wu Lingyun retorted, her impatience mingling with laughter, even her ire radiating an exquisite charm. If the Soul Emperor truly cannot discern right from wrong and wishes to wage war against the Eastern Ascendancy, we shall gladly oblige. Very well, I shall return to report. With his objective achieved, Yalehar prepared to depart. Did he think he could come and go as he pleased in the Eastern Ascendancy? Wu Lingyun sneered. Rising from her seat, Yalehar's demeanor shifted, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. What do you intend to do? Spare me an arm before you let me go. Return to the Soul Emperor and inform him that if he is truly so blinded by age as to dare assault the Eastern Ascendancy, I would not hesitate to suggest a change in leadership for your Western Liang Kingdom. Before he could utter another word, Yalehar emitted a cry of despair. Wu Lingyun's strike was swift and ruthless, leaving no room for reprieve, instantly extinguishing his earlier arrogance. Clutching his severed arm, he turned pale and stammered, "Very well. I shall take my leave." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Wu Lingyun surveyed her ministers, declaring, "Our Eastern Ascendancy has encountered numerous tribulations lately. Yet as long as I reign, we shall not be bullied." The ministers bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We pledge our unwavering loyalty to the Empress," vowing to share in the fate of the Eastern Ascendancy. Within the Shifeng Hall, Lin Feng observed his three daughters relishing their meal while he retracted his divine sense. He had perceived the recent events, astonished at the dire state of the Eastern Ascendancy. To the east loomed the formidable marine army, while to the west, the Western Liang Kingdom readied for conflict. Although the southern wilderness had suffered losses, its military prowess remained a significant variable. Moreover, the Central Plains harbored nefarious intentions towards the Eastern Ascendancy. Alas, this woman bears a heavy burden, Lin Feng mused. Resolving to visit the beastly forest that evening and subsequently investigate the marine situation, should the need arise, he would not hesitate to unleash a bloodbath to alleviate Wu Lingyun's pressure. As for the Western Liang Kingdom, he regarded them with disdain, should they dare to advance. They would merely present themselves as easy prey. "Daddy, why aren't you eating?" Sitian, noticing Lin Feng lost in thought, reached out with her greasy little hand to tug at his sleeve. Upon seeing his three adorable daughters, all worries dissipated in an instant. He affectionately ruffled Sitian's hair, smiling as he replied, "Daddy isn't hungry. Seeing you all enjoy the delicious meals I prepare brings me great joy." Sia and Sirui chimed in eagerly. "Daddy is the best. You are the finest father in the world." Undoubtedly, their simple flattery brought Lin Feng immense comfort. Laughing heartily, he assured his daughters, "Little clever ones. Rest assured, while I may not claim to be the best father in the realm, I will certainly provide you with everything within my power. In this lifetime, having three affectionate little darlings is indeed a blessing." Just as Lin Feng was basking in the warmth of his daughter's playful affection and flattery, he suddenly shifted his gaze towards the entrance. Wu Lingyun, adorned in elegant attire, entered the room with an air of grace. Upon seeing her daughters clinging to Lin Feng, a warmth spread through her heart. It was a relief to know that he could manage their spirited nature so well, alleviating one of her concerns. Previously, every time she ventured out, she worried that the guards and maidens would fail to handle her daughters properly. Entrusting them to the elder monks had proven futile, as they would soon complain and refuse to look after the little imps. To her surprise, Lin Feng possessed remarkable skills. Not only was he an excellent cook, but he also crafted wooden sculptures, told stories, and managed to get them to bathe and sleep obediently. Truly, he was a doting father. Mother, I want a hug. Mother, Daddy's lap is so comfortable. Would you like to sit? I can make space for you." Hearing her daughter, Siyuan, Wu Lingyun felt a blush rise to her cheeks and, with a hint of irritation, instructed her daughters, "Go wash your hands. Mother just needs to speak with father for a moment." The girls stuck out their tongues playfully before scampering off to wash their hands. Lin Feng rose and, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "What is it?" Wu Lingyun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Lin Feng's indifferent attitude. Many men would either shy away from her gaze or observe her surreptitiously, yet he remained unfazed. Hadn't she merely taken the initiative with him years ago? Why did he hold such a grudge? After all, she had given him three beautiful and well-behaved daughters, despite their occasional mischief. Yet, he appeared content and enjoyed his current life, so why did he reserve such a frosty demeanor solely for her? Recently, the affairs of the Eastern Rising Kingdom have become quite demanding, and I may need to be away for a while. I hope you can take good care of the girls. Remind them to eat and practice regularly, rather than just playing all the time, Wu Lingyun said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she realized she was being somewhat verbose. Lin Feng nodded calmly. "Rest assured, I will take good care of them." Internally, Wu Lingyun rolled her eyes. Would it kill him to engage in a little more conversation? "Well, I shall take my leave then." "HM? Just HM?" Wu Lingyun's forehead creased with annoyance, and she could only turn away in frustration, quickly exiting the West Phoenix Hall. Watching Wu Lingyun storm off, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. This woman did have a rather endearing way of expressing her anger. She hardly resembled an imperial empress or a mother of several daughters in such a state. At that moment, the daughters returned after washing their hands and, noticing Wu Lingyun's absence, began to inquire about her whereabouts. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to divert their attention. My darlings, how about today we learn some writing and painting? Great. Daddy, teach me how to paint. I don't want to write. It's not fun. The one hesitant about writing was the little Siyuan. Lin Feng chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Sweetie, being able to write poetry and paint is truly beautiful. Don't you wish to become beautiful? Siyuan quickly nodded. I want to be beautiful, even more so than my two sisters. Chapter 31. The literary proficiency. Lin Feng found himself amused by Sitian's words, yet he responded, it is no easy feat to surpass your elder sisters in beauty. It requires you to excel in your studies beyond them. I will undoubtedly learn better than my sisters. Sitian declared confidently, clenching her small fist. Sia and Sirui exchanged glances, equally resolute, asserting, I refuse to be outdone by you. Indeed, as your elder sisters, we shall certainly excel in our studies. Observing the fervent competitive spirit igniting in his daughters, Lin Feng was filled with delight and promptly suggested, let us retreat to the small garden behind to practice writing and painting. With that, he led his daughters towards the serene garden. Upon their arrival, he instructed the guards to bring forth paper and brushes. Lin Feng then composed a poem. Those who abandon me, the days of yesterday cannot be retained. Those who disturb my heart, today brings forth many worries. With the rewards from the system enhancing his artistry, whether in poetry or painting, his skills were of the highest caliber. Coupled with classic verses from Earth, he felt akin to a sage of the literary domain. The three girls, upon witnessing his elegant calligraphy, clapped their hands in delight. They had little understanding of poetry, yet they knew that anything penned by their father warranted their admiration. Lin Feng chuckled, then prepared the inkstone before distributing paper and brushes, encouraging them to emulate his writing. Although each girl had received instruction in calligraphy, their tender age and playful nature resulted in handwriting that left much to be desired. Thus, Lin Feng began to teach them hand in hand, leveraging his superior skills and parenting experience to motivate their learning. Once all three daughters had made commendable progress in their writing, he generously praised them. My little treasures are all geniuses. Such rapid improvement. Soon your handwriting shall be more beautiful than mine. Sitian, beaming, inquired, then, Father, will I be more beautiful than my sisters in the future? Well, that depends on whether you strive as diligently as they do. Lin Feng was cautious not to show favoritism. Sia and Sirui exchanged a defiant smirk at Sitian. A spark of rivalry ignited between the three as their eyes flashed with determination. All right, let us conclude today's lesson here. Now, we shall proceed to the training grounds, where I shall assess your progress. Okay. After Lin Feng departed with his three daughters, several guards exchanged conflicted glances at the calligraphy displayed upon the stone table. Without explicit orders from the emperor, they hesitated to dispose of the items. If they were to collect them for the emperor, they feared being reprimanded for consulting him over trivial matters. Just as they grappled with their dilemma, two esteemed elders slowly approached the stone table. One of the guards hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Elder Yu, elder son, your arrival is timely. The emperor has just been instructing the princesses in calligraphy. Should we discard these pieces? Elder Yu, of a slightly portly build yet well-preserved complexion, responded with a detached tone. What purpose do the writings of a few children serve? Dispose of them. Understood. The guard replied, promptly beginning to gather the calligraphy. However, he inadvertently dropped a piece, which fluttered down to rest at the feet of the two esteemed elders. Elder son cast a glance, letting out a soft exclamation of admiration. Those who abandon me. The day of yesterday cannot be retained. Those who disturb my heart. The day of today is filled with worries. The calligraphy was indeed exquisite, and the poetic sentiment profound. The emperor's literary talent is quite remarkable. Elder Yu, with a dismissive tone, retorted, he is merely a fledgling from the first heaven. What significance does beautiful writing hold? If he cannot cultivate, he shall turn to mere bones in less than a century. Elder son shook his head, aware of Elder Yu's disdain for both the Empress and Lin Feng. He extended his hand, and the piece of calligraphy floated into his grasp. Initially, he merely wished to scrutinize Lin Feng's script, yet the moment his fingers brushed the paper, a tremor coursed through him. Elder son, what expression is that? This calligraphy. Elder son was rendered speechless with excitement, his hands trembling. Elder Yu shot him a scornful glance before reaching out to snatch the artwork, declaring, isn't it just a poem? What is the fuss? Before he could finish, his hand had already touched the paper. Mirroring elder son's reaction, he too was struck motionless. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes, and simultaneously exclaimed, "The laws." They hastily placed the calligraphy on the stone table and released their spiritual senses to examine it closely. The more they observed, the more exhilarated they became. This calligraphy not only contained the power of the laws, but also seemed to embody a sophisticated sword technique. If they could comprehend this sword technique, their hopes of breaking through to the great sage realm in this lifetime would be within reach. A nearby guard, witnessing the two elders' fervor, timidly inquired, "Elders, what is this calligraphy? We shall handle this calligraphy ourselves. You may withdraw." "Wait, this matter regarding the calligraphy must not be spread. Otherwise, death shall ensue." The guard was taken aback, hurriedly kneeling and assuring, "Rest assured, Elder, I have already forgotten what transpired today. Moreover, the next time the Emperor writes, you must inform us immediately." "Very well, depart." Once the guard left, the two elders engaged in a silent stare for a while, until Elder Yu finally spoke, "Brother Sun, I shall study this calligraphy for a year first, then you may have your turn. It was I who picked it up, otherwise it would have been discarded by the guard. I should have the first opportunity. How about we each study it for 3 days? Elder Yu suggested with a hint of flattery. "If that doesn't suffice, we can observe together, sharing meals and lodging." "Who would wish to share meals and lodging with you? Did you not despise the Emperor before? This calligraphy is clearly penned by him." Elder Sun snatched the artwork, preparing to store it in his spatial ring. Elder Yu, suddenly agitated, felt like a cat on hot bricks, hastily sweet-talking. "Who said I despised the Emperor? I hold him in the highest regard. Old son, we discovered this together. You mustn't keep it to yourself. Otherwise, I shall inform the Emperor and have him reclaim it." You, Elder Son, filled with ire, could only retort, "Bah, you're quite cunning." "It's settled then, we shall study it together." The two reached an agreement, promptly securing the calligraphy before heading towards the inner palace. As they walked, they continued to discuss. The Emperor's casual poetry unexpectedly contains laws and martial techniques. Is he truly a mere mortal from the first heaven? Have you lost your senses? Where in the realm of mortals can one find such extraordinary abilities? Even if the Emperor were to be an ordinary man, he is destined to become a sage of literature. Indeed, it is true that the Emperor is no ordinary individual. It is no wonder that the martial Empress has taken a liking to him, feeling that their pace was too leisurely. The two of them transformed into streaks of light and soared towards the inner palace. With this exquisite piece of calligraphy, they had silently resolved that they must not incur the displeasure of the Emperor or the Empress. Otherwise, they would lose the opportunity to acquire such a masterpiece in the future. Chapter 32. The perfect elixir. Lin Feng continued to teach his daughters the art of swordsmanship. And indeed, they exhibited exceptional talent, making rapid progress. If their cultivation could not be restrained, it was likely that within a month, they would break through to the transcendence realm. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, reluctant to allow his daughters to advance too swiftly, as their foundations were not yet sufficiently solid. He had no choice but to resort to elixirs for suppression. He quickly reached a decision and instructed his daughters to halt their training. "My dears, let us step outside for a moment. Your father has a matter to attend to." "All right." The daughters obediently sheathed their short swords and followed Lin Feng out of the training array. Once outside, Lin Feng dispatched a guard to inquire whether there were any spirit-confining pills available in the royal treasury. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned with a report. "Your Majesty, there are some mid-grade spirit-confining pills in the treasury, which I have brought for you." As he spoke, he respectfully presented a small jade vial. However, Lin Feng did not reach out for the vial. Instead, he frowned and inquired, "Are there only mid-grade spirit-confining pills? These pills come with side effects. Low-grade ones can reduce lifespan by a year and cause excruciating pain for an hour. Mid-grade pills reduce lifespan by half a year and induce discomfort for half an hour. High-grade pills diminish lifespan by a month and lead to a feeling of tightness in the chest for a stick of incense. Only the supreme-grade spirit-confining pills reduce lifespan by merely 3 days, causing a sensation akin to flames scorching the throat during ingestion. Only the perfect-grade spirit-confining pills possess no side effects whatsoever." Naturally, he could not bear to see his daughters suffer even the slightest harm or discomfort. He must procure the finest for them, which is the perfect spirit-confining pill. The guard bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, the highest grade available is indeed only mid-grade spirit-confining pills. Do you know who in the palace is responsible for alchemy, or where the materials for alchemy can be found? If you seek an alchemist or the materials for alchemy, you must consult Elder Feng Chuling. She oversees all such matters." Lin Feng's brow furrowed at the mention of the elder. Again, it is the elder? It seems that many affairs within the palace are inextricably linked to them. No wonder it is said that to secure the throne, one must gain the support of the majority of the elders. Without hesitation, he instructed the guard, "Return the pills. I shall seek Elder Feng." With that, he led his 3 daughters towards the inner palace. As before, upon reaching the entrance to the inner palace, they were intercepted by guards. Lin Feng employed the same tactic as before, sending a voice into the interior. Is Elder Feng Chuling present? Lin Feng requests an audience. His voice once again captured the attention of all the elders, and in mere moments, streaks of light appeared as the elders manifested before Lin Feng. Unlike the last time, many of the elders regarded Lin Feng with expressions of reverence. For instance, Bai Wanrong, after observing Lin Feng's adept arrangement of formations and successfully advancing to an 8th grade formation master, delved once more into the intricacies of Lin Feng's arrays and made new discoveries. It seemed that with each study, his proficiency in formations would ascend a notch. Even the long stagnant bottleneck appeared to loosen. In Bai Wanrong's eyes, Lin Feng increasingly embodied an enigmatic figure, revered as a celestial being. Similarly, Elder Qin, who had obtained Lin Feng's wooden staff, and Elders Yu and Sun, recently recipients of his calligraphy, regarded Lin Feng as a transcendent master. The power of laws. Previously, they could scarcely believe that such mastery could be achieved by mere mortals. However, after encountering Lin Feng, they were convinced. How could an emperor capable of creating laws possibly be an ordinary person from the mortal realm? Hence, the gazes of these esteemed elders toward Lin Feng were filled with fervent respect, wishing they could prostrate themselves before him and implore him to bestow upon them more insights into the laws. At this moment, a female elder, aged around 40 to 50, with only a few crow's feet adorning her face, spoke up. I am Feng Chuling. What business does the emperor have with me? Nothing much. I simply wish to request a few medicinal pills. Might Elder Feng be able to refine them? Oh, what pills do you seek? Feng Chuling's tone was indifferent, seemingly unfazed. The perfect grade Feng Ling pill. What? At this revelation, not only did Feng Chuling display astonishment, but the other elders regarded Lin Feng as if he were an extraordinary anomaly. Bai Wanrong hastily interjected, Emperor, do you perhaps misunderstand the art of alchemy? Even a 9th grade alchemist would find it exceedingly difficult to produce a perfect grade pill, even when crafting a 2nd grade one. The Feng Ling pill is a 5th grade elixir. For Elder Feng, a 7th grade alchemist, to produce a superior quality Feng Ling pill would be considered fortunate. Seeking perfection is rather challenging. Feng Chuling scoffed, Emperor, though the Feng Ling pill is a 5th grade elixir, the ingredients are extremely difficult to procure. With my current reserves, I can only refine a single batch. To aspire for a perfect grade is beyond my capabilities. Upon hearing that there were only enough materials for a single batch, the expressions of the gathered elders varied. Some appeared to revel in the prospect of witnessing Lin Feng's reaction, while others anxiously sought to assist in gathering materials. However, without waiting for further commentary, Lin Feng smiled and said, one batch of materials is sufficient. Please take me to the alchemy room, and I shall refine it myself. What? You will refine it? Everyone believed they had misheard. This was a 5th grade elixir. Moreover, it required perfection, with materials only sufficient for a single attempt. This implied that failure was not an option. Success was imperative. Where did this confidence come from for an ordinary person from the mortal realm? Even Bai Wanrong, who had benefited from Lin Feng and recognized that he was not as unremarkable as he seemed, along with Elder Qin and others, remained skeptical about his ability to produce a perfect grade 5th grade elixir in one go. Feng Chuling, with a cold chuckle, retrieved a pile of materials from her storage ring and said, since the emperor is so confident, I shall provide you with the materials and observe how you intend to refine a perfect grade 5th grade elixir. Lin Feng calmly accepted the materials, nodding slightly, and replied, Elder Feng, please lead the way. Emperor, follow me inside. Feng Chuling directed, leading Lin Feng toward the grand entrance. Although everyone could transform into a fleeting light to hasten their journey. Considering Lin Feng's lack of cultivation and the presence of his 3 daughters, they chose to walk alongside Lin Feng and his daughters. Upon arriving at a secluded courtyard, Feng Chuling halted and addressed the group. Alchemy must not be disturbed. You all shall wait outside. And the 3 little princesses, you must not enter and interrupt. The others could only remain at the door, gazing enviously as Lin Feng and Feng Chuling entered the house. As Lin Feng followed Feng Chuling inside, he discovered a vast chamber with an ancient alchemical furnace at its center, adorned with numerous engraved symbols, indicating its high caliber. However, to concoct pills of perfect quality, this furnace fell somewhat short. Your Majesty, please go ahead. Feng Chuling remarked with a hint of jest. Do you require me to excuse myself? There is no need for that, but I must first upgrade the furnace. Elder Feng, I hope you do not mind? Lin Feng replied with an air of ease. Though alchemical processes often discourage disturbances, this primarily applied to those of lesser skill. Alchemical competitions took place in every realm, and amidst the chaos, those with prowess still managed to advance, which spoke volumes. Feng Chuling, taken aback, inquired, upgrade the furnace? Indeed. Elder Feng possesses spirit stones, blazing gold, and whirlwind stones. Lin Feng enumerated a dozen materials in one breath. Feng Chuling blinked in surprise. Is this boy truly serious? Once he finished, Feng Chuling composed herself and nodded. These should be available from Elder Bai. Please wait a moment. With that, she turned and exited to seek Bai Wanrong. Chapter 33. The Sacred Artifact Thunder Tribulation. Upon Feng Chuling's departure, several elders quickly surrounded her. So, Elder Feng, has the Emperor commenced alchemy? Does the Emperor truly possess the ability to concoct elixirs? What level do you believe his alchemical skills have reached? Were you dismissed by the Emperor? Feng Chuling promptly interrupted them, turning to Bai Wanrong. The Emperor mentioned the furnace is inadequate and wishes to upgrade it. Hence I am acquiring some materials from Elder Bai. Bai Wanrong became excited at once. Quickly, tell me what materials the Emperor requires. Anything I possess, I will gladly offer. However, Elder Feng, please inform the Emperor when you enter. I wish to witness the upgrade of the furnace. At his urging, an elderly man with dark skin could no longer contain himself and hurried to Feng Chuling's side. If Elder Bai lacks anything, I too am willing to contribute. I wish to see the Emperor upgrade the furnace. I hope you will mention this to him. All eyes turned to this elder, Xiao Yunzi. His passion lay in crafting, whether weapons or armor, and he was currently a 7th-tier craftsman. Hearing of Lin Feng's intent to upgrade the furnace, he was the most eager to observe. Knowing that even his skills paled in comparison to Lin Feng's, Feng Chuling could only nod. I will inform the Emperor when I enter. Thank you, the crowd urged. What does the Emperor require? The three ladies, Xia and her companions, felt a twinge of envy witnessing everyone's desire to observe Lin Feng's enhancement of the furnace. Father is the most capable man in the world, and so many elder gentlemen wish to witness his advancement of the alchemical furnace. Indeed, our father possesses no weaknesses. I too desire to observe him as he enhances the furnace. Just as Feng Chuling was gathering the materials and preparing to turn back, Lin Feng's voice resonated. Since everyone wishes to see me upgrade the furnace and refine elixirs, please come inside. Upon hearing this, the crowd rejoiced and hurriedly followed Feng Chuling into the courtyard. Just as they were about to enter the house, Lin Feng emerged. Your Majesty. The assembly of elder sages was puzzled by his sudden appearance. Lin Feng pointed towards the sky and said, I fear that a thunder tribulation may arise and damage the house. It would be wiser to upgrade and refine in the courtyard. Thunder tribulation? The elder sages' expressions changed, and they regarded Lin Feng as if he were a peculiar creature. It is indeed true that when crafting artifacts of a higher grade, there exists a chance of attracting a thunder tribulation, but this typically occurs only with items of extraordinary caliber, such as those reaching the saintly tier. The furnace that Feng Chuling was using, however, was merely a mid-grade spiritual treasure. To elevate a mid-grade treasure to a saintly tier would require advancing it by 2 minor levels. Did Lin Feng truly possess such confidence? Lin Feng paid no heed to their thoughts. He sought a spacious area, accepted the materials thrown by Feng Chuling, and addressed the assembly. If a thunder tribulation does indeed manifest, I kindly ask you to protect the little princess. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall safeguard the princesses. While he had the invincible domain to better protect his daughters, such a trump card should not be revealed carelessly. The elder sages immediately expressed their commitment and turned their attention to Lin Feng. Without further hesitation, he extended his hand, retrieving the furnace from his storage ring. And with a focused gaze, the furnace levitated in midair. The materials just provided by Feng Chuling began to swirl around the furnace. With a thunderous boom, a surge of spiritual fire erupted, enveloping both the furnace and the materials. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yunzi's expression shifted in astonishment as he softly murmured, Primordial refining technique. This, is it not said to be known only to those above the 15th layer of heaven? Several elders swiftly conveyed their inquiries, and Xiao Yunzi patiently elaborated. It is said that the primordial refining technique is one of the most elite refining techniques, and those who master it can simultaneously refine multiple materials, significantly shortening the crafting time. Furthermore, it does not require the aid of exotic flames. By employing special techniques, one can simulate the necessary flames and temperatures using spiritual energy. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing Xiao Yunzi's explanation, the gazes of all present towards Lin Feng grew even more fervent. This emperor is indeed becoming increasingly enigmatic. Lin Feng was, of course, aware of Xiao Yunzi's words. A smile crept upon his lips as he recalled the system's notification upon vanquishing the Blue Emperor. Ding. You have eliminated a potential threat, greatly ensuring the safety of your daughters. You are rewarded with the full mastery of the primordial refining technique. This was a significant reason for his boldness in upgrading the furnace before the elder sages. Armed with this skill, he would no longer be obstructed upon his return to the inner palace. Excitement filled Xiao Yunzi's eyes, Witnessing such an advanced refining technique would greatly benefit him. Although Lin Feng executed the movements with proficiency, his pace was deliberately measured, seemingly intended to allow everyone to observe each of his actions clearly. One of the more exhilarating developments was the progress of Bai Wanrong. Although his primary focus lay in formations, there existed a certain synergy between the crafting of artifacts and the principles of formation, particularly in the refinement of materials. From Lin Feng's techniques, he could glean new insights. While the other elders may not have had an understanding of artifact crafting, as time passed, Lin Feng gradually faded from their view, and the world around them seemed to dissolve into chaos. At some point, they felt as if they were suspended in a blank realm. Before them, a colossal chaotic sphere surged and pulsed, its surface teeming with the forces of law. The elders were instantly charged with excitement, eagerly extending their consciousness to greedily delve into the profound laws within. Time became distorted. It felt as though eons passed, yet it could have been merely a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the chaos before them vanished, and they found themselves back in the familiar courtyard. What had just transpired? A wave of uncertainty washed over them as they turned to Lin Feng. At that moment, he bellowed, "Protect the princesses." It was then that they noticed a massive dark cloud had formed in the sky. The thunder tribulation. Bai Wanrong swiftly scooped up Xia, while Feng Chuling took hold of Sirui, and Elder Qin, with remarkable speed, cradled Sitian in his arms. In an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, retreating several hundred feet away from Lin Feng. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thigh, descended, targeting the now transformed golden alchemical furnace before Lin Feng. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed his invincible domain, causing the lightning's power to diminish significantly within its confines. By the time it struck the furnace, its force was insufficient to obliterate it. It was not that Lin Feng could not dispel the lightning, should he neutralize it entirely. The furnace would miss the necessary tribulation baptism, and thus could not attain the status of a true holy artifact, remaining merely a pseudo-holy artifact at best. With this tribulation baptism, the furnace instantly ascended to become a genuine holy artifact. The transition of a spirit artifact to the holy tier hinged upon this singular thunder tribulation. As the storm subsided, the ominous clouds quickly dissipated, and tranquility returned to the sky as if nothing had occurred. The Emperor has indeed upgraded the furnace. The elders, filled with renewed vigor, gathered around Xia and the others, their gazes drawn to the now resplendent golden furnace. Its intricate patterns glistened, emanating a delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs. Feng Chuling exclaimed with excitement. The success rate for refining elixirs with this furnace will increase by 20%. Chapter 34. An Oath of Eternal Loyalty. Suddenly, Bai Wanrong sensed something and pointed behind him, declaring, "Elder Xiao Yunzi has advanced." The others hurriedly followed his gesture and indeed beheld Elder Xiao Yunzi, brimming with vitality. Seemingly rejuvenated by a decade, Xiao Yunzi transformed into a streak of light and approached Lin Feng, respectfully bowing and expressing, "Thank you, Emperor, for granting me this fortuitous opportunity, enabling my smooth ascension to an 8th-grade artifact craftsman." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is your own enlightenment that has brought you here. There is no need for gratitude." The elders, however, did not attribute Xiao Yunzi's success solely to his insight. They had all shared in the benefits of this moment. They could feel their own bottlenecks beginning to loosen, and the prospect of ascension in this lifetime seemed within reach. All of this was thanks to Emperor Lin Feng. Regardless of the sentiments swirling among the crowd, Lin Feng inspected the alchemical furnace and declared, "I am about to refine some elixirs." Upon finishing his words, he extended a surge of spiritual energy, which instantaneously transformed into a ball of extraordinary fire, beginning to heat the alchemical furnace. Almost simultaneously, he retrieved the medicinal herbs provided by Feng Chuling from the system package. Thus, one hand skillfully manipulated the flames to warm the furnace, while the other commenced the refinement of the herbs. Feng Chuling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "The primordial pill technique. How many more secrets does the Emperor possess that we remain unaware of?" The others needed no further explanation. Merely observing her reaction indicated that this was likely yet another celestial skill. The process through which Lin Feng concocted the elixirs allowed them to once again feel the profound power of the laws. In no time, aside from Xia and her companions, nearly all the elders fell into a state of enlightenment. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Feng's thunderous voice roused everyone. "Protect the princesses." As they regained their senses, they noticed dark clouds of tribulation forming in the sky. When had the appearance of tribulation clouds become so effortless? The crowd felt somewhat bewildered. Yet they swiftly escorted Xia and the others to safety. The clouds of tribulation, still under Lin Feng's control, descended with diminished force upon the alchemical furnace. A allowing each elixir within to undergo the cleansing ordeal of thunder. Once the clouds dissipated, Lin Feng clapped the furnace, from which a dozen or so elixirs, imbued with the essence of the pill, soared forth. The essence, a distinctive effect reserved for perfect-grade elixirs, captivated all present. Sia, Sirui, Sitian, come forth and each take one. Lin Feng beckoned to his 3 daughters, who eagerly rushed to his side and swallowed their elixirs without hesitation. Although they were unaware of the elixir's effects, they cherished anything bestowed by their father. Witnessing his daughters consume the elixirs while a throng of elders gazed at him with fervent anticipation, Lin Feng smirked and announced, "I have several more elixirs here. If anyone is interested, please feel free to take one." "What? Your Majesty intends to gift each of us one?" Feng Chuling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had not anticipated Lin Feng's generosity. Not only was he upgrading her furnace, but he was also offering them perfect-grade elixirs. Even with their current strength and status, many coveted items remained beyond their reach. For instance, at auctions or gatherings of high-ranking cultivators, rare treasures frequently emerged, often unattainable through ordinary materials or spirit stones, requiring equally rare items for exchange. Thus, although they could not utilize Lin Feng's perfect-grade Fengling Dan, it would certainly serve as a valuable asset for future exchanges of rare treasures. Noticing the crowd's hesitation, Lin Feng feigned the intention to retract the elixirs. "If no one is interested, I shall consider my words unspoken." "Wait." Bai Wanrong was the first to react. Hastily approaching Lin Feng, his expression animated as he said, "Your Majesty, you are a man of your word. Since you have offered, we shall gladly accept." Though many elders found it difficult to lower their pride, they still approached him. Lin Feng smiled gently, raising his hand to send the elixirs soaring towards the elders. One for each. The elders quickly summoned their spiritual energy to catch them, preparing to store them in jade vials. However, as they encountered the elixirs up close, their expressions underwent a profound transformation. The laws. The elixir is imbued with profound laws. What does this mean? A collective shock reverberated among the onlookers as they hastily employed their spiritual senses to investigate. Indeed, it truly contains laws. A 5th-grade sealing elixir, while not considered a top-tier concoction, when perfected, undoubtedly surpasses the value of a superior 7th-grade elixir. If this already perfect elixir also harbors laws, it becomes virtually priceless. One could assert that presenting this elixir at a trade or auction would effortlessly yield a precious artifact in exchange. Such a precious elixir. And Lin Feng so casually bestows it upon them. "I shall take the princesses with me," Lin Feng declared, leading his 3 daughters away. The elders, finally regaining their composure, bowed in unison to Lin Feng and his daughters, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to the emperor. We bid farewell to the little princess." As they ventured far from the inner palace, Sia, beaming with delight, remarked, "Father, those esteemed elders were exceedingly respectful towards you." Sirui and Sia chimed in. "Indeed, previously, Grandfather Qin would hardly acknowledge us, but today his gaze towards you resembled that of the guards when they see Mother. And that grandfather when Mother sought him out, always wore a sour expression, yet just now he spoke to you with such deference." In response to his daughter's accolades, Lin Feng affectionately tousled their hair, replying, "Do not flatter your father too much. It is merely a 5th-grade elixir." At the entrance of the inner palace, Bai Wanrong addressed the guards. "Listen well, should the emperor seek us again, do not impede his passage." The other elders swiftly concurred, "Indeed. If the emperor wishes to see any of us, simply escort him in." The guards immediately responded with respect, "Yes." One elder, concluding his remarks, prepared to return to his quarters to study the elixir, when suddenly a streak of light swiftly approached. The light halted before them, revealing a guard who saluted the elders, saying, "I pay my respects to the esteemed elders. I come at the behest of the Empress, wishing to invite you all to discuss matters concerning the Sea Clan, the Western Liang Kingdom, and the Beast Forest. May I inquire which elder is available?" The guard's tone lacked conviction, as previously. No esteemed elder had been willing to accompany them in the battle against the Southern Wilderness Kingdom. This invitation came only after facing multiple adversaries, prompting Wu Lingyun to send a subordinate once more. Even Wu Lingyun herself harbored no expectations, hence the dispatch of a mere young guard to deliver the message. To the guard's astonishment, the group of esteemed elders exchanged glances before collectively responding, "Return to inform the Empress. We shall arrive shortly." "Yes." The guard, somewhat taken aback, acknowledged and promptly transformed into a streak of light to relay the news. In the grand hall, Wu Lingyun and a cadre of officials were enveloped in silence until one minister finally spoke. "Your Majesty, the esteemed elders should focus on their cultivation. It is best not to wait for them to join the campaign." Wu Lingyun maintained a calm facade, yet internally resonated with the sentiment, observing several ministers nodding in agreement. She prepared to announce the battle arrangements. Just then, several voices and streaks of light entered the grand hall in succession. What nonsense is this, young one? Who is not willing to attend to their cultivation? Indeed, with Eastern rising kingdoms surrounded by crises, we certainly shall come. We are the people of the Eastern Ascendancy, sworn to follow the Empress unto death. Chapter 35. The characters are beautifully crafted. Witnessing a multitude of esteemed elders arriving and expressing profound respect for the Empress left Wu Lingyun and her ministers utterly bewildered. Noticing Wu Lingyun in a daze, Xiao Yunzi offered a slight bow and inquired, Your Majesty, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us. We, the old bones, stand ready for your bidding. Bai Wanrong interjected, Elder Xiao speaks truly. Our Eastern Ascendancy is beset on all sides. How can we remain idle in the inner palace? Your Majesty, please arrange your plans. We are at your service. We shall all heed your command. The assembly of elders echoed in unison, bowing in agreement. This scene filled Wu Lingyun with both gratitude and confusion. The last time they clashed with the southern wilderness, none of these old fellows were willing to lend their support. Why, then, the sudden willingness to cooperate now? Nevertheless, this was certainly a positive development. She quickly composed herself and smiled, saying, It brings me great comfort to see the elders present at this crucial moment. In light of this, I shall outline our strategy for confronting the enemy. An hour later, Lin Feng was in the back garden instructing the girls in calligraphy when Wu Lingyun appeared before them in a flash of light. Seeing her daughters obediently following Lin Feng filled her with joy, affirming that her decision to bring him back was indeed wise. The girls were well managed, and the esteemed elders had unexpectedly changed their demeanor, pledging their full support to her. This day's events rendered many ministers, who previously harbored doubts about her authority, trembling with apprehension. The backing of the 9 esteemed elders of the Eastern Ascendancy was no small matter. How many generations of emperors had gone without receiving the simultaneous support of all the esteemed elders? Even those who maintained neutrality seldom expressed a willingness to heed the emperor's command. Their role was to act as the nation's trump card, emerging only in times of dire crisis, rarely swayed otherwise. The voluntary expressions of allegiance seen today were unparalleled for Wu Lingyun. With both her daughters and the esteemed elders rallying behind her, Wu Lingyun's worries dissipated and her spirits soared. She gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of gratitude. Since bringing him from the first heaven, it seemed everything had begun to align in her favor. Mother, look at how beautiful my writing is. Sitian was the first to present her calligraphy to Wu Lingyun, followed closely by Siya and Sirui, who eagerly offered their unfinished works for inspection. Indeed, your characters have improved remarkably, Wu Lingyun praised wholeheartedly. However, her visit was merely a farewell, and she could not linger. Turning to Lin Feng, she continued, I must be away for some time. Please ensure the girls do not wander. Elder Bai and Elder Qin are here in the palace. You may seek their assistance if needed. Understood, Lin Feng responded succinctly, leaving Wu Lingyun somewhat exasperated. Did he truly wish to avoid conversation with her? As if to ease the awkwardness, she noticed a particularly exquisite piece of calligraphy on the table and reached for it, saying, Is this your? Her words faltered as she became entranced. The laws. Upon the canvas of characters, an extraordinary force of law manifests. Not only does Lin Feng's culinary prowess embody this power, but even the characters he casually inscribes are imbued with it. Wu Lingyun, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock, can scarcely believe the reality of it. Her hands tremble with excitement, compelling her to regain her composure before she employs her spiritual consciousness for inspection. Indeed, it is the essence of law, a rarity in the realm beneath the 10 heavens. Yet Lin Feng seemingly conjures it with effortless ease. What could be the reason for this? Noticing her fervent reaction, Lin Feng couldn't help but say, If you cherish it, you may take this piece with you. Truly, you would gift it to me? Wu Lingyun felt her heart race, astonished by Lin Feng's generosity. Is there any doubt? Take it, and I shall simply compose another. As he spoke, he reached for paper and brush, as if genuinely intent on recreating the piece. Wu Lingyun hastily tucked away the script in her grasp, her gaze intensely fixed on Lin Feng. Curiosity gripped her. How did he infuse his writing with the essence of law, or even create such law? As he prepared to write, an enigmatic aura emanated from him, imparting an illusion of towering grandeur. Then, Lin Feng wrote swiftly, and to Wu Lingyun's perception, he began to blur, transforming into a chaotic orb of light. This orb pulsated with innumerable laws, which danced in concert with its movements. A small fraction of these laws flowed into the characters he inscribed. Wu Lingyun felt a surge of inspiration. Should she deepen her understanding of this power? Perhaps within a year, she could transcend to the half-saint realm, or even sooner. Regrettably, the orb soon dissipated, revealing Lin Feng's visage once more. What are you staring at? Lin Feng felt a twinge of anxiety, still awkward in Wu Lingyun's presence. Although she treated him with courtesy, granting him freedom and 3 charming daughters, and even offering him medicinal elixirs to enhance his cultivation, he remained haunted by the shadows of 5 years past, uncertain of how to engage with her. The only medium left for their conversation was, after all, their 3 daughters. Wu Lingyun, eager to break the tension, smiled and remarked, "Your calligraphy is exquisite. What is the title of this poem?" Her smile was undeniably enchanting, rendering the vibrant flowers in the garden pale by comparison. Lin Feng was momentarily entranced, realizing that her elevated prowess made her even more captivating. Had it not been for their tumultuous history, he might have found himself more receptive to her advances. "This poem is titled The Heroic Journey," he replied. "The Heroic Journey? A splendid title. 10 steps to slay a man, 1,000 miles leave no trace. Your eloquence is remarkable." "Too kind," Lin Feng replied briefly, before turning to his daughters. "You have yet to finish your practice. Continue writing." "Yes, father," the daughters obediently responded, preparing to resume their writing endeavors. Wu Lingyun, feeling exasperated towards Lin Feng, could only say, "Since my daughters are so keenly interested, I shall trouble you to instruct them during this time. I must attend to state affairs now." Upon hearing this, Wu Lingyun staggered slightly, ultimately resigning to stomp her foot in frustration before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. Reflecting on the past 5 years, she recognized her impatience. Had she taken a more measured approach, Lin Feng would not have resisted so fervently. The most egregious realization came later when she discovered that he could not only facilitate her swift recovery from injuries, but also significantly enhance his own strength, leading her to demand excessively from him until he was nearly drained. Although she eventually leveraged this opportunity to break through to the imperial realm and ascend as the new monarch of the 9 heavens. Thoughts of that fateful night with Lin Feng filled her with a sense of guilt. She hoped he would forgive her. Chapter 36, A Bounty of Seafood that evening. After ensuring her 3 daughters were sound asleep, Lin Feng rose slowly and set up several formations and barriers, regardless of his feelings towards Wu Lingyun. She had bestowed upon him 3 beautiful and adorable daughters, and he could not turn a blind eye to her troubles. Expanding his domain to its utmost, he began to teleport continuously. Upon reaching the border of the southern wilderness kingdom, his consciousness detected countless monstrous beasts confronting the soldiers of the southern wilderness. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished again, only to reappear before several formidable beasts. The sudden appearance of Lin Feng caused many of the beasts and spiritual creatures to prepare for an onslaught against him. However, a hydra swiftly began to flick its tongue around, seemingly conveying a message. The beasts and spirits fell silent, turning respectfully towards Lin Feng. "Your Majesty, what brings you to our domain?" asked the hydra, now transformed into a young man with an oval face and triangular eyes, approaching Lin Feng with deference. The opportunity for his 3 companions to be chosen by Lin Feng's daughters to become divine beasts filled him with envy. Lin Feng smiled lightly and replied, "Nothing of great import, merely that my wife will soon assist the southern wilderness kingdom in repelling your attacks. I hope you will refrain from harming the people of the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Rest assured, Your Majesty, our leader, the spiritual tortoise, has already cautioned us against harming the citizens of the Eastern Rising Kingdom." Satisfied with the hydra's words, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Your leader is commendable. As a token of my gratitude, I shall present him with a gift. Please convey it to him." With that, Lin Feng retrieved from his system pouch the reward he had previously obtained, the soul-extinguishing arrow. This item held little use for him, as it was too soon for his daughters to wield it. Thus, he decided to bestow it upon these beasts. Although the beasts possessed formidable physical strength, their spiritual essence was relatively weak. With a treasure capable of spiritual assault like the soul-extinguishing arrow, their combat prowess would see a significant enhancement. The hydra's eyes gleamed with a hint of greed as it accepted the soul-extinguishing arrow and inquired, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Observing its expression, Lin Feng replied with a knowing smile, "This is the soul-extinguishing arrow, a high-grade offensive spiritual treasure capable of targeting the consciousness of its foes. When used in unison by 10, it can effortlessly obliterate the consciousness of a grand saint. However, such treasures hold little value for me." Upon hearing the final words, the hydra's complexion suddenly paled, and he respectfully declared, "Rest assured, Emperor, I shall ensure this item reaches the hands of the great spirit turtle." With that, he took his leave. After Lin Feng spoke, he instantly teleported away. The hydra, observing the surrounding area devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, was inwardly astonished by Lin Feng's unfathomable strength, and he dared not entertain any further greed for the treasure. "Await my return. Do not initiate any attacks on humans," the hydra admonished, before transforming into a streak of light and soaring towards the beast forest. After Lin Feng teleported away, He did not return to the imperial palace of the Eastern Ascendancy, but instead headed towards the East Sea. The journey to the East Sea was long. Even an emperor-level expert would require 1 or 2 days to traverse the skies. Wu Lingyun and the army had utilized the teleportation array to arrive. But Lin Feng wished to conceal his identity and thus could not use the array, relying instead on his ability to teleport continuously. Fortunately, his teleportation did not consume spiritual energy, allowing him to teleport as long as he remained within the range of his domain. His speed was remarkable, enabling him to swiftly approach the East Sea. After nearly 2 hours, Lin Feng finally arrived at the coastal city of Jinhai. This led him to reflect on the vastness of the territory of the Eastern Ascendancy, which was merely a small portion of the 9 heavens. The central continent alone exceeded the size of the Eastern Ascendancy by more than double. Even the combined area of the 5 nations and the beast forest constituted only a fraction of the land. With the demon race to the west and the sea race to the east, the expanse of the sea race far surpassed that of the land. In the 9 heavens, even an emperor-level expert, if flying at full speed, would likely take several months to traverse from one end to the other. According to the hints from the Book of All Spirits, no one could locate the boundaries of the 9 heavens. It seemed each layer was a distinct small world. Theoretically, by flying in one direction continuously, one could return to the original point, whether ascending to higher layers or descending to lower ones. One must locate specific teleportation points or utilize teleportation artifacts or divine light for guidance. Upon reaching Jinhai City, Lin Feng discovered a defensive array spanning thousands of miles along the coast. Although the array's power was not particularly formidable, it could detect any attacks immediately. He sensed several powerful auras within Jinhai City, some of which were quite familiar, belonging to Wu Lingyun, Xiao Yunzi, Feng Chuling, and several high-ranking officials. It seemed Wu Lingyun had focused her efforts on the sea race, while the armies from Shiliang had yet to arrive, leaving them temporarily unable to attend to other matters. Lin Feng did not alert anyone and utilized teleportation once more, swiftly departing from Jinhai City. By the seaside, millions of demon clans had gathered. Various beings, such as shrimp soldiers, crab generals, merfolk, and tiger sharks, were assembled in distinct formations, wielding rudimentary weapons and gazing intently at Jinhai City. The enmity between the sea race and the human race had existed for ages, had it not been for their discomfort with life on land. The Eastern Ascendancy would have long since crumbled. This time, the demon race had unexpectedly dispatched a million-strong army to launch an assault on the Eastern Ascendancy, marking the first such event in thousands of years. The little shrimp soldiers were, of course, unaware of the reasons behind this. But their leaders were currently convening in a crystal palace. A sea monster, towering a full 10 feet, with a human body and the head of a crocodile, greedily proclaimed, "This time, with no restrictions on our actions, I intend to devour at least 100 cultivators." A massive, bloodthirsty magic shark retorted in a piercing voice, "Ironclad crocodile, do not be solely focused on your gluttony. Our objective this time is to target the experts above the heart refinement stage in the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Rest assured." "Old shark," another chimed in. "This time the Demon Dragon King has dispatched 10 semi-saint sea monsters and 30 of us with imperial strength to the Eastern Rising Kingdom. They shall not withstand our might. Ensure you leave me 2 cultivators above the imperial level." A deep-sea magic whale, its crimson eyes aglow with anticipation, interjected. "The experts above the imperial level in the Eastern Rising Kingdom number fewer than 20. Why should you claim 2 for yourself?" A vibrant electric eel, stretching over 5 yards in length, crackled with electricity, its tone dripping with disdain. "Let us rely on our own prowess. Whoever slays the most shall feast the most." This proposal garnered agreement from various sea monsters. At that moment, an abrupt voice echoed in the ears of the assembled sea creatures. So many seafood delicacies. I wonder whether steamed electric eel is more delectable than braised magic shark? The utterance caused all the sea monsters present to change countenance, swiftly adopting a defensive stance as they scanned their surroundings, clamoring, "Who goes there? Stop your tricks and reveal yourself. If you seek to taste my flesh, let us see if you possess the teeth for it. You dare intrude upon our territory, show yourself." Before long, they discovered a strikingly handsome youth had suddenly appeared in the Crystal Palace. A human? A golden-eyed fish, with a gaze that appeared lifeless, shimmered with golden light. Its mouth watering as it observed, "This lad possesses at least imperial strength. I wonder how he tastes." This newly arrived individual was none other than Lin Feng. He sensed the presence of no fewer than 10 sea monsters of semi-saint strength and at least 30 of imperial strength. Should these sea monsters unite in their assault, neither Wu Lingyun nor the 2 elder patriarchs would stand a chance, and they might even find themselves encircled with no opportunity for escape. If Wu Lingyun were to face peril, his 3 daughters would be left without a mother. This was intolerable. "My brothers, that human cultivator is mine." The golden-eyed fish flashed forward, its jaws agape, seemingly intent on swallowing Lin Feng whole. Lin Feng merely scoffed, not even activating his domain, and as the golden-eyed fish approached, he extended his hand, drawing a sword from a nearby sea monster, and thrust it forth. In an instant, a multitude of sword shadows materialized around Lin Feng, their tips all aimed at the golden-eyed fish. Void sword technique. Not good. The golden-eyed fish's expression shifted as it hastily halted its advance, preparing to defend itself. Yet the sword shadows transformed into streams of light, hurtling toward it. It opened its mouth and expelled a golden bubble. Though the bubble appeared fragile, it was capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an Imperial-level expert and even reflecting a portion of the attack. Were it any ordinary Imperial-level expert, perhaps they would struggle to land a decisive blow, but Lin Feng was no ordinary opponent. With a series of hissing sounds, dozens of sword shadows pierced through the bubble, then plunged into the body of the golden-eyed fish. At this moment, the bubbles expelled by the golden light fish shattered with a thunderous sound, and along with them, the imposing body of the golden light fish disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. With a resounding boom, a creature of semi-saint caliber was annihilated by Lin Feng in an instant. The sea creatures collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with uncertainty as they regarded Lin Feng, utterly incapable of discerning his true strength. To eliminate a semi-saint sea monster in such a manner would require the element of surprise, even from a great saint. How had Lin Feng accomplished such a feat? Altogether, we are numerous. Surely we can overwhelm him, bellowed a deep-sea beast, rallying the other creatures. Without waiting for his command to finish, a multitude of sea monsters unleashed their terrifying pressure, surging towards Lin Feng. The combined mental force of dozens of entities at or above the Imperial realm created an overwhelming aura that even a great saint would hesitate to confront head-on. Yet Lin Feng remained unfazed, unfurling his invincible domain. As the domain manifested, the expressions of the sea monsters shifted dramatically. They suddenly realized that their bodies were immobilized, and their attacks were dismantled by an unseen force. What is happening? A large toad displayed an anthropomorphic expression of terror, utterly perplexed by the unfolding circumstances. Could it be that this human before them was a being of the unification realm? Impossible. If he were a being of such caliber, how could he remain in the nine heavens? This was a conundrum that none of the sea monsters could comprehend. Of course, they no longer needed to ponder, as their consciousness and souls were systematically obliterated, leaving behind only their transformed bodies. My children shall feast well, all these high-quality seafood. Lin Feng had deliberately preserved the bodies of these sea monsters, for with his superior culinary skills, they represented exquisite ingredients. Spare me, I can submit to you, pleaded a two-headed armored crab. Yet Lin Feng replied coldly, to me, you sea monsters are merely food. How could you be considered pets? Especially one as regal as you. A king crab, my children will surely relish you. With that, he annihilated the consciousness and soul of the two-headed armored crab. The remaining sea monsters turned pale, realizing that before they could even indulge in human cultivators, they had encountered a connoisseur of seafood. The thought of becoming sustenance filled them with despair. Although the sea monsters outnumbered both the demon clan and humans, their cultivation was not significantly swifter. Reaching the Imperial realm and beyond the semi-saint stage was a result of thousands of years of accumulation. The longer one lived, the more they cherished their own lives. As the deep-sea beast grit its teeth against the mounting pressure, it inquired, who exactly are you? Our sea tribe is formidable. We shall seek vengeance. This remark prompted Lin Feng to reflect. The sea tribe had dispatched such a multitude of powerful beings from the outset, indicating their considerable strength. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before relaxing his demeanor and responded, you need not know who I am. Consider me simply a human cultivator with a penchant for seafood. I shall allow one of you to return and relay the message. Should you wish to become my meal, feel free to come to the Eastern Rising Kingdom. I shall welcome as many as you send. Having spoken, his gaze sharpened, and a group of sea demons fell one after another, leaving only the large toad. I am grateful, my lord, for sparing my life. The warts on the toad trembled, yet it felt fortunate to be the one returning to deliver the message. Lin Feng, with a look of disdain, replied, do not thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to your parents for your unappealing appearance, which diminishes my appetite. Instead of feeling anger, the toad found itself oddly pleased with its looks for the first time. My lord, may I return to convey the message now? Begone. Lin Feng commanded, lifting the suppression of his invincible domain. The moment the toad gained its freedom, it transformed into a streak of black light. Vanishing into the depths of the sea, Lin Feng sensed that although there were still millions of sea demons, none were of a higher class. Merely a horde of lesser creatures posing no significant threat. With that, he swiftly began to teleport back. In the town of Jinhai, within the hall of the Lord's residence, Wu Lingyun occupied the main seat, flanked by 2 elder statesmen, while the rest stood below. Your Majesty, the army of the Sea Tribe has assembled, with preliminary estimates exceeding 3 million. Lord Xia Yuan reported gravely, we are still uncertain of the number of high-ranking sea demons, but it is unlikely to be fewer than ours. This will be a fierce battle. Wu Lingyun furrowed her brows, scanning the somber faces of her ministers, who exhibited no confidence in the prospect of victory. Suddenly, she stood, declaring, convey my decree. We shall launch an immediate assault. We cannot afford to grant them time to prepare. Even if we cannot win, we must inflict severe damage upon them. Your Majesty, think carefully. Regardless of troop numbers, I have made my decision. Those who defy my orders shall face execution. Wu Lingyun interrupted the dissenting minister, observing the reluctance among the assembly. She continued, this time, I shall personally lead the charge against the Sea Tribe. Fearing for Wu Lingyun's safety and the potential blame from Lin Feng, Feng Chuling and Xiao Yunzi attempted to interject. Xiao Yunzi volunteered, allow me to lead the charge, while assessing the number of their elite demons. Wu Lingyun shook her head, her tone resolute. Though I am the ruler of a nation, I am willing to shed the last drop of blood for Dongsheng. Any force that dares to offend the Dongxing Empire shall face severe retribution. Dispatch the order, we advance together. Inspired by Wu Lingyun's fervor, the ministers felt a surge of determination. Though she was a woman, her courage and resolve far surpassed that of many men. If even she was willing to risk herself in battle, what was there to fear? We vow to follow the Empress to defeat our enemies. A chorus of voices echoed as the ministers knelt, clasping their fists in salute. In that moment, their spirits soared, united in purpose. At that instant, all present felt a profound honor in their loyalty to the Empress. Chapter 38. The Divine Law. As Wu Lingyun appeared above Jinhai City, the soldiers erupted in fervor. Word of the Empress personally leading the charge against the sea beasts ignited their fighting spirit, and cheers resounded from below. Prepare, activate the formation, and let us strike down the sea demons. Wu Lingyun's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated throughout Jinhai City. As the formation activated, Wu Lingyun surged ahead, prompting Feng Chuling and Xiao Yunzi to hastily follow, concerned for her safety. A throng of martial generals and soldiers also charged out, their battle cries resounding through the air. A force akin to a tempest. The sea creatures outside, caught off guard, fell victim to several of Wu Lingyun's divine abilities, resulting in the annihilation of thousands of sea beasts. Under such circumstances, one would expect formidable sea demons to emerge in opposition to Wu Lingyun and the 2 esteemed elders. However, despite their slaying of tens of thousands of sea monsters, no notable adversaries appeared. What could be the reason? The Sea Tribe surely possessed powerful warriors. Exchanging glances, Xiao Yunzi and Feng Chuling shared mutual perplexity. Wu Lingyun, unable to discern the situation, decisively proclaimed, if their elite fighters do not emerge, we shall continue our onslaught to alleviate the pressures on our soldiers. Indeed, the trio pressed on, bolstered by the presence of the city lord of Jinhai, alongside several formidable experts of imperial and semi-holy realms, who wove in and out of the ranks of sea demons, causing them to crumble under the relentless assault. The sea monsters, gripped by terror, lost the will to fight, retreating while clashing with their pursuers. Upon reaching the shoreline, they leapt into the ocean to escape. But Wu Lingyun and her cadre pursued for over 10 nautical miles before finally halting their chase. In less than an hour of combat, they had obliterated over 1 million sea demons, marking a resounding victory. But where were the Sea Tribe's elites? Wu Lingyun hovered in the air, gazing towards the sea, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Feng Chuling, with a smile, remarked, Your Majesty, if their experts do not show themselves, it matters little. Our resounding triumph here will significantly bolster morale. Should the sea demons dare to return, we shall charge forth once more. Xiao Yunzi chimed in, flattering her. Elder Feng speaks truth. Perhaps the Sea Tribe merely aimed to intimidate us, seeking to exert pressure, not anticipating our audacity to counterattack. After all, the Sea Tribe is ill-suited for prolonged engagement on land, thus their threats are primarily bluster, likely culminating in minor disturbances. Wu Lingyun could conceive of no other explanation and nodded. Let us hope that is the case. What news from the Sitian kingdom? Feng Chuling's gaze turned westward as she slowly replied. According to intelligence, the Sitian kingdom has dispatched 5 Holy Realm experts, 10 Imperial Realm experts, and 10,000 soldiers of the Divine Soul Realm and above, utilizing a large-scale teleportation array en route to our Dongxing kingdom. Before she could finish her statement, a streak of light appeared. The glowing figure descended to the ground beneath Wu Lingyun, the light dissipating to reveal a guard. The guard knelt and reported, Your Majesty, We have just received news that the elite forces sent by the Sitian kingdom to seek retribution have all been annihilated by a mysterious individual, leaving only one soldier to escape. What? This revelation startled Wu Lingyun and the two esteemed elders. The Sitian kingdom dispatched elite warriors, yet they were all slain? To eradicate such a force, even the Central Plains would find it no small feat. The decision to allow one individual to escape was clearly to enable that person to return with tidings. How many were involved? This mysterious expert. Your Majesty. Reports indicate it was merely one person. This individual is shrouded in enigmatic energy, rendering their appearance indistinguishable. Based on our analysis, this person is likely the one who killed the Central Plains envoy, Shweta. Once again, this enigmatic figure? In Wu Lingyun's heart, a profound astonishment took root as she pondered, unable to recall any prior acquaintance with such a person. Could this individual be an ancient entity concealed within the Eastern Rising Kingdom, surreptitiously aiding it in times of crisis? Both Feng Chuling and Xiao Yunzi were equally perplexed, exchanging glances that birthed a shared conjecture. However, judging by the Empress's reaction, it appeared she was unaware of this enigmatic figure's identity. Your Majesty, who do you suppose this mysterious individual might be? Xiao Yunzi ventured to inquire tentatively. Wu Lingyun, stirred by a thought, responded ambiguously. This person has repeatedly assisted our Eastern Rising Kingdom, but chooses to remain anonymous. As long as we ascertain that he harbors no ill intentions towards our empire, why should we pursue his identity? Such a remarkable individual likely conceals himself to protect his tranquil existence. It would be prudent for us not to delve further, lest we inadvertently expose his true nature. The two elder patriarchs nodded in agreement. The emperor spends his days in familial bliss with the three princesses, clearly wishing to keep his identity concealed. The empress must be aware of the emperor's capabilities and status, yet she regards him as an ordinary mortal. Perhaps we should temper our own displays of knowledge. Can a true mortal master the arts of alchemy and weapon forging, comprehend formations and inscriptions, and imbue these skills with profound principles? Perhaps the emperor's journey to the first heaven is merely an experience of human life, undertaken solely for the sake of his three daughters, leading him to the 9 heavens. The two elders quickly filled their minds with a wealth of information and silently resolved to caution the other elders upon their return, urging them not to casually reveal the emperor's identity or prowess. It was best for everyone to regard the emperor as an ordinary mortal. Your Majesty, shall we return to the palace? Xiao Yunzi asked, clasping his fists before Wu Lingyun. Wu Lingyun bowed her head in contemplation for a moment before responding. Since no formidable beings from the Sea clan have emerged, we shall remain in Jinhai City for a few days to ensure they do not return before we depart. Upon Lin Feng's return to the palace, dawn had just begun to break. Seeing his daughters sprawled chaotically across their beds, he gently tucked them in. The night had been exhausting, a true whirlwind of activity. Nevertheless, the results were remarkable, not only alleviating Wu Lingyun's crisis, but also familiarizing him with his own abilities. Even without employing his invincible domain, he felt confident in overcoming a half-saint expert, and should all his trump cards be exhausted, he could still contend with a great saint. As he quietly observed his daughters in slumber, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! You have successfully averted the risk of your children losing their mother, earning the reward of the sacred grade treasure, Xianyuan's sword, the indestructible divine art, the great capture technique, and 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. He hadn't anticipated that aiding Wu Lingyun would yield such rewards. His efforts throughout the night had been worthwhile. He promptly examined the rewards. Xianyuan's sword, sacred grade treasure, upgradable, significantly enhancing combat prowess after bonding with a master, capable of being refined into the body, and adjustable in size at will, with its grade improving alongside one's strength. Indestructible divine art, heavenly grade supreme skill, comprising 12 layers. Each layer substantially increases defensive capabilities, and mastering all 12 layers allows one to withstand attacks from peers unscathed. The great capturing hand, lawful divine powers, upgradable, allows one to manipulate the force of laws with the mind, coalescing it into a formidable hand of law to attack or restrain foes. Upon witnessing these 3 rewards, Lin Feng's excitement surged. He had never anticipated acquiring a divine power, a skill reserved for those who have reached the Unity Realm. Divine powers transcend mere techniques. Upon attaining the Unity Realm, the techniques employed must integrate with the laws, becoming even more formidable. In battles among masters above the Unity Realm, the contest is no longer merely about spiritual energy, but rather the comprehension of the laws. The deeper one understands the laws, the more potent the divine power becomes. Yet, Lin Feng, still merely at the Emperor's stage, had been granted a divine power reward. Suppressing his exhilaration, he softly uttered within his heart, Accept. Chapter 39. A delicate situation. After receiving the rewards, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes. He now possessed several additional trump cards and could afford to refrain from employing his invincible domain. The Xianyuan sword had integrated into his being, while the indestructible Vajra technique was already at its maximum level of 12. Sensing the strength of the technique, he contemplated imparting it to his daughters to enhance their self-defense capabilities. Notably, the indestructible Vajra technique can be cultivated from the body refinement stage. At this moment, Xia was the first to awaken. Upon seeing Lin Feng standing by the bedside, she immediately extended her little hand, playfully demanding, "Daddy, hold me." Lin Feng promptly approached the bed and tenderly lifted his daughter into his arms. "Why not sleep a little longer?" he inquired. "I'm hungry," Xia pouted. But soon a smile brightened her face as she asked, "What delicious food will Daddy prepare for us today?" "What delicacies?" Sitian suddenly sat up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You little glutton," Lin Feng chuckled, ruffling Sitian's hair and softly saying, "Just wait patiently. Daddy will prepare something tasty for you." Having spoken, he gently set Xia down and exited the room. Inside the system's package lay a bounty of seafood. Today, he refrained from requesting ingredients from the royal chef, instead taking out a large crab and a tuna to commence his culinary preparations. Meanwhile, in the imperial city of Zhongzhou, the emperor, upon receiving a series of reports, turned ashen with fury. The Eastern Ascendancy was indeed shrouded in mystery, yet previously, they had been utterly oblivious. How could they proceed in such ignorance? Do any of you ministers possess a viable strategy to counter the Eastern Ascendancy? As soon as the emperor's words fell, all the ministers bowed their heads, too fearful to meet his gaze. Confronted with the enigmatic strength of the Eastern Ascendancy, none dared to voice their thoughts, lest they inadvertently bring harm to Zhongzhou. They sought not accolades, but merely to avoid blame. Witnessing his court of ministers feign deafness, the emperor's anger ignited, his aura surging violently as his voice became increasingly agitated. "A group of useless fools. What purpose do you serve?" Thud. All the ministers knelt, realizing the emperor was genuinely enraged. One timid minister quavered, "Your Majesty, I do have an idea, but I spare you from punishment. Speak." The emperor was acutely aware of the minister's trepidation, suspecting that his forthcoming suggestion would challenge Zhongzhou's authority. However, given the urgency of addressing the Eastern Ascendancy, certain rigidities could not be maintained. Upon hearing these words, the minister let out a sigh of relief and gathered his courage to speak. "Your Majesty, the Western Liang Kingdom serves as a bulwark against the demon realm. We have received news indicating that the demon race is stirring, seemingly preparing for a large-scale assault on our human race. Now that the Western Liang Kingdom has become embroiled in conflict with the Eastern Ascend Empire, why not incite discord between them, urging them into full-scale war? Should the Eastern Ascend Empire conquer the Western Liang Kingdom, we could then seize the opportunity to request their assistance in repelling the demon race." Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes sparkled with interest, sensing the merit in the suggestion. The other ministers, noticing his changing expression, quickly chimed in. Indeed, as the esteemed minister has stated, the power of the demon realm is formidable. Each invasion necessitates assistance from the upper realm. It would be prudent to allow the Eastern Ascend Empire to confront the demon realm this time. What a clever plan. The demon realm may also seek aid from the upper realm, leading to a depletion of the Eastern Ascend Empire's strength. We could simply observe as the two powers clash. The emperor, intrigued, nodded in agreement. However, he soon expressed his concern. Yet, the distance between the Eastern Ascend Empire and the Western Liang Kingdom is great. It is uncertain whether the Eastern Ascend Empire would be willing to penetrate into the Western Liang Kingdom. At that moment, a minister inclined his body and suggested, "Your Majesty, why not cede the Southern Wilderness Kingdom to the Eastern Ascend Empire? This would place them in close proximity to the Western Liang Kingdom." Preposterous. For millennia, our central state has maintained a delicate balance among these four nations. We cannot allow one to grow too strong, nor can we permit another to be annihilated. Now you wish for me to hand over two empires in one breath. The ministers recoiled at his stern words. At this juncture, a middle-aged gentleman stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, I believe this strategy is indeed feasible." Do you share this view as well, State Master?" The emperor turned his gaze to the newly appointed State Master, Niezhirong, eager to hear his perspective. Understanding that the emperor had reservations about his capabilities, Niezhirong gathered his thoughts and replied, "Your Majesty, you must recognize that aside from our central state, there is no place on this continent that enjoys tranquility. The Eastern Ascend Empire faces the Sea Tribe. The Southern Wilderness Kingdom contends with the Demon Tribe, and the Western Liang Kingdom grapples with the Demon Race. Currently, the Eastern Ascend Empire possesses a mysterious power. Confronting them directly would be unwise. Instead, we might consider granting the Southern Wilderness and Western Liang Kingdom to the Eastern Ascend Empire. Although their territory would expand on the surface, they would simultaneously inherit numerous troubles. Surrounded on 3 fronts, should they falter in obedience, our central state could launch an offensive, leaving them besieged on all sides. At that point, regardless of the Eastern Ascend Empire's strength, they would lack the resources to engage multiple foes. Any concentrated assault from the demon tribe, sea tribe, or demon race would significantly drain their vitality. The Emperor raised an eyebrow, pondering the validity of this argument. However, the delicate balance that previous emperors had striven to maintain among the 4 nations, was he truly willing to terminate it in his reign? He found himself in a state of indecision. Noticing the Emperor's hesitation, Nie Zhirong, resolute, continued, Your Majesty, though my heavenly secrets may not rival those of my esteemed teacher, I have made some progress. I calculated last night that if we were to relinquish the southern wilderness and western Liang Kingdom to the Eastern Ascend Empire, they might not be able to absorb such a burden. Furthermore, the demon race is certain to launch an invasion within 3 months. Given the current strength of the Eastern Ascend Empire, they may not withstand it. Furthermore, our central state possesses a passage to the upper realm, whereas the Eastern Ascendancy may not. Even if the Eastern Ascendancy cannot withstand the pressure, we shall seize the opportune moment to conquer it and achieve the unification of the realm. Upon hearing this from Yeziren, the Emperor of Slaughter finally felt a sense of relief. The art of celestial insight is indeed a remarkable technique. Although it does not adhere to the laws of cultivation, it allows one to glimpse the secrets of the heavens. The central state's adept handling of the relationships among the 4 nations, East, West, South, and North, owes much to this art. Since Nie Zhirong has claimed to have made calculations, it is only natural that I trust him. If the National Master foretells an impending invasion by the demon clan, it must surely be accurate. In that case, I shall dispatch a special envoy to allow the Eastern Ascendancy to act freely against the Southern Wilderness and the Western Liang. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled, and the National Master's foresight is indeed remarkable, prompting the ministers to shower praise. Yet, only Nie Zhirong displayed a flicker of complexity in his eyes. He had indeed conducted calculations the previous night, but he was unable to ascertain the identity of the mysterious figure and nearly suffered a backlash. Nevertheless, the impending invasion by the demon clan is a concrete reality, alleviating his concerns about the Emperor seeking retribution. With the art of celestial insight, although he could not uncover the identity of the Eastern Ascendancy's enigmatic master, he had discerned the formidable strength of the demon clan. He harbored no illusions that the Eastern Ascendancy could withstand such an onslaught. The demon clan, even when beckoning assistance from above, remains a formidable force. Chapter 40. The honor of a minister in the Eastern Ascendancy at the town of Jinhai. Wu Lingyun dispatched individuals to see off the envoy from the central state, and then summoned elders Feng Chuling and Xiao Yunzi to a secluded hall for discussion. Esteemed elders, what are your thoughts on the information brought forth by the envoy from the central state? Feng Chuling furrowed his brow in contemplation, remaining silent. While Xiao Yunzi pondered briefly before responding, Your Majesty, the central state has unexpectedly changed its stance, allowing us to take over the southern wilderness. I sense that they are not acting out of genuine goodwill. Wu Lingyun nodded in agreement. It was indeed obvious that the central state had ulterior motives. Yet what could their scheme entail? At this moment, Feng Chuling spoke up, Your Majesty, I believe we should seize the opportunity to accept the southern wilderness. Regardless of the central state's intentions, we can respond to their moves accordingly. Xiao Yunzi concurred. Elder Feng is correct. Your Majesty could issue an order to invade the southern wilderness, achieving territorial expansion for the first time in millennia. Wu Lingyun felt a surge of ambition. Who among emperors does not yearn for territorial expansion and eternal renown? However, she was acutely aware of her own circumstances. The Eastern Ascendancy was already the weakest among the 5 nations and required a contingent to remain in the Eastern Sea to guard against the aquatic tribes. If they were to conquer the southern wilderness, they would need to deploy additional forces, one to defend against the beast-infested forest and another to guard against the western Liang. Suddenly, recalling the beast-infested forest, she inquired with some confusion, Why have we received no news from the southern wilderness? We have only dispatched one general of imperial rank. Should we encounter a beast attack, we would be utterly defenseless. Xiao Yunzi and Feng Chuling exchanged glances, harboring their suspicions, and could only offer consolation. Your Majesty, is it not better that there have been no disturbances from the beast-infested forest? Perhaps after we take over the southern wilderness, we may even establish amicable relations with the beasts. Wu Lingyun could only smile wryly and shake her head. The beast tribe, much like the aquatic tribe, harbors a deep-seated hatred for humanity. How could any amicable relations be established? Ordinary people require the flesh and hides of beasts, while cultivators slaughter countless beasts annually for their essence. The enmity that has accumulated over countless millennia cannot possibly be resolved with ease. as the beast forest exhibited no anomalies. Wu Lingyun felt a slight sense of relief and remarked, I dare not make a hasty decision on this matter. Perhaps the two elders could accompany me back to the palace, where we may convene with the other elders for a discussion. Feng Chuling smiled and replied, Your Majesty, as long as you make the decision, all the elders will undoubtedly lend their full support. Xiao Yunzi, instantly enlightened, revealed a relaxed expression and stated, Elder Feng is correct. We, the Supreme Elders, shall follow your lead and strive to bolster the Eastern Rising Empire, even to the point of unifying the entire human race. Wu Lingyun felt a stir of emotion within her. She had indeed contemplated the unification of all nations. However, given that even the central continent had not achieved this, what right did she have to do so? Noticing the shift in attitude from Feng Chuling and Xiao Yunzi, she awkwardly inquired, Elders, it seemed that when I ascended the throne, you were not particularly optimistic about me. What has led you to alter your views and be willing to assist me wholeheartedly? Cough, cough. Both elders felt their faces flush with embarrassment, casting somewhat resentful glances at Wu Lingyun. What reason? Surely, Your Majesty, you are aware? With the Emperor as a formidable backing, unifying the human race is not beyond possibility. Even subjugating the 9 heavens could be achieved. However, as the Emperor wishes to masquerade as a mere mortal, it is best that we do not expose this, for perhaps the Empress is merely testing us. With this thought in mind, they knew how to respond. Your Majesty, jest. Under your wise and valiant rule, the Eastern Rising nation will undoubtedly thrive. Especially with the esteemed benefactor's assistance, it would be a challenge not to flourish. Upon hearing the mention of the benefactor and observing their conspicuously awkward demeanor, Wu Lingyun's heart stirred. It seemed this benefactor was indeed the mysterious figure who had been intervening frequently of late. And it was evident that the elders were familiar with this person. This mysterious individual surely supported her, which explained the elders' change in attitude toward her. In an instant, she grasped many matters and felt profound gratitude toward this enigmatic ally. Indeed, having this benefactor's support was a blessing for her and for the Eastern Rising nation. She felt an earnest desire to express her gratitude to this individual personally. However, seeing the elders' hesitant expressions, she realized that pressing them for details would be futile. So she chose to keep her gratitude to herself for the time being. Feng Chuling and Xiao Yunzi, noticing Wu Lingyun's silence, felt a twinge of anxiety. Uncertain whether their recent responses had sufficed, a misstep could provoke the Emperor's ire, jeopardizing their chances of acquiring fragments of the laws in the future. Fortunately, Wu Lingyun soon broke into a smile and declared, Regardless, let us return to the palace and consult with the elders. If they truly support my endeavor to conquer the southern wilderness nation, we shall all be credited as contributors to the expansion of our territory. In accordance with the Empress's wishes, the two elders immediately affirmed as they rose. Lin Feng was currently in the training grounds, instructing his daughters in the practice of the indestructible Vajra technique. His 3 daughters displayed remarkable aptitude, easily mastering the first tier. As time drew near, he smiled at them and said, My dear ones, that will suffice for today. Go wash up and prepare for rest. Father, I crave delicious food. Sitian clung to his thigh, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, while Sirui and Sia mirrored her eagerness. Lin Feng chuckled, kneeling down to pinch Sitian's little nose, teasing, You little gluttons. With your current prowess, you could manage a meal every 3 days. Why would you need 3 meals a day? I simply adore what you cook, father. Sitian replied, her delicate nose crinkling in a haughty manner. Very well. I shall prepare a feast for you. How does roasted magic shark sound for tonight? Wonderful. As long as it's made by you, we will relish it. The daughters joyfully followed Lin Feng out of the formation, only to spot Bai Wanrong lurking sneakily outside. Elder Bai, what are you up to? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Assuming an accusatory stance, Bai Wanrong quickly donned a smile. Your Majesty, little princesses, I am merely studying the formation you set. The more I delve into it, the more I find your depth unfathomable. I learn something new each time. Enough with the flattery. Lin Feng retorted, If I roast magic shark for the little princesses, would you care to join us? How could this old servant dare to partake when you are personally cooking? Don't be ridiculous. I insist. Bai Wanrong, possessing perhaps the thickest skin among the elders, noticed Lin Feng holding both daughters, with Sia trailing closely by his side. He bent down, offering, How about I carry the eldest princess? Sia blinked her large eyes in confusion, inquiring, Grandpa Bai, you used to say you wouldn't carry children, didn't you? Cough cough, did I? You see, my age is advancing, and my memory is faltering, Bai Wanrong stammered, awkwardly at a loss for words. Sia was amused by his childlike demeanor and suggested, Grandpa Bai, may I ride on your shoulders? Lin Feng immediately admonished, Sia, don't be silly. Grandpa Bai holds a noble status. How could you ride on him? Your Majesty, do not blame the eldest princess. It would be an honor for this old servant to serve as a mount for the princesses, Bai Wanrong declared, squatting down. Once Sia was perched on his shoulders. He steadied her legs and stood upright. Chapter 41. A subtle hint seeing how accommodating Elder Bai was. Lin Feng assumed he sought to learn more about formation knowledge. Thus he refrained from further comment. Upon arriving at the West Phoenix Hall, he suggested to Bai Wanrong, why not summon Elder Qin as well? I can prepare a bit more. Certainly, Your Majesty. Bai Wanrong eagerly scurried off to find Elder Qin, for whether or not they dined was secondary. The opportunity to draw closer to Lin Feng was of utmost importance. The realms of knowledge one could acquire from the Emperor were vast. Lin Feng advised his daughters to play responsibly and not wander off, then set up a simple alert formation before departing. Not long after, while grilling the meat, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and chuckled ruefully. It seems I must procure additional ingredients. In the West Phoenix Hall, Wu Lingyun arrived with a host of esteemed elders. After exchanging warm greetings with Sia and the others, she inquired, "Where is your father?" "He is preparing delicious food for us," replied the daughters. Wu Lingyun nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased with Lin Feng. At this moment, Bai Wanrong accompanied Elder Qin and rushed over. Upon seeing Wu Lingyun and the assembly of elders, he promptly bowed and stated, "I pay my respects to the Empress. Esteemed elders, please do not stand on ceremony. Now that everyone is gathered, let us proceed to the main hall to deliberate on whether to annex the Southern Wilderness Kingdom." As Wu Lingyun spoke, she prepared to transform into a beam of light and depart. Bai Wanrong quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, please wait. The Emperor has just requested that I bring Elder Qin along to savor his culinary skills. Allow me to inform the Emperor first." Hearing that Lin Feng had invited Elder Bai and Elder Qin, Wu Lingyun felt a stir in her heart and immediately waved her hand, saying, "Since the Emperor wishes to treat you to a meal, let us dine first before we discuss further." The dishes prepared by Lin Feng contain fragments of laws, which are exceedingly beneficial for cultivators of your level. Recently, the elders have shown her great respect, and it is only fitting that they gain some advantages from this. Elders Feng Chuling and others exchanged disdainful glances at Bai Wanrong and Elder Qin, thinking to themselves, everyone can abstain from food, yet they still yearn for mere culinary delights. In essence, Bai Wanrong and the others merely sought to foster a closer bond with Lin Feng. While everyone harbored their own thoughts, Lin Feng had already entered, leading a group of guards, each carrying a large tray. Upon noticing Wu Lingyun and the elders, he appeared unfazed and casually greeted her. "You have returned? Would you care to join us for a meal?" "Certainly," Wu Lingyun replied, maintaining an outward composure, yet internally feeling a flutter of anxiety. Each encounter with Lin Feng seemed to reveal a change in him, and their gazes locking made her heart race. The scene from several years ago would often resurface in her mind, amplifying her unease and shyness. The elders, observing her shifting expressions, mistakenly interpreted her demeanor as a sign of her awareness of Lin Feng's true prowess, thus appearing cautious and lacking confidence. Before long, each person was presented with a platter of roasted demonic shark meat. Lin Feng casually remarked, "I did not anticipate your sudden return, so my preparations are modest. Please make do with this for now, and I shall prepare more on another occasion." Xiao Yunzi, embodying an air of nonchalance, replied, "Your Majesty is too kind. We have all entered the stage of abstaining from food, so it matters not whether we partake." The other elders echoed their gratitude, though they held no high expectations for the meal. Wu Lingyun, however, rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, "I hope you can maintain your composure in a moment. Let us eat." "It will not taste as good once it cools," Lin Feng urged, taking the initiative to cut the meat into smaller pieces for the ladies. Wu Lingyun quickly grabbed a small knife, sliced off a piece, and stuffed it into her mouth. Indeed, it was undoubtedly Lin Feng's creation. Although the other elders claimed to be abstaining, they could not afford to appear impolite in the presence of the Empress, so they delicately cut a small piece of demonic shark meat to savor slowly. However, soon enough, their eyes widened in unison, exchanging incredulous glances. They clearly saw astonishment reflected in one another's eyes, and it was Feng Chuling who first regained her composure, recalling her prior conversation with the Empress. She gently cleared her throat, signaling to the others to be mindful of their expressions. Lin Feng, curious, then inquired, "What is the matter? Is it not palatable?" No. What the Emperor has prepared is simply delectable. I feel as though I could consume the plate along with the food," Elder Qin exclaimed, immediately reaching for the roasted meat with fervor. Bai Wanrong, with tears streaming down his face, added, "To be able to savor such exquisite fare in this lifetime is truly a blessing earned over several lifetimes." Delicious. Just moments ago, Elder Qin had been composed and aloof, but now he wished to devour the entire platter. Lin Feng, observing the elders' reactions, couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and exasperation. Dear elders, please take your time. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare more for you in the future. Really? The elders nearly fell to their knees in gratitude. This food contained fragments of the laws. The prospect of tasting it again meant that ascension in this life was within reach. Lin Feng chuckled casually. What is there to doubt? You have risked your lives for the Eastern Ascension Kingdom. What harm is there in me preparing a meal for you? At this, the elders felt a jolt of realization, a hint. This was undoubtedly a suggestion. What did it mean to risk their lives for the Eastern Ascension Empire? It was a clear indication that they should wholeheartedly assist Wu Lingyun. As long as they supported the Empress, great rewards awaited them. Almost in unison, the elders rose, clasping their fists toward Lin Feng and Wu Lingyun, declaring, Your Majesty, Empress, rest assured, we shall dedicate ourselves fully to the Eastern Ascension Kingdom until our last breath. Wu Lingyun found it amusing. She hadn't anticipated that Lin Feng's mere meal could so effortlessly win over the elders. This further validated her wise decision to bring Lin Feng to the 9 heavens. The group continued to indulge in the roasted meat. Had it not been for their pride, some might have genuinely attempted to consume the plate as well. With their strength and powerful teeth, the plate would surely be quite crunchy. Please proceed to the main hall and await me. I shall speak with the emperor for a moment. Wu Lingyun instructed the elders after the meal. Yes, the elders, more obedient than little lambs, transformed into streaks of light and swiftly departed from the West Phoenix Hall. Once they were gone, Wu Lingyun turned to Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, have you truly never practiced cultivation? Why do you ask? Lin Feng replied, surprised by her sudden inquiry. Oh, it's nothing. Wu Lingyun decided to change the topic. Are you familiar with the laws? I have read a bit about them in some texts. Aren't they something one comprehends only after reaching the unification realm? Lin Feng responded, only half-truthfully, increasingly puzzled by Wu Lingyun's line of questioning. Seeing Lin Feng's bewildered expression, Wu Lingyun felt a sense of relief. It appeared he genuinely did not understand what the laws were. Perhaps the path he had taken as a scholar had unknowingly led him to grasp the laws. Perhaps one day, he would achieve enlightenment and become a master of the unification realm. Until then, it was best not to inform him, lest it disrupt his cultivation. Well, no matter. You take good care of the children. Once I am done with my tasks, I shall spend time with you and the little ones, Wu Lingyun said, her cheeks flushed, before transforming into a streak of light and departing. Chapter 42. United as one, Lin Feng gazed in the direction Wu Lingyun had vanished, feeling a wave of emotion. Regardless of the circumstances, she had indeed struggled alone to care for Sia and the others over these past few years. At this moment, the daughters, having satisfied their appetites, clung to him affectionately, pleading, Father, please tell us a story tonight. We want to sleep with you. Carry me back, Father. Gazing at his 3 daughters, Lin Feng cast aside all distractions and replied with a smile. Very well. Tonight, I shall continue the tale of journey to the west. With that, he led his daughters back to their quarters to rest. In the grand hall, Wu Lingyun succinctly recounted the current situation, but the ministers could not reach a consensus. However, the elders unanimously expressed their willingness to support Wu Lingyun, much to the astonishment of all the ministers. They were well aware that most elders maintained a neutral stance, preferring to remain within the confines of the palace. Yet today, nearly every elder was eager to accompany Wu Lingyun into battle. Wu Lingyun felt a surge of satisfaction. With the backing of all the elders, her spirits soared. Her ambition to expand her dominion was now bolstered by confidence. Since the elders and all esteemed ministers support me, we shall prepare the troops after court adjourns. Tomorrow, I will personally lead the army to attack the Southern Wilderness Kingdom. Your Majesty, allow us to handle the campaign against the Southern Wilderness Kingdom. You need not take such risks, Bai Wanrong interjected, prompting the other elders to silently curse him for his shamelessness, regretting that they had not seized the opportunity to voice their opinions first. Wu Lingyun, however, waved her hand and asserted, an opportunity to attack the Southern Wilderness Kingdom is a once-in-a-millennium chance. How could I possibly be absent? It is decided. Seeing her resolute stance, the others refrained from further persuasion and bowed in compliance. After court adjourned, Wu Lingyun transformed into a beam of light, hastening to check on Lin Feng and the daughters. Upon entering the room, she found her 3 daughters quietly listening to Lin Feng's storytelling, which warmed her heart and softened her gaze toward him. Seeing Wu Lingyun at the bedside, Siyu promptly jumped up, tugging at Wu Lingyun's garments. Mother, you arrived just in time. Come and listen to Father tell a story. Both Sihui and Siyu rose as well, urging Wu Lingyun. Father tells such captivating tales. You will surely enjoy it, Mother. Lie next to Father, and let us all sleep together. Wu Lingyun's cheeks flushed instantly, and her heart raced uncontrollably as she glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also felt a twinge of embarrassment, wanting to interrupt his daughter's playful antics, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feng, look at these girls. Wu Lingyun could only feign exasperation as she looked at him. Lin Feng, maintaining a facade of calmness, suggested, "Why not lie down and listen to the story for a while? You can leave once they fall asleep." "Well, all right then," Wu Lingyun replied, feeling her hands and feet tremble. Even during the perilous battles for the throne years ago, she had never felt such nervousness. Carefully lying down on the bed, her face flushed, she dared not look at Lin Feng. Fortunately, Siyu and Sihui nestled beside her, while Sihui directly lay down next to Lin Feng. Thus, for the first time, the family of 5 gathered together to rest. "I shall continue the tale," Lin Feng began, but soon realized his throat felt parched, and his voice slightly wavered. Fortunately, as he began to narrate his tale, he gradually lost himself in the story, forgetting the present circumstances. Wu Lingyun, initially filled with anxiety and trepidation, soon found solace in Lin Feng's storytelling, her heart calming as she listened intently. However, not long into the tale, an extraordinary sensation enveloped her. Everything around her began to blur, and gradually, she could hear nothing at all. In a fleeting moment, as her consciousness returned, she realized she was amidst an expansive void. Surrounding her was a mass of chaos, and upon closer inspection, she discerned that this chaos not only encompassed laws, but also concealed deeper layers of existence. Yet, with her current strength, she could not comprehend what these laws entailed. Nevertheless, she was filled with elation. Unlike the dishes Lin Feng had prepared or the calligraphy he had crafted, these laws were not mere fragments, but remarkably whole. Delving into any part of them promised to elevate her power exponentially. Although she was uncertain of her whereabouts, she understood that she could not miss this rare opportunity. Thus, she quickly held her breath, focusing intently on studying these laws. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, appearing as though countless years had passed, yet it also felt like mere moments. Wu Lingyun noticed the laws and chaos around her slowly dissipating, and the vast space began to vanish. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered she was still lying in bed, her 3 daughters peacefully asleep. Lin Feng watched her with a knowing smile. "I'm sorry, I must have dozed off," she stammered, her gaze darting away. Unable to meet his eyes, Lin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "A few years ago, you certainly wouldn't have been so easily embarrassed." Hearing him reference events from years prior made Wu Lingyun wish for a crevice to hide within. "I apologize. Back then, I was cast into the lower realm. My cultivation severely diminished. I had no choice but to recover swiftly." "You need not explain," Lin Feng interrupted her, sighing as he continued. "While I initially harbored resentment towards you, the fact that you bore me 3 lovely daughters and raised them alone for years has led me to forgive you." "Really?" Wu Lingyun replied, a flicker of joy in her eyes, although she herself was unsure why Lin Feng's thoughts held such significance for her. Hearing his forgiveness lifted a heavy weight from her heart. Lin Feng gently rose and replied softly, "Of course. The moment you brought our daughters to find me, I had no reason to harbor ill feelings towards you. In fact, I should be grateful to you. Had you not informed me, I would have never known about the existence of my 3 daughters." His gratitude towards Wu Lingyun was sincere, not mere politeness. Without their presence, he could not have activated the system, and would have remained a mere mortal, destined to die in obscurity. Wu Lingyun also rose quietly, careful not to awaken her daughters. Approaching Lin Feng, she spoke with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for your forgiveness, my husband." The last 2 words trembled on her lips, as if she had expended all her strength to utter them. The term husband stirred something within Lin Feng, dissolving the last vestiges of his lingering doubts. Gazing into Wu Lingyun's deeply affectionate eyes, he extended his hand, drawing her into his embrace, softly murmuring, "As husband and wife, let us dispense with such formalities henceforth." Wu Lingyun's voice was as delicate as a whispering mosquito. Held in Lin Feng's arms, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security and happiness. Is this the essence of love? She found herself enraptured by this feeling, yearning to preserve it indefinitely. At that moment, Lin Feng did not exude the confidence he wished to portray. Internally, he was a bundle of nerves. The warmth of her body and the intoxicating scent that filled his nostrils ignited a fervor within him that he found increasingly difficult to control. Fortunately, a system notification interrupted his fervent thoughts, bringing him back to reality. Ding. The eldest daughter's dependence on you has increased by 1. Reward received, 100 undying herbs. Ding. The second daughter's dependence on you has increased by 1. Reward received, 100 Shintian sacred lotuses. Ding. The third daughter's dependence on you has increased by 1. Reward received, 100 divine fruits. Upon hearing the system notifications, Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such interactions could yield rewards, let alone that they would be so bountiful. The undying herb was a treasure found only in the higher echelons of the celestial realms, essential for many precious elixirs. Even spirit beasts could use it to ascend to divine beasts, and he had received 100 of them. He quickly examined the remaining rewards. Xiantian's Sacred Lotus, an artifact found only above the 16th heaven, capable of refining elixirs or being consumed directly. It possessed the remarkable ability to nourish the soul, repair the dantian and consciousness sea, and even resurrect the deceased. Each mature specimen required 3,000 years to grow, enduring a tribulation every millennium. What a remarkable treasure! With the Xiantian Sacred Lotus, as long as one was not dead, revival was possible, and he had received 100. He turned to the final item, Divine Fruit, primarily found in spatial rifts where the laws of order are chaotic, requiring over 5,000 years to mature. Consuming it allows one to swiftly comprehend the power of laws, achieving the state of oneness, and even breaking through to the chaotic realm. The prospect of such valuable items stirred excitement within Lin Feng. However, with the power granted by the system, he considered bestowing these treasures upon his daughters or Wu Lingyun. Yet, given their rarity, he pondered whether presenting them to Wu Lingyun would raise her suspicions. Lin Feng was caught in a dilemma, and Wu Lingyun, perceptive to his unease, gently inquired, "What troubles you, my husband?" The term husband slipped from her lips with surprising ease. Lin Feng felt warmth spread through him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It is this. During my time in the first heaven, I stumbled upon a few fruits. I am uncertain of their nature, only that they seem to possess a pleasant flavor. Allow me to share some with you." Upon hearing they were acquired in the first heaven, Wu Lingyun held no great expectations. Nevertheless, as it was the first time Lin Feng offered her a gift, she felt compelled to accept. With a charming smile, she said, "Ever since your arrival, my daughters and I have become little gluttons. What delightful morsels do you bring? I wish to taste them." Lin Feng released her, retrieving 5 divine fruits from his system pouch. The fruits appeared dark and uninviting, evoking little appetite. However, Lin Feng remarked that the fruit possessed an exquisite flavor. Wu Lingyun accepted one with a smile, stating, "I shall sample this delicacy." Before she could finish her sentence, the divine fruit near her lips suddenly transformed into a radiant orb and entered her mouth. Just as she was about to inquire further, her expression shifted dramatically, and she gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, asking, "Is this infused with the essence of the laws?" Lin Feng, feigning ignorance with a shrug, opted to remain uninformed to avoid complications in the future. Wu Lingyun's mind stirred. Lin Feng's calligraphy and the food were infused with the essence of the laws. Could it be due to consuming the divine fruit? Indeed, he was merely a mortal, utterly oblivious to such principles. The inability to refine them was the reason they were squandered in his food and artwork. Recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, she hastily instructed Lin Feng, "I must enter seclusion for a few days. Please inform the elders and ministers tomorrow to postpone the attack on the southern wilderness kingdom until I emerge." Understood, Lin Feng replied with a slight nod. Watching as Wu Lingyun transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the room, a lingering fragrance of her presence enveloped him, leaving Lin Feng both amused and perplexed. Have I acted too hastily? Perhaps I should have withheld the divine fruit from her. Nevertheless, aiding Wu Lingyun in enhancing her power was indeed a commendable act. He shook his head and reclined back onto the bed. The following morning, before the 3 daughters had risen, Lin Feng teleported outside the grand hall. Upon his arrival, the ministers and the elders bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the emperor." Lin Feng gestured subtly and addressed them. "My wife experienced an epiphany last night and will enter seclusion for several days. The campaign against the southern wilderness kingdom shall commence only after her return." Upon hearing of Wu Lingyun's retreat, expressions of surprise adorned the faces of those present. The Empress has only recently ascended to the realm of emperors. Why must she seclude herself again? Only a few elders sensed a deeper implication. It appeared the emperor had intervened to assist the Empress in augmenting her strength. Should she emerge from seclusion with remarkable power, it would solidify the identity of the enigmatic figure, a formidable expert capable of ensnaring numerous semi-saint and emperor-level warriors. With such an ally operating in the shadows, the Eastern Rising Kingdom's ascendance seemed inevitable. Rest assured, we shall prepare diligently in the meantime, awaiting the Empress's emergence. Bai Wanrong was the first to express his agreement, prompting the other elders to murmur their compliance while bowing to Lin Feng. "We shall adhere to the Emperor's and Empress's directives." "Very well, proceed as you see fit. I shall return to my daughters," Lin Feng concluded, turning to depart. Once outside the grand hall, and ensuring no one was observing, he vanished in an instant. After he had been gone for some time, a minister muttered softly, "Just a lucky pretty boy. What is so remarkable about him?" Though his voice was barely above a whisper, every adept present heard the remark clearly. "Fool!" The 9 elder officials erupted simultaneously, exuding an overwhelming aura, their gazes fixed intently on a young official. The individual in question was Sirui, a prodigy of the younger generation, whose prowess had reached the pinnacle of the divine soul realm. Renowned not only for his exceptional strength among his peers, but also for his family's significant influence within the Eastern Rising Kingdom, Shi stood out amidst the crowd. The most significant point is that the venerable ancestor of the Shi family, Shi Jingwen, is indeed one of the 9 esteemed elders of the Eastern Rise nation. It is precisely due to this stature that he possesses the audacity of a young calf unafraid of tigers, publicly disparaging Lin Feng. This is sheer arrogance. To the onlookers, it seemed that the ancestor of the Shi family would merely put on a show, issuing a few reprimands. However, to their astonishment, several elders erupted in fury. Appearing ready to take action, Elder Shi, will you cleanse your own ranks, or shall we do the honors? Bai Wanrong directed his gaze at Shi Jingwen, who stood beside Feng Chuling, one of the only 2 female elders. Although Shi Jingwen appeared to be under 40, she had lived for thousands of years. They had long been aware of Lin Feng's recent conduct, and their spiritual senses had been enveloping the surroundings, failing to perceive how Lin Feng had suddenly appeared outside the hall and how he had departed. Furthermore, the food Lin Feng prepared exhibited laws, his calligraphy bore principles, and he was adept at alchemy and artifact forging. All these signs indicated that Lin Feng was by no means a mere novice in the first heaven. He was likely a formidable figure weary of a monotonous existence, yearning to experience the life of a mortal. It was quite possible he was a superlative being unfettered even by the constraints of spatial laws. For even a master from the 18 heavens, living long-term in the first heaven is nearly impossible. One would either be forcibly ascended to a higher realm or cause the lower realm's space to collapse. Yet, Lin Feng thrived in the first heaven. Just this singular fact was enough to render the 9 elders incapable of fathoming his true strength. Faced with such a superlative being, everyone was eager to curry favor, yet the young descendants of the Shi family dared to offend him. Shi Jingwen gritted her teeth and declared, "There is no need for you all to intervene. I shall handle this myself." Chapter 44. Annihilation of soul and spirit. Upon uttering these words, Shi Jingwen extended her hand towards Shi Qing. Instantly, Shi Qing's body became immobile and slowly drew closer to Shi Jingwen. "Ancestor, please do not kill me. I am the most outstanding descendant of the Shi family." His face turned pale, desperately pleading for mercy. Shi Jingwen replied with a calm demeanor, "I am only here to eliminate you. Should the emperor become enraged, our entire Shi family would face annihilation." With that, she grasped her hand, and Shi Qing's body was instantly torn asunder, his soul obliterated. Witnessing this scene, all the ministers were engulfed in bewilderment. Shi Jingwen had truly eradicated a descendant of the Shi family. Moreover, from her words, she did not dare to allow Lin Feng to act. This emperor was merely a youth from the first heaven. What was there to fear? Yet, such thoughts could only linger in their minds, as no one dared to voice them aloud. Xiao Yunzi, maintaining a calm expression, addressed Shi Jingwen, "Elder Shi, henceforth, ensure that you properly educate your descendants, lest they bring about calamity upon the family. Rest assured, esteemed elders, I shall return shortly to admonish the younger generation." Shi Jingwen appeared to accept the admonition, revealing no signs of dissatisfaction. Bai Wanrong, with an impassive expression, addressed the gathered ministers, "Return and prepare. Bring a few more individuals to cleanse this area." Having said this, he and the other elders transformed into streaks of light and departed. In the central continent, the Emperor of Slaughter gazed at the information he had just obtained, utterly perplexed. The Eastern Rise nation had actually paused its assault on the Southern Wilderness nation. And this girl, Wu Lingyun, was about to enter seclusion? It was rare for one to require seclusion unless breaking through a realm. Below, Nie Ziren made a calculation with his hand. Then, with a grave expression, he announced, "Emperor Shi, it is indeed true that Wu Lingyun has encountered a significant opportunity. Once she emerges from her seclusion, she will undoubtedly reach at least the half-saint realm." What? Not only Emperor Shi, but all the ministers were taken aback. Wu Lingyun had only recently ascended to the emperor realm in just a few short years, and she was poised to break through once more? And at the very least, could it be that she would ascend to the great saint realm in a single stroke and transcend to the upper world? Emperor Shi's countenance darkened. He was regarded as the most likely candidate to ascend to the 10th heaven in millennia. How could he allow Wu Lingyun to surpass him in this regard? "National Master, have you made an error in your calculations? Your Majesty, although my heavenly secrets are not as profound as my mentors, I have grasped the essence and am certain there is no mistake." Nie Ziren suppressed his indignation and replied respectfully. Emperor Shi abruptly stood and declared, "I cannot allow Wu Lingyun to precede me. Mobilize the army. We shall march immediately towards the Eastern Ascend nation." "Your Majesty must not." Nie Ziren hastily interjected, "I have already calculated that attacking the Eastern Ascend nation now would yield no benefits and the odds of victory are low." "What do you mean? Low odds?" Is that merely to comfort everyone? His calculations indicated that if the central continent were to assault the Eastern Ascend nation, there would be no chance of success. Emperor Shi's expression fluctuated. He could not simply allow the Eastern Ascend nation to grow stronger. However, the central continent's dominance over the four nations was reliant upon the strategist's heavenly secrets. Thus, if the strategist deemed the odds low, then they could not afford to take reckless risks. Am I to stand idly by as the Eastern Ascend nation gains strength and ultimately turns against us? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Nie Ziren pondered for a moment before proposing. In my humble opinion, if we truly wish to confront the Eastern Ascend nation, it would be wiser to wait until they have conquered the Southern Wilderness nation and then secretly support the Shiliang nation in waging war against them. By then, the Eastern Ascend nation's morale will be unstable, and they will need to fortify their defenses against the Eastern Sea and the Beast Forest. We can dispatch experts and elite forces to covertly join the Shiliang nation, catching the Eastern Ascend nation off guard, even if the Eastern Ascend nation's trump cards emerge. Enabling them to withstand all crises, we can simply feign ignorance and remain uninvolved. Upon hearing the National Master's words, Emperor Shi's expression immediately brightened considerably. Indeed, secretly utilizing the Shiliang nation to deal with the Eastern Ascend nation was the most prudent strategy. If victorious, they could take the opportunity to annihilate the Eastern Ascend nation. Even in defeat, they could remain aloof. One cannot help but commend the National Master for his meticulous consideration. Then we shall proceed as the National Master suggests. In the Eastern Ascend nation, for several consecutive days, Lin Feng trained with his daughters, indulging in leisure activities and preparing delicious meals for them. He relished this current lifestyle. Yet to sustain it long-term, a stable living condition was essential. With the Eastern Ascend nation surrounded by crises, he needed to ensure its strength was formidable. His daughters possessed exceptional talent, having already cultivated the indestructible golden body to the second level, showcasing their prodigious abilities since childhood. In these past few days, Lin Feng also received continuous rewards, leading him to grow increasingly fond of his daughters. After 5 days of seclusion, Wu Lingyun finally emerged. Feeling the surge of her newfound strength, she was filled with excitement. She was but a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the great saint realm. Yet, I find myself burdened with numerous unfinished tasks, and I have not devoted sufficient time to my daughters. This is certainly not the moment for transcendence, she murmured softly, feeling immense gratitude for the divine fruit bestowed upon her by Lin Feng. Should she choose to, consuming another divine fruit would significantly enhance her chances of breaking through to the great sage realm. However, she refrained from doing so. Of the 4 remaining divine fruits, 3 were reserved for her daughters, while the last would be saved for a time when she truly sought to ascend. Having made her decision, she transformed into a streak of light and sought out Lin Feng and her daughters. At that moment, she was in no rush to summon the ministers to discuss the campaign against the Southern Wilderness Kingdom. Lin Feng was engaged in teaching her daughters the arts of writing and painting, with several elders standing respectfully by, awaiting the gift of his calligraphy. It was unclear which elder had leaked the information, but the others were now aware that Lin Feng's characters contained fragments of profound principles, prompting them to approach him with eager faces for his script. Lin Feng, unfazed, generously gifted each of them a piece of his work. Yet, the 9 elders did not depart after receiving their calligraphy. Instead, they stood reverently by, much like obedient students, watching him instruct the little princesses. Upon the appearance of Wu Lingyun, the 9 elders promptly bowed. We pay our respects to the Empress. Congratulations on your remarkable advancement in power. They all clearly sensed that Wu Lingyun had experienced a breakthrough, achieving a status akin to theirs as semi-saints. Given her recent elevation, Wu Lingyun struggled to conceal her aura. Just a few short years had passed. Each of them felt a sense of awe, undoubtedly attributing it to Lin Feng's influence. Wu Lingyun observed them with a hint of curiosity and inquired, "What brings you all here?" Bai Wanrong stammered, "Your Majesty, we have come to request your esteemed calligraphy." Upon hearing this, Wu Lingyun understood. They must have discerned the fragments of principles embedded within Lin Feng's writings, prompting their request. The elders had already submitted to her, and gaining some benefits was acceptable. After all, the principles contained within these calligraphies or provisions could not compare to the divine fruits. With this thought, she turned to Lin Feng and smiled radiantly, her beauty captivating. "My dear husband, do bestow the elders with some of your calligraphy." Before Lin Feng could respond, the group of elders hastily waved their hands, saying, "Your Majesty, the Emperor has already gifted us his works. There is no need for further generosity. Indeed, Your Majesty, now that you have emerged from seclusion, we shall not intrude upon your reunion any longer. Your Majesty, we take our leave." With that, the elders transformed into streaks of light and departed. Chapter 45. Journey to Central Continent once the elders had left. Wu Lingyun regarded Lin Feng with a charming smile. She had previously worried that the elders might look down upon him, given his humble beginnings. But it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Her daughters gathered around, each eager to showcase the characters they had just penned. After offering a few words of praise, Wu Lingyun turned to Lin Feng and said, "My dear husband, today I must lead an army to confront the southern wilderness kingdom. Following this, I will need to soothe the populace and reorganize the troops, which may require my absence for an extended period. Do not worry, my lady, focus on your duties. And I shall take good care of the children," Lin Feng reassured her, fully aware of Wu Lingyun's concerns. Sia cheerfully remarked, "Mother, you may rest assured. If we miss you, father will take us to find you. I can ride my little Bai to see you, or I can ride my little Z." Both Sirui and Situ were equally eager, nearly calling for their pets to show to their mother. Wu Lingyun, thinking that Lin Feng had merely procured some ordinary beasts for them, chuckled softly, "Just let the guards know when you wish to come, and I shall send someone to fetch you." After saying this, she glanced apologetically at Lin Feng and confessed, "I'm sorry, my husband. Ever since I brought you up here, I haven't truly spent time with you. There is no need for you to feel guilt, my dear. I have been of little assistance to you, so any apologies should come from me," Lin Feng replied gently. Seeing the beautiful visage of Wu Lingyun clouded with remorse stirred his heart, prompting him to take her hand in comfort. Wu Lingyun seized the moment to lean into his embrace, whispering, "My husband, let us not blame each other. Once I finish my duties, I promise to carve out time to be with you and the children." "Very well," Lin Feng said, softly patting her back. Just then, Situ clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Father, mother, you should kiss." Sia and Sirui joined in, chanting, "Kiss, kiss." Wu Lingyun's face flushed a deep crimson, and she shot a fierce glare at her three daughters, indignantly saying, "You three little rascals, why can't you learn something proper?" Turning back to Lin Feng, she nervously added, "My husband, this is not something I taught them." Before her words could fully escape, Lin Feng pressed his lips against hers, leaving her momentarily dazed. Their first kiss had occurred years ago, initiated by her. Yet this sensation was markedly different. Her heart raced, and her body felt weak. "Oh, father and mother are kissing." The girl's teasing brought Wu Lingyun back to her senses, and she quickly pulled away from Lin Feng, unable to meet his gaze, murmuring, I must check on the army's preparations." With that, she vanished in a flash of light. Lin Feng, savoring the warmth in his hand and the lingering sweetness on his lips, couldn't help but chuckle. His dear wife was no longer the wild woman from years past. Instead, she seemed somewhat innocent, observing his three daughters covering their eyes with their small hands. Yet peeking through their fingers, he approached them, ruffling each of their heads while pretending to scold. "If you continue to be mischievous, I shall have to spank you." "Hee hee. Father, you would never dare." One replied, "Indeed, I have yet to experience what it feels like to be spanked." "Father, why don't you give me a few light taps so I can find out?" "Situ, how can you ask for such a thing? Perhaps I should assist father in giving you a few swats?" As the daughters playfully bantered, Lin Feng interjected, "Enough of this frolicking. Let us tidy up and return to our training." "Father, every day consists of either training or writing. Can't we learn something different?" Sia pouted, clearly dissatisfied with their daily routine. Sirui remarked, "Indeed, father, while we find great joy in your company, we still yearn for some adventure. How about we visit Zhongzhou? Mother has told us that Zhongzhou is far larger than our eastern rising kingdom, and it is brimming with delightful attractions and exquisite delicacies." As Sitian spoke, her lively eyes sparkled with excitement, her little mouth nearly watering at the thought. Lin Feng chuckled at Sitian's enthusiasm, yet a pang of regret tugged at his heart. Over the past few years, he had not devoted enough time to accompany them. It was indeed time to break the daily routine of their studies. As their father, he felt capable of protecting them, regardless of their shortcomings. "All right, once your mother departs, I shall quietly take you to Zhongzhou for some fun," Lin Feng whispered to his daughters, squatting down to their level. "Wonderful." The three girls instantly erupted in joy, rushing into Lin Feng's embrace and showering his face with affectionate kisses. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with paternal love, a wave of happiness washing over him. It seemed that, after all, the simplest pleasures for children were to explore and indulge in various treats. Due to her status, Wu Lingyun had previously been unable to allow them the freedom to roam. However, Lin Feng harbored no such reservations. He was confident in his ability to safeguard his daughters. An hour later, Wu Lingyun entrusted Elder Qin with the duty of guarding the palace, while sending Elder Shi to oversee the situation at Jinhai City on the eastern sea border. The remaining 7 supreme elders accompanied the army of 1 million troops as they marched to conquer the southern wilderness kingdom. All would travel aboard demon beasts. And since the decision had been made to occupy the southern wilderness kingdom, they dispatched a formation unit to accompany them. Establishing a teleportation array in each captured city would be a necessity, with numerous matters to attend to, even without encountering significant resistance. Fully subduing the southern wilderness kingdom would take over a month. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to spend this time joyfully exploring with his daughters. Should they wish to venture forth, he would take them to face even the demon and sea clans. As night fell, Lin Feng gave a few instructions to his guards, then set up several arrays and barriers within the palace before quietly transporting his daughters away. This time, they did not don their royal attire to avoid attracting unnecessary attention in Zhongzhou. However, Xia and the others insisted on bringing their beloved pets, a request Lin Feng graciously accepted. After a brief period of teleportation, Lin Feng and his daughters arrived in a bustling city. The pets belonging to Xia and her companions gained a newfound appreciation for Lin Feng's prowess, firmly believing in his capability to assist them in evolving into divine beasts. The ability to teleport continuously was remarkable enough, yet Lin Feng had achieved this while carrying 3 daughters and 3 spirit beasts. "Father, where are we?" Sirui asked curiously, surveying the shops and passers-by around them, her brow slightly furrowed in wonder. With a gentle smile, Lin Feng replied, "This is Duxiong City, one of the 72 principal cities of Zhongzhou. Within this city lies a grand auction house. Would you like to experience it?" "Absolutely." The eyes of the 3 daughters gleamed with excitement. They had often heard the elders discuss the intrigue of auctions, but had never witnessed one firsthand. Naturally, they were thrilled at the prospect of this new experience that Lin Feng was about to unveil to them. 3 individuals began to meander leisurely down the street. Curiously, Xia inquired, "Father, you mentioned that there are 72 main cities in the central continent, while our Eastern Rising Empire has only 18. Indeed, the central continent is vast." Lin Feng gestured for silence and quietly cautioned, "Be discreet about revealing our origins from the Eastern Rising Empire. Although I am unperturbed by trouble and can ensure your safety, it would be unfortunate if our enjoyment were marred by complications. What do you think?" Xia promptly stuck out her tongue and whispered, "I'm sorry, father. I shall be mindful." "No worries," Lin Feng replied with a smile. He had already cast a soundproof barrier around them, so he was not concerned about being overheard. Noticing that while people around them acknowledged their presence, none were particularly attentive, he continued, "The 72 main cities of the central continent are named after the 72 earthly fiends. However, there exist not only these 72 main cities, but also 18 border towns and 18 celestial cities near the imperial city. Thus, there are a total of 108 cities encircling the central imperial city. Our Eastern Rising Empire is relatively small, but after your mother conquers the southern wilderness kingdom, we should expand to over 50 cities." Upon hearing this, Sirui and Sitian clapped their hands in unison, exclaiming, "Then let mother conquer the western Liang kingdom, and we would not be much smaller than the central continent." Lin Feng could only smile wryly. Waging war was not a simple endeavor. Even if one could eliminate the enemy's higher-ups, an unstable populace would waste tremendous resources and energy. Nonetheless, discussing such matters with them was futile, so he redirected the conversation, saying, "Ahead lies the auction house. Let us refrain from idle chatter. Also, you 3, conceal your auras." His final remark was directed at the 3 spirit beasts, imperial-grade shape-shifting creatures who willingly served as mounts for the children, which could easily draw attention. The 3 spirit beasts promptly responded, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, as long as we refrain from attacking, we will certainly keep our auras concealed." "Very well." Lin Feng nodded slightly before dissolving the soundproof barrier. Chapter 46. Treasures at auction. Not long after, they arrived before an immense structure. A sign read, 18 Auction House. According to the records in the Book of 10,000 Spirits, this auction house was far from ordinary, with branches established in the 18 heavens, backed by formidable forces. They possessed unique channels, providing not only various information and intelligence, but also offering low-tier cultivators access to high-grade materials and treasures, provided they could afford the price. A guard at the entrance intercepted Lin Feng, his expression impassive as he inquired, "Do you possess a qualification token for participating in the auction?" "I do not." Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. Noticing the guard's rising irritation, he added calmly, "However, I have items I wish to auction." Understanding the rules of the 18 auction house, Lin Feng knew that participants were either formidable powers or possessors of exceptional items. The guard, upon hearing that Lin Feng had items for auction, relaxed slightly. A slender guard remarked, "Then please follow me." With that, he turned and walked inside. Upon entering the hall, the guard addressed an elderly man seated within, saying, "Master Mu, this cultivator claims to have items for auction." The elder raised his head, looking at Lin Feng and Xia, and when his gaze fell upon their pets, his previously murky eyes suddenly brightened. He then nodded at Lin Feng and said, "You should be aware of the rules of our 18 auction house. If the items you present lack auction value, we shall confiscate them. and you may be required to pay a verification fee if necessary. Of course I understand, Lin Feng replied with a casual smile, and with a flick of his hand. He retrieved several items from his system pouch. He spoke nonchalantly. I wonder if these items possess any auction value? Upon seeing what Lin Feng held, the elder could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet and quickly approached Lin Feng, a hint of excitement in his voice as he exclaimed. Perfect grade spirit sealing pill, Shantian sacred lotus, undying grass, divine fruit. My heavens! Such treasures could be found in the 9 heavens? At the mention of the undying grass, the spiritual beasts accompanying Xia and her friends felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that Lin Feng truly possessed the coveted item. Yet, why would he choose to auction it? The fiery bird let out a couple of anxious calls, to which Lin Feng immediately reassured, do not fret. I will not forget the promises I made. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the 3 spiritual beasts settled down, clearly sensing that he had more undying grass in his possession. The elder, keenly aware of the agreement between Lin Feng and the beasts, felt a surge of astonishment and curiosity regarding Lin Feng's identity. Might I inquire about your esteemed identity? Lin Feng, upon hearing the elder's question, merely regarded him with a smile that held no intent of reply. The elder's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, forgive my impertinence. I nearly transgressed the rules of the auction house. Are the items you wish to auction intended for spirit stones or for some other rare materials? Only then did Lin Feng nod slightly, stating, I require a cauldron. Of at least the finest quality. If none are suitable, an upgradable spiritual cauldron will suffice. Should neither be available, then some refining and alchemical materials will do. You should know what I require. Very well, esteemed guest. We shall arrange for you a room 6 of the heavenly class. How does that sound? The elder was well aware that someone capable of casually producing these 4 items would certainly seek materials of extraordinary quality. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded slightly, and the elder carefully took the items from his hand before instructing his aides to escort Lin Feng and his companions to the auction house for waiting. Before long, a guard led Lin Feng and the others into a spacious chamber featuring a teleportation array. They stood in the center of the array, which activated, and after a few moments, everyone vanished within its confines. When Lin Feng's vision cleared, they found themselves in a vast arena. In the center stood a platform, presumably for the auctioneer, while below lay hundreds of seats designated for the general auction area. Above the general auction area were 3 rows of 18 private rooms, reserved for VIPs. Access to the VIP auction area was granted only to those of significant status or, like Lin Feng, individuals possessing valuable items to auction. Each private room was shielded by arrays, preventing any probing of its interior, while allowing those inside to observe everything outside with clarity. Lin Feng entered the room with his daughters, where a sumptuous feast had been laid out. Naturally, Xia and the others did not hold back and began to indulge in the delicacies. Although some dishes did not match Lin Feng's culinary prowess, there were delightful treats he had never prepared, which they savored with great relish. After about an hour, guests began to arrive at the auction house, and a steward entered Lin Feng's private box. The steward was a middle-aged man with a well-groomed mustache and impeccably maintained skin. Upon entering, he greeted Lin Feng with a smile, saying, esteemed guest, I am Bao Yun, the manager of Zone 6 in the Ninefold Heavens 18 auction house. You may simply call me Manager Bao. The items you possess are not only exceedingly rare in the Ninefold Heaven, but are also treasures in the upper realms. Consequently, the auction will be postponed by 2 hours, as some esteemed figures from the upper realms wish to send their avatars or descendants to participate. I hope for your understanding. Upper realm dignitaries? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. Although there were numerous restrictions for individuals from the upper realm descending, it was indeed possible to do so through special means or treasures. Participating in an auction without revealing power beyond half-saint level allowed them to linger in the Ninefold Heaven for an extended period. Manager Bao nodded slightly, his characteristic smile unwavering. Given your esteemed status, I trust one need not elaborate further. Please, do not let this delay trouble you. We can easily wait an additional 2 hours. Thank you for your understanding. He continued. I will arrange for some specialties from the upper realm to be brought for you and your children to enjoy. It must be said that the 18 auction house's ability to thrive in the 18 heavens was no mere coincidence. Manager Bao's manner of handling matters was truly commendable, even managing to lift the spirits of Xia and the others, who had been growing somewhat impatient, upon hearing about the upper realm's delicacies. Not long after Manager Bao left, indeed, a maid arrived with several trays, presenting an array of exquisite fruits and snacks. Lin Feng nodded slightly at the sight of these offerings, acknowledging that Manager Bao had spoken the truth. For instance, the seedless berries were only found in the 10th heaven. The fire cloud fruit was a specialty of the 13th heaven's extreme Yang kingdom, while the Tianyuan fruit was from the 12th heaven. Of course, While these items were unique to the upper realm, their taste was only marginally superior to ordinary fruits and provided little benefit for cultivation. Sia sampled each fruit, smacking her lips as she turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Father, why aren't you eating?" With a smile, Lin Feng replied, "Father does not have a taste for these. In the future, when the opportunity arises, I shall take you to the upper realm to savor truly exquisite delicacies." Upon hearing this, Sirui eagerly grasped Lin Feng's hand and inquired, "Father, can you really take us to the upper realm?" "Of course. As long as you wish to go, I will take you when I have the time," Lin Feng assured them. He spoke truthfully. For him, traveling to the upper realm was akin to going abroad for leisure, requiring only a few boundary-breaking talismans, given his unparalleled mastery in artifact forging. Sitian discarded the Tian Yuan fruit she had just bitten into and, in a playful tone, exclaimed, "Father, I want to go to the upper realm. I want to taste the delicious food there. You all must allow Father some time to prepare, even if you wish to visit the upper realm. Moreover, is it not too soon to contemplate venturing to other realms while we have yet to fully indulge in the delights of Zhongzhou?" Sia promptly interjected, "Let us first exhaust the pleasures of the 9 heavens. Then, dear Father, will you take us to explore the other layers?" "Certainly," Lin Feng readily agreed, then glanced at the untouched fruit, remarking, "If you do not fancy these, why not return them to your mother for her to savor?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's suggestion, the 3 daughters eagerly scrambled to stow the fruit into their storage rings. Lin Feng reveled in the sight of his adorable daughters in their playful commotion. Time seemed to pass swiftly. Before long, the auction house was filled to capacity, and Lin Feng's formidable spiritual sense discerned that the VIP boxes were also becoming occupied. Once everyone was seated, an elderly man with white hair and beard approached the auction stage. He offered a slight smile to the crowd, then amplified his voice with spiritual energy, ensuring all present could hear. "First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for attending our 9 Heavens auction. Allow me to introduce myself to those unfamiliar. I am Xian Yangzi, the foremost auctioneer of the 9 Heavens. Today, I have the honor of presiding over this auction due to the emergence of remarkable treasures. As for which treasures will find their new owners, that shall depend on each one's merit." Upon hearing Xian Yangzi's words, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The term remarkable treasures is not casually spoken, and what has drawn visitors from the upper realms must surely be extraordinary. Those well-informed began to converse with those around them. What kind of remarkable treasures could it be? I recall the last auction featured a perfect grade 4th-tier elixir. Who knows? It is said even those from the upper realms are attending. Our chances may be slim. Do not be disheartened, my friend. Bidding for remarkable treasures typically does not require spirit stones. It often involves trade or the exchange of rare items. So we still have a chance. Let us hope so. As the atmosphere ignited with anticipation, Xian Yangzi leisurely proclaimed, "Very well, let us commence with the first item." At this, a graceful attendant approached the stage, bearing a tray adorned with a crimson cloth inscribed with runes, obscuring the contents within from spiritual scrutiny. Observing the eager crowd, Xian Yangzi then casually announced, "Behold, a perfect grade 5th-tier spirit sealing elixir." Instantly, excitement surged through the audience. A perfect grade 5th-tier elixir? The rarity of such an elixir, even for a 9th-tier alchemist to concoct, left everyone astonished that the first item presented was indeed a perfect grade 5th-tier elixir. The significance of the first item compared to the last is notable, as the final item is typically the grand finale. Yet, with such a remarkable first item, everyone was filled with anticipation for what the last item might entail. Xian Yangzi set the tray on a small table before him and unveiled the crimson cloth, revealing a small porcelain vial. In an instant, countless spiritual senses swept toward it, fervently probing the vial. However, the vial was also inscribed with barrier runes, prompting many to call out, "Xian Yangzi, please reveal it for us to see." "Why the hesitation? Show it to us." Xian Yangzi observed that the appetite in the room had nearly reached its peak before he leisurely uncorked the vial and poured forth a vibrant red elixir. A halo of medicinal essence enveloped the pill, a definitive hallmark of a perfect grade elixir. How was this captured? Below, several cultivators began to inquire. Xian Yangzi first secured the elixir back into its porcelain vial before addressing the assembly. The effects and benefits of the spirit-sealing pill are undoubtedly familiar to you. When utilized by a prodigious descendant, it can yield remarkable results through the accumulation of knowledge and experience. At the request of one guest, he announced that the auction would initially seek a pill furnace of at least treasure grade. If such a furnace was unavailable, materials capable of crafting a treasure-grade pill furnace or one that could be upgraded would suffice. Should these options be lacking, rare materials for exchange would be accepted, regardless of whether they pertain to potion making or weapon forging. Upon hearing Xian Yangzi's words, many in attendance revealed expressions of disappointment. It was evident that these individuals possessed neither treasure-grade pill furnaces nor the requisite materials to compete. Clearing his throat, Xian Yangzi proclaimed, "Now, let the bidding commence." A brief silence enveloped the room, for in such an auction, even those with items in hand were reluctant to bid hastily, fearing a disadvantage in subsequent rounds. Yet, within moments, a cultivator spoke up. "I do not possess a treasure-grade pill furnace, but I do have a piece of Jutianhan iron. Might I place a bid?" Xian Yangzi smiled and replied, "Jutianhan iron is indeed a rare material for forging, but if that is all you have, the bid falls somewhat short." The cultivator, upon hearing this, returned to his seat in disappointment. Soon after, another voice chimed in. "I possess a millennium-old sinking wood, a golden thunder pearl, and Guanghan iron, along with a piece of two-element Xian stone. Can I participate in the auction?" Xian Yangzi's eyes brightened as he nodded. "These are all materials suitable for crafting treasure-grade items. You are welcome to participate. Are there any higher bids?" Upon hearing the materials presented met the criteria, many in the crowd displayed envious expressions. Some lesser factions could scarcely muster a single decent material, yet this individual had produced 4 at once. Recognizing the bidder, someone immediately praised. "Truly worthy of being the foremost craftsman in Dijia City, your possessions are abundant." Before long, another announced, "I have a piece of Tai gold and a segment of Thunder Tribulation wood." This declaration ignited a stir among the attendees. Thunder Tribulation wood had emerged. A rarity indeed. Xian Yangzi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Might I ask how substantial your Thunder Tribulation wood is?" The cultivator gestured with his hand. "About this much." The crowd fell silent. Was that merely the size of a fingernail? Xian Yangzi's expression darkened as he shook his head. Although Thunder Tribulation wood is immensely valuable, such a minuscule portion is insufficient. The cultivator, begrudgingly, took his seat, and once again, silence descended upon the assembly. At that moment, a voice from an upper box broke the stillness. "Let us not waste time. I possess a treasure-grade pill furnace. Since I am not adept at alchemy, I propose to exchange it for this spirit-sealing pill." The revelation of an actual treasure-grade pill furnace piqued the curiosity of all present, who turned their attention towards the box. Regrettably, the box was shrouded in inscriptions that obstructed divine senses, rendering the interior invisible. Xian Yangzi paused momentarily, and upon realizing that no one had placed a bid, he spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on. Once we have finished appraising the competitive items, if all is in order, this pill shall belong to the esteemed guest above." As he spoke, a guard ascended the platform, raising his hand to retrieve an ancient alchemical furnace from his storage ring. The furnace, adorned in a deep azure hue, was etched with numerous inscriptions and symbols, exuding an aura of grandeur. Xian Yangzi nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is a treasured alchemical furnace, albeit of inferior grade. Congratulations to the guest for securing the first item." Upon his declaration, the guard proceeded to deliver the sealed spirit pill to the guest above. "Now, we shall commence the second auction item." Xian Yangzi wasted no time. Although the first item had been successfully transacted, the competition had been rather lackluster, and this was unacceptable. Once the guard arrived with a massive tray, Xian Yangzi introduced the next item. The second auction piece is the Daiyang sword, a superior grade treasure, acquired by our 18 auction house from the secret realm of the 12 heavens. The starting bid is set at 100 superior spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 10 superior spirit stones. Should one lack sufficient spirit stones, equivalent items may be offered for exchange. Let the bidding begin. Upon hearing that it was a superior grade treasure, many attendees' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Numerous small families and factions scarcely possessed even a few spiritual tools. Acquiring a treasure could significantly enhance their strength or influence, igniting fervor among the crowd. While the larger factions were not in dire need of treasures, the availability was not so widespread that it could be dismissed, thus fully engaging the atmosphere of the auction. Indeed, as soon as Xian Yangzi finished speaking, enthusiastic voices rang out. "I bid 110 spirit stones. Let us not waste time. I bid 300 superior spirit stones. 310 stones." The competitive bidding continued for several rounds before finally subsiding. At this moment, Sia tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, exclaiming, "Father, why aren't you bidding?" Lin Feng smiled gently and replied, "These items are not particularly valuable. What purpose would they serve? If you find something you desire later, do let me know, and I shall secure it for you." "All right." His daughters cheerfully agreed, expressing their anticipation for the upcoming items. After a fierce contest, the second treasure was claimed by a mysterious figure in one of the private boxes. Following this, several more items were auctioned, though they paled in comparison to the initial two, leading the guests above to lose interest in further bidding. After the auction of a dozen items, Xian Yangzi mysteriously announced, "Esteemed guests, the next item is truly remarkable, and I am sure it will pique the interest of many. As he spoke, someone wheeled in a cage containing a pristine white creature. The nine-tailed spirit fox. Gasps of astonishment erupted, only to be quickly corrected by others. It's not yet a nine-tailed. It currently has 7 tails, but it seems poised to reach 8. Xian Yangzi nodded, affirming, indeed. This is a nine-tailed spirit fox, possessing strength at the peak of the divine soul realm and on the verge of achieving the heart refinement realm. He paused momentarily, then continued, as many of you are aware, fox spirits and demon cats, upon transforming, possess exquisite beauty. And this particular specimen happens to be a female fox spirit. As you can surely deduce, many individuals erupted into laughter, as numerous cultivators possessed peculiar preferences. The transformation of fox demons was indeed stunningly beautiful, enticing many powerful factions to specifically rear some for amusement. A palpable excitement began to stir among the crowd, while in the private room where Lin Feng was situated, the nine-tailed fox demon, capable of human speech, implored him, "Your Majesty, please intervene and save my kin." Beside him, Sirui grasped Lin Feng's hand and pleaded, "Father, please rescue that little fox." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, affirming, "Very well, I shall bid for this little fox." Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, the nine-tailed spirit fox regarded him with eyes brimming with gratitude. It was confident that Lin Feng's intervention would ensure the little fox's salvation. At that moment, Xian Yangzi spoke up. The starting bid is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, with no restrictions on equivalent treasures for bidding. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 50 spirit stones. Let the auction commence. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone below shouted, 1,500 high-grade spirit stones, 2,000 spirit stones, 3,000. In the blink of an eye, the number of spirit stones escalated to 9,000 high-grade spirit stones, with surpassing 10,000 merely a matter of time. Within Lin Feng's private chamber, the nine-tailed spirit fox anxiously glanced at him, saying, "Your Majesty, is this too much?" It understood well what 10,000 high-grade spirit stones signified, and the prospect of Lin Feng expending such a sum to purchase a single demon beast felt exorbitant. After all, Lin Feng had little regard for demon beasts of imperial realm strength. Would he truly be willing to bid for this fox? On the auction stage, the fox demon in the cage was restrained by enchanted chains that limited its power, yet it was aware of the grim fate that awaited it. Its deep, dark eyes were filled with hatred and despair. At that moment, someone from a neighboring private room called out, "I bid 1,000 spirit stones, plus 10 breaking realm pills." A collective gasp resonated through the crowd upon hearing this offer. The breaking realm pill was primarily intended for cultivators below the imperial realm. Consuming one during a breakthrough significantly enhanced the chance of success by 20%. The market price for these pills hovered around 1,000 high-grade spirit stones each. Thus, with 10 offered, the bid equated to a staggering 2,000 high-grade spirit stones for the fox demon. Such wealth was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Xian Yangzi smiled slightly. This price had already surpassed the fox demon's value. After all, ascending to 9 tails and successfully transforming was no simple feat. Sensing that no higher bid would emerge, Xian Yangzi casually inquired, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher than the guest in room 7? When no one responded, Lin Feng finally spoke, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, plus 5 perfect-grade spirit sealing pills. His declaration carried an air of inevitability. Each perfect-grade spirit sealing pill was valued at over 10,000 spirit stones, and the recently auctioned spirit sealing pill had even exchanged for a treasured alchemical furnace. Such treasures were virtually priceless beneath the 9 heavens. Consequently, when Lin Feng announced his offer, silence enveloped the room momentarily. Almost instantly, the atmosphere erupted with speculation, as attendees pondered whether the first spirit-sealing pill auctioned had indeed originated from Lin Feng. It is evident upon reflection that while many individuals possess the ability to concoct the spirit-sealing elixir, the perfect-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare beneath the 9 heavens. Those capable of crafting such elixirs, even among the higher echelons, are indeed few and far between. Consequently, speculation arose that the elixir in Lin Feng's possession was produced by the same alchemist who had recently auctioned theirs. However, the astonishing proficiency required to produce more than 5 perfect-grade elixirs in a single session left all present in awe. The individual who had just participated in the bidding fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "Your audacity and financial prowess are truly commendable. Yet, I hold a deep affection for this white fox and cannot bear to see it meet a tragic fate. I beg your pardon for my impertinence." In response, Lin Feng assured him, "Rest assured. My reason for bidding on this fox is that I already possess a 9-tailed fox as my daughter's pet and wish to acquire this one to keep her company." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room grew hushed once more. Who would have thought that Lin Feng possessed a 9-tailed fox, and merely for his daughter's companionship? The implications of Lin Feng's strength and background left the onlookers astounded. Xian Yangzi's expression shifted, for typically, fierce competition between two parties is what auction houses relish. However, the identities of the two individuals upstairs were anything but ordinary. Lin Feng's ability to present such an abundance of perfect-grade spirit-sealing elixirs, whether through personal skill or through association with a distinguished alchemist, was impressive. Furthermore, Lin Feng had several other remarkable items poised for auction, rendering it unwise to offend him, thus necessitating a compromise of turning a blind eye. The individuals in the adjacent box, having overheard Lin Feng's declaration, sighed and said, "In that case, I shall concede. I hope you will treat these two foxes kindly." To which Lin Feng replied with warmth, "You need not worry, as long as this fox can accompany my daughter well." This exchange fostered a sense of camaraderie, prompting Lin Feng to speak with greater courtesy. Recognizing that no one would dare to compete with Lin Feng at this point, Xian Yangzi announced the outcome. "In that case, let us congratulate the esteemed guest of Room 6 for successfully acquiring this nine-tailed fox." The guards carried the cage to Lin Feng's quarters, and the auction resumed. Once the guards set down the cage and departed, Lin Feng and Xia gathered around it. The little fox inside immediately bared its teeth and fluffed its fur, adopting a defiant stance. Lin Feng shook his head and remarked, "Such a feisty little creature." The nine-tailed fox beside Sirui quickly approached and said to the fox in the cage, "Sister, please remain calm. The Emperor is here to rescue you, and we mean you no harm." As it spoke, its form expanded, revealing its 9 majestic tails. The little fox in the cage widened its eyes and, after a moment of hesitation, timidly asked, "Sister, are you also a nine-tailed fox?" Little Bai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, our nine-tailed fox clan is inherently rare, and encountering you today is a fortuitous event." The little fox in the cage cast a nervous glance at Lin Feng and Xia before weakly inquiring, "Sister, were you also captured by humans?" The nine-tailed fox quickly clarified, "Sister willingly follows her master and the Emperor, who has promised to help me ascend to the rank of Divine Beast." Divine Beast? The little fox's eyes widened in astonishment. Although still small, it understood the vast difference between divine beasts and spirit beasts. If a senior member of the nine-tailed fox clan were to successfully ascend, the entire lineage would reap the benefits. "Sister, please do not deceive me. Is it truly so easy to become a divine beast?" The little fox appeared somewhat skeptical, unwilling to easily trust even its own kind. The nine-tailed fox patiently explained, "It is entirely natural for you to doubt, for even I was unconvinced until today. However, the Emperor casually presenting the immortal grass for auction assures me that he speaks the truth." Immortal grass? The little fox was visibly moved. Upon becoming a spirit beast, it learned that possessing any 3 of 4 specific items could provide the opportunity for evolution into a divine beast. One of those items was indeed the immortal grass. The nine-tailed fox nodded, stating, "Precisely, it is the immortal grass. By the end of the auction, you shall witness it." Lin Feng smiled faintly and retrieved several stalks of immortal grass from his system pouch. Instantly, a vibrant life force filled the entire room, causing several demonic beasts to tremble with excitement. However, Lin Feng quickly retracted the immortal grass and calmly said, "Little fox, if you wish to accompany my daughter as a pet, you may stay. If not, once the auction concludes, I shall have the nine-tailed fox escort you away." I wish to follow you." The little fox seemed to muster courage, realizing that some opportunities must be seized. Even if Lin Feng offered to let it go, it could not guarantee it would not be captured again, and finding a master as benevolent as him would be rare. Lin Feng smiled gently and employed the beast's spirit technique, imprinting a mark of submission upon its heart and mind. Noticing the change in the little fox's gaze, he then waved his hand, unlocking its cage and chains. "Yay, I now have 2 pets." Sirui exclaimed proudly as she picked up the little fox. Lin Feng immediately heard the system's notification. "Ding. Your second daughter's affection for you has increased by 1. Reward, 10,000 premium spirit stones. Holy grade treasure, 8 treasure golden dragon realm, and 100 boundary-breaking talismans." Surprised by such a generous reward, Lin Feng felt a sense of astonishment. Sirui was thrilled. Yet Xia and Sitian were not satisfied, tugging at Lin Feng and pouting, "Daddy, I want 2 pets too. Daddy, I want 3 pets, more than my sisters." Lin Feng could only indulgently ruffle their little heads, saying, "If the opportunity arises, I shall find you some, all right? Let us first see if there are any other treasures." Xia and Sitian could only nod in agreement, turning their attention back to the auction. While they conversed, another item was sold below, a fragment of a technique. Following that, a dozen more items were presented, but the esteemed guests above showed little interest. Lin Feng began to feel drowsy. At that moment, Xian Yangzi concluded the auction for an item, cleared his throat, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of the auction. The final few items are indeed of great value, and you will not leave empty-handed." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng realized that his final few items had become the main auction pieces, leaving him both amused and bewildered. He had initially intended to uncover some treasures, but ended up merely acquiring a little fox, inadvertently becoming a benefactor of the auction house's valuable offerings. Indeed, upon witnessing the vibrant atmosphere, Xianyangzi began, "Let us commence with two extraordinary treasures, the celestial fruit and the Sitian sacred lotus. The condition is that the materials must be capable of refining artifacts of superior quality, regardless of whether they are used for alchemy or forging." Instantly, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of chatter. The celestial fruit? The fruit that embodies the laws of the universe? For cultivators below the great sage realm, consuming it has a high probability of resulting in an immediate breakthrough. Even for semi-holy masters, it presents an opportunity for instant ascension to the 10th heaven. Goodness! This is not even the final auction item. What could the last treasure possibly be? And the Sitian sacred lotus, which is said to have the power to revive as long as there is a breath left. What kind of significant figure would dare to auction off such priceless items? Once Xianyangzi observed that the discussions had reached a fervent pitch, he smiled and announced, "Let the bidding commence." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone shouted, "I offer the earthly soul Xian stone and celestial fallen iron to bid for the Sitian sacred lotus." Xianyangzi smiled slightly and replied, "As long as the patrons offering their items remain silent, you may proceed with your bids." The speaker instantly became exhilarated, but soon after, another voice called out, "I bid 1,000 top-tier spirit stones, along with a millennium of warm jade and Tiana vermilion to contest for the celestial fruit." The atmosphere became lively, as many who had previously held their tongues now joined the fray. Both the celestial fruit and the Sitian sacred lotus were indeed rare commodities, and today, the opportunity to exchange materials for them had sparked fervent competition. Ultimately, the celestial fruit was acquired by a representative of the Central States royal family, who offered a vast array of refining resources and alchemical materials, while the Sitian sacred lotus was claimed by a prominent figure from the upper realms, who exchanged an immense stockpile of refining materials. With the proceeds from these two auctions, Lin Feng would no longer lack materials for his future alchemical and forging endeavors. Then came the final item for auction. Upon Xianyangzi's utterance, the venue fell into a hushed silence. It was clear that the last item to be presented was of exceptional significance. Noting the collective breath held in anticipation, Xianyangzi took a deep breath himself before proclaiming, "The undying herb." What? The crowd erupted once more. Even the esteemed figures from the upper realms were unable to maintain their composure. Whispers began to circulate. Isn't the undying herb merely a figment of legend? How could someone today dare to present it for auction? According to ancient texts, even in the 18 heavens, acquiring a single undying herb was no simple feat. Regret washed over many as they lamented having brought insufficient spirit stones, feeling utterly unqualified to participate in the bidding. Enough of that. The prominent figures upstairs have yet to make their move. Bringing all your sex treasures might not suffice. At that moment, a guard placed a tray beside Xianyangzi, who then unveiled the crimson cloth, revealing a herb adorned with 9 leaves. The moment the cloth was lifted, everyone felt an overwhelming surge of life force. Clearing his throat, Xianyangzi continued, "For those who may not grasp the rarity and potency of the undying herb, allow me to provide a brief introduction. The undying herb not only nourishes the soul, but possesses the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased, surpassing even the Sitian sacred lotus. By refining a single undying herb, even the faintest remnant of a soul can be revived. Moreover, for a spiritual beast to evolve into a divine beast, it requires the elusive immortality herb. Should one successfully concoct the elixir of immortality, consuming it in a moment of peril can ensure the preservation of one's soul." In Chapter 50, as Xianyangzi introduced the subject, many individuals began transmitting messages back to their familial factions, urgently requesting the immediate dispatch of all available resources in preparation for the fierce competition over this immortality herb. As an esteemed auctioneer, Xianyangzi was well aware of the crowd's intentions. Thus, he deliberately prolonged the discussion, elaborating on the rarity of the immortality herb. It is likely that many present were still unaware that even within the upper echelons of the 9 heavens, the immortality herb remains exceedingly rare. The reluctance of many powerful figures to engage in conflict primarily stems from their lack of experience with either the immortality herb or the elixir. As Xianyangzi's narrative unfolded, the crowd's excitement intensified, leaving Lin Feng somewhat astonished. Although the Book of 10,000 Spirits recorded methods for acquiring the immortality herb and the factions that possessed it, it failed to convey just how difficult it is to obtain. After a brief interval, Xianyangzi finally declared, "The bidding for the immortality herb begins at 1,000 000 premium spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 50 premium spirit stones for each subsequent bid. Alternative materials or treasures may also be offered. The auction is now open. With his words, the atmosphere erupted. 2,000 premium spirit stones. 3,000 premium spirit stones, along with one piece of 2-element shinstone. I bid 4,000. Sia and her companions clapped their hands in delight for Lin Feng, with Sitian exclaiming, "Father, I never imagined that what you presented would be so sought after. Just think of all the delicious treats we can buy with this." Lin Feng affectionately ruffled her little head, teasingly replying, "You little glutton, why are you so greedy?" Sitian stuck out her tongue, responding, "If there are delicious foods, of course, I must eat. Otherwise, once my strength increases and I enter into seclusion, I might lose my appetite." Hearing her assertive tone, Lin Feng could only chuckle, choosing not to comment further. Outside, the bidding for the immortality herb had escalated into a fierce contest among the private rooms. Those below had lost their eligibility to participate in the auction. Such a valuable item, even if acquired at great expense, may not be defensible. 100,000 premium spirit stones, plus 1 divine artifact. This proclamation from Box 18 rendered the room silent. Only those of considerable standing could afford to offer a divine artifact, and few could rival such a significant bid. After calling out 3 times with no higher offers, Xian Yangzi promptly announced, "Congratulations to the patron of Box 18 for securing the immortality herb." The auction concluded successfully, allowing patrons of the private rooms to utilize the teleportation arrays within to depart. As attendees gradually exited, many left empty-handed, yet the day's auction had enriched their experiences, providing ample material for future boasts. The individual who procured the immortality herb hailed from the higher realms, and for him, such a price was not exorbitant. In the upper realms, the value of the immortality herb would undoubtedly exceed this amount. Shortly thereafter, Xian Yangzi personally led a few attendants into Lin Feng's private chamber, presenting him with a storage ring while respectfully stating, "Esteemed sir, this is the item you acquired at the auction. This time, we shall waive our commission, and we sincerely hope that you will consider our 18 auction house for your future treasures." Lin Feng was quite pleased with the courteous approach of the 18 auction house. He accepted the storage ring and conducted a brief inspection, discovering a plethora of materials and spirit stones within, as well as an offensive artifact. The artifact, a Qian Kuan Tai Chi diagram, although merely a low-grade artifact, possessed a spirit, setting it apart from ordinary treasures. He pocketed the storage ring and smiled, saying, "Very well. I shall graciously accept your kindness. Rest assured, I will seek you out first for any exceptional items in the future." Xian Yangzi was instantly elated. Not taking a commission from Lin Feng was an intentional gesture to forge a favorable relationship with him. Whether it was the casually offered spirit-sealing pill or the subsequent rare items, they all attested to Lin Feng's extraordinary status. Moreover, Xian Yangzi, with his keen insight, recognized that the 3 pets accompanying Lin Feng's daughters were of imperial realm strength. What prideful spirit beasts they were, willingly choosing to serve as companions for the 3 children, which further underscored the significance of the matter. "Might I inquire your esteemed name?" Xian Yangzi asked, a hint of awkwardness in his tone, although it was against protocol. Not knowing Lin Feng's name would hardly constitute a proper introduction. Lin Feng smiled gently, responding with calmness, "Lin Feng, Lord Lin, we have prepared a VIP token for you. Henceforth, you shall enjoy premium treatment at any of our 18 auction houses," Xian Yangzi exclaimed, his expression shifting slightly as he produced a golden token to present to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had some knowledge of this token. According to the records in the 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Book, the VIP tokens of the 18 auction house were categorized into 6 levels: wooden, iron, copper, silver, gold, and jade. The common tokens were usually carved from spiritual wood, while some major factions, such as the Imperial House of Zhongzhou, could only obtain an iron token. Only super factions above the celestial realm had the opportunity to acquire copper or silver tokens. To receive a gold token, one must possess significant strength or special abilities, such as being a reclusive master, an extraordinary elder, or an unparalleled alchemist or artifact smith. The higher the token's grade, the greater the privileges it conferred. For example, the gold token Lin Feng received not only allowed him to summon experts from the 18 auction house and borrow over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, but also granted him access to many confidential pieces of information. Thus, Lin Feng was somewhat astonished that the 18 auction house would directly bestow a gold token upon him. Accepting the token, Lin Feng nodded slightly and remarked, "Then I shall not be polite." He then stowed the token away and clasped his hands in farewell, stating, "I wish to take my daughters out for some leisure. May we meet again by fate." "Lord Lin, do take care," Xian Yangzi said politely. watching as Lin Feng and his companions stepped into the small teleportation array within the chamber, and soon they vanished from sight. Just as he exited the chamber, he encountered several elegantly dressed individuals waiting outside. Xian Yangzi, have you discerned the identity of the guest in room 6? Some clarity emerged. He introduced himself as Lin Feng. If he spoke the truth, he must be the consort recently brought from the first heaven by the Empress of the Eastern Ascendant Kingdom. The first heaven? The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. A middle-aged man, with striking features and a furrowed brow, remarked, what significant figure could possibly emerge from such a resource-poor, spiritually barren place as the first heaven? Xian Yangzi, are you certain about this? Xian Yangzi hastily clasped his fists and replied, esteemed sir, the recent anomalies in the Eastern Ascendant Kingdom have indeed drawn the attention of our intelligence department, prompting us to investigate the consort of the Empress. Lin Feng is indeed from the first heaven, and he recently arrived with 3 daughters, corroborating the information regarding Wu Lingyun's triplets. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, and he murmured, if he truly hails from the first heaven, then he is exceedingly formidable. Even bestowing him a golden token would be insufficient. Even our master cannot sustain a prolonged existence in the first heaven. Although various treasures may mitigate the punishments of the heavenly path, one's strength would gradually diminish, making it impossible to reside there long-term. Could this Lin Feng be a superlative figure, surpassing our master? I must return to the upper realm immediately to report this intelligence. Chapter 51. Fearless of everything. After Lin Feng departed with his daughters, he set his sights on the next city, Diamond City. Father, why have we come here? Sia, holding a candied hawthorn stick, asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Feng pointed to a nearby street and said, it is said that Diamond City has a duel arena where many enjoy settling disputes through combat. Today, let us see if we might encounter any duelists and broaden our horizons. Upon hearing this, Sia and Sirui remained silent, while Siti excitedly exclaimed, Father, can we participate? Lin Feng chuckled at her enthusiasm, replying, with your mere peak body refinement strength, what dueling could you possibly engage in? I merely wish to test the techniques you have taught me, Father. I feel capable of handling someone at the Transcendence realm, Siti declared, her small fists raised confidently. Lin Feng was well aware of his daughter's capabilities. With their solid foundation and the Taixu Sword technique, and the second layer of the indestructible body skill he had imparted, they indeed possessed the potential to contend against the Transcendence realm. However, he did not wish for them to develop an arrogant mindset and prepared to remind them that there are always greater talents beyond their own. At that moment, a voice rang out from nearby. What an arrogant girl! How dare a mere body refinement cultivator claim she can battle someone from the Transcendence realm? Truly ignorant of her own limitations. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Feng's brow furrowed involuntarily. He would not allow anyone to belittle his daughters. Reaching out with his spiritual sense, he quickly identified a few individuals seated at a nearby tea house. An elderly man and a young one appeared to be the main figures, accompanied by several ostentatiously dressed attendants. The elderly man, who had just spoken, exhibited an extraordinary presence befitting his imperial realm cultivation. Yet, no matter how distinguished he appeared, Lin Feng would not tolerate any disparagement directed towards his daughters. He was simply being protective. Esteemed sir, it is not your place to critique my daughter, Lin Feng replied with a tone of indifference. Yet his voice was infused with an ethereal quality that caused the guards beside the elder to flush crimson. Nearly spitting out blood, the elder hastily conjured a protective barrier, allowing the guards to regain their composure. Such audacity! The elder abruptly rose, transforming into a beam of spiritual light that surged toward Lin Feng and his daughter, clearly prepared to strike without hesitation. Given the multitude of onlookers, Lin Feng refrained from unleashing his invincible domain. Instead, he offered a slight smile and executed the great capturing hand technique. The surrounding spiritual energy swiftly coalesced into a massive hand, seizing the approaching light. As the light dissipated, the elder's form was revealed. His expression shifted alarmingly as he attempted to struggle, only to find himself utterly powerless, realizing he had inadvertently provoked a formidable opponent. Release me. I am Huang Fuxian, the Lord of Diamond City. To harm me is to declare war against all of Zhongzhou. You are quite loud, Lin Feng responded coldly, his gaze sharpening, causing Huang Fuxian to feel an immediate constriction around him, making even breathing a challenge, as his spiritual energy ceased to flow. Now, you may choose to apologize to my daughter, or face death. Lin Feng's voice remained frigid. It mattered not that Huang Fuxian was merely a city lord. Even if he were a member of the royal family of Zhongzhou, or a figure of great stature from the upper realms, any affront to his daughter would be intolerable. Huang Fuxian's face turned scarlet, acutely aware of the many eyes upon him. If he were to apologize to a mere child today, he would lose all authority henceforth. Struggling to maintain his composure, he said, Do not presume that strength grants you the right to act as you please. I have not spoken incorrectly. Why should I apologize? If your daughter is truly formidable, does she dare to allow me to summon a transcendent realm guard for a spar? Before Lin Feng could respond, his daughter, Sitian, gleefully interjected, Father, you are so powerful. I want to be just as strong. Let this old man find someone. I will ensure they submit to us. Were it not for her enthusiasm, Lin Feng would have had little interest in allowing his daughter to engage in such a contest with Huang Fuxian's people. However, seeing her eagerness, he nodded, saying, Since my little treasure is interested, then you may play with them. With me here, you shall remain safe. It would be beneficial for you to broaden your horizons. Even in defeat, you shall not grow arrogant. Upon hearing Lin Feng's consent, Huang Fuxian hastily remarked, Since your esteemed daughter has agreed to the spar, may I be released? With a mere thought, Lin Feng lifted the elder's constraints and replied casually, I hope you won't resort to trickery, otherwise, I can assure you that you will not survive this day. Huang Fuxian's expression changed, yet having witnessed Lin Feng's prowess, he dared not utter a word, merely nodding in acquiescence. Very well, let us proceed to the duel arena. With that, he turned and made his way toward the arena. Feeling the stares of the crowd, his face flushed with humiliation, he yearned to dismantle Lin Feng piece by piece. Secretly, he transmitted a message to a guard, instructing him to seek aid from Zhongzhou. However, Lin Feng detected this covert communication. Even without knowing its precise content, he could surmise its intent. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, dismissing Huang Fuxian entirely. What of summoning aid? He feared nothing. As the group made their way to the duel arena, they attracted a throng of spectators along the path. Some witnesses began recounting the events, their curiosity piqued by the identity of Lin Feng, a lord capable of subduing opponents of the imperial realm with a single move. Unperturbed by the prospect of summoning reinforcements, calmly agreed to a duel with Lord Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian led Lin Feng and his daughter to a spacious arena, surrounded by a protective array. Upon inspection, Lin Feng discerned that this formation was remarkably advanced, capable of withstanding the full force of a half-saint's attack for an entire hour. It was no wonder that this dueling ground was so renowned. It allowed combatants of all realms to engage freely. My lord, might you reconsider? I shall send someone forth shortly, and you mustn't claim that I am bullying your daughter. Moreover, your extraordinary prowess may lead to unintended injuries during the fight, and I cannot bear the brunt of your wrath, Huang Fuxian suggested. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, unconcerned. No need for worry. Feel free to send someone. Accidental injuries are inevitable in a fair duel, and I assure you, I will not be angered by such occurrences. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Huang Fuxian felt a sense of relief and inquired further, My lord, there are distinctions within the initial and peak stages of the transcendent realm. Do you have any objections? Not at all. As long as they are of the transcendent realm, even the peak is acceptable, Lin Feng replied with serene confidence. With him watching over, he believed that not even a half-saint could harm his daughter. However, Huang Fuxian and the onlookers inwardly criticized Lin Feng's arrogance, knowing that Huang Fuxian, not being foolish, would certainly arrange for a peak-level opponent for the duel. Very well, my lord, your decisiveness is commendable, Huang Fuxian complimented, then continued, given your extraordinary skills. Let us discuss the rules of the match. To ensure the competition is not hindered, no party shall take offense in the event of accidental harm. Both competitors may employ any means necessary, and should one find themselves at a disadvantage, they are free to concede. What do you think? Excellent. Lin Feng nodded slightly, expressing his agreement with Huang Fuxian's stipulations. Then I shall promptly arrange for a contestant. Which of your daughters shall engage in the battle? Huang Fuxian asked, eyeing Lin Feng's three daughters. Regardless of his perception, these three young ladies seemed to possess only peak-level body refinement skills. What unsettled him were the four pets accompanying them, as Lin Feng had concealed their true power, rendering Huang Fuxian unable to gauge their strength. From their appearance, they appeared to be mere newly awakened spirit beasts. If they were indeed just awakened, their strength would be around the transcendent realm, posing little threat. Sitian stepped forward, her face alight with excitement. I'll do it. I've long wanted to test my true capabilities. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Then go ahead. But do exercise restraint. If your opponent does not aim to kill, you should show mercy. But if they harbor lethal intent, do not hesitate to eliminate them. This statement sent a shiver through the assembled crowd, astonished by such a method of child-rearing. Nevertheless, given Lin Feng's enigmatic strength, even Lord Huang Fuxian was no match for him, prompting everyone to marvel at the fortunate fate of his daughters. Seeing Lin Feng remain so unflustered, Huang Fuxian felt a twinge of irritation, but with reinforcements yet to arrive, he could only swallow his pride. Men Yuan, step forth and engage in a friendly spar with this young lady. Huang Fuxian issued a command to a guard, prompting the attention of the onlookers, who quickly recognized his peak strength in the profound realm. Upon entering the competition arena, Meng Yuan clasped his fists and inquired of Lin Feng, esteemed elder. May I ask if the use of special items is permitted in this contest? For instance, formidable weapons and armor, unique arrays, and medicinal pills? Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly at this inquiry. His intention was to allow both participants to showcase their true combat capabilities. The introduction of external aids could potentially harm Sitian. Certain arrays, when activated, could instantly summon a lethal or confining formation, granting one the ability to combat above their level. Furthermore, there were pills capable of significantly enhancing strength, such as the blood ignition pill. As for weapons and armor, he possessed sacred-grade spirit armor and offensive weapons, yet he refrained from offering them to his daughters due to their limited number. After all, the essence of this sparring session was to cultivate their skills. Relying on powerful weapons or armor would render the exercise utterly meaningless. Presenting such advantages now would indeed be tantamount to bullying. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Huang Fuxian promptly asserted, weapons, armor, and special items are undeniably part of one's strength and may certainly be utilized. This is a dueling arena, where victories and fatalities are determined. If you feel outmatched or fear injury, you are welcome to concede. In response to this statement, Lin Feng could only manage a faint smile and remarked, since Lord Huangfu has indicated as much, then the contracted spirit beasts are also a component of one's strength, are they not? All eyes turned to the amethyst-winged lion beside Sitian, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to be merely a nascent creature of intellect, its strength barely reaching the profound realm. The spectators' assumptions were rooted in the understanding that higher-tier spirit beasts are unlikely to willingly enter into contracts with lower-ranked cultivators. Generally, there are two types of contracts, the master-servant contract and the equal contract. Since cultivators typically advance more rapidly than spirit beasts, it is rare for lower-tier cultivators to secure equal contracts. The cost of dissolving an equal contract is too steep, leading most to prefer a master-servant arrangement, which necessitates that the contracting party possess greater strength than the spirit beast or exhibit advanced beast-taming skills. However, with Sitian and her companions merely at the peak of the body refining stage, the prowess of their pet could hardly exceed that threshold. Consequently, Huang Fuxian quickly affirmed, certainly, spirit beasts are also a part of one's strength. Upon hearing Huang Fuxian's words, Sitian flashed a mischievous smile and commanded the amethyst-winged lion, come here. Xiaozi, let us together teach him a lesson. Meng Yuan's expression darkened, feeling a profound sense of indignation. The girl before him was merely 4 or 5 years old. While achieving the peak of the body refining stage at such a tender age was indeed remarkable, facing an opponent equipped with hidden trump cards was another matter altogether. The only concern among the onlookers was that she might be injured or worse, provoking Lin Feng's wrath. With Sitian's blatant disregard for him, Meng Yuan could only respond with a stern voice, since the little sister is prepared, then let us commence. Once I strike, you shall have no further opportunities. As Sitian observed his pretentious demeanor, she pouted and declared, very well, you were the one who prompted me to make the first move. With a flicker of thought, a diminutive yet finely crafted sword materialized in her hand. Gasps of astonishment erupted from those with discerning eyes. It was indeed a custom-forged sacred artifact. The weapons wielded by Sitian and her companions were specifically tailored for them, and the reason they had not been bestowed with spiritual treasures was not due to the inability of Wu Lingyun to procure a blacksmith, but rather because the 3 young girls were still in their tender years. Their prowess merely reached the body refinement stage, and granting them spiritual treasures would only deplete their already scant spiritual energy. Even though it was merely a sacred artifact, it still elicited awe from the onlookers. To possess a custom-forged artifact at such a young age was a privilege typically reserved for the offspring of great powers. Meng Yuan's expression darkened as he silently retrieved a superior-grade artifact from his storage ring, feeling a twinge of resentment. After a century of relentless toil, he had only managed to attain the position of a minor guard captain, possessing just this one superior-grade artifact. Yet, this young girl, merely 4 or 5 years old, not only boasted peak body refinement strength, but also wielded a custom-forged sacred artifact. Truly, the world held no semblance of fairness. What some pursued their entire lives was rendered inconsequential for others. In that moment, a seed of jealousy and animosity took root within Meng Yuan's heart. Just then, the voice of Huang Fuxian reached his ears. Meng Yuan, the royal family has dispatched 5 semi-holy experts. You may unleash your full potential in battle. If necessary, eliminate the girl. This was a transmission of divine consciousness. Meng Yuan's gaze sharpened, and the spiritual energy that he had previously suppressed surged forth unrestrained. Sitian, caught off guard, was forced back several steps. Though he had urged her to strike first, He was now the one to initiate the assault. The nine-tailed fox, transformed into two little foxes, stealthily inched closer to Sitian. She quickly instructed, "Xiao Bai, do not assist me just yet. I wish to confront him alone." With that, her own aura began to radiate. Although her strength was merely at the peak of body refinement, she did not falter in the clash of spiritual energies against Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan was somewhat startled, yet emboldened by the backing of Huangfu Xian and the experts from Zhongzhou, he was unwilling to waste time. He raised his long sword and lunged at Sitian, declaring, "Breaking wave sword technique." In an instant, the blade was enveloped with a tumultuous force, hurtling towards her. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Meng Yuan was clearly exerting his utmost. How could such a young girl at the peak of body refinement withstand such an attack? This was blatant bullying. Yet, it seemed she had brought this upon herself. If she were truly defeated in a heartbeat, no one could be blamed. However, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed as he observed Sitian, who was now prepared to act. Void sword technique. Although Sitian's strength was inferior to Meng Yuan's, and her stature slight, the execution of the void sword technique transformed her blade into a realm of chaos. As Meng Yuan's tidal attack collided with this chaos, it dissipated without a trace. Instantly, a sense of foreboding surged within Meng Yuan as he sensed the lethal intent emanating from that chaos. Retreat. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he found a sword tip aimed directly at his throat. Such formidable swordsmanship. Not only did Meng Yuan's heart race, but even the onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. Could this sword technique truly be the legendary saint-level sword art? Within the nine heavens, possessing a celestial-level technique is already a remarkable feat. However, even such techniques would not typically enable a mere girl in the body refinement realm to contend against someone at the pinnacle of the profound realm. Meng Yuan hastily erected a protective shield while simultaneously retrieving an object from his storage ring, swiftly hurling it towards Sitian. A faint humming sound resonated as the object expanded in the wind, quickly growing larger than a basin as it hurtled towards Sitian. Given her inferior strength and lack of combat experience, Sitian instinctively thrust her sword at the approaching item. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, but fortunately, the nine-tailed fox beside Sitian sprang into action. In a flash, the nine-tailed fox transformed into a streak of white light, positioning itself before Sitian. With two of its tails, it swept aside the object hurled by Meng Yuan, sending it flying before it could even touch the tip of Sitian's sword. Boom. The object collided with the surrounding array's barrier, producing an immense sound accompanied by a surge of energy that startled Sitian. Among the spectators, someone exclaimed, "Is that a spirit energy bomb?" Given its power, it must be at least a 6th-grade spirit energy bomb. Even a formidable expert from the soul realm would suffer grievously if caught off guard. How can that fox be so powerful? Did it not only possess two tails? Its speed was astonishing. Even my refinement heart realm strength could not discern its form. Just as the onlookers began to entertain bold conjectures, the nine-tailed fox astonishingly spoke. "My master is indeed not your equal in strength. Yet, since you resort to such a formidable item, do not blame me for employing my advantage." The faces of Meng Yuan and the spectators paled in unison. This was a spiritual beast that had awakened its intelligence. As everyone stood in stunned silence, the nine-tailed fox grew in size, swiftly sprouting 7 additional tails. 9 tails. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. A nine-tailed spiritual fox, even without taking on a full form, would possess at least the strength of a peak refinement heart realm practitioner. How could Meng Yuan possibly contend with that? Just as Meng Yuan contemplated admitting defeat, the nine-tailed fox transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering his skull with its razor-sharp claws. Imperial-level strength. The onlookers finally comprehended the true might of the nine-tailed fox. Meng Yuan, a peak practitioner of the profound realm, stood no chance of surrendering against the imperial power of the fox. A spiritual beast of imperial strength serving as a pet to a girl at the peak of the body refinement realm? Furthermore, the fact that the nine-tailed fox referred to Sitian as its master clearly indicated a master-servant contract. Even witnessing this with their own eyes, who would dare believe such a thing? Outside the formation, Huangfu Xian's expression darkened. Lin Feng and his daughter had far exceeded his expectations. He discreetly communicated with several reinforcements, and upon receiving their replies, he coldly addressed Lin Feng. "Sir, a duel between body refinement realm and profound realm practitioners. Yet you dispatch a spiritual beast of imperial strength to battle. Is this not an egregious act of bullying?" Lin Feng smirked, his tone icy as he replied. "We all know who truly holds the upper hand, do we not? If he refrains from employing anything beyond the realm of the profound, my daughter's pet shall remain uninvolved. Ultimately, this is a predicament of his own making. You are cheating. And what of it?" Lin Feng, disinterested in elaborating, turned his gaze towards Huang Fuxian and inquired. Huang Fuxian, somewhat intimidated by Lin Feng, took a step back and called out to the elders surrounding him, "Esteemed elders, please assist me in apprehending this child and deliver him to his majesty for judgment." As soon as his words fell, several streaks of light surged forth from the crowd. Instantly, 5 formidable figures manifested before Lin Feng, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Half-saints. The half-saints represent the pinnacle of strength beneath the 9 heavens. The power of a nation or faction is entirely contingent upon the number of adept half-saints it possesses. Central Continent, having occupied the finest resources and land while flourishing for over 10 millennia, boasts the highest number of half-saints. To confront Lin Feng, they dispatched 5 of their most potent half-saints, a clear indication of the gravity with which they regarded him. After all, within the realms of the 9 heavens, no beings of greater stature than the great saints exist. Should they manifest, they would be forcibly ascended to the higher realms. Upon the emergence of the 5 half-saints, they exuded an overwhelming aura, intent on intimidating Lin Feng. Yet, to their astonishment, Lin Feng wore a smile, exuding an air of nonchalance as he regarded them, seemingly unaffected. Even his companions, Sitian and Sirui, appeared indifferent, one yawning while the other picked her nose. "Damn it!" The 5 silently cursed in unison, suddenly shifting their focus to Sitian in the arena. "Seal the formation, do not allow her to escape," commanded a bushy-browed elder to Huang Fuxian, intending to capture Sitian as leverage. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he beckoned to Sitian, saying, Tian, come here to daddy." "Not a chance." Huang Fuxian replied with a cold laugh, already activating the formation. As the city lord, he possessed control over the array, encompassing not only the dual arena but also the city's protective formation, all within his grasp. He was confident in ensnaring Lin Feng and his companions within the array. However, having previously been unable to defeat Lin Feng, entrapping him would be akin to self-sabotage. Now, with the assistance of 5 half-saints, he believed he could capture Lin Feng and his daughter, thus redeeming his prior humiliation. With the support of the Central Continent royal family, which faction in the 9 heavens would dare to offend them? Yet, as Sitian, accompanied by the 9-tailed fox, strolled leisurely out of the formation, the eyes of all present bulged in disbelief. How is this possible? Indeed, she had emerged unscathed, as if traversing through uncharted territory. The formation appeared non-existent in her presence, seemingly parting to grant her passage. "Die!" Huang Fuxian bellowed, launching a treasure towards Sitian. She met the incoming attack with calm composure, and before she could issue a command, the 9-tailed fox expanded once more, its 9 tails simultaneously lashing out towards the treasure. With a surge of tempestuous spiritual energy, the tails of the 9-tailed fox collided with Huang Fuxian's artifact. The 9-tailed fox positioned itself protectively in front of Sitian. The violent clash of spiritual energy causing the eardrums of weaker onlookers to rupture, resulting in blood spilling from their mouths and noses. Observing the engagement between the 9-tailed fox and Huang Fuxian, the 5 half-saints exchanged glances and rushed towards Sitian, evidently intent on overpowering her before turning their attention to Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng finally made his move, unleashing his invincible domain, instantly immobilizing the advancing figures of the half-saints in midair. Upon witnessing this, Sitian playfully made a face at the suspended elders before approaching Lin Feng. "What is happening?" a half-saint exclaimed in terror, never expecting to be so easily subdued in the 9 heavens. Lin Feng, his expression stoic, extended his hand, summoning the Xianyuan sword into his grasp. Although the invincible domain could annihilate these 5 elders, he could not allow them to perish too easily in front of the gathered crowd. One reason was their audacity to lay hands on his daughter, and the other was to keep the true nature of the invincible domain concealed. Thus, he resolved to confront these half-saints personally. As the 5 half-saints found themselves suddenly able to move again, an elderly man with white beard exclaimed with surprise, "This fellow's bizarre ability can only restrain us for a brief moment. Do not be afraid, let us attack together." The others, wary of Lin Feng potentially using his immobilizing technique again, unleashed their full power in a bid to swiftly subdue him. Lin Feng calmly instructed his spirit beasts, "Protect my daughter." The 9-tailed spirit fox, the amethyst-winged lion, and the fire phoenix immediately heeded his command, transforming back into their true forms and soaring into the sky alongside Sitian and the others to observe the battle. The amethyst-winged lion, resembling a small mountain and radiating flames, posed no threat to Sitian and her companions, while the massive 9-tailed spirit fox, with its 9 elongated tails, created an immense visual spectacle for the onlookers. 3 imperial-level spirit beasts serving as companions to 3 girls in the body refinement realm. Additionally, the little fox held by Sirui had inexplicably gained 7 tails. It It was uncertain whether this incident was a result of offending powers beyond their grasp in the Central Continent or whether Lin Feng's arrogance had led him to confront the forces of Central Continent directly. Transforming Dragon 9 Changes. 6 Harmonies. 8 Desolations Palm. Blood-Drinking Mad Sword. Taishang True Technique. Thunder Fury Slash. The 5 half-saints shouted in unison, unleashing their most formidable attacks. The faces of the onlookers paled, and they scattered in fear, aware that even the residual energy from such powerful assaults could inflict significant casualties on the weaker individuals. In addition to the half-saints, Huangfu Xian and 3 others of imperial strength also took to the air, preparing to join the fray. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he transformed the Xianyuan sword into a colossal sword of spiritual energy. Just as the attacks were about to strike him, his figure abruptly vanished. Limitless Escape Technique. This was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Utilizing this technique in battle proved far more effective than during travel. Before the half-saints could react, a chilling voice echoed beside them. Die? With a swift motion, the scene shifted dramatically. The head of a semi-saint master was severed as effortlessly as a watermelon. An unexpected assault that left them utterly defenseless, unable to react in time. From the severed head, a diminutive figure of energy, embodying his primordial spirit, burst forth. Achieving the imperial realm grants one the ability to manifest their primordial spirit. Even if the physical form is obliterated, as long as the primordial spirit endures, there remains a chance for reincarnation through possession. Had Lin Feng unleashed his invincible domain, their primordial spirits would have had no opportunity to escape their corporeal vessels. With a smirk gracing his lips and a glimmer igniting in his eyes, Lin Feng instantly pierced through the primordial spirit. This spirit was regarded by Lin Feng as a secondary consciousness, yet possessed the formidable consciousness of a Chaos Realm expert. Even a master of the Great Sage Realm would struggle against such a mental assault, leaving this semi-saint with no chance for resistance. The soul was annihilated. Elder Yi. The remaining 4 semi-saints were struck with shock and fear. They had never anticipated that in a mere exchange, Lin Feng would slay one of their own. With the primordial spirit unable to escape. What are you shouting about? You will be next. Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet to all who heard it, it resonated like the grim tones of death itself. Desperation took hold. One semi-saint brandished a low-grade treasured blade, fiercely striking at Lin Feng. With a swift twist of his wrist, Lin Feng executed the void sword technique. Previously, he had yet to engage in combat, leaving him with little experience. But now he distinctly felt that his swordsmanship far surpassed other martial arts. It was akin to wielding a handgun while his opponent merely brandished a wooden stick. A sheer dimensional suppression. As Lin Feng manifested the void sword technique, he appeared as an ethereal illusion, his movements obscured from clarity. It seemed as though swords were everywhere. And yet, there were shadows of his form in every direction. Truly, the void sword technique was as elusive as its name suggested. However, within this interplay of reality and illusion lay latent dangers and lethal intent. Xia and her companions watched in awe as Lin Feng demonstrated the void sword technique. Applauding in admiration, "Father is incredible. I never knew this technique was so powerful. I must practice diligently to become as formidable as Father. If I could only possess half of his prowess." Their eyes sparkled with envy and excitement, mirrored by the fervent gazes of the spirit beasts nearby. Having witnessed Lin Feng wield the void sword technique, it was evident that his martial prowess transcended the capabilities of a semi-saint. Yet it did not attract the attention of the heavenly laws to forcibly elevate him to a higher realm. How had he achieved such a feat? With a series of resounding clashes, the 4 semi-saints found themselves utterly powerless against Lin Feng, their corporeal forms shattered. Their primordial spirits then diverged in 4 directions, devoid of any power to resist. Lin Feng's figure blurred into an afterimage as he teleported away. The sound of several spirits of semi-saint caliber being ruthlessly obliterated echoed in the air. The duration of the battle was so brief that it felt as if it had ended before it had truly begun. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Huangfu Xian and the 3 Imperial Realm experts beside him, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before he could utter a word, the 3 experts beside Huangfu Xian exchanged glances and, in an instant, struck decisively. With a resounding thud, they eliminated the unprepared Huangfu Xian, extinguishing his soul before he could even attempt to escape. Having dispatched Huangfu Xian, the trio promptly knelt before Lin Feng, bowing their heads in supplication. "Senior, spare our lives. We are willing to follow you, to serve you like horses or oxen, regardless of the cost." Lin Feng regarded these 3 individuals with a sense of admiration for their resoluteness. Had they hesitated even slightly, he would have eradicated them along with Huangfu Xian. Their act of killing Huangfu Xian bound them in allegiance and irrevocably severed their ties with Zhongzhou. The assassination of the lord of one of Zhongzhou's 72 main cities would not go unpunished. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng conveyed through thought, if you truly wish to ally with me, first swear an oath of loyalty. Then proceed to the Eastern Rising Empire to assist the Empress in her conquests. Wu Lingyun was, after all, his nominal wife and the mother of Xia and the others. Presently, the Eastern Rising Empire was rapidly expanding, and experts above the imperial realm were somewhat stretched. Thus, sending them to assist Wu Lingyun was far more advantageous than having them accompany him. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the three men breathed a sigh of relief. Their lives were spared. Without any hesitation, they immediately swore their oaths and bade farewell to Lin Feng and his daughter, setting off towards the Eastern Rising Empire. Wait. Lin Feng called them back, then communicated, when you meet the Empress, refrain from mentioning my arrival with several princesses for a leisurely visit to Zhongzhou, lest she become worried. After the three experts transformed into streaks of light and departed, Lin Feng received several system notifications. Ding. Your eldest daughter admires you. 1. Reward. Holy Grade Imperial Weapon. The Excalibur. Ding. Your second daughter admires you. 1. Reward. Special Technique. External Avatar. Ding. Your third daughter admires you. 1. Reward. Chaotic Treasure, the River Diagram, and Luo Book. Upon hearing these rewards, Lin Feng promptly chose to accept and review them. The Excalibur was of a higher grade than his Xinyuan sword, nearing the status of a divine artifact. Possessing an invincible domain, he had no desire to refine it anew. Thus he planned to find an opportunity to gift it to Wu Lingyun. The external avatar was particularly intriguing. After cultivation, it allowed the user to create a conscious doppelganger, capable of wielding up to 80% of the original strength. This was indeed a formidable ability. The external avatar was typically a feat achievable only by those in the chaotic realm. Naturally, with certain special artifacts or talismans, one could achieve a semblance of an external avatar, though such creations would merely be puppets, devoid of independent consciousness. It could be said that with the law manifestation and the external avatar, Lin Feng could easily intimidate those at the Unity realm. The final reward was equally remarkable. The River Diagram and Luo Book, the source of all formations crafted by the Emperor Fuxi, embodying the essence of all formations in the world, a testament to the mastery of cosmic creation. Upon examining the attributes of the River Diagram and Luo Book, Lin Feng, despite having acquired numerous treasures, felt a surge of emotion. The rewards were indeed extraordinary. It was akin to carrying a formation diagram that could summon divine artifacts. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, one could invoke any formation from the River Diagram and Luo Book. Uncertain whether the He Tu and Luo Shu could serve as national treasures to conjure a sufficiently grand formation to protect the entire nation, Lin Feng pondered internally, only to soon shake his head and abandon the notion. Even if the He Tu and Luo Shu could indeed manifest as a great protective array, it would be unnecessary. Currently, they were merely in the 9 heavens, and both Wu Lingyun and his daughters would undoubtedly ascend to the upper realms in the future. He naturally intended to follow them. If he were to expend the He Tu and Luo Shu now, it would be challenging to transport them later. So it was wiser to retain them for the time being. At that moment, Xia pouted and inquired, Father, is there anything fun in the central continent? I haven't seen anything entertaining. Sirui had acquired a 7-tailed fox, and Sitian had engaged in a battle, yet she felt left out. In a splendid mood, Lin Feng quickly reassured his eldest daughter, Xia, as the eldest sister, you should naturally accommodate your 2 younger sisters. What does it matter if they gain advantages first? Whatever you desire, Father shall do his utmost to fulfill. At this, Xia broke into a smile and said, Father, I often hear Mother and Elder Grandpa mention that our 9 heavens cannot achieve unification primarily due to the terrifying adversaries of the demon and sea clans. I am most curious about these 2 races. Could you take us to witness them? We shall merely observe from the periphery. Absolutely. Lin Feng, ever willing to grant his daughter's wishes, readily agreed. Upon hearing Xia's words, Sirui and Sitian clapped their hands in unison, exclaiming, I want to go too. I have heard many frightening tales from Elder Grandpa. I wish to see what the demon clan is like. Father, could you capture a few demons as attendants? Sitian's suggestion left Lin Feng speechless. This daughter might possess a more mischievous spirit than the demons themselves, truly deserving the title of Little Demoness. Who, besides her, would wish to capture demons as companions? Tian, most demons are quite grotesque, even more so than demonic beasts. Are you certain you wish to take one as a pet? Lin Feng, concerned that her youthful innocence had yet to grasp the true appearance of demons, offered a gentle reminder. To his surprise, Sitian became even more excited, declaring, the uglier, the better. Little Z is as docile as a dog, and others aren't frightened of her. I want 2 demons that look fierce and ugly as my attendants. Then let us see who dares to provoke me. The amethyst-winged lion beneath her could only emit a few reluctant grunts, as it was only so docile around its young mistress. Any ordinary person would be paralyzed with fear upon witnessing it reveal its true form and demonstrate its imperial-level prowess. Lin Feng, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating, could only nod and say, "Very well. If we encounter demons and you still have an interest, Father will help you subdue a couple." "Yay, Father is wonderful." Sitian immediately clung to Lin Feng's leg, and he, filled with paternal affection, lifted his little daughter into his arms. "Since you wish to visit the demon clan, let us indeed explore there." With that, Lin Feng and his daughters vanished from their location in an instant. In the imperial city of the central continent, the emperor's brow was furrowed deeply as he gazed at the intelligence just received. He turned to Nieziren and inquired, "Master, are you truly certain that this so-called master is the husband that Wu Lingyun brought from the first heaven?" Niezi nodded slightly, and then analyzed. "Previously, I was hesitant to ascertain the truth, and due to my master's cautionary tale, I refrained from employing the heavenly insight technique to probe his identity. However, his recent appearance, accompanied by the triplet maidens, serves as the most compelling evidence of his connection to Lord Wu Lingyun. Furthermore, Your Majesty should be aware that this formidable individual began to emerge only after Wu Lingyun returned her husband from the first layer of heaven." The emperor, Shidi, nodded slightly. Although he had surmised the true identity of the mysterious figure, his expression remained grave. He turned to the national master and asked through clenched teeth, "This Lin Feng possesses immense power, yet has not forcibly ascended. Could it be that he is a superpower evading the heavenly Tao? Are we to endure his tyranny?" The national master quickly bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, please remain calm. I believe it is prudent to observe the situation for now. If he truly is a reclusive powerhouse, even if we gather all our experts, we may not be his match. Moreover, I advise you to establish contact with the higher realms to report this matter. The existence of Lin Feng has already disrupted the established rules and balance. If we allow him to act with impunity, the central state will inevitably fall to ruin." This sentiment echoed the emperor's own concerns. Hearing the national master's words, he immediately nodded and declared, "This is indeed my worry. Issue a decree. Monitor Lin Feng with utmost diligence. Regardless of which city he enters, we must refrain from provoking him. I will promptly report this matter to the higher realms. The central state cannot suffer any missteps under my reign, for if I ascend to the 10th layer of heaven, how shall I face those former emperors? Your Majesty is wise. We shall obey." The national master and the ministers promptly accepted their orders, for none in the central state were untroubled by Lin Feng's presence. Given Lin Feng's current display of power, he alone could obliterate the central state. Meanwhile, the central state braced itself for a formidable threat, oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng had set off for the demon realm with his daughters. Those who ventured into the demon realm were either there to fend off demonic forces and protect humanity, or simply seeking experience. It was exceedingly rare for someone like Lin Feng to take his daughters on a leisurely excursion. Although Lin Feng's teleportation speed was remarkable, it still took them an entire day to reach the demon realm. This led him to reflect once more on the vastness of the 9 layers of heaven, explaining why many places possess teleportation arrays. "Father, is this the entrance to the demon realm?" As she gazed at the area shrouded in dark mist, Sia furrowed her brow and inquired. Sir also pouted and said, "Father, it feels so oppressive here." Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, a booming voice echoed from above. "This is the entrance to the demon realm, not a place for leisure. Young one, quickly lead your children away." Chapter 56. Sect Examination. Upon hearing this authoritative shout, Lin Feng and his daughters simultaneously looked skyward. A streak of light rapidly approached, soon revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. The man, with dark skin and formidable strength reaching the emperor level, donned a set of high-grade spiritual armor that exuded an air of grandeur. Noticing Lin Feng and his daughters in a daze, he spoke solemnly once more. "The dangers ahead are immense. You should not venture further with your children." Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, "It is of no concern. My daughters wish to witness the nature of the demon race, and I shall accompany them. We will not delve too deeply and shall avoid any danger." Listening to his resolute determination, the middle-aged man's expression darkened momentarily. With a cold snort, he remarked, "It is futile to dissuade those who court danger. Since you youngsters are intent on becoming fodder for the demonic clan, I shall not impede your path. However, permit me to offer a final word of caution. Though this is merely the border, powerful demons have frequently harassed this area of late. Just days ago, several demons of imperial caliber surfaced, resulting in significant casualties among many cultivators on their trials. Thank you for the warning." Though the man's demeanor and tone were unfriendly, his intentions were genuine, prompting Lin Feng to return the gesture with a polite clasp of his fists. Humph. The middle-aged man, observing Lin Feng's calm and composed demeanor, could only huff in frustration before vanishing in a flash of light. In his eyes, Lin Feng appeared exceedingly youthful, seemingly devoid of profound cultivation. Even if he were concealing his true strength, how formidable could he possibly be at such a tender age? Having made his intentions clear, he resigned himself to the notion that they would have to fend for themselves. Lin Feng was viewed as a frivolous scion of a great power, yet to experience the terror of the demonic clan, destined to learn through hardship. Daddy, how could that man treat you with such disdain? Why didn't you eliminate him? Sitian asked, her voice tinged with indignation as she looked up. Though Lin Feng indulged his daughter, he did not wish for her to grow into a ruthless killer. Hence he patiently guided her. My dear, while that man's tone was unkind, he acted out of goodwill to caution us. He is unaware of our true capabilities. His warning was an act of kindness. Should we strike him down merely because his expression displeased us, how would we differ from the demons? Moreover, if this incident were to spread, no one would dare to warn us of impending danger in the future. Upon hearing this, Sitian stuck out her tongue and said, Father, I was wrong. You little rascal. Lin Feng affectionately tousled her hair. In the future, refrain from resorting to violence unless provoked. We must mercilessly eliminate those who threaten us. Yes. Sitian obediently nodded, displaying her docility toward Lin Feng. Moved by her demeanor, he bent down and lifted her, exclaiming, You are such a good girl. At that moment, another figure of light swiftly approached from afar, soon revealing a group of cultivators before Lin Feng and his daughter. A dignified middle-aged man appeared to lead the group, accompanied by a cadre of youthful male and female cultivators. The middle-aged man first cast a glance at Lin Feng and his party before disregarding them entirely. He then addressed the young crowd. This is the boundary of the demon realm, our destination for this trial. Listen closely. Our Lingyun sect is a prestigious faction of the central continent. To become an inner disciple, undergoing trials in the demon realm is imperative. To stand out in this evaluation, one requires not only strength, but also fortune. Should anyone find themselves unfortunate enough to encounter high-ranking demons, do not blame our Lingyun sect for the rigor of the trials. Finally, let me outline the rules. Slaying a demon of the body refinement realm grants 1 point, while 10 points are awarded for those of the profound understanding realm. And so forth. Each advancement in major realms multiplies the points by 10. Moreover, the acquisition of the demon spirit ore is as follows. A low-grade demon spirit stone earns 1 point, a medium grade yields 10 points, and a high grade awards 100 points. As the middle-aged man recounted this, Lin Feng and his daughters became intrigued, choosing to linger and observe rather than delve deeper. The middle-aged man concluded by adding, Now, everyone has one last opportunity. If you wish to withdraw, you may declare your exit from the sect. A group of young individuals exchanged glances, yet none spoke up. The middle-aged man, pleased, remarked, Excellent. No one has opted to leave. I hope all of you achieve remarkable results and become inner disciples. At that moment, a youth who appeared to be under 20 spoke up. Elder Lu, may we form teams? Of course, he replied, since the slots for inner disciples are limited. Having an additional member means sharing the benefits. As long as you possess sufficient confidence, you may even seek assistance from those undergoing trials within. Forming alliances with capable individuals is also a form of strength. Elder Lu's words relieved the young crowd, indicating that the sect's trials were not as rigid as anticipated. Consequently, several well-acquainted youths quickly gathered, forming a small alliance. Surrounding a stunning young woman, approximately 20 years of age, were a dozen young men. Sister Su, shall we team up? Sister Su, I possess peak Xianjing strength. Let us join forces. Peak Xianjing is hardly noteworthy. Sister Su, let us join Zheng Senior Brother. For he is in the early stage of the divine soul realm and will certainly safeguard you. Observing this scene, Lin Feng found it amusing. He had not expected the phenomenon of sycophants to exist among cultivators as well. Indeed, beauty is a natural advantage, as Elder Lu articulated. It is also a form of strength. The fact that this Sister Su could align herself with the most powerful individuals due to her looks underscores the advantages of beauty. Yet, upon hearing the name Zheng Senior Brother, the enchanting maiden furrowed her brow, seemingly displeased. At that moment, a youth who appeared refined and held a low-grade spiritual treasure approached the maiden, speaking in a courteous manner. Sister Su, let us team up for mutual support. The sycophantic disciples immediately chimed in. Sister Su, Zheng Senior Brother personally invited you. Why not accept? Look how well-matched Zheng Senior Brother and Sister Su are. Together. Elder Lu's brow twitched as he quickly interjected with a commanding shout. Hurry up, do not waste time. With a calm demeanor, Sister Su replied, I apologize, Zheng Senior Brother, but I wish to venture alone. What? Sister, this is far too dangerous. Zheng Senior Brother feigned concern, yet Lin Feng keenly detected a flicker of irritation in his eyes. Trials naturally entail risks, yet it is only by confronting danger that one can shatter limitations and truly fortify oneself. As cultivators, we defy the heavens. If we are overly cautious, what need is there to embrace danger? Upon finishing her statement, the young woman transformed into a streak of light, swiftly entering the demon realm. Zheng's senior brother's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Sister Su is correct. I too shall not require a team for this trial." Upon finishing his words, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed inside. The other disciples exchanged glances, and ultimately, in small groups of 3 or 5, followed suit. Lin Feng shook his head in silence, taken aback that a disciple of a sect could encounter such melodramatic events during their training. He turned to his daughters and said, "Let us also venture inside." Chapter 57. Discarding the demon crystals after walking just a few steps, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Demonic energy. This was a unique essence of the demon realm, akin to spiritual energy, which could be cultivated. Moreover, the cultivation of demonic energy often led to rapid enhancement of strength, attracting some cultivators seeking shortcuts to practice it for power. However, the cultivation of demonic energy gradually erodes one's inner self, leading to a violent and bloodthirsty disposition, which is why it is shunned by human cultivators. Lin Feng unleashed his domain to isolate the demonic energy, and his daughters, along with their spirit beasts, visibly relaxed. It seemed there existed an invisible force at the border of the demon realm, distinctly separating spiritual energy from demonic energy. The disciples of Ling Yun's sect rushed over and noticed the situation, promptly activating their protective auras to fend off the encroaching demonic energy. An elder disciple called out loudly, "Everyone, we must act swiftly. Our gathering spirit pills and spirit stones are limited. We should conserve our strength and avoid unnecessary consumption unless in combat." "Understood, senior brother Yunfei." Several younger disciples responded, following him as they quickly disappeared in a chosen direction. As Lin Feng and his daughters entered the territory of the demon realm, a few curious glances were cast their way, yet no one paid them any heed. In such places, a multitude of individuals with various intentions arrived daily. So despite the presence of Lin Feng and his daughters, they were largely overlooked. The demonic energy at this periphery was not strong, making encounters with demonic crystals or demonic creatures quite rare. "Let us delve deeper," Lin Feng instructed his daughters, and seizing the moment while unnoticed, he instantly vanished using teleportation. After several consecutive uses of teleportation, they had traversed over 1,000 miles. In this vicinity, the stench of dense demonic energy was palpable, and sporadic glimpses of demonic beings could be seen. Upon his sudden appearance through teleportation, a harpy nearby let out a piercing shriek. This harpy possessed the head and body of a woman, with long flowing hair, bird-like wings, and bronze talons, creating a visage that was both bizarre and terrifying. Tian, do you still wish to have such demonic creatures as your companions?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile at his youngest daughter, recognizing that such grotesque beings were indeed unsettling, and it was rare for anyone to desire their constant presence. Tian's expression shifted as she suppressed a wave of nausea and turned away, saying, "Father, you are teasing me. You deliberately chose such an ugly demonic creature, didn't you?" Lin Feng felt a slight flush of embarrassment, inwardly admiring his daughter's cleverness. However, he could not concede, opting instead to chuckle and reply, Tian, demonic beings are inherently hideous and do not align with our aesthetic sensibilities. This harpy is merely one among countless varieties of demons, and there are even more repugnant forms than it. The harpy, unable to contain itself, was not particularly powerful but had attained a degree of intelligence. Upon overhearing Lin Feng and his daughter brazenly discuss its appearance, it could hardly restrain its ire. A piercing wail echoed through the air, swiftly attracting a horde of monstrous creatures that encircled Lin Feng and his companions. Among the beasts were nightmare creatures resembling horses, scorpion-lion hybrids, griffins, and grotesque pig-headed fiends. Observing these beings that bore a close resemblance to mythical beasts, Sitian clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Father, look! Aren't these creatures akin to magical beasts?" Lin Feng shook his head slightly, sensing his daughter's resolute desire to seek out a companion or pet from the demonic race. He could only reply, "Since you are so eager, let us delve deeper and find some high-tier magical beasts to serve as pets." No sooner had he spoken than the horde of monsters surged towards him. Unwilling to waste time, Lin Feng activated his Invincible domain, rendering the surrounding creatures immobile. Die! With a series of explosive sounds, the beasts erupted into clouds of crimson mist, leaving behind crystals of varying sizes. Magic crystals. These were akin to the spiritual crystals of ethereal beasts, useful for cultivating magical energy, as well as for alchemy and artifact forging. With a simple gesture, Lin Feng drew the crystals towards him, forming a shimmering orb that he held aloft in his palm. Do you want these? No, they are unappealing. Sia replied, shaking her head. Sirui also pouted. Father, these magic crystals are too small. I don't like them. Seeing his daughter's disinterest, Lin Feng could only sigh and cast the crystals aside. Let us continue our search for some higher-tier demons. The demonic race possessed both humanoid and beast forms. If they were after magic crystals, hunting the beast forms would be paramount. However, as Sitian sought a companion, Lin Feng had a few suitable targets in mind. The group vanished once more. After a brief period, an exquisite figure appeared nearby. It was Su Ziran, a disciple from Ling Yun's sect. At that moment, she was in disarray, her hair tousled, and her beautiful face marred with traces of blood. Ensuring there were no immediate threats behind her, she quickly swallowed a pill, restoring some color to her pale cheeks. Damn it, how could I encounter a soul realm beast? She muttered, taking a moment to stabilize her chaotic breath. Perhaps it would have been wiser to follow Brother Zheng. Yet, the thought of the fervent glimmer that often lurked in his eyes sent a shiver down her spine. Humph. All men are the same. I, Su Ziran, do not need a man. She clenched her fist, rallying her spirits, and prepared to return to a safer location in search of magic stones or beasts. Having taken only a few steps, she halted abruptly. Just ahead lay a pile of dozens of magic crystals. However, she was not blinded by greed. Her first instinct was to suspect a trap. Indeed, it was inconceivable that someone would simply discard such a bounty. She meticulously scanned her surroundings, finding no signs of formations or barriers, nor sensing any presence nearby. Even in the event of a deadly confrontation, there should be signs of struggle, yet none were evident. Feeling disoriented, she ultimately succumbed to the allure of the magic crystals and slowly approached the enticing pile. Step by step, as she drew closer to the magic crystal, she extended her hand and effortlessly summoned all the crystals from the ground to her side. Collect. In the next moment, the crystals were safely stored within her storage ring. Despite this success, she was left bewildered. Why was it all so seamless? With a thought, she took out one crystal to examine, a spirit realm crystal. To her astonishment, it was indeed a spirit realm crystal. With this single piece, her assessment was virtually assured. All she needed to do now was to bide her time and develop further. And within her storage ring, there were more than 20 crystals, some even larger. Her heart raced, as she felt an overwhelming stroke of fortune to have stumbled upon such a bounty of magic crystals. Just as her excitement surged, a familiar voice interrupted her reverie. Junior Sister Su, what a surprise to find you here. Oh, is that a magic crystal you have? It's quite large. Su Ziran was startled, her thoughts quickly prompting her to stow the crystal away in her storage ring. Then she turned to face the newcomer, responding coldly, Senior Brother Zheng. I didn't expect to see you heading in this direction. She had previously resorted to special means to escape, and now it seemed Zheng was hot on her heels. If one were to claim he was not pursuing her, who would believe it? I'm merely concerned for your safety, Junior Sister. Why not team up and advance together as inner disciples? Zheng spoke cheerfully, approaching Su Ziran with deliberate steps. Stop right there, Su Ziran commanded, her demeanor turning icy. Senior Brother Zheng, it's best we maintain our distance. Zheng paused momentarily, then sneered, since you refuse to join me, it appears we are now rivals. With that, he advanced towards her again, his aura brimming with energy, clearly preparing for a confrontation. Su Ziran took a step back, adopting a defensive stance, her expression darkening. Zheng Yu, what are you planning? We are of the same sect. Same sect? Zheng Yu's face darkened, shedding all pretense of the gentlemanly persona. Hand over that magic crystal and swear your loyalty to me as my woman, and I might consider letting you accompany me. Otherwise, do not expect me to uphold our sex camaraderie. Dream on, Su Ziran retorted, retrieving an item from her storage ring and launching it at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu's expression shifted slightly as he hastily raised his sword to defend. With a thunderous crash, the impact reverberated, leaving him momentarily disheveled. When the dust settled, Su Ziran had vanished. Zheng Yu, his face dark with fury, muttered under his breath, a spirit energy projectile. Humph, you want to escape for long. After saying this, he quickly deployed his spiritual sense to search for her, soon pursuing her in a specific direction. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, accompanied by his 3 daughters, ventured deeper into the wilderness. Upon regaining their footing, they found themselves before a tribal settlement of the demon race. Within the tribe, dozens of phoenixes, engulfed in black flames, fluttered about. These were the infernal fire phoenixes. Renowned as divine beasts, they belonged to the elite species of the ninth heaven, on par with the dragon that pulled the martial spirit wagon. At that moment, many infernal fire phoenixes perched atop several parasol trees, while others engaged in playful pursuits. Upon witnessing the unexpected guests, a phoenix emitted a warning cry, and in an instant, countless malevolent fire phoenixes surged forth from all directions, encircling Lin Feng and his companions. Although Xia and her pets possessed imperial-level cultivation, they displayed a hint of trepidation even when confronted by phoenixes of lesser strength. The firebird hastily addressed Lin Feng, saying, "Your Majesty, these phoenixes are divine beasts, exerting a bloodline suppression over us, and this territory belongs to the demon clan, significantly diminishing our strength." Lin Feng responded with a calm smile, "There is no need for concern. I do not intend for you to engage in battle." As he spoke, he unfurled his domain, allowing the firebird, the nine-tailed fox, and the amethyst-winged lion to feel an immediate release of pressure, their reverence towards the higher-ranking divine beasts dissipating in an instant. At that moment, several tendrils of black demonic light swiftly approached, revealing exquisite figures draped in black veils before Lin Feng. One woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, regarded Lin Feng with the same scrutiny as one would bestow upon a spirit beast. Her expression darkened as she declared, "The audacity of you humans grows bolder. How dare you intrude upon the lair of our malevolent fire phoenixes?" Her sharp gaze and frigid demeanor emanated an overwhelming aura. Were it not for Lin Feng's protective domain, Xia and the spirit beasts would have been compelled to bow before her imposing presence. Quickly, Xia and her companions sought refuge behind Lin Feng, who gently patted their heads in reassurance before raising his gaze, saying, "There is no need for such hostility. You are frightening my daughters." He continued, "It is preposterous. Our territory is one that even the Hell Black Dragon and the Demon Lord dare not trespass. You expect me to greet you with open arms?" Lin Feng, however, merely nodded. "Indeed, such an intrusion is rather ill-advised. Allow me to inquire if my daughters have any interest in your kind. If not, I shall take my leave immediately." The expressions of the veiled women darkened, their faces turning shades deeper than their garments, and some impatient ones were already emitting malevolent flames. The leading woman quickly raised her hand to quell them, for she could not ascertain Lin Feng's strength. This human, leading 3 young girls into their domain, undoubtedly possessed formidable power. Lin Feng then turned to Xia and her companions, inquiring, "My dear ones, do any of you find these malevolent fire phoenixes appealing?" Xia shook her head, responding, "Father, these phoenixes are so dark and grim, they do not compare to my little Hong." Her words provoked a visceral reaction from the surrounding fire phoenixes, their eyes twitching in indignation. Sirui chimed in, "I already have to buy and shall buy. I have no desire for these unsightly phoenixes." With the addition of the 7th tail, she had officially renamed her 9-tailed companion to Dabai. Yet, her choice of words nearly caused the phoenixes to sputter in outrage. Sitian, however, smiled brightly. "I would like one, although these phoenixes may not be beautiful. Their transformed forms are far more appealing than palace maids. Having a few of them as attendants would be delightful." How outrageous. The lead malevolent fire phoenix could no longer contain her fury. This group not only shamelessly critiqued their appearance, but also deliberated on whether to use them as mounts or servants. Such insolence was intolerable. Lin Feng, unfazed by the anger of the veiled woman, turned to Sitian and asked, "How many would you like, my dear?" "Father, 2 would suffice. I fear I may struggle to care for more." "2. Do you think this is merely a matter of purchasing chickens? Eliminate them," the leading woman declared, as black flames enveloped her. In an instant, several women clad in black veils transformed into colossal phoenixes, each spanning several dozen feet in length. These magnificent creatures, adorned with obsidian feathers and wreathed in dark flames, exuded an aura of majestic power. The eyes of Xia and Sirui sparkled with excitement, and they clapped their hands, exclaiming, "Father, I wish to have one. I want one too. I have yet to own a flying pet." Their apparent lack of fear and desire to keep the phoenixes as pets incited a collective fury among the birds. With their fiery tempers ignited, they unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Lin Feng and his companions. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and the surrounding space abruptly froze. The attacks of the malevolent fire phoenixes halted mid-air, suspended in time. Even the leading woman, cloaked in black, was struck with terror, her voice trembling as she inquired, Who are you? Could you be from the upper realm?" With a playful smile, Lin Feng reassured her, "Fear not. I have no appetite for dragon liver or phoenix marrow. At most, I would capture you to serve as a pet for my daughter. Should she ever tire of you, I will grant you your freedom. Dream on." The leading woman scoffed, her disdain palpable. "Though we are but malevolent fire phoenixes, our lineage is one of great nobility. How could we ever accept being pets to your human offspring? Even if you were to slay us all, do not expect our submission." Lin Feng had anticipated her reaction. According to the records in the Book of All Spirits, both phoenixes and dragons were indeed proud creatures among the divine beasts. The 9 divine dragons that served Wu Lingyun were not merely the result of power, they were cultivated from younglings, instilling a sense of belonging to the Eastern Rising Empire over generations. Furthermore, The training process involved gradually tempering their pride through beast-taming techniques, sowing the seeds of subservience in their hearts. These malevolent fire phoenixes, having never been tamed by humans, were not easily subdued. In simpler terms, while one might possess the absolute power to slay them and seize their magical crystals, compelling them to serve loyally was nearly impossible. Chapter 59. Subduing the phoenixes. Gazing at the resolute, malevolent fire phoenixes, Lin Feng offered a faint smile and remained silent. With a mere thought, he summoned an array of immortality grass from his system pouch. The instant the grass appeared, a surge of vibrant life energy filled the air, and the eyes of all the malevolent fire phoenixes glimmered with desire and greed. Observing their reaction, Lin Feng retracted the immortality grass and calmly stated, "If you agree to serve as pets for my daughter, you shall receive a sprig of immortality grass each year. Moreover, I assure you that within a century, I will journey to the upper realm. Those who sincerely follow my daughter will have the opportunity to become divine beasts." This time, the malevolent fire phoenixes fell silent, no longer uttering a word. The allure of the immortality grass was simply too great. Despite being divine beasts, among the Phoenix clan, they were regarded as the least esteemed. They are, at best, merely monsters that surpass spirit beasts to a slight degree. When confronted with formidable cultivators, they too can perish and have their magic crystals taken away. Some cultivators even capture them, utilizing their feathers, bones, and flesh for alchemical concoctions or crafting artifacts. Should they acquire a sufficient quantity of immortal grass, they stand the chance to evolve into eternal phoenixes, celestial phoenixes, or even netherworld phoenixes. Given the term immortal, it is evident that they possess the opportunity for everlasting life. They can leave a drop of their essence in a place of absolute safety. Even if their souls are extinguished, that essence can facilitate their rebirth. Hence, the allure of immortal grass is immense for them. The woman in the black veil's expression shifted. After a cold snort, she declared, "What reason do we have to trust you? Although you possess immortal grass and the ability to ascend to the upper realms, making us sacred beasts is not so simple." Lin Feng, noticing her tone had softened, responded calmly, "Merely possessing immortal grass will not suffice to elevate you to sacred beasts. But what if I were to add the blood of Pangu?" "What?" At this revelation, the woman in the black veil could no longer maintain her composure, her breath quickening. "You have the blood of Pangu?" "Not exactly," Lin Feng replied candidly, perceiving her rising anger. He continued, "However, I am aware of its location. If you trust me, then protect my daughters well. Once we reach the 18th heaven, I shall retrieve it." This statement caused many of the evil fire phoenixes to glance at the woman in the black veil. Her expression fluctuated. Lin Feng's words were indeed captivating. But humans are notoriously cunning, and she was hesitant to trust easily. "On what grounds should we believe you?" Lin Feng scoffed. "First and foremost, you have no right to negotiate terms with me. The only reason I can make you such a promise is that my daughters are fond of you. Should there come a day when they no longer favor you, I would simply gift you 10 stalks of immortal grass to leave. Only by ensuring the safety of my daughters and successfully following us to the 18th heaven will you have the chance to obtain the blood of Pangu." His words rendered the black veil woman visibly distressed. Indeed, they were easily subdued by Lin Feng, their lives resting solely in his whims. What right did they have to question such a formidable existence? In the face of such a powerful and terrifying being, they lacked even the qualification to serve as his subordinates. It was only due to Lin Feng's daughters taking an interest in them that they had any hope of advancing to sacred beasts. Otherwise, even ascending to the upper realms would not be so straightforward. Taking 1,000 steps back, even if they were to ascend, encountering more advanced cultivators would only lead to greater perils. Perhaps following Lin Feng was their only opportunity. Having come to this realization, the woman in the black veil lowered her proud head and softly said, "Very well, our clan is willing to follow you." Lin Feng smiled gently and replied, "You are not following me, but rather my daughters. Now, you all may revert to your true forms and allow my daughters to make their selection. Only those whom my daughters deem worthy may accompany us." The woman in the black veil sighed and said, "Our clan requires protection. I must remain. Allow the young masters to choose from among these descendants." Upon hearing its words, Lin Feng lifted the confinement he had placed upon them. In an instant, each immortal phoenix transformed into its most exquisite form, yearning to be chosen by Sia and her companions. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Lin Feng's mind. "Ding! Your eldest daughter admires you. Reward: 100 flame flowers, 100 10,000-year green vines, 100 purple spirit bloodheart herbs. Ding! Your second daughter admires you. Reward: 100 soul-severing wood, 100 lunar dark iron, 100 10,000-year warm jade. Ding! Your third daughter admires you. Reward: 100 upper-grade divine artifact flowing light shadow, 100 middle-grade divine artifact light of divine protection, one holy grade divine artifact 6-winged phantom sword. To his astonishment, subduing the evil fire phoenix elicited such admiration from his daughters and bestowed upon him such bountiful rewards. Elated, Lin Feng allowed his daughters to make their selections while he discreetly accepted the rewards. The flame flowers, 10,000-year green vines, and bloodheart herbs were top-tier alchemical materials, essential for crafting creation pills and nirvana pills. Meanwhile, soul-severing wood, lunar dark iron, and 10,000-year warm jade were premier materials for weapon forging. The most substantial reward stemmed from Sia's admiration level of 2, the flowing light shadow, an upper-grade defensive artifact with an innate spirit, capable of altering its size and color. Once it recognized its master by blood, it would automatically protect its owner, effortlessly withstanding a full-force strike from any expert below the Great Sage realm. The Light of Divine Protection, a middle-grade defensive artifact, could, when activated, create a protective barrier spanning 10 feet, capable of fending off a full-force attack from a Unity Realm powerhouse for the duration of a stick of incense. The 6-winged Phantom Sword, a holy grade artifact, could transform into a humanoid form and fight autonomously, possessing a self-repair ability when damaged. Seeing the descriptions of these treasures, Lin Feng felt immense satisfaction as he gazed at his 3 daughters. What did it matter if he spoiled them? How could he consider it excessive when compared to the tremendous benefits they brought? At that moment, Sia and her companions joyfully selected several evil fire phoenixes and named them. Sia chose one and named it Black Fire, contrasting it with her flamingo, Little Red. Sirui selected another and named it Black Flame, bringing her total of pets to 3 alongside her 2 foxes. Sitian chose 2 and named them Big Phoenix and Little Phoenix, with the 2 evil fire phoenixes transforming into youthful maidens accompanying her. Lin Feng instructed the 4 evil fire phoenixes to acknowledge their masters. Although hesitant, they ultimately recognized Sia and her companions. Once the acknowledgement was complete, Lin Feng raised his hand and produced several undying grasses. Each of the 4 selected evil fire phoenixes received one, inciting envy among all the other evil fire phoenixes. The remaining 3 were gifted to the leading woman in black gauze. With a hint of excitement, the woman asked, "You wish to give this to me? But I cannot accompany you. Our tribe needs someone to protect it." Lin Feng smiled gently and replied, "This is a gift for you. Take it and cultivate. Even if you cannot ascend to become an immortal phoenix, it will at least enhance your strength significantly. By bringing you several high-tier phoenixes, you will bolster your power to guard against any potential trouble from the remaining demon clans." Upon hearing this, the woman in black gauze was overwhelmed with gratitude. Given Lin Feng's demonstrated strength, he could easily eliminate them all, yet he promised various benefits, ensuring their willing allegiance. As Lin Feng prepared to depart, he surprisingly considered the safety of their kin, which inevitably moved her. Just as Lin Feng surmised, the mere hundreds of the evil fire phoenixes amounted to no significant power among the demon race. The recent abduction of 4 formidable experts at the Emperor level could very well embolden some demons to take advantage of the situation. With the acquisition of these 2 undying grasses, she could not only swiftly enhance her own strength, but also cultivate 2 Emperor-level experts in no time. "Thank you." The woman in black silk expressed her heartfelt gratitude, then communicated with the selected phoenixes using a special tone. Upon receiving her message, the gazes of the phoenixes immediately transformed. Chapter 60. Servitude and Subservience. Lin Feng instantly discerned that the woman in black had undoubtedly instructed them to protect Sia and her companions well, thereby leaving a favorable impression. It must be admitted that even among demons and beasts, empathy exists. If one treats them kindly, they will naturally follow loyally. "Then we shall not disturb you any longer," Lin Feng said to the woman in black, then turned to Sia and her friends, inquiring, "My dear ones, would you still like a pet?" Sia quickly shook her head. "Father, I no longer desire one. Having Black Fire and Little Red is sufficient. I do not require one either. I already have 3 pets. Father, I have heard that the Hell Black Dragon of the demon race is quite formidable." Excitement radiated from Sitian's face, startling the woman in black, who hurriedly interjected, "Masters, the dragon clan holds immense power in the demon realm, numbering in the thousands, with no fewer than 100 at the semi-saint level. They can also communicate with the upper realms, and it is said that they can summon ancestors of the Unity realm." Lin Feng, however, waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. As long as my daughters desire it, I would even fetch the celestial bodies from the heavens for them." His words exuded a commanding aura, filling Sia and her companions with happiness and delight. Meanwhile, the woman in black and the evil fire phoenixes could only feel envy and resentment. Why was it that they did not have such a wonderful father? At that moment, Sitian stuck out her tongue and said, "Father, perhaps we should pass on that. Now that I have my loyal pet, let us simply find a fun place to enjoy ourselves." "Are you truly certain?" Lin Feng gazed at his daughters with indulgent affection. wondering if they were merely concerned about troubling him. This little cushion of warmth truly had her father's best interests at heart. I don't want one. I just want to savor delicious food. The atmosphere of the demon realm feels rather oppressive, Sitian replied, shaking her head. Although protected by Lin Feng's barrier, the aura and environment of the demon realm indeed felt stifling. Very well, let us venture out first to find a tranquil spot, where I shall prepare grilled squid for you. We still have the seafood collected from the Sea Clan left to enjoy. Upon hearing of food, Sia and Sirui perked up, eagerly tugging at his sleeves. Father, I wish to eat giant crabs. Father, do we have any of that roasted demon shark left? Alas, it is gone. But if you desire, I shall take you to the Sea Clan again to catch seafood. His words were spoken with such ease, as if the Sea Clan were but a pond in his backyard. As Lin Feng spoke, he had already teleported Sia and their pets away. The woman in black's expression shifted slightly. She had sensed no trace of demonic energy or spatial fluctuations. His power was truly formidable. Perhaps forging a favorable relationship with Lin Feng marks an auspicious opportunity for the rise of the evil Fire Phoenix clan. Chief, do you truly believe that following this human will enable several elders to ascend to the status of divine beasts? An evil Fire Phoenix, transformed into human form, inquired as it approached the woman in black veils. The woman in black nodded slightly and replied, if I had my doubts before, I now find myself inclined to believe. This human is unlike any other. Such power should not exist within the 9 heavens. Chief, do you imply that this human is a figure of great significance from the upper realms? That is difficult to ascertain. Thousands of years ago, the Dragon Clan summoned a senior from the Unification realm to descend, yet despite his palpable strength, he did not elicit a sense of invincibility in the 9 heavens. However, this human today instills in me an utter lack of rebellious thought. Could this human be a Chaos Realm powerhouse? All the phoenixes gasped in astonishment. If he were indeed a Chaos Realm expert, then the elders need only perform admirably, and the evil Fire Phoenix clan would undoubtedly soar to great heights. The woman in black shook her head slightly, but soon revealed a smile as she said, I have instructed the elders to protect this formidable being's daughters diligently. Though this human is powerful, he tends to disregard us phoenixes. However, he dotes on his children, and as long as we ensure their happiness, we shall surely reap future benefits. At this juncture, she produced 2 immortal grasses and bestowed them upon 2 reasonably strong phoenixes, then commanded, all listen well, during this period. Seal off the clan. No one is to enter or exit freely, and all must enter seclusion for cultivation. Understood. Lin Feng, accompanied by his daughters, was teleporting when he suddenly uttered a sound of surprise, adjusting his position to teleport to the next location. In a rugged area strewn with jagged stones, Su Xiren lay on the ground, drenched in blood, gazing at Zhengyu with despair. Zhengyu, are you truly intent on exterminating your fellow disciples? Zhengyu, equally disheveled with one arm hanging limply, laughed maniacally, his expression contorted with malice. Among the outer disciples, I am the most gifted. What gives you the audacity to disregard me? I invited you to form a team, yet you insisted on wearing a disdainful expression, playing the lofty one. I know not what fortuitous circumstances allowed you to obtain a soul crystal of the divine realm, but I must secure first place in this assessment, even at the cost of offending you. Coughing, Su Xiren managed a bitter smile and retorted, what makes you think I would be interested in you? I have long discerned that you are not as refined as you appear. Furthermore, my Su family teeters on the brink of collapse until I can revitalize it. I shall not engage in matters of the heart. Very well, if you think so little of me, I shall ensure your demise is not too swift. What do you intend to do? Before you meet your end, I will afford you a moment of comfort. Consider it the last act of kindness from your senior. As he spoke, Zhengyu approached the immobile Su Xiren and ruthlessly tore away her clothing. Ah, Zhengyu, murder may be one thing, but you must not overstep. Su Xiren exclaimed in alarm, utterly unprepared for Zhengyu's brazen disregard, not only for life, but even for her dignity. She clasped her hands over her chest, left with only a scant undergarment, feeling humiliated and furious, wishing to explode in anger. Useless. I have already cast a barrier, and for the time being, no one will be able to detect it. Once I have had my fill, I will send you on your way. Zhengyu's eyes burned crimson, his expression somewhat grotesque. Just as he was about to tear away the last shred of modesty from Su Xiren, a chilling voice reached his ears. You scoundrel. While killing and plundering may be your nature, forcing yourself upon others is an act unbecoming of any man. Who dares? Zhengyu was startled, swiftly turning around to find Lin Feng and Sia among others. He recalled that prior to entering the demon realm, Lin Feng had stood by with his daughters observing the scene. However, the crowd had grown considerably since then. Beside Sitian stood 2 stunning women clad in black veils, their features nearly identical and their expressions icy. Additionally, a 3-foot-long phoenix had appeared next to Sitian and Sirui. Though diminutive, it was unmistakably a phoenix. Sirui, who had been on the brink of despair, prepared to take her own life, suddenly spotted Lin Feng and cried out for help. "Senior, save me. I am willing to serve as a slave for eternity in gratitude." Before Lin Feng could respond, Xia interjected with gritted teeth. "Father, this villain is bullying that sister. He is not a good person." Sitian, hands on her hips, declared, "Big Phoenix, Little Phoenix, incinerate him for me." Chapter 61. The Great Captor. Upon hearing Sitian's command, the Big Phoenix and Little Phoenix were instantly engulfed in black flames, advancing step by step towards Zhengyu. His complexion drained of color, for aside from Xia and her companions, he sensed no other powers around him. Even the two maidens, the Big Phoenix and Little Phoenix, exuded an aura of immense strength. Realizing the black flames surrounding them, he quickly deduced, "Evil Fire Phoenix. They've transformed." The Big Phoenix smirked slightly, coldly stating, "I must commend your discernment. Yet, it will avail you little." With that, she opened her mouth, unleashing a black fireball. Phoenix Flame. Zheng Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his sword to defend himself. However, upon contact with the black fireball, his sword disintegrated into dust. The fireball struck his body, and before he could even emit a scream, he was reduced to ashes. This terrifying scene left Sirui on the ground in sheer astonishment. Incredible. Such a formidable woman, and yet she is merely a maid. Previously, there had been no maidens by Lin Feng's side. They must have been recently subdued. How terrifying must this Lin Feng, with his evidently extraordinary status, truly be? Lin Feng smiled faintly at Sirui, saying, "The foe has been vanquished. You may return now." A bitter smile crept across Surui's face as she replied, "Senior, in my current state, I am utterly incapable of returning. Any encounter with a cultivator or demon would spell my doom." Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, then flipped his palm to retrieve a Xiantian sacred lotus from his storage ring, presenting it to Sirui. "As fate would have it, take this." Although Sirui was unfamiliar with the Xiantian sacred lotus, its potent vitality radiating from it made her aware that it was a remarkable healing item. She hastily accepted the lotus and consumed it in several bites. The lotus transformed within her, releasing a torrent of medicinal energy that swiftly permeated her entire being. Her internal and external injuries healed rapidly, restoring her to her former state in mere moments. The potent medicinal effects had yet to dissipate and began to regulate her body, enhancing her meridians. "Senior, I shall cultivate in tranquility and protect you," Lin Feng said with composure, already establishing a barrier to envelop Sirui. Aware that this was a tremendous opportunity, Sirui dared not hesitate and promptly assumed a lotus position to cultivate. Before long, when she opened her eyes, her heart surged with excitement. She had ascended to a new level. She was now a practitioner in the early stage of the spirit realm. All of this was thanks to Lin Feng. She quickly rose to search for him, but there was no trace of Lin Feng and the others. Just as disappointment began to creep in, she noticed a line of words appearing upon the barrier. "You have successfully broken through. It is best to return to your sect soon. Do not venture deeper, for the demon realm is perilous." Upon reading those words, warmth flooded her heart. "Senior, I still do not know your name. How shall I repay you in the future?" She softly murmured, only to hear Lin Feng's voice reply, "I am Lin Feng, consort of the Empress of the Eastern Ascendancy. Our meeting is fate. No repayment is necessary." The voice gradually faded until it vanished. Surui's expression turned resolute. "So he is the sovereign of the Eastern Ascendancy. After I, Sirui, revitalize the Su family, I shall ensure that the entire clan remains loyal to the Eastern Ascendancy." Lin Feng swiftly departed the treacherous realm of demons with his daughters. As Xia and the others emerged into the open air, the oppressive feeling in their hearts dissipated in an instant. "Father, this demon realm is not enjoyable. I never wish to return." Sitian pouted, expressing her disappointment regarding their journey. Lin Feng chuckled and replied, "This demon realm was never meant for leisure. It was you who insisted on coming. Father, shall we go to the sea and catch giant crabs?" Sitian coaxed, tugging at Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng quickly scooped her up and kissed her, then said, "It is too late today. Let us find a place to eat something and rest for the night. Then we shall visit the sea tomorrow." "All right." Upon hearing there would be food, Sitian ceased her protests, and Xia and Sirui also perked up. Lin Feng extended his consciousness and discovered a small town nearby, deciding to make it their resting place for the night. However, grilling seafood in this sparsely populated area was preferable, as preparing such imperial-level sea beasts in the town would be rather ostentatious. "Let us dine on some seafood here, and then I shall take you to the town to rest," Lin Feng announced, retrieving items from his storage ring. At that moment, a patrol of soldiers riding on flying beasts approached, intending to warn Lin Feng not to linger at the edge of the demon realm. However, upon seeing the marine beast corpses Lin Feng had produced, they were utterly horrified. Bloodthirsty demon sharks, ironclad behemoths, deep sea whale kings. Judging by their size and scales, it was evident they were at least formidable beasts of the heart refinement realm. To think they had been reduced to mere food. Watching Lin Feng skillfully eviscerate and cleanse them with spiritual energy, the patrol guards dared not linger and hurriedly retreated to report the situation. Lin Feng paid them no mind. Swiftly cleaning the seafood, he ignited spiritual flames to begin grilling. At this moment, several infernal fire phoenixes stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng. Feeling a twinge of trepidation, these were all imperial-level beasts. How could he dare refer to them as seafood? Fortunately, the esteemed master has no inclination towards dragon gall and phoenix marrow. Rather, it is the interest of a few younger masters that piques the curiosity. Were it not for their need as companions or pets, the master might have procured a few infernal phoenixes as ingredients. Thankfully, the clan leader is wise and has not pledged unwavering loyalty. As the few infernal phoenixes silently expressed their relief, a streak of light swiftly approached. With a whoosh, the light dissipated, revealing the form of a middle-aged man, the very same individual who had previously cautioned Lin Feng and his companions against venturing too deep. "Your Excellency," he remarked, his expression shifting upon observing the items Lin Feng was grilling. However, once he discerned the infernal phoenixes surrounding Sia and her friends, his countenance darkened. "Your Excellency, one cannot capture demons as mere pets. Surely, you are aware of this?" Lin Feng, without lifting his gaze, replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. I can tame them. This is not merely a question of taming. Our human race and the demon race are irreconcilable foes." Lin Feng, weary of his arguments, retorted, "Indeed. Humanity and the beast race are also at odds. Yet, do you not possess flying beasts?" He had no intention of engaging in debate over his daughter's preferences. He would capture whatever she fancied, even if it were a demon lord. "Your Excellency, this stance places you at odds with the entirety of the human alliance." The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he swiftly produced an object and launched it. Soon, a powerful surge of spiritual energy resonated through the sky, radiating a blinding light. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, but chose not to intervene. However, the interruption of his dinner with his daughters was rather excessive. With this in mind, he extended his hand towards the middle-aged man and declared, "You are too loud." The man's complexion paled as he attempted to resist, only to be horrified to find a massive hand of spiritual energy binding him firmly. In just a couple of breaths, he found himself immobilized, unable even to utter a sound. Chapter 62. Your incompetence having restrained the man, Lin Feng disregarded him and continued with his barbecue. Just as he finished grilling, a multitude of streaks of light appeared in the distance. Following these streaks was a dark swarm of flying creatures, each bearing 1 to 5 soldiers. A rough estimate suggested at least 10,000 troops. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless at the commotion that arose from a simple barbecue. As the streaks of light landed nearby, revealing several formidable figures, he calmly shared the food with Sia and her companions. An elderly hunchbacked man cast a cursory glance at the restrained middle-aged man before coldly inquiring, "Who are you, and why have you assaulted our General Yi?" His skin was withered like tree bark, evoking an impression of impending burial. Yet, Lin Feng could distinctly sense his half-saint cultivation, placing him among the pinnacle of beings in this realm. After distributing the food to his daughters, he also offered some to their spirit beasts and the infernal phoenixes before finally taking a bite of the armored giant crocodile's meat. As he chewed, he stated, "I was merely grilling here when he came over to chatter incessantly, so I naturally had to restrain him." General Yi, bound and eager to speak, could only emit muffled sounds. However, his frantic gaze hinted at the presence of the infernal phoenixes, prompting the experts to finally notice them. "You dare to bring demons into our midst." The hunchbacked elder's eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. "What is the issue with that? Why can both demon beasts and spirit beasts serve as pets, yet magical beasts cannot?" Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the avian troops had already arrived, encircling Lin Feng and his companions. The hunchbacked elder, with keen eyes that belied his feeble appearance, spoke with authority. "Our human race has spent countless years and the efforts of innumerable cultivators to prevent the demon race from crossing the thunderous threshold. How dare you bring them forth? That is your incompetence," Lin Feng retorted without reservation. "These trivial demon races, if they dare to disrupt humanity, we could simply march in with our forces, couldn't we? What a farce." The hunchbacked elder was nearly driven to fury, straining to raise his head as he replied, "Do you think the demon race consists of mere wild beasts? They possess numerous experts at the imperial and semi-holy levels and can communicate with the higher realms, summoning formidable beings to join the fray at any moment. Thus, you remain powerless. Lin Feng nonchalantly bit into a piece of meat, chewing as he said, "Is it not possible for the human race to also communicate with the higher realms and send forces to eradicate the demon race?" "Humph. You are merely skilled in verbal sparring. Let us not forget that the Harpy faction alone has over 10 semi-holy experts and 50 Imperial-level warriors. They are not so easily dealt with." The hunchbacked elder's expression was one of indignation. Had he not seen the Imperial-level beasts and the infernal phoenix beside Lin Feng, he would have already attacked. Lin Feng, still unfazed, shook his head, choosing to ignore the elder. Noticing his rising anger, Lin Feng wiped his mouth and said, "Very well. Since you are so concerned, wait for me a moment." He then turned to Sia and the others, instructing, "I will be away for a short while. You must protect my daughter." With that, he raised his hand to erect another barrier, vanishing in an instant. As Qin Feng departed, General Yi, who had been restrained, immediately regained his freedom and hurriedly approached the hunchbacked elder to pay his respects. "Seventh elder, please take a moment to recuperate. Let us observe what that young man intends to do." General Yi swiftly settled down to catch his breath, restoring his slightly disordered energy. Inside the barrier, Sia and her friends leisurely nibbled on roasted meat, discussing, "Where has father gone? How would I know? Father surely has his plans. Let us refrain from conjecturing. This roast is delicious. Next time we visit the sea tribe, we must gather more seafood." The barrier did not mute their voices, causing those outside to exchange incredulous glances. How could these three children remain so composed in the face of 1,000-strong encirclement? Did they not see that their father had fled? Indeed, many ordinary soldiers felt that Lin Feng had abandoned them. Shortly thereafter, General Yi stood up, and it seemed the hunchbacked elder was losing patience. "You girls, I doubt your father will return." He cast a disdainful glance at Sia and her companions. Having had her fill, Sitian wiped her greasy hands on the fur of the purple crystal-winged lion, placing her hands on her hips as she declared, "My father dotes on us the most. How could he not return? You had best behave, for if you dare to lay a hand on us, my father will certainly not spare you upon his return." "You," the hunchbacked elder, filled with indignation, had scarcely the opportunity to unleash his fury when Lin Feng's voice reverberated through the air. "My daughter speaks the truth. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on her shall face my wrath. On what grounds do you behave so arrogantly?" The hunchbacked elder could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Is this all you have?" Before his words had fully departed his lips, a multitude of figures from the demon clan suddenly materialized on the ground. As their specific features and strengths came into view, a collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Harpies. They were all harpies, and each one was above the imperial realm, over 30 in number, with more than a dozen possessing semi-saint strength. Lin Feng appeared beside his daughters, and upon confirming their safety, he turned to the hunchbacked elder and stated, "These are all the elite harpies, though I have dealt with a portion of them. Given their impracticality for transport, all the elites dealt with a portion? Such beings were demons of the highest order, and more than a dozen of them were semi-saints. No less, all within the demon's territory, where many cultivators would experience a diminishment of power. How could Lin Feng manage to traverse their lair so swiftly and casually bring all the elite harpies with him? What remarkable speed and cultivation did he possess? Excluding travel time, it hardly took him more than 10 breaths to act." Around them, gasps of astonishment arose in waves, while the hunchbacked elder's expression shifted, leaving him at a loss for words. Sitian, filled with pride, exclaimed, "Just now, did my father not say you were incompetent? Was he wrong? You claimed the demon clan was difficult to handle. Look at this. My father has captured the evil fire phoenix as our pet and companion, effortlessly conquering the harpy's lair. Where's the difficulty in that?" Sia and Sirui joined in the mockery. "Exactly. Is it so hard to admit your incompetence? You still wish to lay hands on us? Do you believe our father would not eliminate all your elites as well?" Their words sent a chill of fear through the crowd. Given Lin Feng's displayed prowess, annihilating them all would be a trivial task. The hunchbacked elder, though shaken, could only concede in the face of such a formidable opponent. "Elder, I apologize for any offense we have caused. Please forgive our transgressions." Chapter 63. The contest for barbecued meat. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, much like shooing away flies, and said, "Enough, let us be on our way. Do not disturb our meal. And take all these harpies away, they are spoiling my appetite." The hunchbacked elder promptly issued orders, and the surrounding soldiers, as if granted a reprieve, hurried to escort the harpies away. However, although the soldiers departed, the hunchbacked elder and several other elites of the imperial realm remained. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired of the hunchbacked elder, "What is it? Do you wish to partake in barbecued seafood?" "No, elder, you misunderstand." The hunchbacked elder quickly denied, then, without further pretense, stated, "Elder, do you have a place to rest this evening? Why not accompany us to the demon suppression city for some respite?" Lin Feng, with a teasing expression, asked, "Oh, but I am accompanied by several evil fire phoenixes of the demon clan. Would it be appropriate to venture to the demon suppression city?" The hunchbacked elder, his face flushed with embarrassment, hastily bowed and remarked, "Senior, you jest. With your prowess, it is entirely appropriate to tame a few demons as pets. It is our honor that you have arrived at Demon Town." Lin Feng pondered for a moment, acknowledging that the conditions of the nearby inn were indeed lacking. "Very well. Please wait a moment. We shall dine and then proceed. Thank you for your graciousness." The hunchbacked elder, his demeanor filled with reverence, seemed even more stooped than usual. "Shall we share a meal?" he inquired. "No, it is unnecessary," Lin Feng replied, as the elder dared not accept the food cooked by Lin Feng and quickly declined. However, Lin Feng generously tossed a large piece of meat towards them, saying, "We shall eat while you watch. I would feel remiss. Let us share a meal together." "Thank you, Senior." The hunchbacked elder felt somewhat helpless. At their level of strength, they no longer required sustenance. Yet, since it was a gift from Lin Feng, declining would be disrespectful. He divided the meat into several portions, ensuring each person received a piece. Even General Yi received a substantial chunk. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. No matter how skilled a chef one is, the joy of cooking is amplified when shared. He turned to the evil fire phoenix and the other spirit beasts. Noticing they had not yet eaten, "Why are you not partaking?" he inquired. The amethyst-winged lion eagerly replied, "Master, you were not present, so we dared not eat. Moreover, we were poised for battle, leaving us no time to eat." The hunchbacked elder's face grew warm at these words, and he could only clasp his fists in apology, saying, "Please forgive this old man. I was unaware that you were a figure of such significance." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough with the formalities. Eat quickly, for I wish to let my daughters rest." "Of course, Senior," the hunchbacked elder replied, and then led the group in consuming the roasted meat. However, upon taking a bite, he was utterly stunned. The skilled warriors beside him were not much better off. After a few breaths of silence, they all turned in astonishment towards Lin Feng. The expressions of Xia and her spirit beasts mirrored the shock, though they swallowed their portions whole. Both the hunchbacked elders group and Xia's pets displayed their astonishment. The laws. It dawned on them that Lin Feng's dish was infused with fragments of the laws. Such a rarity is scarcely found in the ninth heaven. It can be said that while countless experts possess the strength of a half-saint, only a minuscule number have ascended to the great saint realm over millennia, primarily due to a lack of understanding of the laws. Only by comprehending a sufficient number of laws can one elevate to the great saint realm. Among those who have reached half-saint, how many possess subpar talents? If the laws were abundant, at least half could break through. Yet, the very laws that everyone deemed exceedingly scarce were present in Lin Feng's casual roast. What did this signify? It indicated that while they had imagined Lin Feng to be formidable, they had still underestimated him. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and asked, "What is with your expressions? Is my cooking unsatisfactory?" Xia's pets and the evil fire phoenix quickly shook their heads, asserting, "Master, your dish is exquisite. Indeed, this is the most delicious food I have ever tasted. Alas, to partake in such exquisite fare feels akin to a life fulfilled. I express my gratitude for your generous offering." Lin Feng rolled his eyes, responding with feigned annoyance, "Look at your lack of ambition. If you find it delectable, I shall prepare more for you next time." "Thank you, Master." The nine-tailed fox, the flamingo, and the amethyst-winged lion all rejoiced. Even the infernal phoenix was relieved to be in Lin Feng's company. If they could frequently indulge in such culinary delights, reaching the great sage realm would be well within their grasp. The hunchbacked elder quickly finished his roasted meat, suppressing the urge to refine it on the spot, and bowed deeply to Lin Feng, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed senior." Lin Feng could only shake his head inwardly, sensing that these individuals had likely abandoned solid food since embarking on their fasting journey. It was only upon encountering his supreme culinary skills that they exhibited such unrestrained behavior. Once the roasted meat was consumed, a substantial portion of the deep-sea demon whale king remained. Lin Feng casually tossed it to Xia's pet, saying, "You may divide this amongst yourselves." This scene left the hunchbacked elder and the others envious, their eyes gleaming with desire, wishing they could transform into Xia's pets. The flamingo, amethyst-winged lion, nine-tailed fox, and infernal phoenix began to compete shamelessly for the morsels. "Sweetie, can you not exhibit such unrefined behavior?" pouted Sitian. Yet, the usually obedient little purple anxiously retorted, "Little master, if you truly care for us, help us secure a larger share." "No way." The nine-tailed fox unfurled its 9 tails, resembling a multitude of tentacles vying for the prize. Lin Feng frowned. While it was gratifying that his creations were in high demand, their frenzied competition was rather unbecoming. He extended his hand, pulling the roasted meat closer, and with a thought, divided it into 8 portions, distributing one to each of Sia's pets. Thus, the skirmish subsided, as both spirit beasts and demon beasts accepted the allocation without protest. After all, this was Lin Feng's distribution. Even if he were to give all to one, the others would not dare to voice dissent. Let us proceed. Lin Feng clapped his hands and addressed the hunchbacked elder. Esteemed senior, follow me. The elder complied, transforming into a beam of light that sped towards the demon suppression city. Lin Feng nodded slightly and followed suit. Sia and her companions, of course, had their pets to carry them, with 3 infernal phoenixes transforming into their true forms, albeit suppressing their dark flames. However, this was still rather conspicuous, as everyone in the demon suppression city harbored a deep aversion to the demon race. Nonetheless, Lin Feng had no intention of being discreet, and the hunchbacked elder and his companions dared not voice any objections. They were more concerned about potential insults directed at Lin Feng upon their arrival in the city. As the hunchbacked elder flew ahead, he transmitted a message. General Yi, once we arrive, I shall escort the esteemed senior to the Lord's mansion. You must issue an immediate decree that no one is to offend the Emperor. Let us all pretend we do not see these demon phoenixes. I understand, 7th Elder. General Yi replied, hastening ahead to reach the demon suppression city first. Chapter 64. As ordinary folk upon arriving at the Lord's mansion, Lin Feng was greeted by a well-dressed man who appeared to be in his 30s. I am Tuoba Yonggong, the Lord of Demon Suppression City. It is an honor to meet the Emperor. Lin Feng gazed at Tuoba Yonggong with a half-smile, playfully inquiring, whom have you heard proclaim me as the Emperor? In the heart of Tuoba Yonggong, a sense of desperation arose as he cast a pleading glance towards General Yi. The general's expression darkened. He longed to deliver a resounding slap to the city lord for inadvertently revealing Lin Feng's identity. With no recourse, he turned to the hunchbacked elder. The elder's countenance also darkened, yet this was not a moment for hesitation. He could only bow to Lin Feng and say, Senior, while we are resisting the demon race at the border, we have also heard whispers of a mysterious master emerging from the Eastern Rising Kingdom. Moreover, your presence with the triplet daughters aligns with the circumstances of the Eastern Rising Kingdom's Empress, who has 3 daughters as well, and most notably, they share the same names. Lin Feng had not deliberately concealed his identity. Upon being recognized, he bore no ill will towards them and simply nodded, saying, Indeed, I am the Emperor of the Eastern Rising Empire, a nameless novice brought here by my wife from the first heaven. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd wore expressions of incredulity. If he is merely a nameless novice, then what does that make us? Nonetheless, it was clear that the senior would not utter meaningless words. Thus, his statement must hold some significance, an implication. Indeed, the Emperor had remained in the first heaven, evidently wishing to live as an ordinary mortal. After all, the first heaven is devoid of spiritual resources, with the utmost strength only reaching the spirit realm. Having arrived in the 9th heaven for less than a month, it was improbable that he had cultivated his powers here. Consequently, they could only surmise that he was concealing his true abilities to blend in as an ordinary person. The Empress, unable to care for her 3 daughters, had invited him to the 9th heaven. However, apart from bringing his daughters, the Emperor seemed disinclined to draw attention to himself, referring to himself as a nameless novice. This served as a subtle hint to everyone not to regard him as a formidable figure, but rather as an ordinary emperor. In an instant, the assembly believed they had deciphered the meaning behind Lin Feng's words, and Elder 7 bowed, even lower. Your Majesty is humble. The guest rooms are ready. Will you and the little princesses share a room, or shall? Sia promptly interjected, I want to hear stories from Father. We will sleep with Father tonight. Sitian added, just prepare a room for our pet. We sisters wish to listen to Father's tales. With a tender smile, Lin Feng replied, let us proceed as my daughters wish. Simply have someone guide us to our room, and you may attend to your duties. Tuoba Yonggong hastily summoned a guard to escort Lin Feng and his daughters to their quarters. Once they had departed, Tuoba Yonggong immediately activated a barrier, enveloping the room. Elder 7, previously, the sole emperor decreed that anyone from the Eastern Rising Empire must be executed without exception. Yet now, the Emperor of the Eastern Rising Empire stands here in our demon suppression city. If you seek death, do not involve us. The hunchbacked elder straightened his back considerably, nearly wishing to strike Tuoba Chengzhu to see what lay within his head. He surveyed the surroundings, his tone grave as he spoke. You must have surmised that this emperor is not someone whose power we in the 9th heaven can contain. Yet he remains here unscathed, even choosing to dwell in the first heaven without forcibly ascending or causing its collapse. This is something even a Unity Realm expert cannot achieve. Do you believe we can still oppose the Eastern Rising Empire with such a terrifying powerhouse in their ranks? An elderly man with a white beard furrowed his brow and remarked, 7th Elder, while your words hold merit, we are, after all, elders of the Western Liang Kingdom. Is it not excessive to bow so low before this emperor? His statement garnered considerable agreement, including from Lord Tuoba. Excessive? The seventh elder chuckled coldly. Regardless of how high you envision this emperor, I dare assert that you still underestimate him. Should the emperor command me to slay the sole emperor, I would undertake the task without hesitation. Seventh elder, you have lost your senses. An elderly man, appearing frail and leaning on a cane, replied sternly. Let us not forget who nurtured you. How dare you utter such treasonous words? Do you not owe respect to the years of salary and status bestowed upon you by the Western Liang Kingdom? The hunchbacked elder replied nonchalantly, Elder brother, surely you are aware of why we are stationed here at the exit of the demon realm? In the eyes of the royal family of Western Liang, we are merely remnants of our former selves, devoid of hope for promotion, or worse, a waste of resources. Our placement here to guard against the demons is merely a matter of utilizing waste. Should we not voice our dissent against such treatment? Even so, that is still our fate. The elder, referred to as elder brother, paused, his cane thudding against the ground as he continued, visibly agitated. Seventh elder, our potential has been exhausted. We can no longer ascend to the great sage realm. The demon realm requires guardians. And what fault lies with the Western Liang Kingdom in sending us here? The seventh elder shook his head and replied, Elder brother, allow me to explain. Had I not encountered the emperor, I would have resigned myself to fate. However, after meeting the emperor, I have glimpsed the opportunity to break through to the great sage realm. Can you truly expect me to accept my fate now? What? This revelation caused several elders to shift uncomfortably. Even Lord Tuoba stared intently at the seventh elder, perplexed by his audacious claim. Could it be that the emperor would aid him in achieving the great sage realm? The seventh elder, however, withheld further details, gesturing towards General Yi and others, stating, I fear you may not believe me, but let General Yi share his thoughts on whether he wishes to follow the emperor. At this, all eyes turned towards General Yi. His face flushed, yet he nodded earnestly. The seventh elder speaks the truth. I, too, desire to accompany the emperor and have even entertained thoughts of serving as her daughter's attendant. Nonsense. The grand elder was about to erupt. But General Yi's next words left him momentarily speechless, for the food prepared by the emperor contains the essence of laws. The essence of laws. These words struck like thunder, leaving them stunned and bewildered. Impossible, they exclaimed. Below the 9 heavens, laws are scarce. Most can only comprehend them through spiritual treasures. How could food possibly contain such laws? General Yi hurriedly recounted the experience of consuming roasted meat that day, with others who had partaken nodding in affirmation. Regret washed over those elders who had abstained from joining. Fool, I thought the number of us present was sufficient, yet I failed to seize such a grand opportunity. Had I known, I too would have gone. If the emperor's culinary creations are indeed governed by laws, one might say that serving as a mere attendant to his daughter would be a privilege. And even being her pet would not be too much to ask. Elder Qi chuckled before continuing. Now do you comprehend the reason for my profound respect towards the emperor? A person who can elevate my strength simply by being in a good mood deserves my utmost devotion, even if it requires me to cater to him in every possible way. However, Elder De remained skeptical, perhaps driven by the desire for opportunity, and boldly suggested, if you wish us to believe, it is not unreasonable. Let us invite the emperor to prepare another dish for us tomorrow, and we shall discern its authenticity. Elder Qi expressed concern. That may not be wise. The emperor has subtly indicated his desire to lead an ordinary life. Elder De dismissed this concern, stating, this matter concerns our attitude towards the emperor and the entire Eastern Ascend Empire. Thus it is imperative that we investigate. Besides, can an ordinary person not cook? Tuoba Yonggang concurred. I believe Elder Da's proposal is sound. We must first ascertain whether the emperor can genuinely create dishes imbued with laws, or if the previous dishes merely contain fragments of laws. Elder Qi pondered. Indeed, it is possible that certain beasts have inadvertently consumed unique treasures, resulting in their flesh containing law fragments. After much deliberation, Elder Qi reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, we shall request the emperor to prepare another meal tomorrow. But this matter requires careful consideration to avoid offending him. The following day, Lin Feng and his daughters awoke to find maids prepared with washing supplies outside their door. Once they had completed their morning routine, a respectful guard announced, Emperor and esteemed princesses, breakfast has been prepared. The elders and the city lord are already waiting. Very well. Let us dine before we depart. Lin Feng gestured for the guard to lead the way. After all, as guests, they could not simply take their leave without courtesy. Furthermore, although they did not belong to the same nation, the people of the Demon Suppression City treated him and his daughters with great respect. It was essential to maintain proper decorum. Lin Feng was the type who would return threefold the courtesy shown to him. Yet if anyone dared to offend him, they would surely reap the consequences tenfold. Under the guidance of the guard, they soon arrived at a grand hall. Low tables lined both sides, adorned with an array of dishes. Seated at each table were individuals of considerable stature and influence within the demon suppression city. Upon the entrance of Lin Feng and his daughters, several elders and city Lord Tuoba promptly welcomed them, while the others stood to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We greet the Emperor and the three princesses." These individuals were not from the Eastern Ascend Empire, and such gestures of respect were indeed significant. Lin Feng waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. We initially intended to leave quietly, but your warm invitation was too compelling to resist. After we finish breakfast, my daughters and I must take our leave. Should you choose to visit the Eastern Ascend Empire, I shall ensure you receive a warm welcome." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a shiver ran through the crowd. A hint. Was the Emperor subtly suggesting that they consider allegiance to the Eastern Ascend Empire? Although the 7 elders and General Yi have expressed their unyielding consent, a faction led by the Grand Elder and Lord Tuoba remains hesitant. Lord Tuoba promptly clasped his fists and remarked, "There is no need for such formality, Your Majesty. If circumstances permit, we would naturally be honored to visit the Eastern Rising Empire. Today, we offer some humble fare to entertain Your Majesty and the young princesses. We hope it does not displease you." Seizing the moment, the Grand Elder interjected, "The roasted meat that Your Majesty bestowed upon the 7 elders has lingered in their memories since their return, garnering much praise. When next we visit the Eastern Rising Empire, we ardently hope to savor Your Majesty's culinary expertise. It would grant this old man a sense of fulfillment." The other attendees, who had not yet had the pleasure of tasting the delicacy, echoed in agreement, "Indeed, we too wish to experience Your Majesty's culinary artistry. Alas, it seems we shall never have the chance." "Fear not, Your Majesty, we merely jest," they added. Lin Feng gazed at the elderly Grand Elder, concerned that he might not endure the journey to the Eastern Rising Empire to savor his culinary skills. With a light-hearted smile, he responded, "I never anticipated that my creations would elicit such anticipation from all of you. In that case, let us prepare some ingredients, and I shall prepare a few dishes for you." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the attendees were filled with excitement. The Emperor had so readily agreed. Moreover, the request for ingredients implied that Lin Feng's culinary prowess transcended mere ingredients. Lord Tuoba, in a gesture of politeness, queried, "Your Majesty, might this impose upon you?" The Grand Elder and the others nearly wished to silence him with a swift rebuke, for they had finally persuaded the Emperor to showcase his culinary skills. If this man's words dissuaded Lin Feng, where would they turn for solace? Fortunately, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and assured, "It is no trouble at all. Preparing a couple of dishes is but a trifling task for me." Fearing that Lord Tuoba might utter further pleasantries, the Grand Elder hastily suggested, "Your Majesty, we have a herd of black-armored green cattle in our city. Perhaps we could roast a few?" He urged, "Let us bring them forth." Lin Feng readily acquiesced, recognizing that barbecuing would be the simplest option and most convenient for him. "Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. You and the young princesses should be seated and enjoy some fruits first." Lord Tuoba promptly escorted Lin Feng and his daughter to their seats, while he and the elders took their places on either side. Before long, several black-armored green cattle were brought in, each exceeding 5 meters in length and impressively robust. Lin Feng surveyed the gathering and remarked, "We are not a large company. Roasting 2 should suffice." Upon hearing this, nearly everyone internally cheered. "Not a large company? You may roast all of them." However, Lin Feng had already stepped to the center of the hall, and with a focused gaze, he swiftly ended the lives of 2 black-armored green cattle. Immediately, their blood was drawn out, and their skins and entrails were expertly processed, followed by the division of the meat into appropriately sized portions, which began to be skillfully roasted. This seamless execution left the spectators in awe. What appeared to be a simple operation concealed numerous intricate techniques. Some individuals of considerable talent, observing Lin Feng's grilling process, even felt on the verge of enlightenment. Terrifying. Such an extraordinary figure as the Emperor was indeed formidable. Every action of his resonated with the will of the heavens, which explains why he possesses such formidable strength without facing rejection from the celestial order. In the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, Lin Feng retracted the spiritual flames and gently remarked, "All right, 2 pieces of meat each should suffice." With a swift motion of his hand, he distributed 2 pieces of the grilled meat to each individual. Each piece weighed at least 2 to 3 pounds, which was undoubtedly ample. Many yearned to devour it in a single bite, yet the remnants of their rationality compelled them to refrain. Lin Feng returned to the table with 4 pieces of roasted meat, stowing the remainder in his system's inventory. The others, including Siya, gleefully seized their portions and began to eat. "The excess will be reserved for my pets later on, so don't just sit there in a daze. Dig in," Lin Feng declared, slicing off a small piece of the roasted meat for himself. It must be said, though the meat of the black armored green bull was tender. It paled in comparison to the grilled seafood of imperial caliber. While he may have looked down upon such bull meat, those below were utterly unable to maintain their composure. Law. Everyone's eyes gleamed, their bodies trembling with excitement. Indeed, it was the law. This was merely the meat of an ordinarily domesticated black armored green bull. The ability to extract such profound principles from such simple ingredients raised questions about Lin Feng's true, terrifying identity. Tuoba Yonggong felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself before Lin Feng, while tears welled in the elder's murky eyes. Some invited companions, who had come to share breakfast with Lin Feng, silently rejoiced. Many had previously regarded the emperor of the Eastern Rising Empire with disdain, only attending due to the elders and the city's lord's hints of possible grand opportunities. Now, it was evident that this was indeed a significant opportunity, even a superlative one. With the fragments of law embedded in this food, it was no longer a challenge for those of imperial strength to ascend to the semi-holy realm. If one could consistently follow the emperor and receive such rewarding sustenance, reaching the great saint realm would no longer be a distant dream, for the laws consumed. Understanding and refining them proved far easier than those contained within spiritual and treasured artifacts. Chapter 66. A chance for revenge. Many only consumed a single piece, wishing to save one to bring back for their descendants. However, those like the elder, who were already teetering on the brink of the afterlife, unhesitatingly devoured every morsel. Observing this, Lin Feng retrieved more meat from his inventory and once again distributed 2 pieces to the elder and the others. Seeing their excited expressions, Lin Feng tossed all the grilled meat to the elder, stating, "I had not anticipated your fondness for this. Take it all and share it. Otherwise, I shall reserve it for my pets." A number of individuals below felt envious, not only of the elders for acquiring more grilled meat, but also of Lin Feng's pets, which enjoyed such exquisite delicacies at any time. Those with thicker skins, emboldened by the moment, hastily consumed pieces of grilled meat and turned to the elder, saying, "Elder, I too have a penchant for this dish. Could you possibly spare me a few more pieces? I desire to indulge further." The elder promptly secured the meat, earnestly replying, "This black armored green bull meat was personally prepared by the emperor. It shall be preserved for merit-based rewards in the future, so we shall refrain from consuming any more for now." The others quickly understood. The elder intended to leverage this law-infused black armored green bull meat to forge alliances. However, Lin Feng remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the situation, leaving everyone to secretly curse him as an old fox, unable to express their anger. Lin Feng simply shook his head with amusement, indifferent to the affairs of the demon town. Noticing that Xia and the others had lost their appetite after a few bites, he realized they had grown accustomed to finer delicacies and looked down upon the ordinary beef. "If you do not wish to eat, then feel free to leave. Your father will prepare a sumptuous meal for you later," Lin Feng declared, already rising from his seat. Xia and her companions immediately stood up to follow him, while the Grand Elder hastily instructed his subordinates to fetch the pets of Xia and the others. "Enjoy your meal. May we meet again by fate," Lin Feng said, disappearing from the hall along with his daughters and their pets. Remarkably, none of those present sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy. At that moment, Lord Tuoba approached the Grand Elder with a shameless grin and inquired, "Grand Elder, could you spare me another piece of that meat?" All eyes turned eagerly towards the Grand Elder, and the 7th Elder, despite his age and hunchback, was quick to respond, promptly collecting the leftover roasted meat consumed by Lin Feng's family into his storage ring. The Grand Elder surveyed the assembly, his expression solemn as he spoke. "As you all should be aware, the Emperor's strength and methods are formidable. Currently, the Eastern Rising Kingdom has taken control of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom's palace. The Soul Emperor has instructed us to prepare for any eventual confrontation with the Eastern Rising Empire. Now, I wish to ask, do you still wish to contend with the Eastern Rising Empire?" The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless for a moment. Indeed, given Lin Feng's terrifying display of power, they could not hope to rival him. The annihilation of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom's experts stood as a prime example. Yet, aligning with Lin Feng not only spared them from opposing such a formidable figure, but also promised immense benefits. Even a fool would recognize the wiser choice. One of the commanders clasped his fists and said, "Grand Elder, please instruct us on what to do. This humble soldier may be dull-witted, but I am willing to follow your lead indefinitely." Soon after, several prominent families and elders voiced their allegiance, and Lord Tuoba bowed, saying, "Grand Elder, I shall heed your counsel." The Grand Elder expressed his satisfaction and turned to the elders beside him. The 7th Elder, with a glare, voiced his discontent, "Elder brother, must I even ask? I made my decision last night." The other elders promptly echoed, "We shall follow your lead, Elder brother." The Grand Elder nodded, declaring, "In that case, Let us all swear a solemn oath, and I shall personally travel to the southern wilderness kingdom to pledge allegiance to the Empress. The faces of two elders from different factions paled slightly, and they hesitated, saying, Grand Elder, may we take some time to consider this? Boom. The seemingly frail Grand Elder suddenly unleashed a powerful energy, instantly locking onto the two. You will either submit together or face death. The two elders turned pale, realizing that the Grand Elder's singular strength was suffocating them, rendering their spiritual energy flow erratic. Even among half-saints, power varies. The Grand Elder was evidently on the verge of a breakthrough. Had it not been for the elusive nature of the laws, he might have already ascended to the great saint realm. They hastily exclaimed, Grand Elder, spare us. We are willing to follow you. The Grand Elder retracted his aura, snorting coldly, remember this, you are not following me. You are following the Emperor. I firmly believe that one day you shall be grateful for the decision made today. At this moment, there were no dissenting voices. One by one, everyone pledged their loyalty to the Emperor and the Eastern Rising Empire, including the hunchbacked elder and the Grand Elder himself, who solemnly took the oath before all. This instilled a significant sense of reassurance among the crowd, quelling any lingering doubts. Once every individual had sworn allegiance, the Grand Elder retrieved the roasted meat he had just stowed away and distributed it among all present. This roast was a reward bestowed by the Emperor upon those loyal, allowing them the liberty to allocate it as they wished. I am confident that following the Emperor will yield benefits far beyond this. Many thanks to the Grand Elder. This was a classic case of offering a stick before a carrot. Yet, the crowd genuinely fell for it, immediately expressing their profound gratitude. Now, you may return. However, keep today's events confidential. Should any whisper of it escape your lips, I shall personally take action to cleanse our ranks. The crowd bowed in acknowledgement, no one dissenting. The roasted meat in their hands felt as if it were a hot potato, each individual eager to take it home. As for whether they would hoard it for themselves or share it with their families or disciples, that remained their secret. Just as the crowd was about to turn and leave, the Grand Elder spoke again. Remember, the Emperor favors discretion. To avoid any suspicion of soliciting benefits from him, when encountering the Empress, simply state that your admiration for her grace is what led you to pledge your loyalty. The crowd shuddered at his words and promptly departed. Once everyone had exited, only the 5 elders and Lord Tuoba, along with 3 generals, remained in the Grand Hall. The Grand Elder turned to the other 3 elders, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he lamented, It is a pity that our second brother and 6th sister could not endure to see this day. Otherwise, we might have had the chance to ascend together. Upon hearing this, the 7th elder's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if our second brother and 6th sister were still alive. They fell victim to those accursed demon clans. Lord Tuoba quickly interjected, Esteemed elders, let us not dwell in sorrow. No matter how formidable the demon clans may seem, they are but lambs to the slaughter in the presence of the Emperor. The Grand Elder wiped his tears and replied, You are right. The demise of our second brother and 6th sister at the hands of the demon clans is a bitter truth we must accept. Let us move forward. What of the harpy demon captured by the Emperor? I shall seek vengeance for my brother and sister. They are all confined. The Grand Elder beckoned. Lord Tuoba silently mourned for the harpies in his heart, knowing all too well that the Grand Elder would not allow them a swift death. Chapter 67. A two-pronged assault. Lin Feng, accompanied by his daughters, made his way to the Sea Tribe, intending to procure an abundance of seafood. Meanwhile, on another front, Wu Lingyun effortlessly led her army to seize the imperial city of the southern wilderness kingdom. The ease with which they accomplished this surpassed all expectations. They encountered no resistance whatsoever, and even the Sea Tribe, Demon Clan, Western Liang Kingdom, and Central Continent refrained from seizing the opportunity to cause trouble. The moment they occupied the imperial city of the southern wilderness, an exhilarating wave swept through the ranks. This event would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of history. Several esteemed elders sought an audience, urging Wu Lingyun to immediately claim all territories of the southern wilderness kingdom. Wu Lingyun, equally exhilarated, understood that as an empress, she must temper her enthusiasm with caution. In the grand hall of the imperial palace of the southern wilderness kingdom, she sat upon the dragon throne, exuding an air of authority as she addressed the esteemed ministers below. Our nation possesses a limited number of skilled warriors. Although we have seized the southern wilderness kingdom, we must simultaneously confront the provocations of the Demon Clan and the Western Liang Kingdom. We find ourselves in a rather precarious situation. Feng Chuling promptly bowed and said, Your Majesty need not worry. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall defend. When water rises, we shall dam it. We shall consider these matters later. Our immediate strategy should be to capture the remaining territories of the southern wilderness kingdom, ensuring its subjects fully submit to us. Wu Lingyun nodded slightly. acknowledging that this was indeed the only course of action at present. In the worst-case scenario, they would merely have to return the southern wilderness kingdom's lands. Just as she was about to announce the next military strategy, a swift report came from the guards. Announce. Upon receiving her summons, a guard immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully stating, "I report to your majesty. There is an elder outside who claims to be the grand elder of the demon-suppressing city of the Western Liang Kingdom and wishes to meet." The mention of the Western Liang Kingdom and the demon-suppressing city left everyone momentarily stunned. What could their envoy possibly want at this juncture? Moreover, if they were to send someone, it should have been from the imperial palace of the Western Liang Kingdom, not from the demon-suppressing city. Announce. Regardless of their intentions, it would be prudent to meet them. Shortly after, the Grand Elder entered the hall with deliberate steps. Although he suppressed his aura, giving the impression of frailty, none dared to underestimate him for his esteemed position. Upon entering, the Grand Elder immediately knelt, his forehead touching the ground in a gesture of utmost respect. "I am Zhu Xian, the Grand Elder of the demon-suppressing city, paying my respects to your majesty." The sight of Zhu Xian performing such a grand gesture astonished everyone present. Wu Lingyun quickly raised her hand and said, "Grand Elder Zhu, please rise. What brings you here to seek an audience with me?" Zhu Xian, trembling slightly, stood upright and nodded. "To speak candidly, I come representing the 38 elders, the city lord, commanders, and high-ranking members of various sects from the demon-suppressing city, to pledge our allegiance to your majesty. We hope that your majesty will not disdain us. We have sworn a solemn oath to remain eternally loyal to your majesty and the Eastern Rising Empire." What? The surrounding individuals felt as though they had misheard. Who would have thought that this Grand Elder from the Western Liang Kingdom was here to offer allegiance? Wu Lingyun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Inquiring nonchalantly, "Grand Elder Zhu, I humbly believe that my strength and prestige pale in comparison to the Slaughter Emperor of the Central Continent. Why do you choose to pledge your loyalty to me?" Zhu Xian respectfully replied, "Your Majesty is a revered ruler of ages past. By breaking the balance maintained by our 5 nations for millennia and conquering the Southern Wilderness Empire, you have created a monumental event that will be remembered throughout history. Your charisma and resolve have profoundly impressed us, and we believe you will continue to lead us to conquests, possibly unifying the 9 heavens. Hence, we have chosen to align ourselves with you." Unification. The mere mention of this stirred the blood of all present, for it was an endeavor that had not been achieved for hundreds of thousands of years. Whoever could accomplish this would not only secure a place in history, but would also become a legendary figure. If Zhu Xian's expectations were realized, and Wu Lingyun could unify the continent, they too would be immortalized in history alongside her. Wu Lingyun's heart surged with fervor, yet she managed to maintain her composure. Those within the family are aware of their own affairs. Setting aside the ominous presence of the demon, monster, and sea clans that surround us, dealing with the Central Continent is no trivial matter. The Central Continent is not only home to numerous formidable experts, but it also maintains communication with the Upper Realm, enabling them to dispatch individuals of strength surpassing that of a semi-saint to join the fray at any moment. The Eastern Rising Empire has not had a single ascendant for thousands of years, even if they were to establish contact with the Upper Realm. Substantial assistance is far from guaranteed. Furthermore, the descent of beings from the Upper Realm is typically restricted, usually occurring only when a nation faces a life or death crisis that warrants such intervention. Requests for aid in invading other nations are likely to be disregarded, if not outright opposed. Though the likelihood seems slim, the words of Zhu Xian were nonetheless immensely comforting. Wu Lingyun gently nodded and inquired, "Are you truly willing to pledge your allegiance to me?" The Eastern Rising Empire is currently in a phase of expansion, and the lack of powerful experts is indeed a pressing concern. With more than 30 experts of imperial level joining, it would be akin to receiving a lifeline. My only apprehension lies in the issue of their loyalty. Zhu Rong immediately vowed an oath of divine integrity. "I, Zhu Rong, hereby swear, I shall sincerely lead a group of imperial-level experts and semi-saints to pledge allegiance to the Empress and the Eastern Rising Empire. And I shall remain eternally loyal without betrayal. Should I violate this oath, may my soul be obliterated." No sooner had he uttered these words than a drop of his essence surged forth and vanished into the air. A peculiar energy descended from the heavens, flowing into his being. The divine will acknowledged his vow. Wu Lingyun's spirit soared. She had unexpectedly gained the loyalty of dozens of experts, a delightful surprise indeed. The assembly of ministers knelt, proclaiming, "The Empress is the chosen one of the heavens, destined to unify the human race. Long live the Empress." While Wu Lingyun felt a surge of pleasure at the accolades, she was also aware that much of it stemmed from flattery. Thus, she raised her hand and declared, "Enough. Rise." Once everyone stood, she turned her gaze to Zhu Xian and said, Zhu Aiqing, I appoint you as the eternal elder of the Eastern Rising Empire. You may conclude your affairs in the Demon Sealing City and come to my palace to cultivate in peace. Zhu Xian hastily replied, Empress, though my lifespan is fleeting and my power modest, I still wish to follow you and contribute, albeit in a minor way, to your expansion. He had come here to showcase his merit. Retreating to the palace for retirement would afford him no dignity in seeking rewards from Lin Feng. Wu Lingyun pondered for a moment before responding, very well, but the demon clans still require your vigilance. You shall return and continue your watch over them. Should the Shiliang kingdom engage in war with the Eastern Rising Empire, you may intervene, and we shall strike from both sides. Zhu Xian promptly bowed and said, As you command. A day later, the three women, Sitian and her companions, gazed at the boundless sea, their excitement propelling them to leap into the water to frolic. Father, we finally see the ocean. Why was the journey so long? I want seafood. Father, be sure to catch plenty of large crabs this time. I love squid. Lin Feng observed his daughters playing in the water, feeling a twinge of exasperation. The journey from the western demon realm to the eastern seas had taken over a day. It seemed slow indeed, yet he had refrained from utilizing any teleportation arrays, for the mere thought of such news spreading would surely astound everyone. Even with the ability of instantaneous teleportation, transporting a few individuals along with their pets would typically overwhelm an ordinary person. It is only due to his unique constitution that he can teleport without depleting any spiritual energy, allowing him to do so continuously. However, he chose not to address his daughters' minor grievances, feeling a certain joy in their complaints. If his daughters were completely obedient and excessively reverent, the joy would be considerably diminished. While the father and daughters were enjoying their time together, a discordant voice interrupted. What do you little ones want, crabs? Chapter 68. The sacred land of the Sea Clan Xia and the others turned pale and hurriedly moved closer to Lin Feng. Meanwhile, their magical pets, the spirit beasts, and the infernal phoenix stood on high alert, tightly guarding the three girls. Lin Feng, however, remained remarkably composed, gazing towards a specific direction in the sea, where a figure was slowly rising from the surface. As the person emerged, only their upper body was visible, and they began to swim towards Lin Feng and his daughters. As the figure approached, Xia grasped Lin Feng's hand and exclaimed, Father, that person is quite unattractive. They even have a fish tail. Sirui also noticed the peculiarity. Their entire body is covered in scales. Without hesitation, Siyuan remarked, I wonder what their strength is like. Can we recruit them as a follower? The newcomer stumbled slightly upon hearing their words and, regaining his balance, retorted with irritation, You little brat. How rude. You expect me to be your follower? And as for the one who called me ugly, I am one of the most handsome in my clan. The three girls simultaneously feigned retching, prompting Siyue to giggle and ask, With looks like yours, your entire clan must be exceedingly unattractive. Lin Feng quickly scolded his daughters, then turned to address the unexpected visitor. You are from the merfolk, aren't you? There is no animosity between the human race and your kind, and I have no appetite for humanoid delicacies, so you should leave. According to the records in the Book of All Spirits, the merfolk belong to a neutral faction among the sea clans and typically do not participate in territorial disputes. However, their reproductive capabilities are significantly inferior to that of humans, rendering them a minor power in the ocean. Lin Feng had no wish to create trouble for him. But the merfolk youth's green face darkened with indignation. What kind of people are they, always talking about eating? Yet, despite his anger, he was not foolish. From the presence of the nine-tailed fox, the amethyst-winged lion, the infernal phoenix, and the flamingo, he sensed an overwhelming force. Clearly, their master, Lin Feng, was not an ordinary individual. Adjusting his demeanor, he clasped his hands in respect and said, Elder, since you wish to enjoy seafood, might I inquire if you have any interest in the shimming crab? Lin Feng regarded him with a bemused smile and replied, It seems you wish to use my hand to deal with the shimming crab, am I correct? The merfolk youth felt a bit embarrassed at the remark, but quickly grinned widely. I do have that intention. To be honest, I initially ventured out to seek assistance from the Diamond Shrimp clan, but they were unwilling to help. Feeling unworthy to return to my clan, I came to the seaside, hoping to encounter a human to take me away. However, I unexpectedly overheard your desire for seafood. At first, I thought to mock you and let you capture me. However, upon witnessing these spiritual beasts and the infernal fire phoenix, I have altered my perspective. Upon hearing this fellow's words, Lin Feng merely smiled. Despite his seemingly simple and honest demeanor, his intellect was remarkably keen. He understood that deceiving himself would yield no advantage, thus he opted for candor. The initial purpose of his visit was to procure seafood. If his daughters found the Xianming crab delectable, he would not mind assisting them. After all, the merfolk were relatively close kin to humanity. While they could request his aid, it was imperative that he received some benefits in return. Lin Feng regarded the young merman with a teasing glint in his eyes. The young merman paused for a moment, then nodded, stating, "That is only fair. What form of remuneration does the esteemed elder require for your assistance?" Lin Feng glanced at his three daughters before responding. "I require deep sea blue ice, auspicious creation mud, Xianhai ice essence, and water spirit pearls, with a minimum of 11 of each." The young merman was momentarily taken aback by such a request. It was not because the items were excessively valuable. Quite the contrary, what Lin Feng sought was rather commonplace. To be precise, while these items held some worth, they were not deemed particularly precious within the resources controlled by the merfolk. "Are you certain that you only require these 4 items, and that 11 of each suffices?" The young merman regarded Lin Feng with a hint of skepticism, and upon receiving a nod in affirmation, he cautioned, "Elder, you may not fully grasp the might of the Xianming crab. Their numbers are vast, reaching into the millions, with many possessing imperial strength." Lin Feng interrupted. "You may return to procure the items. Once obtained, I shall assist you in dealing with the Xianming crab." The young merman felt a sense of helplessness. Though apprehensive about Lin Feng's potential flight, he nonetheless declared, "Please wait, esteemed elder, I shall return promptly." Once the young merman departed, Sitian curiously inquired, "Father, what do you need these items for?" Lin Feng chuckled softly, "You will understand once the items arrive." "Father, how frustrating. You are keeping us in suspense." Sitian pouted, visibly displeased. Noticing the same expression of vexation on Siya and Sirui's faces, Lin Feng endeavored to appease them. All right. Is that not sufficient? I intend to use these items to refine some water avoidance pearls." "Water avoidance pearls?" Siya and the others widened their eyes, their curiosity piqued. "Father, are you refining water avoidance pearls to take us below?" Lin Feng nodded and gestured towards the ocean. "Though our 5 great empires occupy a vast territory, it pales in comparison to the oceanic expanse. Humanity has seldom seen ascensions to the higher realms over millennia, while the sea tribes frequently ascend. Thus, their strength must not be underestimated." Upon hearing his explanation, Siya and the magical beasts fell silent. The infernal fire phoenix, manifesting as a woman behind Sitian, inquired, "Your Majesty, why is it that the sea tribes can ascend so frequently?" Lin Feng smiled faintly, gazing expectantly towards a distant horizon. "Because the sea tribes possess a sacred site where they can comprehend the laws. This sacred site is monopolized by 10 powerful sea factions, and over millennia, numerous descendants have ascended, establishing a robust alliance between the realms. The existence of such a sacred site among the sea tribes is indeed astonishing." The demonic beasts and the malevolent fire phoenixes looked on with envy, while Sitian eagerly tugged at Lin Feng's hand, playfully saying, "Father, we wish to witness it for ourselves." Lin Feng, with a tender smile, gently patted her little head, replying, "I knew as soon as I mentioned it, you would want to go. Do you think I forged the water avoidance pearls for no reason?" Siren clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Father is truly wonderful. He has prepared to take us to the sacred realm of the Sea Clan." However, Sienna did not share the same enthusiasm as her sisters. She looked at Lin Feng with concern and asked, "Father, you mentioned that this sacred realm of the Sea Clan is guarded by 10 superpowers and connects to the upper realm. Is it not too dangerous for us to venture there? Rest assured, with your father here, no one can harm you." Lin Feng confidently reassured Sienna. With the existence of his invincible domain, he would brave even the upper realm. In the 9 heavens, he would stride with unparalleled confidence. Were it not for the need to care for Sienna and her sisters, he would not even require the invincible domain. For those descending from the upper realm would be unable to exert strength beyond a half-saint, lest they be forcibly ascended. With Lin Feng's confident assurance, not only did Sienna and her sisters feel exhilarated, but even their pets began to brim with anticipation. Such was the privilege of clinging to greatness. Even if they could not cultivate and experience the Sea Clan's sacred realm, simply witnessing it was delightful. Just then, a group of merfolk appeared on the horizon. As they approached Lin Feng and his companions, the previously encountered young merman began to introduce, "Elder, this is our clan leader, Ibaka. He has brought what you requested and wishes to inquire whether you can indeed help us with the threat of the Xianming crab." Their leader, Ibaka, appeared somewhat aged. Though he was bald, his face bore wrinkles akin to a human's. His skin had turned a dark green, unlike the light green or emerald hues of the younger merfolk, indicating the age of the merman clan members. Ibaka swayed his tail closer to Lin Feng and the others, sensing that he could not perceive Lin Feng's true strength. Indeed, there was a group of imperial beasts surrounding Lin Feng, corroborating the young merman's report. However, this was no ordinary case. The malevolent fire phoenix was a divine beast, a creature of the demon race. Although Ibaka resided in the ocean, his knowledge far exceeded that of the young merman. The demon race was inherently fierce and unruly. particularly the high-ranking shape-shifting demon beasts, who, when faced with defeat, often resorted to self-destruction. To subdue them was no simple task, yet Lin Feng had accomplished it, capturing 4 malevolent fire phoenixes in one breath. What level of power or influence did a person possess who could tame imperial-level demonic beasts and demons? After all, Lin Feng was remarkably young. His clear, bright eyes suggested he was merely in his 20s. To cultivate to the imperial level at such a young age was already a mark of genius, let alone the feat of subduing a group of imperial-level beasts and demons. How was this even possible? Though Ibaka harbored doubts within, he maintained a courteous demeanor, clasping his fists before Qin Feng and stating, "Esteemed sir, I have indeed brought the items you requested, yet I feel it necessary to elaborate on the prowess of the Xianming crab." Lin Feng, however, interrupted his explanation with a calm tone, asserting, "There is no need for elaboration. My purpose here is solely to gather seafood, and the Xianming crab is a rather fine ingredient. Once I successfully forge the water-repelling pearl, I shall venture to the lair of the Xianming crab and collect every specimen with an imperial rank or higher." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the 3 ladies, Xia and the Firebird, as well as the immortal Phoenix, found no fault in his intentions. However, the merfolk were in an uproar, with many murmuring amongst themselves, "Is this human not being rather presumptuous? Has he inquired about the number of imperial-ranked Xianming crabs before making such bold claims?" Indeed, the Xianming crab is one of the top 10 powers of the ocean, boasting a vast population and numerous experts. Even a coalition of the 5 great human empires would hesitate to assert that they could annihilate all the elite members of the Xianming crab clan. Perhaps he possesses some extraordinary means, as evidenced by the imperial strength of his pets, pondered Ibaka, who could only manage a slight smirk. He then retrieved a trove of items from his storage ring, levitating them with spiritual energy and presenting them to Lin Feng. "Esteemed sir, here are the items you requested. I shall provide you with 100 portions. As for the Xianming crab, do your utmost." Although Lin Feng and his cadre of pets were formidable, venturing into the Xianming crab's territory posed significant risks, including the possibility of not returning unscathed. Ibaka had little hope for success. After all, these items held little value, and he was willing to offer them freely, even if Lin Feng demanded them. Lin Feng accepted the items, feeling satisfied with the merfolk's response. He retained 11 portions for himself, storing the remainder in his system's inventory. He then extracted several materials from the inventory and commenced the forging process right there. The merfolk watched Lin Feng intently, while his pets remained vigilant, focusing on his crafting. The scene was rather peculiar, as a large assembly of diverse beings surrounded Lin Feng, silently observing his craftsmanship. With a tranquil heart, Lin Feng swiftly refined the materials, inscribing runes and controlling the spiritual fire. Those among the merfolk of lesser strength remained oblivious to the phenomenon, but the more powerful individuals soon discerned that Lin Feng's form appeared to grow increasingly nebulous. Ibaka and several semi-saint elders standing behind him wore expressions of astonishment as Lin Feng gradually transformed into a swirling mass of chaos in their eyes. Within this chaos, laws intertwined, and higher entities seemed to dwell, yet they could not penetrate its depths. Their minds grew clearer, as if numerous obstacles to their cultivation were dissipating, and their strength was subtly advancing. After an indeterminate amount of time, the chaos before them suddenly vanished, revealing Lin Feng once more. "Done," he proclaimed with a faint smile, pleased that the onlookers had remained quiet during his crafting. With a flourish of his hand, Xia and the magical beasts each received a gleaming, translucent orb that shimmered with flowing light. Ingesting the pearl would automatically isolate them from seawater, allowing them to breathe freely underwater. Lin Feng primarily addressed his daughters, reassuring them to swallow the pearls without hesitation. The pearls are not large, and with their cultivation, everyone can naturally secure them within a safe place in their bodies. Xia and the others held an unwavering trust in him and promptly swallowed the pearls. After ingesting the water-avoiding pearls, Lin Feng turned to Ibaka and said, "Since I have accepted your generosity, it is time to gather seafood. Your assistance is much appreciated, esteemed elder." At this moment, Ibaka displayed a marked respect towards Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng wave his hand, he and his daughters vanished from sight, leaving the merman in a prolonged state of astonishment. "Chief, did you feel anything extraordinary just now?" an elder merman inquired. Ibaka, well aware of what the elder was referring to, nodded slightly. "I sense that I have made a slight advancement towards the great sage realm, but regrettably, the moment was too fleeting." Another elder remarked, "In truth, the duration was not brief. It merely felt that way because we were engulfed in enlightenment." The phenomenon of enlightenment for cultivators is indeed wondrous. Sometimes it lasts for days and nights, yet one awakens with the impression that only an instant has passed. If we could accompany this human for an extended period, observing his crafting techniques daily, perhaps we would all soon break through to the great sage realm. One of the merman elders expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Such a formidable being may not even consider us worthy. How could we expect to follow in his wake? If only we could gain the privilege of cultivating in the sacred grounds, we would not find ourselves increasingly distanced from the top 10 powers, Ibaka sighed. Then turned to his kin, proclaiming, return and cultivate diligently. The spiritual energy of the sea is far richer than that of the land. As long as we do not provoke the 10 great powers, we can indeed survive. Yes, the mermen responded, their spirits soaring, seemingly emboldened by their chief's words. Only a few elders fully grasped the precarious situation of the mermen. Their plight was not merely a matter of offending the Xianming crab clan. The 10 marine powers were interconnected, and any 2 factions assisting the Xianming crab could easily annihilate the mermen. I wonder how the elder will deal with these Xianming crabs. Ibaka mused softly, filled with anticipation, before commanding, withdraw. Let us await the elder's favorable news in peace. Yes. Chapter 70. Introduction to Ingredients. Lin Feng, accompanied by his daughters, teleported several times, eventually arriving before a grand palace of the sea tribe. Upon seeing the palace's structure, the 3 daughters could not help but burst into laughter. Father, this palace resembles a giant crab. Truly, it is the lair of the Xianming crab. So much seafood. Father, please catch more Xianming crabs. I wish to indulge myself. Sitian licked her lips, her gluttonous nature unmistakable. However, while the 3 sisters discussed their culinary desires without restraint, a group of large crabs nearby could no longer contain themselves. The sudden and strange appearance of Lin Feng and his party had left them momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, the Sia sisters ignored their presence, continuing their conversation about seafood and their desire to feast. Bold humans, how dare you intrude upon our territory and insult our magnificent Xianming crab clan? One humanoid figure with 6 arms could not restrain himself, directly admonishing Sitian. Father, that seafood looks fierce. I want to steam it live. Sithian immediately began to act charmingly towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled faintly, his tone imbued with affection as he said, very well, let's prepare for a steaming right here. What? The surrounding Xianming crabs were all incredulous, questioning where they had misheard. In the lair of the Xianming crabs, are we to steam our esteemed general? Have these humans not realized the gravity of the situation? Seeking death. The general of the Xianming crabs was suddenly filled with rage, his aura erupting as he transformed into a colossal Xianming crab. His size akin to that of a small house, resembling a massive tank. His 8 powerful arms bore a shell that radiated a mysterious glow. Those of lesser strength would find it impossible to breach his defenses. Defense was the pride of the Xianming crab clan, and typically, opponents of equal strength found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate their formidable barriers. Moreover, the Xianming crabs were not slow in the water, and their reproductive rate was astonishing. This was a significant reason why the Xianming crab clan ranked among the top 10 superpowers of the sea. Once the general reverted to his true form, he strode imposing before Lin Feng and his companions, looking down upon them as he proclaimed, humans, do you feel your insignificance? Tremble in fear, for I can grant you a swift demise. Before he could finish, a piercing scream escaped his lips. The other Xianming crabs had not yet comprehended the situation when they witnessed their general's body plummet violently to the ground. It was only then that his 8 claws fell awkwardly alongside him. How swift was that attack? When had the strike occurred? All the Xianming crabs gazed in horror at Lin Feng and his companions, with some quick to sound the alarm. A treasure conch horn was blown, causing the entire Xianming crab fortress to emanate a terrifying aura. You are far too noisy, Lin Feng declared, extending his hand to slice the air. The legless Xianming crab was instantly severed into numerous pieces, its spirit extinguished. This was a Xianming crab renowned for its defenses. Furthermore, it was an imperial-level Xianming crab general. Yet before Lin Feng, it was as effortless as slicing through tofu. The true reason was not due to their weakness or Lin Feng's overwhelming strength. Rather, it was because Lin Feng had unleashed his invincible domain. Within this realm, a mere thought could conjure hundreds of ways for them to meet their demise. Lin Feng paid no heed to the alarms blaring. His intention was to draw the elite of the Xianming crab clan towards him. Thus, with a gesture, he produced a treasure elixir furnace. For today, let's utilize the furnace for steaming crabs, he remarked, swiftly drawing the body of the Xianming crab into the furnace. Although the furnace appeared small, it contained vast wonders, and even the large crab, complete with its 8 legs, was easily accommodated within. Upon witnessing Lin Feng audaciously preparing to steam their general right before their eyes, all the Xianming crabs were filled with astonishment and fury. This human was exceptionally bold. Such an act would surely enrage the entire Xianming clan. Summon the clan leader and the elders. A voice resounded throughout the Xianming crab city. As more and more Xianming crabs transformed into human forms or reverted to their massive bodies, surrounding Lin Feng and his companions entirely. Impudent human! How dare you steam our grand general of the Xianming crab clan at the gates of our city? As a furious voice resounded, hundreds of escape lights surged from within the castle, swiftly encircling Lin Feng and his companions. Lin Feng, undeterred, continued to manage the heat while adding ingredients, calmly stating, "Please refrain from making noise. If you interrupt and ruin the flavor, I shall take it out on you." Outrageous, unthinkable, arrogant humans, a group of Xianming crabs, all above the imperial realm, were infuriated, astonished that this human before them dared to disregard their presence. In the ocean, they were accustomed to commanding respect. Indeed, crabs are known to walk sideways. Yet, as one of the 10 great sea clans, it had been many years since anyone had dared to offend them in such a manner. Let us strike together and avenge General Tuoba. An elder Xianming crab, slightly older than the rest, brandished its massive pincers and commanded, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge and form a colossal semicircular barrier spanning 20 nautical miles. With millions of Xianming crabs collaborating to create this barrier, they were confident that even a master at the Unity realm would struggle to break free. Surely, these humans must be frightened now. However, upon witnessing Lin Feng and his companions' reactions, the Xianming crabs felt further humiliation. Lin Feng had set down the furnace and, regardless of whether it was the 3 girls or his fiery phoenix companion, they all gathered around him. "Wow, father, you are so quick. It smells wonderful. I want to eat the claws, there's so much meat inside. Father, I want to eat the crab roe. Master, even a small piece of shell would suffice." The amethyst-winged lion also drooled, speaking in a flattering tone. Lin Feng smiled lightly, distributing food while remarking, "I must say, the treasure furnace does expedite the cooking process. Although utilizing it for food seems a bit extravagant." He dissipated most of the heat with his spiritual energy before handing the portions to everyone. The spiritual beasts and the fiery phoenix eagerly devoured their share of meat, closing their eyes in bliss as they savored the power of the laws within. Only the 3 young girls, Sia, Sirui, and Sitian, elegantly peeled off the shells before indulging. Delicious! How utterly preposterous! An elder Xianming crab could no longer contain itself and charged towards Lin Feng and the others. Its 8 sturdy legs left deep impressions in the ground, reflecting its immense fury and formidable strength. The entire Xianming crab clan was intent on tearing apart these humans and demon beasts who continuously disrespected their dignity. With a swift motion, the elder raised its massive pincers, aiming to snap at Lin Feng, the instigator. Yet, the pincers barely reached within 10 feet of Lin Feng before they suddenly crashed to the ground. What was happening? The elder was taken aback, and before it could react, another pincer and several robust legs had separated from its body. This elder crab, though slightly aged, had flesh enriched by years of spiritual energy, making it quite nourishing. Lin Feng turned to introduce it to his daughters, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a culinary presentation. Chapter 71, utterly frustrating at that moment. A golden escape light shot forth from the giant crab castle. In midair, a shimmering light halted, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. Upon seeing this individual, the Xianming crabs all knelt to the ground, exclaiming, "We welcome the patriarch." This man was none other than Xiedingi, the leader of the Xianming crab clan. Xiedingi cast a cold glance at the gluttonous Sia sisters and the lifeless body of the elder on the ground, his tone heavy with menace as he spoke. "Such audacity! Regardless of who you are, you shall remain here today." Lin Feng, observing this man, replied monotonously, "I do not consume humanoid beings. It would be wise for you to revert to your true form." Seeking death, Xiedingi roared in fury, taken aback that Lin Feng, even at this moment, still harbored thoughts of feasting, specifically upon him. He commanded the surrounding Xianming crabs, activate the Claw Dragon 9 formation and eliminate them. With his command, the surrounding barriers stirred, and countless golden lights coalesced into the shapes of enormous crab claws, swiftly transforming into 9 golden dragons. These 9 golden dragons, formed from the crab claws, surged towards Lin Feng and his companions. The formidable presence displayed by these golden dragons was beyond the capacity of ordinary half-saints to withstand. Unperturbed, Lin Feng meticulously examined the Claw Dragon 9 formation before activating his Invincible domain. The 9 golden dragons faltered and then erupted in a series of thunderous explosions. In an instant, the powerful shockwaves caused the Xianming crabs that had activated the formation to experience a tumult in their blood and energy, rendering them unstable. The weaker ones spat out blood on the spot and even fainted. Xiedingi, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of disbelief and fury. Without hesitation, he produced a talisman and activated it. The talisman transformed into a brilliant pillar of light, over 30 feet in diameter, shooting skyward. Lin Feng, upon seeing this pillar, was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced his lips. At last, you can no longer contain yourself and seek assistance from the upper realms? He had no intention of waiting. With a thought, the Xianming crabs within his domain were swiftly obliterated, their souls and consciousness annihilated, leaving only their corporeal forms. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of Xianming crabs below the heart refinement realm had their spirits extinguished, while those of the Emperor and Half-Saint realms could only endure for a breath or two longer before meeting the same fate. Xie Dingyi's expression darkened, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's terrifying power. Even if reinforcements from the upper realms arrived to defeat Lin Feng, the Xianming crabs could not be revived. Even with the assistance of the upper realm's ancient powers, they would struggle to maintain their position among the top 10 superpowers, rendering them incapable of their former tyrannical ways for centuries to come. This was a catastrophic blow to the Xianming crab clan, accustomed to domination. Stop! Do not kill any further, Xie Dingyi shouted, charging towards Lin Feng. However, after only a few steps, he found himself unable to move. He concentrated on activating the holy grade artifact within him, attempting to break free from Lin Feng's confinement. Yet, after several futile attempts, he realized that the holy grade artifact could not be separated from his body. Had it not been for your potential usefulness, you would have been the first to perish, Lin Feng declared, continuing his slaughter of the Xianming crabs, his voice echoing towards the corpses of the fallen. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had collected the remains of over 300 abyssal crabs from both the Imperial Realm and the Semi-Holy Realm, which left him momentarily astounded. It was no wonder that the Book of All Spirits proclaimed the Sea Clan as the true sovereign of the Nine Heavens. If not for their inability to adapt to terrestrial conditions and their reluctance to contest with the Demon Realm for territory, they would not have willingly remained in the ocean, allowing humanity to persist until now. Encountering Lin Feng and his companions today was indeed a stroke of misfortune for them. In his quest to augment his supply of resources, Lin Feng did not even spare the abyssal crabs at the heart refinement stage, directly leading to a swift decline in the number of their skilled practitioners. The weaker abyssal crabs, unable to maintain the barrier, scattered in fear. Cursed humans! If I survive this, I shall unite all sea creatures to annihilate your kind. The furious crab emperor threatened Lin Feng vehemently. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating whether it was time to bid farewell to this creature. Just then, dozens of figures gradually descended from above the golden beam of light. These figures exuded a formidable aura, seemingly adorned with some treasures that concealed their cultivation, enabling them to evade the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao. Upon realizing the main figures had arrived, Lin Feng's thoughts shifted, and he decisively ended the life of the crab emperor. Old human, a thunderous voice echoed from within the golden light. Seeing that Lin Feng dared to strike down the patriarch of the Nine Heavens infuriated them. However, Lin Feng paid no heed to their shouts and even proceeded to store the crab emperor's body before their very eyes. Die! A colossal azure axe emerged from the golden light, growing in size with the wind until it loomed like a mountain, descending upon Lin Feng with overwhelming might. This axe, imbued with a cataclysmic force, was far beyond the capabilities of any semi-holy expert in the Nine Heavens, as it radiated the destructive power of profound laws. Lin Feng remained unfazed, extending a hand to halt the axe's advance, freezing it in midair. A soft gasp of surprise resonated from within the golden light, as if its wielder questioned Lin Feng's strength. Another assault was launched towards Lin Feng, who discerned that 20 figures had emerged from the golden beam, each distinct in form. Clearly, these were the ancestors of the abyssal crabs, their powers reaching at least the great holy realm. He was eager to assess his own strength, thus refraining from unleashing his invincible domain to eradicate them immediately. Void Sword Technique. With a thought, the Xianyuan sword materialized, and Lin Feng executed the Void Sword Technique. A thunderous clash erupted as the Xianyuan sword collided with an incoming strike, releasing a terrifying wave of spiritual energy that altered the very fabric of the world. The weaker abyssal crabs fled in terror, daring not to approach, while Lin Feng discreetly shielded Xie and the others with his invincible domain. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of the formidable adversaries Lin Feng faced. Upon witnessing him draw the Xianyuan sword, they cheered enthusiastically, "Go, Daddy! Daddy is the strongest! Daddy! Steam them back to their original forms." Lin Feng smiled slightly, activating the boundless escape technique as his figure vanished into the golden light. Seeking death. The figures within the golden light reacted with a mix of fury and astonishment, never expecting Lin Feng to dare to appear so close to them. Almost simultaneously, the experts within the golden light brandished their magical weapons, launching a barrage of attacks at Lin Feng. With a swift motion, Lin Feng's figure abruptly vanished. only to reappear behind an elderly woman. Alarmed, the old woman's expression shifted dramatically as she transformed into a colossal crab, attempting to utilize her formidable defenses to withstand Lin Feng's assault. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp pain pierced her back, as a surge of potent spiritual energy surged through her weapon and struck her insides. Overwhelmed, in a moment of desperation, her primordial spirit instantaneously fled, seeking escape. However, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and his second consciousness morphed into a golden arrow, swiftly penetrating her spirit. The essence of her soul was obliterated. The onlookers, sensing the ancient and haunting aura emanating from the spiritual arrow, were struck with dread. Is this individual an ancient deity? Lin Feng smiled placidly, offering no explanation, before vanishing once more in a blink. Panic set in. This young man was enigmatic. An elder bellowed, urging the others not to suppress their powers any longer, to unleash their might and ascend back to the higher realm with the guiding divine light. Others shared this sentiment, feeling restrained in the lower realm, realizing that perishing here would be a most humiliating fate. Chapter 72. Terrifying as such, the individuals bathed in golden light withdrew, encircling Lin Feng. In the next moment, they transformed into their true forms, their overwhelming auras no longer concealed. The heavenly Tao swiftly detected their presence and began to descend the guiding divine light, compelling them to ascend. Attack! A Xianming crab cried out, prompting dozens of powerful Xianming crabs to unleash their most potent strike at Lin Feng. His expression grew serious. He dared not underestimate them and immediately activated his invincible domain. The combined assault of several dozen powerful beings in the Great Sage realm caused the very heavens to shift, tearing the fabric of space apart with gaping fissures. The surrounding seawater seemed to evaporate, creating a colossal passageway to the outside world. The sheer might of this attack was chilling, alarming sea beasts within a radius of thousands of miles. Weaker sea creatures scattered in panic, while some stronger ones transformed into beams of light, drawn by the commotion. The united strike from these dozens of great sage masters rendered the atmosphere above the 9 heavens unbearable. The surrounding space exhibited signs of instability. Faced with such an overwhelming assault, even the most formidable experts felt a chill. Many Xianming crabs displayed expressions of human-like arrogance, convinced Lin Feng could not withstand their onslaught. However, their confidence swiftly waned as they witnessed the seemingly insurmountable attack vanish 10 yards before Lin Feng, silently and without a trace. As if a portal to another dimension had opened around him, their powerful strike mysteriously dissipated into nothingness. Retreat! A voice cried out, as some sensed the ominous turn of events and hastily ascended towards the higher realm. Faced with such a terrifying adversary, no one dared to engage further. Fearsome. Invincibility proved equally confounding. A smirk crept across Lin Feng's lips as he casually remarked, "Since you've all arrived, why not stay? The great sage crabs should be even more delectable." With that, his invincible domain enveloped all descending Xianming crabs, and with a mere thought, they found themselves immobilized. Yet, as Lin Feng prepared to annihilate them, he sensed a peculiar energy emanating from their bodies. The power of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the power of the heavenly Tao enveloped them, preparing to compel their ascension. In this instant, it also served as their protective charm. To slay them, one must first dispel the power of the heavenly Tao that clung to them. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, hesitating not for long before resolutely deciding to obliterate. With a soft hum, a Grandmaster-level Xianming crab, shrouded in the power of the heavenly Tao, had its primordial spirit and consciousness extinguished by Lin Feng, while the heavenly Tao power that enveloped it vanished without a trace within Lin Feng's invincible domain. This scene rendered the other Xianming crabs utterly dumbfounded. When the power of the heavenly Tao forcibly ascends, even a multitude of grandmasters working in unison would struggle to inflict any harm. Yet Lin Feng had eradicated the power of the heavenly Tao along with it. What terrifying divine ability was this? A supreme figure. This was the collective thought of all the grandmaster Xianming crabs at that moment. With some inwardly cursing, what kind of existence have these despicable descendants from the lower realms provoked? We must leave. Upon witnessing his invincible domain's ability to disregard the power of the heavenly Tao, Lin Feng sighed in relief and then, with a mere thought, forcibly eradicated the power of the heavenly Tao within his domain. In the next instant, the souls of all the grandmaster Xianming crabs perished, transforming into mere seafood. Yay! Daddy is amazing. Sitian clapped her hands, joyfully cheering for Lin Feng. Sia and Sitian, equally delighted, turned to their spirit beasts and exclaimed, "Daddy is the strongest, isn't he? He is the mightiest in the 18 layers of heaven." Beside them, whether it was the flamingos, the 9-tailed foxes, or the few evil fire phoenix beasts, all nodded in agreement with fervent belief. effortlessly neutralizing the combined assault of dozens of upper realm grandmasters while disregarding the power of the heavenly Tao to annihilate them. Merely possessing the ability to disregard the power of the heavenly Tao already placed him above it. Terrifying. At this moment, they felt immensely fortunate to follow such a supreme figure. Even if Lin Feng were to say now, "I will no longer assist you in enhancing your powers," they would still choose to follow him devotedly and protect Xia and her sisters with unwavering loyalty. Given Lin Feng's displayed prowess, he had no need for them as subservient companions or pets, perhaps as food, but that was all. Thus, seeking to cling to Lin Feng's formidable stature and appease Xia and her sisters became exceedingly important. Lin Feng quickly collected the corpses of these grandmaster Xianming crabs, his spirits lifting at the thought of abundant high-grade ingredients to prepare delectable dishes for his daughters. The power of the heavenly Tao, unable to sense the strength of the grandmasters, gradually returned to tranquility. However, the surrounding chaotic space still emitted faint fissures, a testament to the recent fierce battle. Some medium-strength Xianming crabs, having witnessed the entirety of the event, now gazed at Lin Feng with eyes full of terror. This human not only annihilated all the formidable members of their clan single-handedly, but also ensured that none of the upper realm elders escaped alive. Following this battle, the Xianming crabs would not only be expelled from the ranks of the top 10 superpowers, but would also face existential threats in the future. Their previous arrogance had directly led to many sea clans daring to voice their anger, yet remaining silent. Without the protection of formidable masters, the Xianming crab clan is likely to become prey for all sea beasts. Surrounding them, various other factions of sea creatures have distantly observed the recent battle and learned about the events from some lower-tier Xianming crabs. All the sea beasts that received this information hurriedly returned to relay the news, either preparing for defense and maintaining constant communication with the upper realm, or secretly contemplating how to befriend a superpower like Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng finished collecting the Xianming crabs, he heard a notification sound in his mind. Ding! Your eldest daughter's admiration for you has reached 1, earning you a reward of half-saint cultivation. Ding! Your second daughter's admiration for you has reached 1, earning you the divine ability Snow Dance, Ice Seal. Ding! Your third daughter's admiration for you has reached 1, earning you 1007 rank perfect longevity pills. Surprised by the rewards, Lin Feng never anticipated that by merely impressing his daughters, he would receive such benefits again. He promptly chose to accept the rewards. Beginning with the enhancement of his power, both his divine sense and the range of his invincible domain have become stronger and more expansive. This directly increased his teleportation distance and combat prowess. Should he encounter opponents at the Great Sage level in the 9 heavens again, he could easily retain them without even relying on his invincible domain. As for the divine ability Snow Dance, Ice Seal, it is akin to the great capturing art and the infinite escape technique. This strike is not an ordinary spiritual energy attack, but rather a law-based assault. No matter how advanced any spiritual energy technique may be, it cannot rival a law-based technique due to the difference in levels. This is the true reason why cultivators at the Great Sage level can often overpower those at the Imperial or Half-Saint levels without suppressing their strength. Upon reaching Half-Saint, one merely incorporates law-based attacks within their techniques. Upon reaching Great Sage, one gradually transforms all their practiced spiritual energy techniques into law-based techniques, also known as divine abilities. Lin Feng now possesses 3 such divine abilities. The infinite escape technique is merely a top-tier movement technique, while the great capturing art generally serves as a single target attack method. In contrast, Snow Dance, Ice Seal is a means of area attack, capable of instantly freezing surrounding enemies. Even those who can resist, it will severely suffer a decrease in their operational speed. This is the remarkable power of advanced divine abilities. The final reward, the Longevity Pill, is a 7-rank perfect grade elixir that, when consumed, can increase lifespan by a century, with each subsequent consumption yielding half the effect. Although the potency diminishes with the second pill onward, the cumulative effect of consuming several can still extend one's lifespan by nearly 200 years, which is quite favorable. In any realm, many individuals or demon beasts reach a certain level of strength and find themselves unable to advance further, thus depleting their lifespan and potential. However, with the longevity pill, an increase of 100 or 200 years may provide the opportunity to break through to an even higher realm. Lin Feng, of course, had no need for it himself, but considering the elders of the Eastern Rising Empire, who were not getting any younger and had exerted themselves alongside Wu Lingyun in numerous campaigns, he thought it prudent to offer several hundred of these pills to Wu Lingyun as rewards. This would undoubtedly encourage those nearing the end of their lifespan to pledge their utmost loyalty. He set aside thoughts of the rewards, descended beside his daughters, and smiled as he said, "My dear ones, were you frightened? Fear not, father, we are not so timid." Greetings, esteemed father. Your prowess is truly remarkable. I would like to learn the art of teleportation from you at your convenience. Pray tell, what weapon did you wield to vanquish that formidable crab? It appeared quite impressive. Observing that his daughters were not only unperturbed, but rather exhilarated, Lin Feng could only shake his head and sigh. Remarking to himself that it seemed his daughters were showing signs of becoming little sorceresses, he affectionately ruffled their hair and smiled, assuring them that he would indeed teach them upon their return, but for now, they ought to proceed to the sacred land of the Oceanic clan. Very well, father. The daughters responded obediently, preparing to accompany Lin Feng to the sacred land for a broader experience. Just as Lin Feng was about to depart with his daughters, a sudden, urgent voice called out from the distance, "Senior, please hold." Lin Feng paused, glancing toward the approaching figures. Over 20 streaks of light converging quickly to reveal a gathering of individuals, the merfolk. At that moment, Ibaka, accompanied by a cadre of elite warriors from his clan, appeared before Lin Feng and promptly knelt before him. "Senior, Ibaka wishes to pledge the entire merfolk clan's allegiance to you. From now on, we shall heed your every command, unflinchingly facing any peril." Lin Feng smirked, amused by their demeanor. "You merfolk may appear somewhat naive, yet many among you are quite astute. Especially you, the chieftain, seeking to represent your clan in allegiance to me. Is it not for the sake of a place within the sacred land of the ocean?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's candid observation of his intentions, Ibaka's expression turned slightly awkward. However, having made up his mind, he did not conceal his thoughts and nodded in affirmation. "Senior, the merfolk truly wish to pledge our loyalty to you. As for obtaining a place in the sacred land, enhancing our strength would ultimately serve you better, would it not?" Lin Feng remained contemplative, recalling the countless tribulations faced by the Eastern Rising Empire due to relentless assaults by sea beasts over the millennia. Common fishermen were often accompanied by high-level cultivators for protection. Furthermore, there were periodic incursions by monstrous armies that devastated coastal human settlements. Cultivating a devoted oceanic force to assist in managing the sea clans could indeed prove beneficial for the Eastern Rising Empire. With this thought, he smiled faintly and remarked, "While I am not opposed to assisting you in securing a place in the sacred land, how can I trust in the sincerity of your intentions?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's inclination to acquiesce, Ibaka and his cadre were taken aback and dared not show any sign of negligence. They pressed their foreheads to the ground, with Ibaka respectfully proclaiming, "I, Ibaka, on behalf of the entire merfolk of the Nine Heavens, hereby vow, from this day forth, we shall remain eternally loyal." Cough. "Might I inquire your esteemed name, senior?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the oath, Ibaka lifted his head to ask. The daughters erupted into laughter, and even the ferocious beasts and the malevolent phoenix could not suppress their amusement, though they held a deep admiration for the merfolk's boldness and insight. To follow a figure as formidable as Lin Feng, what matter was it to serve in subservience? A mere hint of advantage bestowed by him could yield profound benefits for their entire clan. "I am Lin Feng, the consort of the Empress of the Eastern Rising Empire," he declared, his words imbued with spiritual force, ensuring that the surrounding oceanic experts could hear him clearly. Ibaka's expression suddenly turned serious, and he earnestly vowed, "I, Ibaka, representing the entire merfolk tribe of the Nine Heavens, hereby pledge my eternal allegiance to the Eastern Rising Empire and its sovereign, Lin Feng. From this day forth, I shall unconditionally obey any command or directive from Lord Lin Feng, regardless of right or wrong, and I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water. Should I harbor any treachery, may the heavens obliterate me." The other merfolk elders echoed his oath, and a unique energy descended from the heavens, enveloping the merfolk. This was the acknowledgement of their vow by the divine order. Lin Feng nodded slightly, and then addressed them. "In that case, you may rise." "Thank you, my lord." Lin Feng frowned slightly and remarked, "From now on, please refer to me as your majesty. My lord sounds rather awkward. I have my own reasons for assisting you. Your majesty, please give your orders." After rising, Ibaka bowed humbly, attentively awaiting Lin Feng's first command. "I can grant you access to the sacred grounds, but you must manage the marine tribes well and refrain from launching unwarranted attacks against the human race. Should you fail in your management, I shall appoint another to oversee it. Rest assured, your majesty, we will station skilled guardians to prevent the marine tribes from disturbing humanity." Ibaka readily agreed to such demands. While he could not oversee land affairs, he was confident in managing the marine tribes, especially after acknowledging Lin Feng as their master. The marine tribes would have to show them respect. Lin Feng highly appreciated Ibaka's decision to ally with him. Although the merfolk were not among the top 10 superpowers of the marine tribes and bore some resemblance to humanity, they had managed to survive without falling victim to the joint onslaught of other marine factions, undoubtedly due to their unique survival strategies. Perhaps vision, courage, and wisdom were their most significant attributes. Now that they had become his vassals, Lin Feng felt it was his duty to protect them. I shall not use teleportation. Guide us to the remaining superpowers one by one, and I shall announce that the merfolk will succeed the Xianming crab. Yes, my lord. Ibaka was immediately filled with excitement. It seemed he had made the right choice in aligning with such a formidable master. In the ocean, there was no marine faction that did not aspire to claim the sacred grounds. The merfolk had dreamed for years, watching their power dwindle in comparison to the top 10 factions, believing they would never have an opportunity. Little did they expect that by aligning with the illustrious Lin Feng, their aspirations would soon come to fruition. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the prosperity of their tribe. At that moment, Xia looked up at Lin Feng with curiosity and asked, "Father, what if the other factions refuse?" Lin Feng chuckled, gently ruffling Xia's hair, and replied, "Have you forgotten why we are here? If they refuse, we shall feast upon them as prey. If they resist, we will simply subdue them with our might." Chapter 74. Worthy of my attention. Lin Feng's words resonated with a powerful aura, startling many marine onlookers in the distance. Remembering the moment when Lin Feng had slain a powerful foe from the upper realms, no one doubted his words. Ibaka immediately flattered, "Your Majesty is mighty and imposing. We are very close to the lair of the bloodthirsty shark. Please allow us to lead you there." Lin Feng nodded slightly, and Ibaka along with a group of elder mermen immediately took the lead. Meanwhile, the fiery phoenix and flamingo that accompanied Xia transformed into their true forms, eager to carry Xia and her companions. Ultimately, Xia chose the flamingo, Sirui mounted the fiery phoenix, and Sitian rode the amethyst-winged lion, following closely behind. In the depths of the ocean, the presence or absence of wings was inconsequential. The speed of those at the imperial realm was comparable. Lin Feng also transformed into a streak of light, leisurely keeping pace with his daughters. At that moment, the bloodthirsty demon shark clan, upon receiving the news, hastily summoned all their experts for a meeting. The leader of the demon sharks, Shalu, manifested as a tall and robust middle-aged man, his face marred by a striking scar that rendered him particularly fearsome. With a grim expression, Shalu surveyed the surrounding elders and inquired, "Do any of you have sound strategies? Speak quickly, for if that imperial lord arrives, we shall find ourselves in dire straits." An elder, appearing quite aged, clasped his hands in respect and spoke. "Our 10 great powers of the ocean have taken millions of years to stabilize. How can we easily allow a mere merman clan and humans to join us?" The elder's intent was clear. He urged the clan leader to immediately send for the other 8 powers and request their strongest experts. Additionally, the situation should be relayed to the higher realms to dispatch even mightier warriors. Regardless of how formidable Lin Feng may be, he is but at the 9th heaven. If we gather enough experts and strike with all our might, even if he is in the chaos realm, he may not withstand such a united assault. Upon hearing the elder's words, Shalu nodded slightly, finding this course of action feasible. He looked to the other elders and noticed no objections, so he promptly commanded, "Inform the other 8 great powers of our situation at once. They must connect with the higher realms and send forth as many of their strongest warriors as possible. Together, we shall vanquish Lin Feng." Thus, the bloodthirsty demon sharks prepared eagerly, with the demon shark castle activating its defensive array, awaiting the arrival of Lin Feng and his companions. Given that the 10 superpowers possessed teleportation arrays, while Lin Feng and his group merely traversed through the ocean, their speed was not as swift as that of the other 8 powers. When Lin Feng and his entourage arrived outside the bloodthirsty demon shark castle, the aquatic forces from the other 8 powers had already congregated. The ice-fang eel, golden-winged silver kuan, rainbow-spiked porpoise, coral unicorn, blue-winged sea dragon, rift-sea dark dragon whale, kuei nyo, and the northern sea giant. Aware of the gravity of the situation, all 9 forces, including the bloodthirsty demon sharks, dispatched their strongest fighters, and in that moment, they comprehended each other's true strength. The ice-fang eel boasted the largest contingent, with over 100 at the imperial realm and as many as 40 at the half-saint level. In contrast, the kuei nyo clan contributed the fewest, with only 10 at the imperial realm and merely 3 at the half-saint level. Despite their lesser numbers, no power among the sea tribes dared to underestimate them. The kuei nyo were among the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, although these were merely descendants with diluted bloodlines. Their formidable abilities, including one of the 3 great roars of the world and exceptional defensive prowess, often allowed them to fight beyond their rank. In their own tier, they could contend against multiple opponents, ensuring no force would dare to take them lightly. The blue-winged sea dragon and the sea-splitting dark dragon whale are equally rare, with only a handful of experts at the imperial realm and a few at the semi-holy level arriving. Their scarcity is primarily due to their limited reproductive capabilities. However, Their combat prowess is certainly not inferior to that of other factions. Shalu, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, cast a piercing gaze over the assembly and spoke in a grave tone. As you are all aware of the situation, I need not elaborate further. This is not only a moment of life and death for our 9 great factions, but also a matter that pertains to the honor of our sea tribe. This Lin Feng has single-handedly annihilated dozens of experts from the upper realms, which initially startled me. Yet, according to the elders present, Lin Feng instantaneously seized control of those experts' movements, rendering them nearly powerless to resist. Thus, we surmise that he possesses a remarkable treasure. And the predecessor of the Xianming crab suffered a significant setback due to their lack of vigilance. Such a treasure undoubtedly comes with its limitations. This time, we shall summon powerful beings from the upper realms, even those of the Unity realm, to ensure that his treasure becomes ineffective. The leaders of the other 8 factions nodded in agreement, for they were all skeptical that anyone surpassing the Great Holy Realm could remain unscathed in the 9 heavens. Lin Feng's lack of enforced ascension indicated that his strength had not yet transcended the Great Holy Realm. Previously, those at the Great Holy level had suffered considerable losses at his hands, but this time, each faction would dispatch 1 or 2 from the Unity realm to join forces in their assault. Thus, with their precautions in place and unity of purpose, they felt confident in their ability to defeat Lin Feng. Report, Chief, that human is outside shouting for seafood. Should we not go out to confront him? A minor soldier of the demon shark rushed in with urgent news, causing the expressions of the 9 factions to contort with indignation. This human is indeed audacious. I can hardly resist the urge to devour him. Indeed, it has always been our 10 factions that prey upon humans. When have we ever been treated as seafood? Enough talk. Let us confront him together. Hearing the discussions among his allies, Shalu quickly intervened. Everyone, please, do not act impulsively. Let us first summon our respective elders before dealing with that human. The experts from the other factions calmed themselves, and the leaders each produced their summoning treasures, casting them into the air. Although Lin Feng had called for battle, he was in no hurry. The sea tribes, by remaining behind closed doors, were clearly reluctant to accept the participation of the Sharkmen in the Sacred Land's insights. Now, nestled in their fortress, they were merely biding their time for reinforcements. To thoroughly subdue them, Lin Feng knew he must grant them the time they required. Just as his daughters began to feel the weight of boredom, 9 colossal pillars of light emerged above the demon shark fortress, each exceeding 10 feet in width, almost instantaneously reaching the celestial realm. In the void, a spatial rift appeared, slowly descending various figures of differing forms. Witnessing this scene, Ibaka nervously cautioned, "Master, be careful. The barrier of the demon shark fortress has been breached, and I sense the presence of over 200 experts above the imperial realm. The sheer number of such experts, if present in any nation on the continent, would instill a sense of despair. Even among the sea tribes, this gathering of top-tier experts had not occurred in millennia. Aside from the formidable presence of masters within the castle of the demon shark, the aura emanating from those in midair is even more potent. Although they have concealed much of their cultivation through various means, the imposing energy they exude is beyond what any sea demon below the great sage realm can withstand." At this moment, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, realizing that even masters of the Unity realm had been dispatched. The 10 major factions, now reduced to 9, truly regard him with significant attention. Chapter 75. A stalemate upon hearing that a master from the Unity realm had arrived. Sia and her companions felt little concern, for they believed their father to be the most formidable of all. However, the 20 or so experts from the 9-tailed fox, Firebird, Amethyst-winged lion, Wicked Fire Phoenix, and the merfolk were all profoundly shaken. Indeed, the Emperor, faced with such an array of superlative masters while also tending to the young mistresses, remained entirely unperturbed. Even the strongest beings from the chaotic realm dare not contend with the heavenly Tao in the 9th heaven, yet the Emperor could. Indeed, their master must be an extraordinary figure who has transcended the constraints of the heavenly Tao. The nature and magnitude of their power is beyond their imagination. Yet, they understand deeply that they must cling to the Emperor's formidable presence. As the masters of the castle of the demon shark gathered, the morale of the sea tribes surged dramatically, overwhelming Lin Feng and his companions with their sheer numbers. Lin Feng sensed his invincible domain extending to its utmost limits, approximately 500 zhang in radius. Within this domain, there were not many sea tribe members above the Emperor level, especially the powerful beings from the upper realm, who had not ventured into the domain. He frowned slightly, sensing the cunning nature of these sea creatures. They had likely realized that approaching him would pose a danger, hence maintaining a safe distance. If they did not come close, no matter how strong his invincible domain was, it would be futile to capture all the sea tribe masters. Indeed, Lin Feng harbored the intent to eradicate all sea tribe experts, including those from the upper realm. This was not mere slaughter. It would enrich the variety of seafood available while simultaneously alleviating pressure on the merfolk and humanity, potentially ensuring a millennium of peace for the Eastern Rising Empire. At that moment, above the castle of the demon shark, hundreds of powerful auras slowly unfurled, causing the surrounding waters to ripple and ensuring that the external seas would not remain tranquil, frequently stirring up colossal tsunamis. The experts from the upper realm hovered at the forefront, scrutinizing Lin Feng with great intent. Yet, no matter how they probed, they could not discern the true extent of his strength. A robust man clad in black armor was the first to speak, his voice resonating for hundreds of miles. Bold human, our sea tribe is powerful, yet we have not eradicated your kind. Why did you annihilate all the masters of our Xianming crab clan? Lin Feng found the situation amusing. He never expected the sea tribe to seek a grand justification for their actions. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied, his words echoing for hundreds of miles, because my daughters desire seafood, and the Xianming crab tastes rather decent. Seafood? All the sea creatures who heard Lin Feng's words were left in utter disbelief. Did this human presume the sea tribe to be his private pawn? That he could simply come and catch whatever he desired? The man in black armor, summoned by the Qiu, was a master of the Unity realm named Niu Kong. The Quinyu often possesses the ability to confront multiple opponents simultaneously, even engaging in battles beyond their level. Hence, the Yijing's Niu Kong dared to measure his strength against the formidable beings of the Chaos realm. Upon hearing Lin Feng refer to them as seafood, the inherently irascible Niu Kong was on the verge of erupting. However, a middle-aged man clad in golden attire swiftly communicated telepathically, Brother Niu, please remain calm. Let us first ascertain the true nature and strength of this human. This man was Kunzi Xiu, a master of the Yijing from the golden-winged Silver Kuan clan, whose innate ability, Devour, allows him to consume all things, making him a figure most would not dare provoke. Upon receiving Kunzi Xiu's message, Niu Kong restrained his impulse to explode in anger. Kunzi Xiu then signaled for silence and slowly addressed Lin Feng. Esteemed guest, who might you be? Lin Feng, unreserved, replied coolly, I am Lin Feng, the husband of the Empress of the Eastern Rising Empire. At this revelation, a man with the head of a crocodile immediately inquired, the Emperor? I have heard that the Empress of the Eastern Rising Empire recently brought her husband from the first heaven. Is that you? Many unaware members of the sea tribes and prominent figures from the upper realms fell silent. The first heaven? That realm is known for its scarcity of spiritual energy and resources. Even top-tier individuals brought to the ninth heaven are mere ordinary cultivators or even mortals. How could Lin Feng, who has slain a great sage, possibly hail from the first heaven? Yet, Lin Feng nodded slightly, calmly affirming, indeed, that is correct. There was no need for concealment. His relationship with Wuling Yun had significantly improved, and it mattered little if she discovered his true strength. Upon hearing that he originated from the first heaven, the sea tribes engaged in fervent telepathic discussions. If this Lin Feng truly comes from the first heaven, he must be an ancient figure who has remained hidden. We should not provoke him. A junior from the Magic Shark clan remarked. Didn't they say this fellow possesses a treasure that can shield him from the heavenly Tao? His true strength cannot be that formidable. Let us test him. If we cannot prevail, we shall promptly seek peace. Perhaps one of my brothers should feign impulsiveness and gauge his abilities? I shall take the initiative. Lin Feng patiently awaited their deliberations, while Sia, feeling bored, yawned and remarked, Father, will these seafood creatures make a move or not? I'm starting to feel drowsy. City pouted in agreement. Indeed, these sea tribes are quite timid. Surrounded by so many, they remain hesitant to act. If they are afraid, each faction should present us with a selection of seafood, and we can hasten to explore the sanctum of the sea tribes. Although their voices were soft, the air above the Magic Shark Castle was thick with experts of the Imperial realm and above, who naturally overheard the words of the two young ladies. They were actually scorned by two little girls. Moreover, they were requested to present seafood. They would not allow such disrespect to persist. Two powerful auras surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous shout. Arrogant human, you speak with such audacity. The offspring of humanity shall perish. Lin Feng, observing the two beams of white light approaching, furrowed his brow. The Xianyuan sword materialized in his hand, and with a thought, it split into two, meeting the white light head-on. While he might have a chance of evading death by engaging with them, those who dared to threaten his daughters were destined to meet their demise. Clang. Two light sounds echoed as a harpoon and a crescent halberd were sent crashing to the ground. Lin Feng cast a piercing gaze towards the ominous Magic Shark Castle above, his voice cold as he declared, the illusory spiked porcupine and the Icefang clan dare to lay hands on my daughter. The existence of your two factions is no longer warranted. These words sent a ripple of dread through the ranks of the illusory spiked porcupine and the Icefang clan, resonating with an air of inevitability, akin to the decree of a celestial authority. Brothers, we, the 10 great factions, are united as one. Let us advance together. The expressions of the elites from the illusory spiked porcupine and the Icefang clan shifted, and they transformed into 2 streaks of light, darting towards Lin Feng. Witnessing their ancestor take action, the clans of the illusory spiked porcupine and the Icefang clan rallied to attack. The bloodthirsty magic sharks experts inquired through telepathy. Should we join in? Hold on. Kunzi Xiao responded with caution, halting the participation of other factions. Let us observe Lin Feng's capabilities for now. As the elites from the illusory spiked porcupine and the Icefang clan noticed the other factions refraining from joining, they could not contain their anger. What are you dawdling for? If you do not act, we will send messages to the upper realm, exposing your breach of the covenant and your treachery against your allies. Hearing this tirade, the bloodthirsty magic shark could no longer remain indifferent, as this was indeed their territory. After all, the illusory spiked porcupine and the Icefang clan were there to assist them, prompting the bloodthirsty magic shark's Unity Realm strongman to persuade the others to join forces. With 2 resounding crashes that captured everyone's attention, Lin Feng had engaged in battle with the 2 Unity Realm experts. Within the 9 heavens, all were compelled to restrain their power, refraining from unleashing strength exceeding that of a half-saint. Thus, Lin Feng's skirmish with the 2 adversaries momentarily seemed evenly matched. Chapter 76. Spare us. Esteemed Senior Lin Feng was, of course, deliberate in this display. Not only did he wish to withhold his invincible domain from early revelation, but he also sought to instill a measure of confidence in the remaining Sea clans. If he were to annihilate both Unity Realm experts in an instant, even a fool would recognize the futility of engaging him. As he wrestled with the 2 demon beasts, a horde of Imperial, Half-Saint, and Great Saint elites from the illusory spiked porcupine and the Icefang clan surged towards Xia and her companions. Although Lin Feng was embroiled in combat, his invincible domain expanded, subtly shielding Xia and her friends. Without needing explicit instructions, the demon beasts, magical beasts, and expert merfolk surrounding Xia formed a protective barrier around the trio. While the nine-tailed fox and her kin were perplexed by Lin Feng's prolonged engagement with the 2 adversaries, they understood that his strength surpassed their expectations, compelling them to fiercely protect Xia and her companions. Perhaps the emperor sought to ascertain the loyalty of our little princess's guardians, testing whether they would risk their lives for her sake. The adversaries were not merely outnumbering them with imperial experts, but also included half-saints and great saints. It could be said that even without the intervention of the great saints, the nine-tailed fox and her kin could scarcely shield Xia and her 2 companions. The question remained, how long could they sustain this protection, and would they be willing to sacrifice themselves? A trial. This was undeniably a test from the emperor. Such were the thoughts of Xia's pets and the elite merfolk. Lin Feng wielded the Xianyuan sword, continuously spinning it, employing merely the void sword technique without even resorting to the infinite escape technique, and primarily adopting a defensive stance rather than an offensive one. He devoted half of his energy to observing Xia and her companions, along with the adept warriors above the magic shark castle. Witnessing the fierce determination of the pets and the elders of the merfolk as they valiantly protected Xia and her friends filled his heart with immense satisfaction. Suddenly, a radiant porpoise of the great sage realm transformed into a streak of light, appearing instantaneously beside Sirui, intent on seizing Sirui and City. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and with a mere thought, the great sage was rendered immobile. Following this, with a swift movement, Lin Feng severed the head of the great sage and obliterated his primordial spirit. Those who dare to harm my daughters shall perish. The sight of a great sage being effortlessly dispatched by Lin Feng sent the Sea clan warriors, who were besieging the nine-tailed fox and her allies, retreating in fear. The nine-tailed fox and the firebird seized the moment to catch their breath. Ibaka quickly turned to Lin Feng and said, "Your Majesty, we are powerless to protect the princesses adequately. No worries, do your best." Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. With him present, there was no chance of his daughters encountering any mishap. He directed his attention to the radiant porpoise and the frostbite jaw, stating, "Now, I shall be serious. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" The porpoise's expression shifted dramatically as it immediately called out to the Sea clan warriors behind it. "Will you not take action? If you do not, I shall return to the upper realm at once." The higher-ups of the bloodthirsty magic shark turned pale and hastily laughed. "Do not worry, porpoise brother. We are here to assist you." The remaining warriors transformed into streaks of light, swiftly arriving beside the radiant porpoise. The Sea clan experts above the magic shark castle also soared over, gathering behind the 9 Unity Realm Masters. Kunzi Xiao turned to Lin Feng and slowly remarked, When you killed the radiant porpoise of the great sage realm, you momentarily stripped it of its ability to resist. If I am not mistaken, this ability of yours must have limitations. Once we all reveal our true forms, you will not be able to confine us. Moreover, it is likely that the heavenly Tao will detect your strength surpassing the half-sage realm and forcibly elevate you. He added, once we reach the upper realm, we will possess far greater means to contend with you. His words were directed not only at Lin Feng, but also intended for the nearby masters to hear. Lin Feng's heart chuckled coldly, yet he feigned panic, saying, "What nonsense are you speaking? I possess no ability to render anyone incapable of resistance." Seeing his anxious expression, the Sea clan wholeheartedly believed Kunzi Shio's analysis. Niu Kong, filled with excitement, raised his fists and declared, "What are we waiting for, brothers? Let us all reveal our true forms and strike with our utmost power before we are forcibly elevated. Even if we cannot kill this brat, we can dispel his bizarre ability, allowing our descendants to deal the final blow." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately retreated, positioning himself beside Xia and the others. This scene was once again misconstrued by the Sea clan as Lin Feng's fear, prompting them to believe he sought protection from his pets and the merfolk. "Do not let them escape," the chief of the bloodthirsty magic shark bellowed, commanding everyone to tighten their encirclement, as the 9 Unity Realm experts had already released their restraints. In an instant, a profound and ancient aura radiated in all directions, as 9 formidable beings from the realm of Unity transformed into their true forms. Above their corporeal bodies manifested colossal illusory figures. The frostbite crocodile, measuring over 10 feet in length, bore a mace as its emblem. The thunder bull brandished a crescent moon blade, while the bloodthirsty demon shark exhibited an eerie crimson eye. These manifestations significantly augment the cultivator's power, typically categorized into 3 types: offense, defense, and enhancement. Additionally, there exist special manifestations that, while not enhancing personal strength, still qualify as superior. Examples include healing, perception, and the Eye of Destiny. Naturally, some manifestations offer no benefits to oneself or the team, rendering them ineffective, a topic to be addressed later. Before Lin Feng stood 9 Unity Realm sea beasts, each embodying an offensive manifestation. This was evidently a deliberate dispatch from the lower realm, focused on offensive prowess. The 9 manifestations encircled Lin Feng like colossal deities, with powerful sages behind them poised to unleash their might and ascend. Yet, Lin Feng would not grant them such an opportunity. The ruse he had performed was designed to draw them closer, facilitating the complete enveloping of his invincible domain. With all the experts above the Imperial Realm gathered, it was an opportune moment. Before the 9 Unity Realm beings could flaunt their might, Lin Feng, with a mere thought, initiated his action. An ominous realization struck him. The frostbite crocodile's manifestation, the mace, erupted in an instant, inflicting severe damage upon its true form, causing it to spew forth a copious amount of blood. Following suit, the other 8 sea beasts' manifestations detonated one after another, leaving them in a state of utter shock. The combined strength of the 9 Unity Realm experts had been thwarted before they even had a chance to retaliate. Flee. The desire to escape was not confined to the 9 Unity Realm beings. Even the remaining sea beasts were seized by the same sentiment, some already turning to flee. However, within Lin Feng's invincible domain, he stood as an absolute deity. They soon discovered that their bodies were rendered immobile, their souls unable to escape, and their spiritual energy solidified and unmovable. This sensation of becoming lambs for slaughter filled them with terror and distress. "Spare us, esteemed one. I, of the Frostbite Crocodile clan, vow to follow you for eternity." "Unnecessary." Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. "The moment you laid hands on my daughter, the fate of your Frostbite Crocodile clan was sealed." With that, he willed forth, and the Unity Realm Frostbite Crocodile soul was obliterated in an instant, leaving only its massive form behind. The second to fall was the illusory spiny porcupine, which had audaciously attempted to ambush his daughter. Such an affront could not be tolerated. He eradicated their souls while preserving their bodies. Extending his hand, he summoned the 2 sea beasts' corpses before him and smiled at his daughters, saying, "Though the porcupine is toxic, with proper handling, it can be a rare delicacy. As for this crocodile, while it may appear unappealing, its flesh is remarkably tender." At this, both Xia and the nearby Firebird and Evil Fire Phoenix exchanged glances, their eyes brightening with intrigue. As for the sea beasts surrounding him, their faces were all ashen. In Chapter 77, What Qualifications, Lin Feng stowed away 2 seafood items, discovering that their storage rings contained a plethora of valuable items. He thus casually collected the rings as well. Previously, when he vanquished high-ranking demon beasts or sea creatures, he had not bothered to gather their storage rings, primarily due to the insignificance of their contents compared to the rewards from the system. After all, Their possessions paled in comparison, prompting Lin Feng to obliterate them without hesitation. However, the treasures belonging to these experts from the upper realms were far more impressive. Whether it was weapons, armor, innate magical treasures, or the materials and spirit stones contained within their rings, they surpassed those of ordinary cultivators significantly. The artifacts they had refined and integrated within them alone constituted a considerable profit. Once collected, these items would serve well as rewards for Wu Lingyun in the future. Storage devices cannot contain other storage devices. For instance, one cannot place a storage ring into another storage ring or pouch, yet they can be placed into the system's pouch. There would be time to sort through these items later. With a thought, Lin Feng swiftly extinguished the souls of the remaining 7 sea beasts at the Unity Realm. He felt a profound satisfaction as he gathered the seafood and their storage rings, feeling a tinge of gratitude towards these creatures that had provided both treasure and sustenance, so much so that it made his mouth water. In return, he vowed to prepare them in a manner that was visually and gastronomically delightful. After finishing with the sea beasts at the Unity Realm, he turned his attention to those above the Imperial Realm. At this moment, all the sea beasts bore a ghastly pallor, and the group of Great Saint Realm sea creatures from the upper realm regretted their descent. The power of the heavenly Tao swept below, realizing that the experts of the Unity Realm had vanished, and then quickly dispersed. The Great Saint Realm sea beasts lamented, crying out in despair, wishing for the heavenly Tao to notice them and send down a guiding light to escort them away. Many resolved that if they could escape, they would never return to the lower realm again. Unfortunately, Lin Feng offered them no chance for regret. With a slight gesture, the Imperial Realm experts within his invincible domain met their demise almost instantaneously. The reason it was almost was that he spared over 20 coral unicorns and blue-winged sea dragon beasts of the Imperial Realm. After collecting the corpses of the seafood, one of the blue-winged sea dragon beasts, which had miraculously survived, gazed at Lin Feng with lifeless eyes and inquired, "Senior, do you wish to keep some alive for future consumption?" Lin Feng smirked, taken aback by the extent of their fright. However, even if he understood their predicament, he could not acknowledge it. Instead, he reassured them, "Do not wear such mournful expressions. I leave you alive to guide your kin in development and growth. If I desire fresh delicacies, I shall come to claim them at any time." "Humph, you indeed regard our sea tribe as your private pond. Why don't you go capture divine beasts and sacred beasts from the 18 layers of heaven instead?" protested the Imperial Realm coral unicorn. Its eyes filled with resentment as it glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled, replying, "I will eventually feast upon divine beasts and sacred beasts. You need not concern yourselves with that." He then glanced at Abaka and continued, "While I am inclined to support the merfolk, I do not wish for them to grow too powerful, lest they pose a future threat to humanity. Retaining a few of your skilled individuals is essential for establishing a tripartite balance with the merfolk, ensuring mutual restraint." Upon hearing Lin Feng's unembellished declaration, Abaka's expression shifted slightly. However, he dared not oppose Lin Feng's resolution and could only acquiesce. The surviving coral unicorns and blue-winged sea dragons, upon comprehending Lin Feng's intentions, realized that he had indeed spared them. Moreover, they would retain their status as part of the sacred land, becoming one of the dominant forces in the ocean realm, which was a far more favorable outcome compared to the obliteration of the 8 formidable powers. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your mercy." With that, the coral unicorns and blue-winged sea dragons prostrated themselves before Lin Feng, regardless of whether this formidable figure would later demand seafood. As long as they maintained their sacred land privileges, their clans would not easily face decline or destruction. It was a rather bitter irony that they had to bow and express gratitude to a mysterious overlord who had annihilated their kin's experts. Where could they seek solace for such a predicament? Lin Feng surveyed the battlefield and stated, "In the future, only your 3 major factions and the Eastern Rising Empire shall possess the right to utilize the sacred land. Should the obliterated powers disagree, let them await my return in the upper realm. Once I have finished my seafood, I shall seek them out." His words sent shivers through the surviving sea clans, rendering them speechless. Let us proceed to the sacred land. At Lin Feng's command, he and his daughters soared towards the Demon Shark Castle, where a teleportation array awaited, capable of transporting them directly to the sacred land, thus saving considerable time. The coral unicorns, blue-winged sea dragons, and merfolk experts hurriedly followed suit. The remaining weaker sea creatures could only scatter in a desperate bid for survival. From this day forth, the power dynamics of the sea clans would be irrevocably altered. The name Lin Feng would echo throughout the ocean realm, for this human had single-handedly subdued all sea clan experts, even treating the reinforcements from the upper realm as mere seafood, a tale destined to be immortalized. Perhaps henceforth, any sea clan that heard of this event would hesitate to provoke the citizens of the Eastern Rising Empire. As Lin Feng and his entourage stepped into the teleportation array, A brilliant flash enveloped them, and a multitude vanished within the array. The space trembled, filled with radiant light, but soon tranquility returned. Expanding his consciousness, Lin Feng discerned their arrival at the destination and addressed Xia and the others. The first visit here often yields profound insights. Cherish this opportunity. Thank you, Emperor. Xia's companions and the merfolk experts expressed their gratitude. Indeed, this was a momentous opportunity for them. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the group exited the teleportation array, greeted by a vast expanse. Not far away, a continuously twisting spatial rift erupted with the power of laws. Within proximity to the rift, 10 semi-saint level experts sat cross-legged in 2 rows, engaged in meditation and comprehension. Surrounding them, arrays formed a barrier, containing the emanating power of laws, preventing it from dispersing into the surroundings. As Lin Feng and his companions approached, the 10 half-saint beings seated cross-legged on the ground simultaneously opened their eyes. A man with a crocodile head sneered and exclaimed, "Humans, beastmen, demon races, and merfolk, what right do you have to be here?" Lin Feng, uninterested in engaging in trivial discourse, unleashed his invincible domain, instantly obliterating the man's soul. This abrupt display of aggression, coupled with Lin Feng's swift annihilation of the ice-cold creature, left the remaining 9 utterly astonished. They gazed at the over 10 coral unicorns and blue-winged sea dragons, each possessing imperial strength, behind Lin Feng, urgently inquiring, "What is happening here?" One of the coral unicorns was about to offer an explanation when Lin Feng struck again, eliminating 7 more half-saints. "This is outrageous. Who are you?" cried the last 2 men, one belonging to the coral unicorn clan and the other to the blue-winged sea dragon clan. At this moment, the coral unicorn behind Lin Feng quickly declared, "Elders, among the imperial-level experts of our 10 sea domain factions, we are the last remaining. This esteemed individual is Lin Feng, the Emperor of the Eastern Rising Empire, who shall become our master henceforth." "Preposterous," bellowed the half-saint elder of the coral unicorns, his face contorted with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. "When did our 10 superpowers of the sea ever pledge allegiance to a human?" His words sent a wave of panic through the imperial-level coral unicorns and blue-winged sea dragons behind Lin Feng, fearing that in a fit of anger, he might annihilate them all. Thud. They hastily knelt before Lin Feng, pleading for mercy. "Esteemed one, this elder is unaware of the situation. Perhaps we could take a moment to explain?" "There's no need," Lin Feng replied, and with a mere thought, he transformed the remaining 2 half-saint beings into sustenance, absorbing them into his system. Thus, all 10 half-saint experts were eradicated by Lin Feng. "Please spare us. Master, do not kill us. We can ensure the well-being of the younger generation, allowing you to savor high-quality seafood whenever you desire," implored a coral unicorn that had transformed into the guise of a young woman, tears streaming down her face. This plea left Lin Feng's pets and the evil fire phoenix astounded. However, upon reflection, they realized that if Lin Feng held an interest in their kind, he might indeed spare most of them. Faced with a figure of Lin Feng's caliber, any thought of resistance was utterly quashed. What they could do was strive to preserve the continuity of their lineage, ensuring that when Lin Feng required it, they would willingly present him with the finest seafood. Lin Feng turned back with a faint smile and addressed the coral unicorns and blue-winged sea dragons. "Choose a new clan leader among yourselves. I shall assist you in reinforcing and improving the magical formation, and once the new leader is appointed, the rest may depart." "Understood, Master." The coral unicorns and blue-winged sea dragons complied obediently, quickly communicating telepathically. Before long, they selected their new leaders. The new leader of the coral unicorns was the young woman who had spoken earlier, while the blue-winged sea dragon also chose a woman adorned with a pair of antlers. Perhaps it was due to the observation that most of Lin Feng's companions were female pets, that the 2 clans deliberately chose 2 females as their leaders. A subtle intention that Lin Feng remained oblivious to. At this moment, Ibaka respectfully inquired, "Master, shall our siren clan also withdraw?" Lin Feng surveyed the formation and replied leisurely, "You may remain. Since I have promised you opportunities, all of you shall accompany me into the realm of the laws. However, upon our return, I will entrust the method of controlling the formation to your respective clan leaders. Others wishing to enter must obtain permission from all 3 of you." "Thank you, Master." The elders of the Siren clan knelt before him, their foreheads humbly touching the ground in gratitude. Lin Feng retrieved some materials from the previously acquired storage ring and commenced their refinement. The imperial-level experts of the coral unicorn and blue-winged sea dragon clans, lacking any instructions, could only watch Lin Feng in anticipation. After refining the materials and inscribing the runes, he began arranging the formation. During this process, all beasts of imperial strength and above, including the sea beasts, sirens, and magical creatures, sensed a resonance between Lin Feng's body and the surrounding environment, gradually fading into obscurity. Their vision blurred, ultimately leading them to realize they were situated within a chaotic world brimming with laws. It seemed that with every breath, they could absorb countless laws, and a mere stretch of the hand allowed them to touch various principles. This was indeed a tremendous fortune. They collectively began to indulge in the absorption and fervently comprehend the laws. However, before long, the surrounding laws began to dissipate, revealing Lin Feng's figure. With the formation now complete, without special means, even the most powerful beings from the upper realm would find it impossible to breach the formation. Lin Feng clapped his hands and addressed the Coral Unicorn and Blue-Winged Sea Dragon clans, saying, "Your clan leaders shall remain. The rest may exit and wait." "Understood, Master." The remaining Imperial-level experts from both clans retreated, leaving only the two leaders behind. Lin Feng then began to transmit the method of controlling the formation to the two leaders and Ibaka. This process was brief, and upon its conclusion, the three leaders offered their blood to the formation for integration. From henceforth, without the permission of these three clans, no one would be able to enter the formation unbidden. The binding of the formation was complete. Henceforth, your three clans shall serve as the guardians of this sacred ground, except for the royal family of the Eastern Rising Empire. Anyone wishing to enter must receive unanimous consent from your three clans. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ibaka and the leaders of the Coral Unicorn and Blue-Winged Sea Dragon clans quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master. Now, let us enter together," Lin Feng declared, leading his three daughters into the spatial rift. The others, unable to contain their excitement, followed suit. This spatial rift appeared to connect to a new world, where melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms mingled, and streams meandered beneath verdant canopies, with various small animals scurrying about. The three sisters, filled with exuberance, frolicked on the grass, exclaiming, "Wow, the air here is so fresh. Father, look, there's a little rabbit ahead. I wonder if the rabbits here are tasty. Look, there are butterflies." Upon hearing the words of his daughters, Lin Feng promptly addressed them, urging, "Do not wander aimlessly. Everything here is a manifestation of the laws, not reality. Beneath this seemingly tranquil veneer, peril may lurk at every turn." As he spoke, the nine-tailed fox, flamingo, amethyst-winged lion, and immortal phoenix materialized around them in succession. Following closely were the leaders of the Merman clan, Coral Unicorn, and Blue-Winged Sea Dragon. Due to their overwhelming numbers, the Merman leader, Ibaka, inadvertently stepped upon a small white rabbit upon his arrival. In that instant, the rabbit transformed into a white chain of law, ensnaring Ibaka's leg. Startled, Ibaka attempted to struggle, but Lin Feng quickly elucidated the situation, advising, "Do not resist the chain of law, nor let their unusual forms and sensations affect you. For everything here is a manifestation of the laws. Only by disregarding all distractions can one attain greater benefits." "Understood, Master." Ibaka promptly ceased his resistance and settled into a meditative posture. With a soft sound, Ibaka's leg was brutally severed by the chain of law, causing a collective change in expression among the onlookers, save for Lin Feng. On the ground, Ibaka's countenance paled, yet recalling Lin Feng's counsel, he gritted his teeth and continued to absorb and comprehend. In the next moment, the white chain, resembling a serpent, coiled around his body, ascending towards his neck. Although he felt a twinge of anxiety, he steadied his mind, recalling Lin Feng's words, and persevered in his pursuit of understanding. With a sudden snap, Ibaka's neck was crushed, prompting gasps from the elders of the Merman clan, some of whom were ready to rush to his aid. However, a keen-eyed elder swiftly halted them, stating, "Do not panic. Observe how the leader's head remains suspended. Indeed, if his neck were truly severed, even with a surviving soul, his head would surely plummet to the ground or take flight." After the white chain had finished with Ibaka's neck, it diminished in size and, seemingly indignant, burrowed into his mind from beneath his neck. Ibaka's tightly shut eyes twitched involuntarily, prompting exclamations from the elders. "Leader." Chapter 79, All is settled. To the observers, Ibaka's remaining head now appeared engorged with blood, contorted in apparent agony. Yet, he bore the torment with fortitude, seizing the opportunity to refine and comprehend. Gradually, the anguish faded from his visage, replaced by a serene demeanor. Ultimately, he appeared rather at ease, with the severed neck, body, and limbs gradually restoring themselves. As they witnessed Ibaka's form resume its meditative posture, the elders of the Merman clan let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Ibaka slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Lin Feng, he immediately knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Overcome with excitement, he realized that the chain of law had been absorbed into his being, and with complete refinement, he had the opportunity to transcend to the realm of the great saint. Lin Feng waved his hand, addressing the assembly. "Now, each of you should seek your own fortunes. To absorb and refine the laws requires not only luck, but also immense willpower. This time, we shall not linger for long, so make haste. Very well, my master. Once the members of the sea tribe disperse, Lin Feng addressed the magical and demonic beasts surrounding his daughters. You may depart as well. The space here is limited, yet abundant in laws. Whether you can absorb a chain of law depends on your fortune. Thank you, master. The magical and demonic beasts expressed their gratitude and swiftly scattered in all directions. Once his subordinates had all departed, Lin Feng turned to his daughters and inquired, Do you wish to possess a law? Shall I assist you in refining one within your bodies? If his earlier subordinates had overheard this, they would undoubtedly be astonished once more. Refining a chain of law oneself might be feasible, but aiding another in such a process is a feat beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Moreover, given that his daughters were merely in the body-tempering realm, the ability to refine a chain of law would equate to having a direct pathway to transcending into the great sage realm. Sirui tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, playfully asking, Father, what is the purpose of a law chain? What benefits does refining it confer? Xia and Sitian also gazed at Lin Feng with wide eyes, seemingly intrigued by the law chain. The benefits are manifold, the simplest being that once you enter the profound realm, when you execute techniques, merely infusing a hint of the power of law can significantly amplify their might, often overwhelming adversaries of the same rank. Lin Feng, of course, shared everything he knew with his daughters, but given their limited strength and youth, he could only convey concepts they could grasp. Although Xia and her sisters were not initially very interested in the law chain, the notion of being able to combat beyond their level and overpower opponents of the same tier piqued their curiosity. Father, I want a law chain. I want it too. I desire the most formidable one. No, I want the mightiest. I want many, many law chains. Seeing his daughters so enthusiastic, Lin Feng patiently explained, having more law chains is not necessarily better, especially when one's strength has not yet reached the great sage realm. Refining too many will not yield benefits. Then, Father, please find me the most powerful one. Sitian raised her small fist, casting a challenging glance at her two sisters. Xia and Sirui scoffed, turning their faces away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly knelt down to comfort his three daughters. Enough, do not quarrel. There is no absolute strongest law, only the one that is most suitable. Let me first tell you about the different types of laws. As he spoke, he promptly began to introduce the concept of laws to his daughters. In simple terms, laws represent a manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao, an occurrence where cultivators resonate with the heavenly Tao during their practice. Discovering the law that best suits oneself can greatly enhance the likelihood of breaking through to the great sage realm. However, encountering an unsuitable one may at most provide a modest increase in cultivation. This is why, despite the abundance of precious artifacts in the nine heavens, few individuals can successfully comprehend the laws within these artifacts to achieve a breakthrough into the great sage realm. Just now, Ibaka was indeed fortunate to encounter a chain of law that resonated well with him, hence he did not experience any rejection. When Lin Feng assists his daughters in their search, he will certainly seek those that align closely with their natures. For strength-oriented cultivators, laws that enhance power and explosive force are ideal, whereas those excelling in speed would find agility-related laws to be the most compatible. Although still young, Xia and her companions possess remarkable talents and have been practicing superior techniques. Lin Feng resolved to find them some principles that could significantly enhance their self-defense capabilities. With a firm decision in mind, he expanded his invincible domain, swiftly enveloping an area of 500 zhang. This realm, while not vast, covering only 100 miles in diameter, harbored a plethora of laws, over 1,000 from the 3,000 great principles, yet lacked completeness. A distinctive feature of this space is its automatic generation of law chains, allowing them to remain there for 10 days to half a month as they gradually sought out suitable principles. Meanwhile, the external world had undergone significant transformations. The southern wilderness kingdom had been entirely conquered, becoming the territory of the Eastern Rising Empire, while the nine heavens had been divided into 4 nations. The southern beasts and the eastern sea tribes remained unusually quiet, refraining from causing disturbances, which brought a sense of relief yet perplexity to Wu Lingyun. Only after the complete occupation of the southern wilderness kingdom could she finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the most pressing concern remained the sole emperor of the Western Liang Empire, who had dispatched troops to harass them twice. Given that the Western Liang Kingdom was inherently more powerful than the Eastern Rising Empire, this time they sent 10 half-saint masters and 20 imperial realm experts to create trouble for Wu Lingyun. Consequently, the newly established Eastern Rising Empire faced some minor setbacks, having to relinquish several border cities. Their forces were compelled to retreat within the protective arrays of the border cities, awaiting reinforcements from Wu Lingyun. Within the main hall of the former Southern Wilderness Empire's palace, Wu Lingyun maintained a composed demeanor while discussing the situation with a group of both new and veteran ministers. Esteemed ministers, she began, the Western Liang Kingdom has taken advantage of our efforts to pacify the Southern Wilderness Empire, continually harassing us, and even seizing several cities. What are your thoughts? Feng Chuling and Bai Wanrong, former elders of the Eastern Rising Empire who had now become her trusted confidants, responded to her inquiry. Feng Chuling suggested, Your Majesty, I propose we recall all Imperial Realm experts from the Beast Forest and the Eastern Sea borders to engage in a decisive battle against the Western Liang Empire. Wu Lingyun furrowed her brow, replying, That may not be prudent. If we summon the Imperial Realm experts, the beasts and sea tribes might seize the opportunity to launch an attack. How could our ordinary troops withstand such an assault? Moreover, the Central Continent has always been covetous. If they choose this moment to strike, we would be beset from all sides. These considerations weighed heavily on Wu Lingyun's mind. While expanding territory is beneficial, maintaining control over it poses a formidable challenge. Even now, she remained skeptical that the Central Continent would willingly allow the Eastern Rising Empire to absorb the Southern Wilderness Kingdom. Perhaps they were merely waiting for their experts to become vulnerable, ready to deliver a lethal blow when the time was ripe. Amidst her myriad worries, she failed to notice the subtle eye rolls exchanged among the elder statesmen, Feng Chuling, Bai Wanrong, and others. Since realizing Lin Feng's extraordinary nature, they had sensed numerous discrepancies. Most notably, the presence of Imperial Realm pets surrounding the three little princesses indicated that the Emperor had ventured deep into the Beast Forest with them. Subsequently, the Grand Elder of the Demon Suppression City sought refuge, during which intelligence indicated that Lin Feng had escorted the little princesses to the Demon Realm. This time, the information revealed that the Emperor was leading the princesses to the Sea Tribe. The Emperor seemed to have quelled all external threats. Your Majesty, the Empress, what is there to worry about? Chapter 80. The Empress in crisis. Although such thoughts lingered in their minds, the elders dared not voice them aloud. After some contemplation, Feng Chuling suggested, Your Majesty, we can discreetly summon these formidable experts back and launch an assault on the Western Liang Kingdom. Simultaneously, we should inform the experts from the Demon Suppression City to coordinate with us, catching the Western Liang Kingdom off guard. The other elders echoed in agreement, stating, We support Elder Feng's proposal. Wu Lingyun raised an eyebrow, though she sensed a hint of recklessness in this plan, faced with the aggressive Western Liang Kingdom. She could only nod in assent. Very well. I shall issue the orders to prepare the Grand Elder of the Demon Suppression City. We will strike the Western Liang Kingdom from both sides. 2 days later, within the palace of the Western Liang Kingdom, the Soul Emperor received word that the Eastern Ascendancy Kingdom was mobilizing its forces, seemingly preparing for a decisive battle. In response, he too began to deploy troops, readying for a full-scale confrontation. Just before setting out, a guard arrived with news that a special envoy from the Central Continent sought an audience. The Soul Emperor promptly instructed the guard to escort the envoy to his study. Before long, in the Soul Emperor's study, 10 powerful semi-holy experts offered a brief salute. One elder, leading the group, spoke, Soul Emperor, we come at the behest of the Slaying Emperor to assist the Western Liang Kingdom in dealing with the Eastern Ascendancy Empire. The Slaying Emperor is truly considerate. The arrival of these 10 elders is most timely. The Soul Emperor was filled with joy. The dispatch of experts from the Central Continent not only affirmed their allegiance, but also alleviated his burdens. The elder continued, However, we must keep our identities concealed. To enhance our chances of victory, the Slaying Emperor has gifted us a treasure, which will surely allow us to eliminate that girl, Wu Lingyun, in a single strike. Upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor expressed a hint of reluctance. Esteemed elders, Wu Lingyun possesses numerous secrets. Is it possible for us to capture her alive? He still harbored lingering thoughts of the Empress, wishing to indulge in her favor, having never encountered an Empress in his lifetime. The prospect of ascending to the upper realms made such an opportunity increasingly elusive. The elder's expression turned stern as he replied, Wu Lingyun is the linchpin of the Eastern Ascendancy Empire. Only by eliminating her can we swiftly dismantle the empire. Soul Emperor, do not allow compassion to grant the Eastern Ascendancy any chance of resurgence. Very well, I understand what must be done. Although he felt a tinge of regret, eliminating Wu Lingyun would also allow him to expand his territory, ultimately a gain. With the clandestine support of the Central Continent's guest elders, the Soul Emperor was invigorated and promptly declared war. Wu Lingyun, undeterred, readily accepted the challenge of battle. At this moment, both nations summoned their most elite experts, and the impending clash was imminent. The initial confrontation unfolded among the ordinary soldiers, with over 1 million troops, some soaring through the skies, others mounted on mystical beasts, engaged in fierce combat, quickly reaching a stalemate. Following their recent conquest of the Southern Wasteland Empire, the soldiers of the Eastern Ascendancy were emboldened, and the tide of battle soon began to tilt in their favor. At this moment, the nation of Shiliang could no longer remain idle and promptly dispatched masters of the imperial realm to join the fray. Meanwhile, from the Eastern Rising Empire, Feng Chuling, by Wanrong, Elder Qin, Elder Sun, Elder Yu, and Xiao Yunzi all volunteered for battle. Although Wu Lingyun wished to participate personally, the elders vehemently dissuaded her. She could only address the elders and generals, saying, "Very well, be cautious, esteemed elders and generals. I await your triumphant return." Thus, several elders of semi-saint caliber, accompanied by a dozen leaders of the imperial realm, entered the fray, and soon the elite fighters from both sides were locked in aerial combat. Below, the soldiers gradually dispersed, ceasing their skirmishes. With the engagement of these formidable masters, it sufficed to await the outcome of their duel. Should one side's elite be vanquished or slain, the remaining lower-tier cultivators and ordinary soldiers would become insignificant in number. Wu Lingyun anxiously watched the battle unfold from above the heads of the Eastern Rising soldiers, acutely aware that this confrontation not only affected morale, but also the fate of the nation. A defeat could mean the return of the recently acquired territory of the southern wilderness and even pose a threat to the Eastern Rising Empire's original lands. Just as all eyes were fixed on the clash of these titans, an unexpected disturbance rippled through the space beside Wu Lingyun, heralding a sudden crisis. In an instant, 10 auras of semi-saint strength surrounded and locked onto her, exuding an overwhelming pressure that rendered her immobile. Not good. Protect the Empress. The Empress is in danger. To arms. The Eastern Rising Empire descended into chaos, caught off guard by the sudden ambush targeting their sovereign. The assailants had approached without causing any spatial disturbance, evidently utilizing some extraordinary artifacts to conceal their presence. Feng Chuling, by Wanrong, and the other esteemed elders were filled with dread. Should anything happen to the Empress, not only would they be unable to demand favors from the Emperor, but they would also have to seek divine intervention to escape his wrath. Yet, at that moment, the Shiliang masters intensified their onslaught, preventing any possibility of rescue. The distance between them made it impossible to reach the Empress in time. Damn it! We should have left 2 people to protect the Empress. The elders' faces turned ashen, their hearts heavy with regret. The soldiers of the Eastern Rising Empire, too, looked pale as they gazed upon the 10 semi-saint masters. The Empress had little chance of survival. Not to mention that the Empress was merely at the imperial realm. Even a semi-saint would meet a grim fate against such a well-prepared ambush. Death. The 10 semi-saint masters were guest elders dispatched from Zhongzhou, having changed their attire to conceal their identities, leading others to mistakenly believe they were hidden forces of Shiliang. Feeling the difficulty in movement and the sluggishness of her spiritual energy, Wu Lingyun became increasingly alarmed, forcibly summoning the chaotic golden lotus to hover above her head. Despair began to creep into her heart. In that moment, she thought of her 3 daughters and Lin Feng. She had hoped that once this tumult was resolved, she could spend quality time with them, never anticipating such a sudden turn of events. As she beheld the 10 formidable attacks closing in, she realized she possessed no means of defense. The chaotic golden lotus atop her head began to contort under the pressure of the surrounding spiritual energy, seemingly on the verge of collapsing and shattering. With great effort, Wu Lingyun barely channeled the last vestiges of her spiritual energy to bolster the chaotic golden lotus. Die, Empress! A simultaneous sneer appeared on the faces of 10 semi-saint elders, as though they had already envisioned the scene of Wu Lingyun's demise, her essence extinguished. Just as the chaotic golden lotus was about to disintegrate, a scroll suddenly flew out from Wu Lingyun's storage ring, hovering above the golden lotus. The scroll appeared utterly ordinary. Yet at that moment, it emanated an unparalleled power, not only withstanding 10 assaults, but also unleashing 10 lethal auras from within. The murderous intent surged towards the 10 semi-saint experts, penetrating their foreheads amidst their incredulous gazes. A swift execution. Moreover, their primordial spirits had no time to flee, leaving them utterly annihilated. Wu Lingyun, astonished, lifted her gaze towards the scroll, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. Elder Yu and Elder Sun exchanged glances, and immediately, in excitement, exclaimed, "Isn't this the handwriting of the Emperor?" Chapter 81. What nonsense! Not only did Elder Yu and Elder Sun instantly recognize that the scroll was Lin Feng's, but the other elders also recognized it at once. Their unwavering loyalty to the Empress and the Emperor fostered a harmonious rapport among the elders. Elder Yu and Elder Sun had previously shared Lin Feng's writings with the other elders, who revered the manifestations of laws within Lin Feng's calligraphy, often borrowing it for study, thus becoming quite familiar with his script. Upon recognizing the rotating scroll hovering above Wu Lingyun's head, they immediately identified it as Lin Feng's handwriting. Witnessing the Emperor's writing autonomously defend its master and even unleash lethal intent that annihilated 10 semi-saint experts, they breathed a sigh of relief while harboring profound admiration for the Emperor. Truly, he is an extraordinary figure beyond the mundane world. No wonder he did not assist Wu Lingyun in enhancing her strength. He had already laid hidden safeguards to protect the Empress. Such a method was indeed astonishing, broadening their horizons. This spectacle was not only witnessed by those from the Eastern Rise Kingdom. Even the people of the Western Liang Kingdom were acutely aware of Wu Lingyun's predicament, observing her on the brink of death, with a scroll suddenly emerging from her storage ring to obliterate 10 ambushing experts. They were immediately taken aback. What kind of treasure could possibly possess the power to eliminate 10 semi-saint experts? Within the 9 heavens, semi-saint strength is nearly the pinnacle of power. Could this treasure originate from the higher realms? Yet, no matter how formidable a treasure may be, it would inevitably be sensed by the heavenly Tao the moment it is revealed and instantly annihilated. At this moment, the characters atop Wu Lingyun's head began to shatter inch by inch, ultimately reducing to powder. Wu Lingyun then regained her composure, recalling that this was Lin Feng's heroic journey. What sort of husband have I found? With a complex array of emotions, she softly murmured to herself, suddenly remembering the mysterious figure who had secretly acted against the Eastern Rise Empire recently. Could it be? Wu Lingyun covered her mouth, daring not to pursue the thought further. Casting a cold glance towards the people of the Western Liang Kingdom, she bellowed, "Kill!" With a resounding shout, she charged forward. The morale of the soldiers below surged, following the Empress into battle. Meanwhile, the experts of the Western Liang Empire, engaged in combat, had lost their will to fight. Who knew if Wu Lingyun possessed more of those ominous paintings? If another one were to emerge, they would be instantly annihilated. What point was there in continuing? Yet, as they sought to retreat, the forces of the Eastern Rising Empire intensified their assault, refusing to let them escape. Wu Lingyun transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the fray among several Imperial Realm experts. The Eastern Rising Empire found themselves at a numerical disadvantage, resulting in a precarious position. Even with Wu Lingyun's arrival, the odds remained 4 against 6, a dire situation. However, upon glimpsing Wu Lingyun, the 6 Imperial Realm experts were seized by terror, their courage faltering. They dared not strike. They had surmised that the treasures she bore were of passive defense, automatically protecting their owner in moments of peril. To strike at her with lethal intent would be tantamount to self-destruction. Thus, despite their numerical superiority, the Western Liang Empire's experts felt utterly constrained, unable to unleash their full might. In stark contrast, the leaders of the Eastern Rising Empire fought with reckless abandon, swiftly seizing opportunities to eliminate 2 Imperial Realm experts, ensuring not even their souls could escape. With the score now 4 against 4, the remaining experts of the Western Liang Empire found themselves outmatched. Ultimately, with Wu Lingyun's assistance, they dispatched 2 more, leaving the last 2 wounded and fleeing. Wu Lingyun chose not to pursue. Sensing the fear she instilled in the Western Liang forces, she gritted her teeth and charged into the fray against the semi-holy experts. Feng Chuling and Xiao Yunzi were battling 3 semi-holy experts. Although outnumbered, they had not suffered greatly due to the evident hesitance of their foes. However, with Wu Lingyun's entry, the 3 semi-holy experts nearly cursed aloud. Here was a mere empress with only Imperial Realm power, intruding for no reason. If she lost control and unleashed her protective paintings, who would bear the consequences? To bolster their spirits, one of the semi-holy women boldly declared, "Elders, do not fear. The Empress's treasures are likely rare, perhaps only that one painting exists, right?" A smirk graced Wu Lingyun's lips as she produced several more paintings. The 3 semi-holy experts felt their skin crawl at the sight, their minds racing with curses. Was this some sort of common commodity? Could it be mass-produced? They immediately probed with their spiritual senses, realizing these were no ordinary paintings. Within them resided profound laws, far from mundane. Wu Lingyun pressed the paintings to her chest and relinquished her defense, her expression boldly declaring, "Come at me." She truly had more. What was the point of continuing this fight? Retreat. The 3 semi-holy experts from the Western Liang Empire were so terrified they refrained from even touching any spiritual energy. They sought only to flee, distancing themselves from those paintings as swiftly as possible. Upon witnessing this scene, the denizens of the Eastern Rising Empire erupted into laughter, utterly astonished that a confrontation between 2 armies, which should have been solemn, unfolded into such a theatrical spectacle. The Empress, displaying a playful demeanor, roamed about clutching a painting, seeking out the formidable experts of the Western Liang Kingdom at the half-saint and emperor levels. Upon sighting the martial spirit, all who beheld her were seized with terror, fleeing in a panic. If the masters exhibited such cowardice, One can only imagine the plight of the soldiers below, who were mercilessly pursued by the forces of the Eastern Rising Empire. Ultimately, the Eastern Rising Empire surged forth with fervor, not only reclaiming all territories of the southern wilderness that had been occupied by the Western Liang Kingdom, but also slaying a significant portion of the enemy's emperor and half-saint level experts. These distinguished warriors perished in a most humiliating manner, for battles of such caliber leave no room for negligence. Yet, they found themselves constrained. While the morale of the Eastern Rising forces soared, emboldened and fearless, resulting in 0 casualties among their ranks while decimating the majority of their adversaries. Undoubtedly, the Empress played a pivotal role in this upheaval. Ultimately, gratitude must be extended to the sacrifice of the 10 half-saint experts from the central continent. Had they not set such an example with their lives, the forces of the Western Liang Kingdom would not have faced such disgrace. The Eastern Rising Empire relentlessly pursued their foes back to the border cities of the Western Liang Kingdom, where, due to the protective formations in place, it was easier to defend than to attack. Thus, martial spirit ordered a temporary regrouping to seek further opportunities for assault. During this interlude, martial spirit received a message from the Grand Elder of the Demon Suppression City inquiring when they would strike. After a moment of contemplation, she commanded, "While the central continent remains uninvolved, let us launch a fierce assault on the Western Liang Kingdom tonight." The experts from the Demon Suppression City promptly mobilized their forces, and with a two-pronged attack, they would surely catch the Western Liang Kingdom off guard. Soon, news arrived from the Demon Suppression City confirming their commitment to the evening's operation. Meanwhile, martial spirit sat in the imperial study, contemplating a painting before her. Chapter 82. A life spared. Even now, she found it difficult to believe. Why did the calligraphy and painting created by Lin Feng not only embody profound laws, but also autonomously protect its master, even exhibiting murderous intent that could annihilate numerous half-saint experts in an instant? Would a great saint-level powerhouse dispatched from the upper realm be able to be vanquished? According to some intelligence reports, it appeared that Lin Feng had taken his daughters to the oceanic realm. Previously, she had quietly chastised him for lacking discretion, but now, she felt increasingly perplexed by this seemingly unassuming husband of hers. With the war looming, she had little time to ponder. If Lin Feng's artistry could safeguard her, it would undoubtedly protect their daughters as well. She resolved to have a thorough discussion with him once matters here reached a conclusion. As preparations for war were being meticulously orchestrated, Lin Feng and his daughters were still in the sacred domain of the Sea Tribe, searching for suitable laws to assimilate. Lin Feng, having received system rewards, was rather indifferent to the intricacies of the laws. However, he aimed to find appropriate laws for his daughters to merge with, thereby enhancing their self-preservation capabilities and securing their future breakthroughs to the Great Saint Realm, or even the Unification Realm. Although the sacred domain was replete with various laws, Lin Feng had yet to encounter one that satisfied him. Just as disappointment began to settle in, he suddenly discovered a peculiar stone. To the untrained eye of an ordinary cultivator, this stone would surely be dismissed as mundane, for many had reached out to touch it, even attacking it. Yet it remained unscathed and unchanged. At this moment, Lin Feng was unleashing his invincible domain, rendering any disguise within it utterly transparent. Thus, he immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of the stone. The instant his invincible domain locked onto the stone, this seemingly ordinary object suddenly transformed into a streak of azure light. Attempting to flee, a smirk appeared on Lin Feng's lips as he swiftly suppressed this chain of laws with his domain. It was, in fact, the reincarnation law, one of the top 10 laws. What a promising omen. The concept of the 3,000 great ways refers not to merely 3,000 distinct laws, but signifies an abundance of laws. Among these, the reincarnation law ranks among the foremost of the top 10. By acquiring and refining any one of these 10 laws, one significantly increases the likelihood of attaining a state beyond chaos. The chaos realm is where one masters the divine powers of order. The reincarnation law allows for the comprehension of the grand reincarnation technique, while its equally esteemed counterparts among the top 10 laws include the grand yin-yang technique, the grand causal technique, the grand primordial technique, the grand destiny technique, the grand reincarnation technique, the grand wish technique, the grand spatial technique, the grand chaos technique, the grand sealing technique, and the grand devouring technique. However, there exist other laws that rival these 10 techniques in prowess, such as the grand cutting technique, the grand puppet technique, the grand heart demon technique, the grand calamity technique, the grand curse technique, and the grand slaughter technique. Yet, these latter laws lean towards darkness and bloodshed, favored by cults or malevolent practitioners, which is why they are not included among the top 10. The reincarnation law Lin Feng encountered is a superior law that, once refined, offers the opportunity to comprehend the grand reincarnation technique, though suppressed by his domain. The heavenly power contained within the law yearned to break free. In typical circumstances, a cultivator faced with such a scenario would have no choice but to forcibly devour and refine it, relying on immense willpower and fortitude to eventually erase the traces of the heavenly Tao imprinted on the law chain, thereby claiming it for their own and gradually comprehending its power. Should one lack the requisite willpower or strength, they would face a backlash that could allow the law chain to escape. For the same law, if one fails to refine it once, the difficulty of succeeding in subsequent attempts increases significantly. Thus, when dealing with particularly formidable laws, practitioners generally prepare extensively to enhance their chances of success. The simplest method involves gleaning understanding from artifacts or divine tools containing these laws, thereby mitigating the risk of backlash. However, such insights yield minimal results. Otherwise, numerous artifacts in the nine heavens would have led to breakthroughs into the great sage realm over millennia. Now, Lin Feng's objective was to erase the heavenly Tao imprint and forcibly merge it into his daughters' bodies, enabling them to fully possess these laws. As their strength grew, they would be able to comprehend and harness even more of the power contained within these laws. This process is akin to imparting knowledge, like teaching someone to drive theoretically. They might grasp some concepts but lack practical experience. Occasionally, an exceptionally gifted individual may comprehend it, yet without practice, they cannot confidently claim mastery. However, instilling the skill of driving into someone's memory means that even those who have never driven will possess top-notch driving skills, requiring only time to familiarize themselves with the techniques stored in their memory. Lin Feng swiftly erased the heavenly Tao imprint from the reincarnation law, but he found himself at a loss regarding which daughter to bestow it upon. The daughters perceived their father's dilemma and spontaneously began to yield. "Father, let this rule be given to my younger sister. I, as the elder sister, should concede to her. I do not want it. Give it to Siti, as she is the youngest. Perhaps it should go to Sirui first, as she is the eldest." Siti, too, gracefully declined, bringing great comfort to Lin Feng, who then turned to Sirui and said, "Then it shall be yours first, the next will go to Sirui, and finally to Siti." Unable to refuse Sirui's humble request, she acquiesced. Lin Feng cast several spells and infused the rule chains into Sirui's being, imparting the secrets of control and comprehension of the rules. After dedicating a full hour to this task, he was pleased that Sirui and Siti were also attentively listening, making it far easier to later bestow the rule chains upon them. Having discovered a supreme rule, Lin Feng grew indifferent towards ordinary ones and continuously teleported with his daughters in search of the highest laws. Fortunately, although the sacred land was modest in size, it housed thousands of rules, allowing him to swiftly find two more, the sealing rule and the devouring rule. After some deliberation, Sirui opted for the sealing rule, while Siti chose the devouring rule. Thus, the formidable duo of the great sealing technique and the devouring technique was established at that moment. Unbeknownst to them, several days passed within the sacred space, during which Lin Feng managed to procure several supreme rules to add to his system's inventory. He intended to find an opportunity to gift one or two to Wu Lingyun, as the mother of his children, for her strength was inadequate. Just as they prepared to depart from the Sea Clan's sacred land, they were unaware that outside, Wu Lingyun had led the Eastern Sunrise Empire to assault the imperial city of the Western Liang Kingdom. Due to the sudden attack from the Demon Suppression City, the Western Liang Kingdom found itself besieged and suffered devastating losses, resulting in a disarrayed army. By the time the Soul Emperor grasped the situation, Wu Lingyun's forces had already united with the rebels from the Demon Suppression City, advancing relentlessly towards the imperial city. Confronted with an encirclement of millions, the Soul Emperor hovered within the city's formation, a grim expression upon his face as he cursed the Grand Elder and General Tuoba, among others. The Grand Elder and his cohorts, resolute in their allegiance to the Empress and the Emperor, paid no heed to his vitriol. Wu Lingyun, brimming with confidence, led a cadre of experts suspended in the air, locking eyes with the Soul Emperor from a distance. "Soul Emperor, your time has run out. Surrender swiftly. If you were to forfeit your cultivation, I might grant you your life." Upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor's face darkened as he retorted, "Wu Lingyun, do not be so presumptuous. Do you truly believe the Western Liang Kingdom is so easily subdued? I have already informed the ancestors of the Upper Realm, preparing powerful allies for a devastating counterattack against you. Since you have pushed your luck, I shall summon the ancestors and allied forces from the Upper Realm, ensuring you meet a fate without a grave." With that, he cast forth a sacred artifact, unleashing a golden beam of light that soared over 10 zhang into the heavens, connecting to the Upper Realm. Chapter 83. Different functions. Following the Soul Emperor's release of the sacred artifact, the Eastern Sunrise Empire was struck with trepidation. Feng Chuling's expression soured as she remarked, Was it not said that only the royal family of Zhongzhou could connect with the upper realm to summon ancestors for battle? Why can the Western Liang Kingdom do so as well? Xiao Yunzi hastily clasped his fists and addressed Wu Lingyun, saying, Your Majesty, why not attempt to summon the former emperors from the heavens to assist us? Surely, they would be willing to aid in the expansion of our territory. Wu Lingyun's expression shifted, and after a deep sigh, she replied, To speak candidly, when I ventured to the southern wilderness kingdom, I discreetly communicated with the upper realm. Their stance is to protect the territory of the eastern rising kingdom. Should we face invasion, they are unlikely to descend to offer assistance. The upper realm has its own hierarchy of power, and our eastern rising empire holds little sway there, making it unwise to provoke formidable foes. To say our influence is minor is a gross understatement. Wu Lingyun could sense from the words relayed from the upper realm that the ancestors of the eastern rising empire did not fare well there. What shall we do? Is it truly the case that victory within our grasp is to be relinquished so easily? Bai Wanrong felt a pang of reluctance. The thought of surrendering at this juncture left a bitter taste. Elder Yu and Elder Sun exchanged glances. Then each produced a scroll adorned with writing and presented them to Wu Lingyun, saying, Your Majesty, we possess 2 pieces of the Emperor's calligraphy, which may prove useful. Wu Lingyun looked at the calligraphy held by the 2 elders, her heart lifting slightly, yet a look of confusion crossed her face as she inquired, Why do you, esteemed elders, possess my husband's handwriting? Elder Yu and Elder Sun's faces flushed, and they awkwardly replied, These are the remnants left behind after the Emperor instructed the little princess in her calligraphy. The other elders rolled their eyes in disbelief, recalling how these 2 had previously claimed the pieces were gifts from the Emperor, sparking envy among all. To discover they were merely found was quite the revelation. At this moment, the provenance of the calligraphy mattered little. What was important was that it belonged to Lin Feng, and it might indeed hold significance. Wu Lingyun's demeanor relaxed considerably as she accepted the scrolls, declaring, Regardless, we shall give it a try. If it proves ineffective, those remaining shall retreat immediately. Should I encounter peril, a new emperor shall be established. Upon hearing this, the faces of the elders and generals turned pale, including the formidable experts from the demon suppression city who had just assembled, all kneeling in midair, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please reconsider. At that moment, Elder Qin spoke up. Your Majesty, please grant me a piece of the Emperor's calligraphy. I am willing to take the risk personally. Wu Lingyun remained silent, while the other elders chimed in. We are willing to bear the Emperor's calligraphy into battle. All of you, please rise, Wu Lingyun said, tears welling in her eyes, touched by the unwavering loyalty of her elders. Naturally, she recognized that their devotion might be connected to Lin Feng, yet their willingness to take such risks in uncertain times deeply moved her. Just then, figures began to descend from the golden light, 6 in total. Though they did not exude any palpable aura, their presence was unmistakably formidable, suggesting they were at least of the great sage realm. Observing the arrival of reinforcements, the Soul Emperor quickly approached, bowing respectfully. I, Soul Zhongyan, the 74th ruler of the Shiliang Kingdom, warmly welcomed the esteemed seniors from the upper realm. As the golden light gradually dimmed, 3 middle-aged men and 3 elderly figures emerged. The elder in the center surveyed the surroundings and, with a frown, remarked, Soul Zhongyan, your leadership of the Shiliang Kingdom is lamentable. How is it that we have been besieged to the very imperial city? Please, esteemed senior, do not be angry. The Eastern Rising Empire has powerful individuals covertly aiding them. Before they reached our palace, they had already annihilated the Southern Wilderness Empire, demonstrating a formidable ambition to unify the 9 heavens. The Soul Emperor promptly elucidated the situation, striving to downplay his own inadequacies. The expressions of several great sage experts darkened as they turned their gazes towards Wu Lingyun and her companions. Why can I not sense the presence of formidable warriors? It appears that there are merely a handful of half-saint level experts and over 40 imperial level warriors on the opposing side. With such paltry strength, you dare suggest that I bring more people down? Are you unaware of the numerous restrictions and tremendous costs associated with the descent of those from the upper realms? The elder of the great sage realm was once again on the verge of losing his temper, prompting the Soul Emperor to patiently explain, Predecessor, do not underestimate the situation. Previously, 10 half-saint experts from Zhongzhou were dispatched to assist, and just as they were about to eliminate the opposing Empress, her storage ring released an extraordinary treasure, instantly annihilating all 10 half-saints. Upon hearing this, the great sage experts from the upper realm finally ceased their dismissive attitudes. Open the formation, let me confront them. An imposing middle-aged man of the great sage realm commanded the Soul Emperor with a resonant voice. The Soul Emperor immediately gestured for the formation to be opened. Beside Wu Lingyun, upon seeing the formation being activated and a figure rushing out, she understood that this individual was merely testing the waters. Empress, I shall go and meet him, Elder Qin declared before turning to engage the enemy. Wu Lingyun was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly tossed 2 scrolls of calligraphy to him, saying, Elder Qin, take these scrolls. Thank you, Empress, Elder Qin exclaimed, catching the scrolls before transforming into a streak of light to confront his opponent. The two exchanged no pleasantries. They immediately clashed upon meeting. The Soul Emperor observed the scrolls in Elder Qin's left hand, and his expression shifted slightly as he hastily warned, Predecessor, be cautious. It was such a peculiar scroll that previously annihilated 10 half-saints. With this warning, the middle-aged man engaged in combat with Elder Qin found himself at a disadvantage, diverting most of his energy to defense. Elder Qin, a seasoned half-saint expert, was able to retaliate effectively as long as his opponent refrained from unleashing powers beyond the half-saint realm. However, the middle-aged man, being a great sage, felt the pressure of not being able to subdue Elder Qin for an extended period. Just then, he heard a voice in his ear, Elder Nya. Immediately lift the restrictions and reveal your true strength. As the power of the heavenly Tao envelopes you at the moment of forced ascension, strike down your opponent. Elder Nya understood instantly. With the power of the heavenly Tao enhancing him, he would be nearly immune to all magical attacks. No spell could surpass the authority of the heavenly Tao. Realizing this, he promptly lifted the restrictions, his aura soaring rapidly until it reached the pinnacle of the great sage realm. Such a surge in power was inevitably sensed by the heavenly Tao, which began to draw Elder Nya towards a forced ascension. Wu Lingyun and Elder Qin both comprehended the intentions of their adversaries, and everyone's hearts raced with trepidation. With a resounding thud, the great sage expert unleashed a full-force strike, while Elder Qin steeled his resolve and hurled the 2 scrolls pinned by Lin Feng. The sound of a tremendous explosion erupted as the scrolls shattered into fragments, perfectly countering the full-force attack of the great sage. In the next moment, under the influence of the heavenly Tao, Elder Nya was forcibly ascended back to the upper realm. It would be a millennium before he could descend again. Above the palace of the Western Liang Kingdom, the elder turned around and shot a fierce glare at the Soul Emperor, exclaiming, Did you not claim that the painting contained murderous intent capable of vanquishing 10 half-saint experts in an instant? The Soul Emperor wiped away a bead of cold sweat, offering a feeble explanation. I did not deceive. Perhaps the painting functions differently, much like talismans, with each possessing unique capabilities. This rationale, albeit somewhat tenuous, held a semblance of truth, for that seemingly ordinary painting had indeed withstood a full-force strike from a grand saint. Consequently, the elder refrained from further rebuking him and instructed a figure standing behind him. Elder Ma, they likely possess few such paintings. Go forth and engage. If they possess more, deplete their resources. If not, endeavor to eliminate their experts. Chapter 84. Subverting perception. Emerging from behind the elder was a man with long eyebrows, stroking his beard as he reassured, Rest assured, Elder G, I shall compel them to reveal all their hidden cards. With that declaration, the long-browed elder transformed into a beam of light and soared into the sky. Upon witnessing another adversary emerge, the forces of the Eastern Rising Empire swiftly grasped their opponent's strategy. They intended to deplete their strength one by one. Wu Lingyun's expression grew solemn. She then, with a thought, retrieved another scroll and addressed Elder Qin. Elder Qin, here is another painting. You shall cover our retreat. This too bore the handwriting of Qin Feng, yet it was the last of its kind. Should this scroll be exhausted, the Eastern Rising Empire would possess no further means to contend against Grand Saint experts and would be forced to retreat. Just as the long-browed elder dispelled the restrictions upon him, he noticed the forces of the Eastern Rising Empire were in retreat and communicated telepathically to his compatriots in the Western Liang Kingdom. The Eastern Rising Empire is withdrawing. They must have few such treasures left. Even without his reminder, the Western Liang Kingdom had already discerned the situation. A Grand Saint Elder made a swift decision, calling out to the 3 behind him, Do not let them escape. We must act immediately to eliminate the Empress and all experts above the Imperial realm. Understood. The Soul Emperor promptly commanded, All personnel, heed my orders and pursue the forces of the Eastern Rising Empire with all your might. Instantly, the magical formations of the Western Liang Royal City activated, unleashing countless beams of light into the sky. At that moment, the long-browed elder felt the call of the heavenly path, signaling his impending forced ascension as his aura surged to the pinnacle of the Grand Saint realm. Frost technique. The long-browed elder bellowed, causing Elder Qin to feel a sudden plunge in the air temperature, the flow of spiritual energy around him becoming sluggish. He hastily summoned the painting in his possession, which erupted in a violent explosion, barely dispelling the long-browed elder's frost technique. Anticipating this, the long-browed elder launched a counterattack as he prepared for ascension. Ice Heart Formula. With a mere thought, a spiritual energy assault hurtled towards Elder Qin. At the same time, the remaining 4 Grand Saints from the Western Liang Kingdom simultaneously dispelled their restrictions. Now, the imperial experts of the Eastern Rising Empire had nearly congregated around Wu Lingyun, presenting an opportune moment for annihilation. Should they disperse, eliminating a significant number of experts above the imperial realm before forced ascension would prove much more challenging. Thunderous Law Decree. Shadow Strike. Dominating Slaughter. Wrathful Sword. Wild Blossoms. The 4 Grand Saints fanned out in 4 directions, unleashing their most potent attacks upon Wu Lingyun and her cadre of experts. The Soul Emperor led the final 30 or so masters of the imperial realm in close pursuit, preparing to tidy up the aftermath following the ascension of several esteemed elders. The formidable presence of the great sage realm experts surged forth, altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Wu Lingyun felt a pang of urgency as she sensed the space around her was tightly sealed, rendering her unable to teleport. Observing the imperial and semi-holy realm experts who valiantly shielded her with their bodies, her expression darkened. There was a reason for the millennium-long balance among the 5 empires. Had her ambitions truly clouded her judgment? Perhaps after seizing the southern wilderness kingdom, she should not have been intoxicated by victory and continued her assault on the Western Liang Kingdom. Alas, it was now too late. At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired, just as Elder Qin was about to be struck down by the Ice Heart technique. A terrifying aura emanated from the cane in his hand, which then flew from his grasp to directly confront the attack of the long-browed elder. With barely a sound, the seemingly insurmountable assault from the long-browed elder was effortlessly deflected. The cane, however, did not cease its motion. It radiated a golden light as it surged toward the ascending long-browed elder. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to resist, but was ensnared by the force of the heavenly path, his body forcibly resisting ascension only to face a backlash from the celestial will. Cursed be this artifact. Just as the long-browed elder harbored this thought, the cane was already hurtling toward his face. With a soft thud, the cane disregarded the celestial force and pierced through the elder's forehead, obliterating him utterly. This was utterly terrifying. Everyone bore witness to this scene, and the people of the Western Liang Kingdom anxiously gazed at the cane. Fortunately, after unleashing this attack, the cane wobbled and began to fall. Elder Qin immediately transformed into a beam of light and rushed to catch the cane in his hand. Upon sensing it with his divine consciousness, he discovered that the fragments of the law within the cane had vanished without a trace. Now, it was merely an ordinary spiritual wooden cane. Though the cane was devoid of any law's essence, Elder Qin cherished it dearly and stowed it away in his storage ring. This was a gift from the imperial sovereign himself. Who would have anticipated that it not only facilitated his understanding of the laws, but also saved his life at a critical moment? The individuals from the Western Liang Kingdom were utterly astonished, particularly the 4 great sage realm experts who silently lamented their plight. If such a remarkable treasure resided with just one elder, did Wu Lingyun, the Empress of the Eastern Rising Empire, not possess something of similar caliber? Their current offensive had already been initiated, and they could not retract it. They could only grit their teeth and continue their assault. They fervently hoped to eliminate their opponents before Wu Lingyun could unveil such an artifact. Wu Lingyun and the experts by her side felt the immense pressure, and it was impossible to remain calm. The disparity between the great sage realm and those of the imperial or semi-holy realms was overwhelmingly pronounced, especially when 4 peak great sage experts unleashed their full might. Even a holy grade artifact at its zenith could not withstand such an onslaught. At that crucial moment, an item once again flew from Wu Lingyun's storage ring, effortlessly countering all incoming attacks. To her astonishment, it was the sculpture that Lin Feng had previously gifted her. The figurines meant for Xia and the others had been given to her since her daughters found them too small. The statue is a pair, and now what has emerged is her likeness. Originally just slightly larger than a fist, the wooden sculpture now emanates a disquieting aura of power. The assaults from the 4 formidable experts of the Saint Realm are effortlessly repelled by the spiritual energy radiating from the wooden carving. What in the world is this? The people of the Western Liang Kingdom are utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the source of such transcendent treasures surpassing the strength of a half-saint from the Eastern Ascendance Empire. Not only the masters of the 9 heavens, but even the great saints from the upper realm have never heard of such an artifact. Automatically protective of its master, wielding unmatched power, it can even disregard the heavenly laws in the 9 heavens. This has completely overturned everyone's understanding. Retreat. We must ascend to the upper realm immediately. The 4 Saint Realm experts decisively choose to flee, leaving the royal family of Western Liang to fend for themselves. However, as they attempt to escape, the wooden statue shows no intention of allowing their departure. With a whoosh, the statue ascends into the sky. Though merely a carving, It now exudes the presence of a breathtaking celestial being, gracefully gliding through the clouds. Its beauty and form mirror that of Wu Lingyun. Yet the people of Western Liang feel no admiration. Instead, they are struck with dread. A formidable killing intent emanates from the wooden sculpture, locking onto all of them. In the next moment, countless strands of murderous energy are unleashed from the statue, and the four Saint Realm experts, with no capacity to resist, have their souls annihilated and perish. But this is not the end. Hundreds of lethal auras surge towards the Soul Emperor and his accompanying experts. Chapter 85. Longing for Mother Flea. This is the foremost thought of all the experts from Western Liang. The Soul Emperor, leading the charge, transforms into an afterimage and teleports away. As the Emperor of Western Liang, he possesses numerous life-saving techniques and treasures. Sensing the killing intent has not fully locked onto him, he believes he can escape. After teleporting 1,000 zhong away, he breathes a sigh of relief. One more teleport, and I will be safe. A smile graces the Soul Emperor's face. What does it matter if Western Liang is lost? What of his concubines and children? He is at the pinnacle of half-saint strength, having previously indulged in pleasures instead of diligently cultivating. If he can escape to a secluded place and concentrate on his cultivation, he might ascend to the upper realm within a decade. As long as he lives, there remains a chance for vengeance. Unfortunately, before he can teleport again, he feels a chill at the back of his head. Not good. With a thrust, the killing intent pierces through the back of his head and exits through his brow, extinguishing his spirit in an instant. The Soul Emperor, filled with regret, wishes to glance back one last time, but his body crashes down, lifeless. The Soul Emperor is dead. A wail of despair echoes, and the people of Western Liang lose their will to fight. Many hastily drop their weapons and surrender, while those unwilling to yield sever their own meridians or choose self-destruction rather than become captives. At this moment, the wooden sculpture seems to have exhausted its energy and begins to plummet from the sky. Wu Lingyun commands the battlefield to be cleared and deftly catches the carving. Gazing at the wooden statue in her hands, now devoid of its powerful essence, her heart is filled with complex emotions. The previous paintings and now this sculpture all originate from the hands of Lin Feng. Initially, she believed him to be merely an ordinary mortal on the verge of enlightenment. Yet it became apparent that she had underestimated her seemingly simple husband. However, if he were indeed extraordinary, why had he been so easily conceived by her 5 years prior? Her delicate visage was suddenly suffused with a rosy hue. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her, feigning an inability to resist the allure of mortality? Ah, indeed. At that time, she had been gravely injured and, in her desperation, had resorted to the technique of yin replenishment, only to discover that her wounds healed rapidly and her strength surged remarkably. It was then that she should have surmised that Lin Feng was no ordinary being. Presently, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. She was increasingly eager to locate Lin Feng and seek clarification. However, having just subdued the Southern Wilderness Kingdom and the Western Liang Kingdom, it was clear that the Central Plains would not allow them to develop smoothly. Various matters awaited her attention. She could only hope for a swift stabilization, allowing her to meticulously observe just how many secrets her seemingly simple husband still harbored. At that moment, Lin Feng had already assisted each of his 3 daughters in refining a law, earning yet another reward from the system. He had also found suitable laws for the pets of Xia and the others, awaiting their comprehension and refinement. Although he wished to depart swiftly, the pets exhibited signs of breakthrough after merging with the law chains, compelling Lin Feng to allow his daughters to remain in the sacred land for training while they awaited their pets' advancements. After several days in the Sea Clan's sacred land, the 9-tailed fox, the amethyst-winged lion, and the fire phoenix each broke through to the semi-saint realm. Even the 7-tailed fox brought by Sirui benefited from this, achieving a breakthrough to the early emperor realm, transforming into a true 9-tailed fox. Though its strength was merely at the early emperor realm, it was immensely grateful to Lin Feng. Had it been left to cultivate on its own, it would have taken at least a century to reach the emperor realm. As for the undying phoenix, being a magical beast of semi-saint strength, it showed tendencies of breaking through to the great saint realm after merging with the law array chains. However, they respectfully requested Lin Feng to help suppress their powers, wishing to remain by his side and that of the young master for a while longer. Lin Feng could only concoct a batch of spirit-sealing pills and concealment talismans for them, ensuring that as long as they refrained from exerting their full strength or continuing their cultivation, they would not ascend in the short term. Once everything was settled, Lin Feng instructed the Sea Clan to exit the sacred land, then addressed the leaders of the Merfolk, Coral Unicorn, and Blue-Winged Sea Dragon clans. The law chains of the sacred land may take several years at best, or over 1,000 years at worst, to produce a single strand. To ensure the longevity of the sacred land, it is imperative to carefully regulate the eligibility of those who may enter. Understood, master. The three leaders of the Sea clan responded with utmost reverence, feeling deeply grateful for the opportunity to enter the sacred land compared to the annihilated major sea powers. At this moment, the merfolk leader, Ibaka, respectfully spoke to Lin Feng. Master, I have instructed my kin to prepare some local specialties from our marine domain. Please wait a moment while I arrange for them to be delivered. Upon hearing Ibaka's words, the leaders of the Coral Unicorn and Blue-Winged Sea Dragon clans inwardly chastised Ibaka for his flattery. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Feng nod in satisfaction, they hastily added, Master, we also have some local specialties from our seas that we would like to offer to the little princesses. Please give us a moment. We will send our subordinates to fetch them at once. Lin Feng's primary intention in bringing his daughters was to seek seafood. It was a fortunate turn of events that subordinates willingly offered to deliver it, thus sparing him the effort. Thanks to the teleportation array, everything arrived within the hour. Lin Feng, having stowed away 3 storage rings, expressed satisfaction with his subordinates' loyalty. In light of your steadfastness, should I encounter your kin in the upper realm, I shall do my utmost to lend them assistance. The gratitude in their voices was palpable, for they were neither divine beasts nor sacred creatures. Despite their formidable status in the 9 heavens, their prospects in the upper realm were uncertain. Many divine and sacred beasts had been relegated to mere mounts, and provoking a powerhouse like Lin Feng could spell doom for their entire lineage. Thus, Lin Feng's words were a source of immense appreciation not only for the merfolk, but even for the Coral Unicorn and Blue-Winged Sea Dragon clans, who had once harbored resentment after witnessing their kin slaughtered for seafood. As creatures of the sea, they had to accept the reality of being prey. Perhaps being consumed by a figure of Lin Feng's stature was, in itself, a form of fortune. After issuing his instructions, Lin Feng teleported away with his daughters. My dears, where shall we venture next? He inquired affectionately as they reached the seaside. Sia shook her head and replied, Father, I miss Mother. I miss her too. Shall we seek her out? Sitian chimed in, her lips pouting. Father, let us return and sleep with Mother. It's been so long since I've shared a bed with her. Lin Feng, bemused by Sitian's candidness, gently ruffled her hair, saying, Your mother and I cannot sleep together just yet. Either she will accompany you, or I shall. The daughters' faces fell in disappointment upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, Sitian declared, Then I'll have Father sleep with us. He tells stories, prepares delicious food, and takes us on adventures. I love Father the most. Humph, you flatterer. I love Father the most. Sirui retorted dismissively. Sia, unwilling to be outdone, added, I love Father the most. As the eldest sister, I surely love him more. Observing the playful squabble among his daughters, Lin Feng played the peacemaker. All right, you all love Father the most. But let us keep this between us. Your mother might feel hurt and a tad jealous. He could almost envision Wu Lingyun stomping her foot in a mock reprimand, calling them ungrateful. Father, let us go. We must return to find Mother. The 3 daughters, who had just professed their affection for him, now wore eager expressions. Indeed, there was no substitute for a mother's love. Upon noticing his daughter's eagerness to return, Lin Feng activated the teleportation once more, directing them towards the imperial palace of the Eastern Rising Empire. A few hours later, they arrived, only to be informed by the guards that the Empress was not present in the Eastern Rising Empire. Furthermore, she had recently conquered the Southern Wilderness Kingdom and the Western Liang Empire. The Eastern Rising Empire's territory was now nearly half the size of the central continent. Father, Mother is so impressive. Sia clapped her hands in delight. I want to be just like her when I grow up, expanding territories and leaving a legacy for eternity. With affectionate tenderness, Lin Feng tousled her hair, asking, Do you aspire to become an empress when you grow up? Certainly. I aspire to be a revered empress, much like my mother. As Sia uttered these words, she radiated an air of sovereign authority. Lin Feng felt a stirring within, the aura of a ruler. It was astonishing to realize that his eldest daughter was inherently bestowed with the regal essence. She was indeed a natural-born leader. Henceforth, it was evident that Yer would surpass her mother as an even more formidable empress. Lin Feng generously praised her, assuring that should his daughter desire it, he could assist her in conquering any realm within the 18 layers of heaven. However, Sirui and Sitian exhibited no interest in the throne. Sitian, with a dismissive expression, remarked, What is so good about being an emperor? Just like Mother, there is no time to spend with us. It's far better to wander with Father and explore. We could venture into the monster beast forest to acquire a mount, recruit a few followers in the demon realm, or gather some seafood from the ocean. Such a life is truly comfortable. Sia rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage in a debate with Sitian. Yet Sirui nodded in agreement, stating, I believe my sister makes a valid point. Living freely like Father is indeed more enjoyable. Worried that a quarrel might ensue, Lin Feng sought to divert their attention, saying, enough. What you wish to pursue in the future is a matter for another day. For now, let me prepare some delicious food for you. Afterward, you can take a good bath and rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to meet your mother. Excellent. His daughters were quite obedient to his words, and upon hearing of a feast, they were indeed lured by the prospect of delicious food. This time, having procured numerous treasures from the sea tribe, Lin Feng prepared a sumptuous seafood banquet. Not only did it leave his 3 daughters fully satisfied, but even their pets were treated to exquisite dishes imbued with profound essence. Once they had feasted, Lin Feng was ready to send his 3 daughters to bathe. However, Sirui, and Sitian's faces flushed and their breaths quickened. Lin Feng was taken aback and hurriedly assessed their condition. After a swift examination, he sighed in relief. It turned out they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Even the effects of the sealing elixir could not suppress their advancement. So they might as well embrace the transition. With this thought, he promptly instructed the pets to disperse and guard them, while he erected a barrier and personally guided his daughters through their breakthrough. In the preceding days, the girls had indulged in sumptuous delights alongside him. And with the acquisition of the law chains from the sacred grounds, coupled with today's consumption of various spiritually infused sea tribe delicacies, their powers could no longer be contained. Given their solid foundation, their breakthroughs were seamless, culminating in less than an hour. They had reached the initial stage of the transcendence realm. At their standard level, they would not be at a disadvantage when contending with peak practitioners of the transcendence realm. Furthermore, with the diverse divine arts and treasures he had imparted to them, even those at the spirit realm would struggle to contend with them, and they could easily turn the tables on their adversaries. Father, we are now little experts, Sitian exclaimed, her small fist raised in exuberance. Lin Feng chuckled, patting her head as he replied, there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. It is natural for daughters to feel a surge of confidence after a breakthrough, but observing Sitian's sudden humility, Lin Feng felt compelled to reassure them. Now that you have attained the transcendence realm, there are certain gifts I can bestow upon you. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had gifts for them, the 3 daughters instantly perked up, their eyes eagerly fixed on him. With a mere thought, Lin Feng conjured several items into his hands. These were the luminescent shadow, a high-grade defensive artifact. You must first drop a drop of your blood to establish a bond with the spirit of the artifact. With this defensive gear, your safety will be assured to a certain extent in the future. After saying this, he began to guide his daughters in the process of imbuing their blood into the artifacts and establishing their connection. Once the bond was formed, they immediately felt their consciousness link with the defensive artifact. Transform into the flowing flame purple gold battle robe, Sia commanded with her mind. And the artifact she wore instantly morphed into a majestic flowing flame purple gold battle robe. She clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, Father, this artifact is wonderful. I won't need to change clothes anymore. I can simply wish for whatever attire I desire. Lin Feng shook his head gently, advising, that's enough. It would be best not to wear battle armor during times of peace. Transforming it into ordinary clothing is sufficient. Later, I will refine a concealment talisman and integrate it into your armor, rendering it unrecognizable to the average person. The rationale for this concealment was multifaceted, with the 2 most significant reasons being to hide one's capabilities and to avoid ostentation. Currently, he accompanied his daughters daily, ensuring their safety. However, what if they grew older? If he were not by their side, and they fell prey to ill-intentioned individuals seeking to harm them for their treasures? Even an artifact could not guarantee invincibility. Sirui and Sitian, too, focused their thoughts to transform the luminescent shadow into the semblance of ordinary clothing. Lin Feng then began to craft the talisman, integrating it into the luminescent shadow. Henceforth, only those at the Chaos realm or possessing certain unique abilities and artifacts would discern that his daughters were adorned in divine armor. Once the integration was complete, Lin Feng still felt a sense of unease. He then produced 30 pieces of the Radiant Guardian, distributing 10 to each daughter. Father, what is this? Sitian asked curiously, gazing at the resplendent orb in her hand, her expression one of confusion. Lin Feng explained, this is called the Radiant Guardian, a mid-grade defensive artifact. When activated, it can create a defensive barrier spanning 10 zhang, capable of withstanding the full force of a Unity Realm expert's attack for a duration equivalent to the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Although we do not have Unity Realm experts in the 9 heavens, it is prudent to keep these for self-defense. However, do not use them lightly unless in an emergency. Lin Feng was concerned that they might squander this resource out of playfulness or hastily employ it in a confrontation, which would not benefit their growth and strength. Cultivators often defy the heavens, and it is frequently only when pushed to the brink that they can achieve breakthroughs. The daughters nodded in understanding, saying, all right, father. We will not use them casually unless absolutely necessary. Lin Feng felt immense satisfaction with their attitude and proceeded to explain the activation method for the Radiant Guardian. To enhance the speed of activation, he made further modifications to their Radiant Guardians, allowing them to summon the protective orbs instantly from their storage rings with but a thought. Chapter 87. A fortunate feast. Having enhanced their abilities and received gifts from Lin Feng, the daughters were filled with joy. They no longer urged Lin Feng to tell stories, instead delighting in the ever-changing colors and forms of their garments, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Once again, a system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Your eldest daughter has increased her affection for you by 1, granting you the reward of the Great Destiny Technique. Ding! Your second daughter has increased her affection for you by 1, granting you the sacred artifact 7 Treasures Linglong Tower. Ding! Your third daughter has increased her affection for you by 1, granting you the reward of 100 Nirvana Pills. Upon witnessing these rewards, Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. Today's rewards were indeed bountiful. He hastily accepted them and proceeded to examine the item descriptions. Great Destiny Technique, the foremost divine art among the 3,000 great paths. It serves as the comprehensive framework of all laws. No one has ever mastered it since ancient times. With this technique, one can defy fate, alter destinies, and even arrange a person's fate, adjusting their lifespan, defying the heavens. Indeed, it was extraordinarily formidable. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Never expecting to have acquired the Great Destiny Technique, ranked first among the 3,000 great paths. The system's description closely resembled that found in the Book of All Spirits. Neither the Great Destiny Technique nor the Law of Fate had ever been discovered by anyone. Thus, many cultivators speculated that the Law of Fate or the Great Destiny Technique might only exist in legend. Historical records recount that tens of thousands of years ago, a powerful being obtained the Law of Fate and comprehended a simplified version known as the Little Destiny Technique. With the Little Destiny Technique, that being not only ascended from the 3rd heaven to the 18th heaven, but also crushed opponents, nearly dominating an entire era. None of the prodigies of his time could shine in comparison, and those who opposed him met with dire ends. In the Book of All Spirits, that formidable being was invincible in the 18th heaven, ultimately tearing through the void and vanishing from that realm. Now, Lin Feng had obtained the Great Destiny Technique, a power that overshadowed the Little Destiny Technique. The Great Destiny Technique transcends all laws and divine abilities. Upon receiving the Great Destiny Technique, Lin Feng felt a peculiar connection to the heavenly Tao, a subtle bond that seemed to allow the Tao to be at his command. He then turned his gaze to the second reward, 7 Treasures Linglong Tower, a sacred artifact capable of suppressing and refining all enemies, objects, and gases. When enlarged, it can reach a height of 49 zhang and a width of 49 feet. When reduced, it can be stored within one's body or hidden between one's teeth. This was also a remarkable item, although, with his invincible domain, possessing an artifact was of little consequence. Nonetheless, Lin Feng cherished the exhilarating thrill of battle. The final item surprised him as well, Nirvana Pills. He already possessed the Undying Grass, and with the addition of the Nirvana Pills, he now held 2 extraordinary treasures. As long as he could acquire either the Creation Pill or Panga's Blood, he would fulfill his pact with the Flamingo, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Amethyst-Winged Lion, allowing them to evolve into divine beasts. Presently, with only 2 treasures, he was in no rush to present them to these magical beasts. To gain their assistance, he must first wholeheartedly ensure the safety and well-being of his daughters. Having received the rewards, Lin Feng's spirits soared. Observing his daughter's cheerful demeanor, he smiled and said, "Tomorrow, we shall see your mother. It is best to rest early." "Yes, dear father." His daughters were utterly obedient to him, and thus far, he had maintained an image of the perfect father in their eyes. Whether it be alchemy, artifact forging, calligraphy, painting, or culinary arts, he was proficient in all. Lin Feng's combat prowess is beyond reproach. They have yet to witness any adversary that could best him. Previously, they were forbidden from approaching Wu Lingyun, for the dangers that lurked there were considerable. In light of this comparison, their admiration for their father has only deepened. Although having reached the realm of Tongxian, where one can forego sleep through cultivation, if father insists on rest, they obediently comply. The following morning, upon rising, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a presence and immediately turned his gaze towards the door. A guard entered with news, "Your Majesty, the Emperor has learned of your return with the young princesses and requests that you escort them via the teleportation array to the original imperial palace of the Western Liang for a meeting." Lin Feng smiled faintly. It appears that even without the use of the Great Destiny Technique, he possesses a degree of foresight. He waved his hand and instructed the guard, "You may withdraw. I shall accompany the princesses for breakfast before we depart." "Yes." The guard promptly retreated, and Sitian seized his arm, exclaiming, "Father, The dishes you prepare are so delicious. Shall we not first visit mother? We have brought back so many delectable treats from the sea. She must taste them as well. Sitian nodded in agreement, adding, sister is right. I wish for mother to see that we have attained the power of Tangshan. Father, we could easily forego food for a day or two without feeling hunger, they chimed in eagerly. Seeing his daughter's eagerness to see their mother, Lin Feng relented, very well. I shall take you there. He commanded the guard to lead the way, and the group proceeded towards the teleportation array. This time, Lin Feng did not allow Xia and the others to bring their pets or the immortal phoenix, as they were not embarking on a leisure trip and there was no need for such companions. The imperial palace of the Western Liang had been renamed Western Liang City, where Wu Lingyun had just concluded her morning court session and returned to her study to rest. The affairs of state were numerous, requiring her personal attention, leaving little room for respite. Despite her imperial cultivation, she felt an overwhelming fatigue. The larger the territory, the greater the burdens of governance. In that moment, she found herself envying Lin Feng, who could accompany their daughters on daily adventures. On her desk lay two puppets intricately carved from spiritual wood, representing Lin Feng and herself. While Lin Feng's puppet retained its essence of the law, hers had transformed into an ordinary figure. Gazing at the two puppets standing side by side, Wu Lingyun felt her spirits lift considerably. They appeared quite harmonious together. Unable to contain her emotions, she sighed softly and reached for the puppet resembling Lin Feng. As she admired the lifelike features of the little Lin Feng, her affection deepened, causing her heart to race. She glanced around sheepishly before placing a gentle kiss upon the puppet's lips. Her cheeks flushed once more, and she hurriedly returned the puppet to the desk, casting a furtive glance at it. Was it merely her imagination, or did the puppet's smile seem to morph into an expression of ambiguous mirth? This thought incited a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, prompting her to seize the puppet and exclaim, "What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Do you dare to challenge me tonight?" At that moment, Lin Feng's familiar voice echoed from the doorway, startling Wu Lingyun so much that she nearly dropped the puppet. Mother, Xia, Sire, and Sitian rushed over, all leaping into the embrace of Wu Lingyun. Filled with delight, Wu Lingyun affectionately greeted her daughters, inquiring, "How did you arrive so swiftly? Did you skip breakfast?" Xia, eager to take credit, replied, "Mother, it was we who urged father to bring us here first. He took us to the sea to catch a bounty of seafood and local specialties. You'll be in for a treat." Upon hearing Xia's boastful words, Wu Lingyun turned her gaze towards Lin Feng, her expression a blend of playful reproach and concern. "Why do you always lead the children on such escapades? You have no idea how worried I was at first." Before Lin Feng could respond, Sire and Sitian chimed in, "Mother, you needn't worry. Father is incredibly capable. Indeed, even the sea creatures call him their master." Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. It was too late to intervene. These children, after all, were unabashedly candid. Wu Lingyun widened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Lin Feng in astonishment. "The forces of the sea acknowledge you as their master? Which sea faction is it?" Lin Feng could only rub his nose and dismissively say, "Just 3 minor factions. Don't pay any heed to what the children say. Father is the strongest," Xia insisted, her spirit unyielding. Lin Feng could only pat her little head, saying, "All right, you 3 go play for now. Your mother and I need to talk." At Lin Feng's words, the 3 daughters obediently made their way outside. Wu Lingyun looked at Lin Feng, sensing an enigmatic aura about him that was difficult to decipher. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to draw one in deeply. Unbeknownst to her, this was a result of Lin Feng mastering the Great Destiny technique, rendering him inscrutable to others. Any adversary attempting to pry into his information would easily face backlash. Turning her face away, Wu Lingyun steadied her emotions and gently asked, "How did you know I wanted to speak with you privately?" "Perhaps it was intuition," Lin Feng replied vaguely, moving closer to her side and remarking, "You seem to have lost weight. It's best to delegate ordinary matters to the officials. Don't overburden yourself." A warmth spread through Wu Lingyun's heart. Surprised by Lin Feng's concern for her well-being, gaining courage, she looked up at him and said, "I'm all right. You've been working hard with the children. Thank you." "What thanks are necessary? Xia and the others are my daughters. Spending time with them brings me immense joy. If anyone should be grateful, it is I who should thank you for giving me 3 such lovely and obedient daughters." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Lingyun was suddenly reminded of the wild scene from 5 years ago, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Husband, shall we not be so formal with each other?" Lin Feng, noticing her bashful expression, felt a flutter in his heart. He reached out, gently resting his hands on her delicate shoulders, and asked, "What did you just call me? Speak louder, I didn't catch that." "How annoying." Wu Lingyun lowered her head. Her bashfulness belied her status as the mother of 3 and the Empress of the Eastern Rising Empire. Lin Feng leaned in closer, a mischievous smile on his face as he whispered in her ear, You weren't this easily flustered back in the day. Alas. Wu Lingyun hurriedly buried her head into his chest, her voice as soft as a whisper, and said, "My dear husband, 5 years ago I sustained severe injuries. And I had no choice but to." Lin Feng, taking the opportunity, embraced her tightly and replied, "Have I not already told you that I no longer hold any resentment? Spending time with our daughters has been the most blissful period of my life. May our family be blessed to live together in everlasting happiness." Wu Lingyun wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's waist, nodding vigorously, "Indeed, my husband. We shall surely be eternally happy together. Once I feel a bit more at ease, I shall accompany you on travels." "Very well. If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to tell me." "Actually, I do have a request," Wu Lingyun said, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Feng sensed something amiss, his heart racing, yet he feigned curiosity and asked, "My lady, what is it? As long as I am capable, I shall not refuse. Would you be willing to tell me a story tonight?" Upon finishing her words, she nuzzled her face against Lin Feng's chest, seemingly wishing to meld into him. Lin Feng, fully aware of the implications of her request, felt an uncontrollable surge of desire rising within him. After suppressing it, he softly replied, "Very well. I shall narrate a story for you this evening." Wu Lingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her, fearing that Lin Feng might still be unprepared to reciprocate. Hearing his affirmative response, she tightened her embrace, expressing her gratitude. "My lady, you might just strangle me," Lin Feng exclaimed, feeling the softness against his chest. His suppressed desire becoming increasingly difficult to contain, so he resorted to jesting. In 2 lifetimes, he had never truly engaged in a romantic relationship. His only intimate encounter with a woman had been forced upon him. Although his body had been honest at that time, it had nonetheless left a lingering knot in his heart for years. Now, with that knot untied, he had fully accepted this unexpected wife. At that moment, Wu Lingyun quickly released her hold, and, glancing at a certain part of Lin Feng's body, exclaimed, "Husband, you are incorrigible." After saying this, she turned away, her heart racing like a startled deer, eager for the night to arrive. Lin Feng, noticing the glint in Wu Lingyun's eyes, could only respond awkwardly, "You cannot blame me. It is merely that you are too alluring." With that, he promptly began to cultivate his inner energy, repressing the ignited desire once more. Though it was a moment of awkwardness, this subtle flirtation inadvertently dissolved the distance between them, advancing their relationship further. "Husband, I must go and accompany our daughters," Wu Lingyun declared and immediately dashed towards the door. However, just as she reached the threshold, she paused, turned back, and said to Lin Feng, "Husband, both I and the daughters adore you." With that, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. How bold to declare love, and yet involve the daughters. Lin Feng chuckled to himself. Just as he was about to leave the room to prepare a meal for the girls, his gaze fell upon 2 wooden carvings on the table. He approached and picked up the carving of Wu Lingyun, suddenly sensing that it lacked spiritual energy. Confused, and seeing no one around, he immediately employed the Great Destiny technique. Soon, vivid images arose in his mind of the spirit wood carvings effortlessly vanquishing formidable experts of the great sage, half-saint, and emperor realms. "Oh, is it possible that my creations possess such extraordinary power?" Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing for the first time that his handiwork held such remarkable potential. Each of his daughters possessed several spirit wood carvings. Did they also harbor protective capabilities? Pondering this perplexity, he continued to employ the Great Destiny technique on the spirit wood carving in his hand. This time, he reversed time, and the carving swiftly transformed, regaining the vibrant and ethereal essence it had just possessed. "This is more like it. Indeed, the Great Destiny technique is quite impressive. With my current prowess, reversing time is only feasible for these minor objects." Nevertheless, he felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing that as his strength grew, he would eventually be able to apply it to people as well. For instance, he could use it on his daughters, allowing them to remain eternally youthful or to instantaneously blossom into young ladies. Of course, Lin Feng would not casually employ the Great Destiny technique on his daughters. The natural progression of a child's growth is essential for fully experiencing the joys of fatherhood. He set down the wood carving and exited the study, but upon stepping outside, he found not his daughters, but a group of elders waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they all knelt down in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the emperor." Many of the elders were filled with excitement, particularly those from the Demon Suppression City, who had come here with the intent of drawing closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand and addressed the assembly, "Please rise. There is no need for such formalities among us." "Thank you, Emperor." The elders stood, their gazes toward Lin Feng brimming with reverence and fervor. Lin Feng smiled gently, saying, "You have all endured much alongside my wife in her campaigns. I am about to prepare some seafood. You are welcome to join in the feast." "Thank you, Emperor." The elders erupted in enthusiasm, especially those who had savored Lin Feng's culinary creations in the past, feeling fortunate to have aligned themselves with such a remarkable individual. Emperor, do you require assistance? We currently have no pressing matters, Bai Wanrong offered, aware that witnessing Lin Feng concoct pills, forge weapons, or cook was a rare opportunity. Seeing the eagerness in their eyes, Lin Feng felt it inappropriate to decline. He nodded and replied, "Very well, take me to the imperial kitchen first. Then assist me with the seafood preparation." "Yes, Emperor." The elders were elated and hurriedly led Lin Feng to the imperial kitchen. Once there, they dismissed any unrelated personnel, and Lin Feng, with a flicker of thought, retrieved several large seafood specimens from his storage ring. "Please clean these, and also gather some ingredients. Today, I shall treat you all to a seafood feast." Initially, the elders had taken this lightly, but upon seeing the seafood laid before them, they became visibly agitated. Beginning to communicate telepathically among themselves, Xianming crab. Its size must be at least that of a half-saint. One of the 10 fierce beasts, the Kuei Niu. The color of its scales suggests it might be of the great sage realm. Bloodthirsty demon shark. According to ancient texts, it appears that only the bloodthirsty magic shark of the unification realm can produce flesh wings. The Majesty, the Emperor, truly deserves his title. We are indeed witnessing a remarkable spectacle today. We are all fortunate to be here. A chorus of elders gasped in astonishment, their hearts filled with both shock and gratitude. They were relieved to have recognized the situation and followed such a formidable figure. Otherwise, they wouldn't even qualify to lie here as mere ingredients. Lin Feng, observing the elders' naive reactions, couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you all standing there for? If you don't know how to clean, step aside and let me handle it myself." "Forgive us, Your Majesty. We have simply never encountered seafood of this magnitude. We hope we haven't embarrassed you," Feng Chuling quickly explained, and the other elders hastened to assist. Beginning to gut and deb on the creature. Those unable to help scurried off to gather materials, eager to make a good impression before Lin Feng. With a moment of respite, Lin Feng expanded his consciousness and soon located Wu Lingyun and his 3 daughters playing in the imperial garden. At that moment, the daughters were animatedly recounting their adventures with Lin Feng to Wu Lingyun, leaving her in a state of disbelief. "Mother, father caught us several immortal phoenixes as pets." "Immortal phoenixes?" Wu Lingyun was taken aback. "Aren't they divine beasts from the demon realm? It is said that they cannot be tamed, being proud creatures that would self-destruct if threatened. It is because our father is formidable. The evil fire phoenix was completely subdued by his prowess." Wu Lingyun rolled her eyes, resolving to inquire about this later when she had the chance. "Mother, father also took us to the sacred land of the Sea Tribe, where there are numerous chains of laws." "What? The sacred land of the Sea Tribe? Chains of laws?" Wu Lingyun had never heard of such a place, but she was acutely aware that the 9 heavens were desperately in need of laws, a place teeming with chains of laws, and the Sea Tribe would allow entry so easily? "Indeed, mother. Father even refined many chains of laws, giving each of us one." What level are you at? I didn't even notice that you have reached the profound realm. Yet even at that level, it is impossible to refine laws." "What laws are they?" "I possess the law of reincarnation," Sia declared proudly. "I possess the law of sealing." Sirui chimed in, equally eager to showcase her abilities. "I possess the law of devouring." Sitian raised her little head, believing her law to be the most impressive. At that moment, Wu Lingyun was utterly astounded. Chains of laws are incomparable to the mere fragments of laws found in treasures and artifacts. Moreover, they had directly refined these into their bodies at such a young age. What kind of strength was required for this? Her daughters were not even 5 years old, yet they had attained qualifications to cultivate to the unification realm, even the chaotic realm, and all possessed one of the top 10 laws. "Mother, whose law is the mightiest?" Sitian, feeling slightly competitive, tugged at Wu Lingyun's arm for an answer. Wu Lingyun, with a resigned expression, responded, "All 3 of your laws are the most magnificent. Throughout the entire 9 heavens, and perhaps even the entire 18 heavens, there are scarcely more than 5 laws that could rival yours." Hearing Wu Lingyun praise their laws in such a manner, the 3 daughters beamed with delight, exclaiming, "I knew that what father gave us must be the very best. What my father has given me is undoubtedly the finest. Yours cannot compare." Wu Lingyun's expression darkened momentarily as she gently tapped the heads of her 3 daughters and remarked, "Yours are all excellent. Even I do not possess such remarkable principles. In the future, your strength will surely surpass that of your mother." Her words carried a hint of jealousy, which the 3 little ones quickly picked up on. They hurried to comfort her, saying, "Do not worry, mother. Father has refined several principal chains and will surely gift you one. Indeed, father told us that he does not require these for himself, and they are certainly meant for you. He also mentioned that he has collected only the finest principal chains." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, retracted his spiritual awareness. managing only a bitter smile as he sighed inwardly. Ah, this little cotton-padded jacket. How could such secrets slip so easily to mother? Yet, he bore no blame towards his daughters. After all, Wu Lingyun was not a stranger, and his strength could hardly remain concealed. Meanwhile, the elders had already prepared the sea beast carcasses, and the materials had been delivered. Lin Feng took the materials and promptly began the process of refinement. The elders all held their breath, closely observing the entire procedure of Lin Feng crafting the culinary delights. Before long, they noticed Lin Feng's form becoming increasingly ethereal, ultimately transcending into a realm beyond principles and chaos. It has begun. Each individual suppressed their excitement and immersed themselves wholeheartedly in this experience. Such a state was beneficial for everyone, and they wished to remain in it indefinitely, though time was fleeting. Soon, everything before them faded, and Lin Feng's voice echoed in their ears. All right, it's time to dine. Chapter 90. A breakthrough approaches. The elders felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. However, the emperor had already bestowed upon them a rare opportunity, and none dared to be overly greedy. Moreover, Lin Feng was inviting them to share a meal, which was, in itself, another opportunity. Everyone eagerly assisted in carrying trays, following Lin Feng to the grand hall. Elder Bai, Lin Feng called out as he walked ahead. Bai Wanrong promptly stepped forward, bowing, at your service. Please summon the Empress and the young princesses to join us for the meal. Yes. Bai Wanrong transformed into a streak of light, rushing off to fetch Wu Lingyun and Xia. In the spacious hall, attendants had prepared small tables, yet the elders, holding trays, hesitated to place them on the smaller tables at the sides. Above, a large jadestone table could not accommodate all the food, so everyone continued to hold their trays. Lin Feng seated himself at the head of the stone table and addressed the assembly. No need to stand. Find a spot to sit down. Also, call upon the generals who contributed in this battle. There is plenty of food for all today. Yes. An attendant immediately went to relay the message. Before long, the hall was graced by over 70 generals and ministers of imperial rank. Upon learning of the emperor's invitation, their excitement knew no bounds. The emperor's banquet was a significant opportunity, as had been conveyed to them by the elders long ago. To their astonishment, Lin Feng not only invited the esteemed elders of semi-holy strength, but also included those of imperial rank. The fact that Lin Feng had thought of them filled everyone with profound gratitude. Even the most ordinary of meals inspires unwavering loyalty to such an emperor and empress. As the attendants brought forth cushions and low tables, the generals saluted Lin Feng before taking their seats beneath the elders. At that moment, Wu Lingyun, accompanied by Bai Wanrong and her 3 daughters, Shanshan, approached. Observing the assembly of over 100 elders and generals below, her heart swelled with excitement. Previously, the Eastern Rising Empire had only boasted a mere 40 or so generals of imperial strength and 9 semi-saint elders. Yet, within the span of less than a month, the number of semi-saint elders had surged beyond 20, while the generals of imperial strength had exceeded 80. Though many were those who chose to join after the fall of the Western Liang Kingdom, the current strength of the Eastern Rising Empire was undeniably formidable. Salutations to the Empress. Salutations to the 3 little princesses. Upon seeing Wu Lingyun, the elders and generals immediately knelt in reverence. Wu Lingyun gently raised her arm, her ruby lips parting as she proclaimed, "Rise, my lords." "Thank you, Empress." Once everyone settled back into their seats, Wu Lingyun cast a glance at Lin Feng and the delectable dishes laid before the elders before she spoke with a measured tone. In the short span of less than a month, the Eastern Rising Empire has triumphantly claimed victories over the Southern Wilderness Empire and the Western Liang Kingdom. Each of you, my loyal ministers, has played an indispensable role in these accomplishments. Today, on the occasion of my husband and daughter's reunion, I invite you all to partake in this humble meal. Once the realm stabilizes, I shall reward your contributions further. I hope that you will continue to assist me in the growth and prosperity of the Eastern Rising Empire. We pledge our utmost dedication to the Empress and the Eastern Rising Empire, serving until our last breath. Observing the ministers fervently professing their loyalty, Lin Feng could only shake his head with a wry smile. This dear wife of mine never misses an opportunity to deliver a sermon. As everyone took their seats, Wu Lingyun positioned herself at the head of the table, with Lin Feng and Sitian to her left, and Sienna and Sirui to her right. Once settled, Wu Lingyun turned to Lin Feng with a gentle gaze and said, "My husband, could you kindly distribute the food to our esteemed ministers?" Lin Feng then rose, addressing the elders and generals below with a calm demeanor. "I am uncertain of your appetites, but I have prepared 7 large seafood dishes. Each of you may take a piece of each. If there is something you dislike, feel free to exchange with someone or request more from me." Upon finishing his words, he gestured downward. Suddenly, all the trays on the low tables of the elders levitated, and in an instant, the food, previously in large chunks, was transformed into uniformly sized portions, each individual receiving several pieces of different delicacies. This spectacle occurred in a mere 2 or 3 breaths. The display of skill left all in awe, particularly Wu Lingyun, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. This dear husband of mine is indeed no ordinary man. Lin Feng's recent display of power, his precise control over spiritual energy, and the subtlety of the spatial fluctuations that went unnoticed by the crowd all served to command their respect. Despite the gathering of over 100 individuals, each person received at least 20 pounds of meat, with plenty remaining. Lin Feng also set aside some for himself on his jade table, storing the remainder in his system's inventory before addressing the assembly. Please, enjoy while it's hot. Thank you, Emperor. Thank you, Empress. A chorus of elders and generals rose, cupping their fists in salute to Wu Lingyun and Lin Feng before finally sitting down to partake in the meal. Wu Lingyun grasped the colossal Xianming crab claw, deftly prying open its shell and taking a gentle bite, only to be enchanted by the exquisite flavor and profound essence of the laws within. To her astonishment, the potency of the laws had indeed amplified. Not only was she taken aback, but even the elders below, who had savored Lin Feng's culinary delights, were equally enthralled. Many of the elders and generals from the Western Liang Kingdom, who had surrendered, now bore expressions of sheer astonishment. They had initially presumed that Wu Lingyun's ability to vanquish the Southern Wilderness Kingdom and the Western Liang Kingdom stemmed solely from the aid of extraordinary treasures. Yet, they now comprehended that the Eastern Rising Empire was under the aegis of a formidable figure. A person capable of infusing the essence of laws into food was undoubtedly a paragon of greatness. It was no wonder that the Eastern Rising Empire had recently thrived and swiftly consumed both the Southern Wilderness Kingdom and the Western Liang Kingdom. With a titan like Lin Feng at the helm, unifying the 9 heavens seemed a trivial endeavor. In this moment, they were entirely convinced and inclined to follow the Empress and the Emperor with unwavering loyalty, pledging fealty to the Eastern Rising Empire. Accompanying a prodigious figure like Lin Feng, the prospect of frequently indulging in such delectable cuisine rendered the attainment of the great sage realm an effortless pursuit. Perhaps, they would even have the opportunity to accompany the Empress and the Emperor in their campaigns across the 10th and 11th heavens. Each individual harbored their own thoughts while relishing the food imbued with the essence of laws, quietly contemplating the profound principles contained within. Most astonishingly, each person discovered fragments of laws within the food that resonated with their own paths. Lin Feng was assisting his daughters in peeling the Xianming crabs when he suddenly sensed a shift and turned his gaze toward the Grand Elder of Demon Suppression City. The Grand Elder had already consumed 3 pieces of meat, and his complexion had turned a vibrant shade of crimson. Yet, he continued, soon devouring 2 more pieces, and a formidable aura began to emanate from him. The others, engrossed in their feasting, became acutely aware of the Grand Elder's unusual state. And as he struggled to maintain control amidst a chaotic surge of energy, he could only stammer, "Your Majesty, forgive this old minister. It appears I am on the verge of a breakthrough." He had been on the cusp of the great sage realm, hindered only by the scarcity of laws within the 9 heavens. However, after joining Lin Feng, he had repeatedly tasted the law-infused delicacies. Today, he had savored a remarkable 7 or 8 pieces, and with years of accumulation plus this final push, he was finally poised to transcend into the great sage realm. Yet, as the banquet unfolded with Lin Feng and the Empress entertaining esteemed guests, he felt he had not yet contributed sufficiently to the Eastern Rising Empire, and thus sought to suppress his breakthrough until the feast concluded. However, the overwhelming laws within him compelled him to grasp the insights that surged forth at every moment. The once impenetrable barrier he had felt was now breached, and even the heavenly path had sensed him, a mysterious force locking onto his essence. Chapter 91. The Elder-S Ascension. Wu Lingyun looked to Lin Feng, conveying her desire for him to take action. Lin Feng rose and addressed the Grand Elder, stating, "I shall provide you protection. Focus on your breakthrough." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the elders and generals present gazed at the Grand Elder with envious expressions. They had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would be fortunate enough to become the first to ascend in a millennium. Everyone was aware that this was undoubtedly the result of the Emperor's culinary prowess, as previously, all had believed the Grand Elder's lifespan was limited and his potential exhausted. However, at this moment, after savoring several pieces of roasted meat, the Grand Elder surprisingly exhibited signs of a breakthrough. It had only been a short while since he began following Lin Feng. Feeling somewhat ashamed, the Grand Elder remarked, "Your Majesty, Empress, this old minister has not contributed significantly to the Eastern Rising Empire. Yet I have been the first to achieve ascension. I am truly embarrassed." Wu Lingyun also rose to offer words of comfort. "Grand Elder, you are being too modest. This victory over the Western Liang Kingdom, where you led the experts from the Demon Suppression City to pledge allegiance and executed a pincer attack during our assault, is indeed a monumental achievement. I am sincerely delighted for your ascension. You may ascend with peace of mind. Lin Feng added with a smile, do not feel pressured. Perhaps it will not be long before we too ascend to the 10 heavens to meet you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Grand Elder felt a weight lifted from his heart. He bowed deeply to Wu Lingyun and Lin Feng, then declared, very well, upon my ascension, I shall immediately seek out the forces of the Eastern Rising Empire in the 10 heavens and await the arrival of the Empress and your Majesty. At that time, I will continue to serve the Empress and your Majesty. With that, he settled into a meditative posture to comprehend his path. Lin Feng also unleashed his invincible domain, establishing a barrier around him. With the pressure lifted, the Grand Elder immersed himself fully in his enlightenment, and soon, the breakthrough occurred seamlessly. The divine light of the heavenly Tao descended, penetrating the roof of the hall and enveloping the Grand Elder entirely. After Lin Feng retracted the barrier, the Grand Elder emanated a terrifying aura that made it difficult for others to gaze directly at him. This was the realm of the great sage. At that moment, as the Grand Elder sensed Lin Feng, he still felt an unfathomable depth, further solidifying his resolve to await Lin Feng and Wu Lingyun in the upper realm and to continue serving them in the future. Your Majesty, Empress, I shall take my leave first. Once you ascend, I am willing to continue serving you both and to battle in the 10 heavens. Battle in the 10 heavens. These words ignited a fervor among those present, many of whom found even unifying the 9 heavens to be a formidable challenge. Yet the Grand Elder was already prepared for the conflict in the 10 heavens. Indeed, with the formidable Lin Feng's assistance, what fear did he have? Even if they were to battle in the 18 heavens? Lin Feng was exceedingly pleased with the Grand Elder's attitude. With a thought, several items materialized in his hand. With a wave, these items flew before the Grand Elder, and he spoke, as the first to ascend. I present you with a few gifts as a reward for your timely allegiance to my wife and for aiding the Eastern Rising Empire. The Grand Elder quickly received the items, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Artifacts? Lin Feng smiled lightly and explained, indeed, I bestow upon you a longevity pill, which will extend your lifespan by 100 years. You may consume it immediately. Additionally, here is a top-grade artifact, the Glimmering Shadow, and 5 mid-grade artifacts. The Radiant Divine Aegis, to ensure your safe cultivation after ascension, while you await our reunion. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, gasps of astonishment and awe echoed from the surroundings. Such grand generosity, a truly remarkable display. The fact that the Emperor presented 2 artifacts and a longevity pill, each one enough to elicit envy, left everyone in a state of admiration. The elders and generals who had allied with the Western Liang Kingdom were now utterly convinced, resolutely deciding to pledge their full loyalty to the Empress and the Emperor. Even if one ascends to the 10th heaven, all shall continue to follow the Empress and the Emperor. Thank you, Emperor. The Grand Elder trembled with excitement, unable to articulate his gratitude for Lin Feng's immense favor. The power of the heavenly Tao within him surged, overwhelming him, and he could only nod respectfully, saying, Emperor, Empress, I shall await you in the upper realm. With that, he swallowed a longevity pill and stowed away 2 divine artifacts, his body slowly ascending. Enveloped in the power of the heavenly Tao, the roof of the Grand Hall was pierced, a matter easily remedied by the artisans later. The Grand Elder visibly rejuvenated, appearing 20 years younger, no longer resembling one on the brink of the grave. He looked like a man in his 50s or 60s, and his once snow-white hair now bore streaks of black, a testament to the miraculous efficacy of the longevity pill. As the Grand Elder vanished into the void, the power of the heavenly Tao gradually dissipated. Lin Feng, observing the still-dazed crowd, smiled gently and remarked, the ascension of the Grand Elder is indeed a good omen. Let us continue our feast. Thank you, Emperor. Everyone gazed at Lin Feng with fervent admiration, bowing in gratitude before resuming their meal. Some wished to leave behind a portion of meat for the younger generation, discreetly stowing away pieces infused with loss. Others sought to follow in the Grand Elder's footsteps, consuming copious seafood. No one else ascended, and the meal concluded with joy and merriment, shared among sovereign and subjects alike. Once everyone had their fill, not a scrap of meat remained on the table. Wu Lingyun addressed her subjects. You may all return to rest. Remember to attend court tomorrow. The ministers and generals bowed deeply in respect before sequentially exiting the Grand Hall. Once only Wu Lingyun, Lin Feng, and their 3 daughters remained. Wu Lingyun turned her enchanting gaze upon Lin Feng, saying, My dear husband, you are truly generous. You even gifted the Grand Elder 2 divine artifacts while I possess none. Lin Feng smiled faintly, and with a thought, a plethora of items materialized before them. My lady, These were initially prepared for you. You may keep them for your own use or bestow them as rewards. I had intended to present them to you before storytelling tonight, but since you mentioned it, I shall offer them to you now." Upon hearing the mention of storytelling, Wu Lingyun's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet her attention was swiftly captured by the array of treasures before her. "My husband, you possess such an abundance of divine artifacts?" The ancient aura emanating from the artifacts was extraordinary, yet their overwhelming quantity piled on the ground gave an impression of triviality. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, saying, "Here lie dozens of flowing light and divine shield artifacts, which you may keep for protection or as rewards. I shall reserve 10 longevity pills for myself, while the rest are yours. Additionally, this six-winged phantom sword is a sacred-grade artifact that can transform into a humanoid form for autonomous combat. You may keep it for your use. There is also the sacred-grade Emperor's weapon, the extermination sword, and the defensive armor, the 9-dragon scale armor. I have no use for them, so please bestow them upon your ministers." As Wu Lingyun beheld the exquisite treasures Lin Feng produced, along with his explanations of their functions and attributes, her beautiful eyes and lips formed perfect circles of astonishment. How underestimated this generous husband truly was. After a moment of realization, Lady Wu Lingyun looked at Lin Feng with a hint of unease and said, "I was merely jesting. Please keep these items. Do not refuse. They are of no use to me. If you truly wish to part with them, feel free to bestow them upon your subordinates." Lin Feng indeed held these possessions in little regard. From his current perspective, only divine artifacts might pique his interest. At that moment, Saya chuckled and said, "Mother, do keep them. Father has already gifted each of us one." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Wu Lingyun nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall accept them. However, dear husband, when it comes time for storytelling this evening, I expect you to share your own tales first." Tian hurriedly interjected, "Mother, I too wish to hear Father's stories." Wu Lingyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot her daughter a playful glare, saying, "Tonight, your father shall tell stories only to me. You must sleep on your own." "Humph. Mother is being selfish, stealing father away from us." Tian pouted, expressing her discontent over Wu Lingyun's actions. Wu Lingyun playfully poked her daughter's forehead with her delicate finger and laughed, scolding, "You little ungrateful one. You have monopolized your father for so many days. Tonight, you shall spend time with your mother." Lin Feng observed the amusing exchange in silence. His heart filled with a profound sense of satisfaction as the atmosphere finally resonated with the warmth of a happy family. Fortunately, his daughters were quite understanding and did not genuinely harbor jealousy. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of the Zhongzhou Empire, unrest loomed. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, bore a countenance as dark as the depths of water. "Master of the nation," he demanded, "is this what you meant by allowing the Eastern Rising Empire to flourish while we merely observe? They have now conquered 2 empires in quick succession. Shall we sit idly by as they stabilize their power and arm themselves against us?" Nie Ziren's expression shifted as he respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the Eastern Rising Empire possesses extraordinary treasures capable of slaying even the mightiest from the upper realms. This validates the predictions made by myself and my teacher. Had we intervened earlier, it would have been our Zhongzhou Empire facing annihilation. And what do you propose we do now? If we grant them more time, their empire will solidify the hearts of their people, and it will not be so simple to dismantle them later." The emperor's fury intensified, and his imposing aura surged. With near-saintly power and equipped with the finest artifacts, his wrath could overwhelm 10 ordinary half-saints. The courtiers below trembled in fear, while Nie Ziren steeled himself to speak. "Your Majesty, perhaps I should utilize the heavenly machine technique to discern our course of action. Are you not afraid of the backlash?" Though infuriated, the emperor was aware of the unwavering loyalty exhibited by the national masters throughout history and was reluctant to expose Nie Ziren to danger. Feeling somewhat reassured by the emperor's concern, Nie Ziren clasped his fists and replied, "During this time, I have contemplated thoroughly. Since the Eastern Rising Empire is indeed treacherous, I shall refrain from divining their fate. Instead, I shall focus on predicting the future of our Zhongzhou Empire, which should not invoke any backlash. Then, Master of the Nation, proceed with your calculations swiftly. I have been restless and unable to find peace. If I can glimpse the direction of our future, perhaps I may find some solace." The emperor donned a smile, addressing the national master with courtesy. Nie Ziren nodded slightly, then with a flourish of his dust whisk, a chaotic orb of light materialized before him. To the untrained eye, this orb was inscrutable, yet the national master's gaze flickered with intensity, fixated upon it. Soon, his countenance shifted dramatically, turning ashen, devoid of any color. Though the others could not decipher the chaotic orb, they clearly comprehended the terror etched upon the national master's face. Witnessing his expression of sheer dread, an unsettling wave coursed through the hearts of all present. Ziren swiftly waved his whisk again, channeling an energy into the chaotic orb. However, almost immediately, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. National Master. Both the Emperor and the gathered ministers exclaimed in alarm as the chaotic orb dissipated. Ziren's complexion had turned ghostly pale, his visage aging rapidly. His hair and beard turning white, presenting a picture of frailty. The Emperor could no longer remain seated, whether out of genuine concern or pretense. He transformed into a streak of light, appearing beside Ziren, offering his support, visibly anxious as he inquired, National Master, are you unwell? Your Majesty, I am fine. Ziren replied, wiping the corner of his mouth before murmuring weakly, what a terrifying backlash. I am utterly depleted. Your Majesty, I witnessed the annihilation of Zhongzhou, and sought to uncover the reasons, only to be met with this backlash. What? The color drained from everyone's faces. Such a powerful Zhongzhou could indeed face destruction? If any force in the nine heavens had the capacity to obliterate Zhongzhou, it could only be the recently ascendant Dongxing Empire. Now that the National Master had encountered a backlash, it was clear he had sought to unearth secrets of the Dongxing Empire, leading to this dire consequence. The Emperor's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the loss of 2 National Masters in less than a month. The art of celestial divination was not easily mastered, and finding a successor would prove exceedingly challenging. With Ziren's predicament, there would be no National Master in Zhongzhou for the foreseeable future. Conscious of his dwindling time, Ziren urgently declared, Your Majesty, although I could not uncover the secrets of the Dongxing Empire, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope for Zhongzhou. The Emperor's heart leapt with hope, and he promptly inquired, National Master, where lies this hope? Ziren attempted to speak, but was once more seized by a violent cough, expelling another copious amount of blood. After a strenuous effort to swallow the blood, he managed to utter 3 words, Beibing Kingdom. With that, he straightened his neck and passed away. National Master. The Emperor felt a genuine pang of grief. A Zhongzhou Empire without its National Master would diminish its advantages over neighboring nations. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was not one of mourning. He rose and commanded, Proclaim my decree. Provide the National Master with an honorable burial. Additionally, assemble the army to swiftly conquer the Beibing Empire. The ministers were taken aback, and the Chancellor bowed, saying, Your Majesty, while the National Master indicated hope lies within the Beibing Kingdom, he did not disclose the reason. Would it not be too reckless to attack the Beibing Empire without further information? A military minister stepped forward, bowing in agreement. The Chancellor speaks wisely. If the Beibing Empire possesses hidden strategies or devastating weapons akin to those of the Dongxing Empire, it could hasten our own demise. Other ministers echoed their concerns, urging, Your Majesty, please reconsider. The Emperor, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Are you all frightened by the Eastern Rising Empire? Our Central State Empire has suppressed the other 4 nations for millennia, and this is due to our formidable strength. The Eastern Rising Empire is an anomaly. The emergence of one is already a divine occurrence. How could another possibly arise? If our Central State is indeed facing annihilation, we must seize this fleeting opportunity immediately. Hesitation will only hasten our demise. The ministers fell silent, acknowledging the truth in the Emperor's words. At that moment, a Grand Marshal spoke up, Your Majesty, I too support the notion of mobilizing our forces to conquer the Northern Ice Empire. Only by solidifying our rear can we fully commit to an all-out confrontation with the Eastern Rising Empire. Moreover, should complications arise, we could retreat to the Northern Ice Empire. Upon hearing the Marshal's words, a chorus of military officers voiced their eagerness to go to battle. Preparations for war commenced, and the order to attack the Northern Ice Empire was ultimately given by the Emperor. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Wu Lingyun had just lulled their daughters to sleep and entered a lavish chamber, where they set up a protective barrier. Lin Feng gazed at his stunning Empress wife, a mischievous smile forming on his lips as he inquired, My dear, what kind of story would you like to hear? Chapter 93. The Empress's breakthrough. At this moment, Wu Lingyun had changed out of her resplendent dragon robe into a delicate pink gown. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and with every smile and frown, she stirred something deep within Lin Feng. It must be said, Wu Lingyun was indeed a rare beauty. A mere glance from an ordinary person could feel like an affront to her elegance, yet she had borne Lin Feng 3 lovely daughters. As Lin Feng approached, Wu Lingyun, somewhat flustered, sat at the edge of the bed, feigning calmness as she asked, Husband, I wish to know the extent of your strength. Half-saint, Lin Feng replied candidly. Aside from his system and invincible domain, he had no qualms about sharing this information with Wu Lingyun. Her expression shifted slightly as her captivating eyes fixed upon him. And after a moment, she managed a wry smile, asking, Husband, how did you manage to reside in the first heaven for so long without being rejected by the heavenly Tao? In truth, her inquiry was not just about that. She yearned to know how he had overpowered her, despite her serious injuries at that time. After all, she had been gravely wounded, her strength barely at the transcendent realm. Lin Feng rubbed his nose, preparing to weave a tale. I merely sealed my own cultivation and used a special treasure to conceal my presence. Wu Lingyun's expression transformed into one of realization, but soon her cheeks flushed, and she softly inquired, "Then, why didn't you unseal your powers that night?" She was puzzled, recalling that while Lin Feng's body had been honest, his gaze was filled with longing. She had discovered that their intimate moments not only rapidly advanced her cultivation, but also significantly enhanced her strength, almost draining Lin Feng in the process. Just thinking about it made her feel utterly embarrassed. Who could have known she would be so bold, so proactive, and so unrestrained at that time? Seeing the alluring blush on Wu Lingyun's cheeks, Lin Feng leaned closer to her ear, a playful grin on his face as he teased, "Which night are you referring to?" "My husband, you are insufferable." Reluctantly, Wu Lingyun wished she could find a crevice to hide in, as Lin Feng was intentionally teasing her, making her want to bite him. Observing the mortified expression on Wu Lingyun's face, Lin Feng felt a stir in his heart and embraced her, saying, "My lady, what kind of story would you like to hear? Allow me to regale you." "My lord." Wu Lingyun dared not meet Lin Feng's gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "Whatever you choose to tell, I shall listen." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Feng had already lowered his head to capture her crimson lips in a kiss. As time swiftly passed to the following day, a gathering of elders and ministers awaited in the grand hall. Murmuring amongst themselves, what could be the reason for the Empress's delay today? She is usually here early. Perhaps it is due to the Emperor assisting her in enhancing her strength, one speculated. Indeed, with a figure as formidable as the Emperor, aiding anyone to elevate their power would be a trivial matter. They need not envy. As long as they remain steadfastly loyal to the Empress and the Emperor, they need not fear stagnation in their own growth. I find myself envious of the Grand Elder, who has received the Emperor's generous rewards. Alas, after spending the night cultivating, my strength has improved significantly, yet I still find myself some distance from breaking through to the Great Sage realm. With idle time on their hands, they could only engage in whispered conversations. Possessing cultivation, they could stand in the Grand Hall for days without feeling fatigue, yet boredom was inevitable. The Emperor Lin Feng and Wu Lingyun were resting, and none dared to disturb them, patiently awaiting their return. When a streak of light descended and landed upon the dragon throne, everyone felt a surge of energy and quickly focused their minds. The light transformed into Wu Lingyun's figure, radiating brilliance, her aura rampant and unfettered. The ministers, all possessing cultivation, immediately sensed that Wu Lingyun had just broken through to the semi-saint level. Due to her recent advancement, she was unable to fully restrain her aura, giving off an impression of an uncontained spiritual essence. Long live the Empress! Everyone felt a jolt of astonishment, particularly the elders and ministers from the Eastern Rising Empire, who were acutely aware that Wu Lingyun had only achieved the imperial realm around 5 years ago. In 5 years, many might not even reach the mid-level of the imperial realm, yet Wu Lingyun had already ascended to the semi-saint level. However, given that her partner was Lin Feng, it seemed quite reasonable. He was a true powerhouse, capable of imparting insights in alchemy, artifact crafting, and even culinary arts that could lead one to comprehend profound truths. Wu Lingyun gracefully raised her arm and softly commanded, "All rise." "Thank you, Empress." Once the ministers were standing, Wu Lingyun composed herself and slowly instructed, "Now that the Western Liang and Southern Wilderness nations have become our territories, we shall leave some elders and generals to manage the follow-up tasks. The remaining elders and generals shall accompany me to the Southern Wilderness Imperial City for the establishment of our capital, ensuring we can effectively manage both the East and West." As Wu Lingyun began to organize the tasks at hand, the assembled ministers voiced no objections. While the Eastern Rising Empire diligently arranged its subsequent operations, the Central Continent Imperial City was fully engaged in attacking the Northern Ice Empire. As the formidable experts of the Central State Empire emerged in full force and launched a sudden assault, the already frail Northern Ice Empire was caught off guard, leading to a rapid and overwhelming advance by the Central State Empire, which reached the Imperial City of the Northern Ice Empire by that very evening. In this moment of peril, the Emperor of the Northern Ice Empire unleashed the divine light of summoning, calling forth 2 venerable saints from the upper realm for assistance. Typically, when one empire actively assaults another, the experts from the upper realm refrain from intervening, which has historically been a significant reason why the 5 great empires have avoided large-scale warfare. However, the Emperor of Slaughter had previously communicated the dire circumstances facing the Central State to the upper realm, thus securing their support. Upon witnessing the summoning of 2 esteemed saints by the opposing side, the Emperor of Slaughter responded by invoking the divine light of summoning himself. successfully calling forth 10 formidable saints to aid in the conflict. This grand display of power from the Central State Empire made it abundantly clear to the Northern Ice Empire the latter's intent to annihilate them. The two saints from the Northern Ice Empire, after symbolically delivering their most powerful strike, were forcibly ascended back to the upper realm by the will of heaven. Without the potent reinforcements from the upper realm, the Central State Empire easily breached the defenses of the Northern Ice Empire. After seizing the royal palace of the Northern Ice Empire, the Emperor of Slaughter promptly commanded the immediate dispatch of troops and experts to investigate any hidden realms, treasures, or special passages that the Northern Ice Empire might possess. He declared that any discovery of the Gate of Life for the Central State would be rewarded with a treasured artifact, a bounty of 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, and titles of nobility. As the Central State Empire eagerly sought the Gate of Life, Lin Feng, who was engaged in teaching his daughters to play the piano, suddenly felt a stirring within him and gazed towards the north. "What is it, my husband?" Wu Lingyun, like a delicate bird, stood by his side and, noticing his unusual expression, immediately inquired. Lin Feng smiled gently, shaking his head slightly as he replied, "It's nothing of great concern. Merely the emergence of an intriguing place to the north. I wonder if you would be interested in joining me for a leisurely outing?"